As dusk approaches, the horizon is adorned with a stunning display of evening glow, where golden and crimson clouds blanket the sky. The trees outside have transformed into a resplendent golden hue, while countless birds gracefully circle back to their nests, their lively chirps resonating in harmony with the setting sun, creating a picturesque scene. However, within the confines of the classroom, the atmosphere is one of drowsiness. Ling Feng leans half-heartedly on his desk, propping his chin with his hand to avoid succumbing to sleep, yet yawns persistently escape him as he struggles to remain awake. After all, this is a ninja academy, and the repercussions for violating school rules are quite severe. IT is the final class of the day, and the Chunin instructor is passionately delivering his lecture, seemingly enamored with the vocation of teaching. Admittedly, there are those in the classroom who are genuinely intrigued by the lesson, but Ling Feng is not among them. As a time traveler who has watched the entirety of the Naruto series countless times, he is well-versed in the world's lore and secrets, rendering it utterly mundane. Yet, at the tender age of 5, he finds himself with little alternative besides attending ninja school. His gaze wanders aimlessly around classroom. While the teacher may be dull, his classmates offer some amusement, with several familiar faces among them Kakashi, Obito, Guy. And, of course, a multitude of charming girls, such as Rin Noera and Kurinai Yuhi. It must be noted that the girls in this animated world possess an enchanting allure. Their adorable, plump faces, framed by sparkling big eyes, paired with fair thighs accentuated by short shorts and skirts, evoke admiration, even from a gentleman like Ling Feng, who has experienced life as an 18-year-old in his past life. Naturally, he cannot help but steal a few glances at these delightful young maidens. Furthermore, he understands that as these lovely girls mature, they will possess an even more captivating charm as for the ninjutsu classes. Ling Feng harbors no interest whatsoever. He dares to assert that his understanding of the fundamental theory surpasses that of the instructors. In terms of practical skills, he has also self-studied a considerable amount. Alas, these rudimentary concepts are as mundane as eating and drinking. There has been no progress in centuries. Compared to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, we seem to be regressing. According to the storyline, the Third Great Ninja War is approaching. If I only learn here at this school, I will merely become a slightly more formidable pawn in the grand scheme. How frustrating. Why yearn for his power that rivals that of the Kage? Shaking his head, Ling Feng feels a wave of irritation wash over him. It has been quite some time since he arrived in this world. Yet he has yet to activate the exclusive powers of a time traveler. Must he wait until graduation to obtain them? Just as these thoughts swirl in his mind, a sudden buzz resonates, as if something within him has been awakened. Ding. Host requirements met activating Super Exchange Store. A Super Exchange Store? The name alone sounds impressive. Wow. The golden finger has finally arrived, with the class still in session. No one dares to speak out of turn. Undoubtedly, this voice belongs to the system. Ling Feng's excitement surges. After such a long wait, it has finally come to fruition. Ding. Super Exchange Store loading complete. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng hastily inquired, "System, what purpose does this Super Exchange shop serve?" However, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a heaviness in his head, and then the world transformed. Ding, welcome host to the Super System shop through your mental prowess. This is an exclusively designated system space, accessible only to the host. Within this system space, the host can peruse the shop's offerings and can try on or test items, albeit requiring a certain amount of point for exchange. Ling Feng was taken aback. Points? Let me take a look. Then, with a thought, a luminous screen materialized before him. IT displayed an array of dazzling products, including advanced shurikens, specially crafted throwing stars, grade ninjutsu scrolls, super stamina potions, and exceptional healing salves. In summary, the items were plentiful and varied, catering to every conceivable desire. It could be said that if you can imagine it, you can acquire it. Whatever you sought, from the finest to the most mundane, was all available. Of course, all these items required points. For instance, basic shurikens required 1 point each, intermediate shurikens 10 points each, and advanced shurikens 100 points each. Ling Feng examined the attributes. Basic shurikens were merely the ordinary kind in this world. Intermediate shurikens boasted superior materials and enhanced sharpness. As for advanced shurikens, they possessed automatic tracking and targeting capabilities. Very well. In that case, I must find a way to earn points, he mused. System, how can I acquire these points? Ling Feng asked. This was the matter he was most concerned with. At present, with the super exchange shop in existence, possessing points would grant him access to everything. Ding! The host can earn points by defeating opponents, eliminating enemies, receiving the cheers and adoration of those around, and completing tasks for substantial rewards. Ling Feng quickly grasped the concept. It essentially meant taking action would yield points abundantly. After all, this was a world of combat, where amicable interactions were not the norm. Any displeasure would prompt a confrontation. Hey, this suits me perfectly. Ling Feng harbored considerable confidence in his abilities. Ding! Considering the host is newly bound to the super exchange system, a grand gift package is bestowed, allowing for the random selection of 3 divine enhancements. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's heart soared with joy. Divine enhancements. Although he was uncertain of their specifics, they were undoubtedly extraordinary. Then let's open the grand gift package swiftly, Ling Feng silently urged. Ding! The grand gift package has been opened, rewarding the host with full attribute chakra, max level talent, and mastery of all ninjutsu below grade A. Upon receiving the system's announcement, Ling Feng was left astounded. So this is the divine enhancement it truly is. Remarkable! Full attribute chakra means, as the name suggests, that he can unleash any property of ninjutsu. Max level talent. Click to view. With maximum cultivation talent, learning anything becomes effortless, and proficiency increases rapidly. This was easily comprehensible. For example, acquiring an grade ninjutsu scroll, he could not only learn it directly due to his supreme talent, but also attain mastery swiftly, thus alleviating the burdens of training proficiency. That a true genius, is it not someone who learns effortlessly? Moreover, Ling Feng possesses an all-encompassing chakra, rendering him adept at any ninjutsu. As for the final aspect, he has mastered all techniques below a rank. This is undeniably a remarkable advantage. It is noteworthy that Ling Feng is merely 5 years old and has already grasped all elemental ninjutsu beneath a rank with such prowess. He could easily stand among the elite of Konoha. What? You claim there are not sufficiently powerful explosive techniques? That is absurd. With my repertoire of all elemental ninjutsu at my disposal, the sheer variety of my techniques would surely instill fear in you. Having acquired the system, Ling Feng naturally reveled in his newfound delight. Even until the end of class, he remained immersed in the joy bestowed upon him by the system's generous gifts. Simultaneously, he was filled with anticipation, eager to experiment with those ninjutsu techniques. As the teacher announced the conclusion of the lesson, the previously monotonous classroom erupted into exuberant cheer, reminiscent of the behavior of students from his past life. Ling Feng rose, preparing to head home, when a female voice called out from behind him. Ling Feng, tomorrow is a holiday. Let us go out and have some fun. He turned to find Shi Yanghong beside Yuan Yulin. Tomorrow? That sounds splendid. I, too, wish to venture outside. Where do you intend to go? Shi Yanghong and Yuan Yulin exchanged glances, clearly having yet to devise a plan. Ling Feng chuckled. How about we go hiking and then enjoy a hot spring? What do you think? The girls instantly brightened, exclaiming, that sounds wonderful. Ling Feng has great ideas. Yet, in the corner, 2 figures seethed with jealousy, Asuma and Uchiha Obito. It must be noted that their identities were rather unique. One was the son of the 3rd Hokage, and the other a member of the Uchiha clan. Typically, the mere mention of their names would command respect among the villagers of Konoha. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed. Before acquiring the system's gifts, his strength was already sufficient to teach them a lesson. Now, he could easily overpower them. After finalizing the time with the girls, Ling Feng prepared to leave the classroom alone, as the girls had already departed together. Hey, you stop right there. Asuma's voice called from behind. Ling Feng paused, turning to face him. Asuma stood before him with an air of arrogance, while Uchiha Obito lingered timidly in the corner, clearly hesitant to approach. Ling Feng scoffed at this display. One was a cowardly bully without strength, and the other lacked both strength and courage. The latter, had it not been for a certain incident awakening his 3-tomo Sharingan, would likely have remained a perpetual underachiever. What do you want, coward? Ling Feng leaned against the wall, arms crossed, brow raised. Asuma gritted his teeth in frustration, His expression contorted. This individual was far too insolent. After all, he was merely a commoner with no noteworthy status. What did you say? Are you asking for a beating? Asuma maintained his fierce demeanor. It must be said that Asuma's appearance was indeed quite intimidating, resembling that of a wild beast. Spit it out if you have something to say, but do not play the fool in front of me. Ling Feng tilted his head, wearing a look of disdain. Asuma, visibly intimidated by Xiang Hong, seemed utterly useless when confronted by her. He was clearly unfit to attract her attention. However, Ling Feng had no intention of offering him any advice. The reason was simple. Xiang Hong was destined to be won over by him. I challenge you to a duel. Asuma could no longer contain himself, shouting out defiantly. Obito, hearing this, was taken aback and rushed over. Asuma, don't do anything reckless. Fighting in school will lead to disciplinary action. Upon hearing this, Asuma was momentarily taken aback, clearly having let his anger cloud his judgment earlier. Due to their identities, they bore a certain prestige, and while their abilities were undeniable, their actions could also tarnish their family's reputation. Should they face any disciplinary action at school, it would undoubtedly bring shame to the third Hokage in the Uchiha clan, and they would surely face dire consequences. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, especially for Asuma, who had made bold threats only to find himself unable to act, a most frustrating predicament. However, Ling Feng, being a good-hearted individual, readily remarked, "It's perfectly fine. We can't fight at school, but outside of it, we certainly can." Upon hearing this, Asuma clapped his hands in approval, realizing that they could indeed step outside to settle their differences. "How about we take it outside for a one-on-one?" he proposed. Ling Feng shook his head, indicating his disinterest. This left Asuma utterly bewildered. "But you just said we could fight outside. Why refuse?" he pressed. "Are you scared?" Asuma inquired, a frown creasing his brow. "Oh dear. What a clever tactic for someone so young," Ling Feng thought, but alas, such tactics held no sway over a person who had traversed 2 lives. "Do I appear frightened? I merely have matters to attend to. How about this? Join us for tomorrow's outing, and then you can challenge me. After all, it's quite far from school. We can fight to our heart's content." With that, Ling Feng casually strolled out of the classroom, not bothering to glance back. Ling Feng indeed had pressing matters to return to, namely, the study of his newly acquired all-attribute ninjutsu. He had already traversed halfway home, and it was Asuma's insistence on confrontation that had delayed him. Watching Ling Feng leave with such confidence, Asuma felt his head nearly explode with frustration. How infuriating. That brat is far too arrogant. Tomorrow, I shall make him regret it, Asuma declared, shaking his fist in indignation. Beside him, Uchiha Obito quickly interjected, "Calm down. We're all classmates. There is no need to escalate things." Upon hearing this, Asuma seized Obito by the collar. "Are you serious? Did you not see how much Lin was paying attention to Ling Feng? I know you like her, don't you?" Asuma's words caused Obito's face to redden instantly, as he vehemently denied it. No, that is not the case. Don't be absurd. If we don't take action, both Lin and Sunset Red will fall for Ling Feng," Asuma exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation. Realizing the truth in Asuma's words, Obito's anger flared. "You're right. When you confront him tomorrow, make sure to give it your all." Asuma responded, "What? After all I've said, you're not planning to join in on the fight?" Meanwhile, Ling Feng hurried home at the fastest pace. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 novices had been discussing matters after his departure, though he paid them no mind. Ling Feng's home was a modest 1-bedroom apartment, complete with a small kitchen and bathroom, where meals had to be taken in his bedroom due to the absence of a living or dining room. Though cramped and confined, it was a considerable improvement for an orphan. At least he is considerably happier than the orphans from other villages, for Konoha is the largest ninja village, and thus, its welfare is comparatively better. After a simple bowl of noodle soup, Ling Feng returned to his bedroom to delve into the study of all-encompassing ninjutsu. The system indicated that he had mastered all ninjutsu below A rank, so it was time to put that to the test. The first techniques that sprang to Ling Feng's mind were the transformation jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu, one allowing him to assume the appearance of others, and the other creating duplicates. Both techniques are relatively straightforward, yet sufficiently challenging for a child of 5 or 6 to practice. According to the classification of ninjutsu levels, the school teaches only the most fundamental techniques, categorized as E rank. However, Ling Feng has mastered all ninjutsu below A rank, excluding bloodline limits. As for his strength, that shall soon be revealed. Generally speaking, mastering D rank ninjutsu signifies that one has reached the standard of a genin. often relegated to the tasks of fetching and locating lost items. Progressing to C-rank ninjutsu elevates one to the status of a chunin, eligible for more significant roles within the village. B-rank ninjutsu indicates a shinobi of jonin caliber, contributing substantially to the village's combat strength. Beyond this lie the A and S ranks, achievements not easily attained by the average individual. Thus, Ling Feng's proficiency in all ninjutsu below A rank propels him from a mere novice to an elite jonin in one fell swoop. Such a leap in ability is undeniably impressive. Regrettably, Asuma, in his foolishness, continues to seek trouble with Ling Feng, which is rather laughable. Had he approached Ling Feng earlier, he might have merely faced defeat. Now, however, the outcome will likely be devastating. Eagerly, Ling Feng assumed a stance, ready to experiment with his newly acquired techniques. As he focused, a luminous screen appeared in his mind, displaying an array of ninjutsu: water release, fire release, lightning release, earth release, wind release, everything one could imagine, with options available for B, C, D, and E rank techniques. This was far more entertaining. Ling Feng could now choose various levels of ninjutsu to showcase according to the situation. He began with a C rank technique, selecting Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Immediately, a sequence of hand signs materialized in his mind. Ling Feng executed the signs flawlessly, and a resounding rumble echoed as a wall of earthen hue rose before him. Oh, splendid! He continued on, unleashing another C-rank technique, Wind Release, Dust Storm. Instantly, a fierce wind swept through the room, sending books and garments swirling in the air. Ha! This is delightful. However, just as Ling Feng was about to attempt a B-rank technique, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, accompanied by a wave of fatigue. Lying on his bed, he took several deep breaths and soon realized the cause. It appeared that the drawback of employing techniques beyond his rank was the immense energy expenditure. This was understandable, given that Ling Feng is merely a 5-year-old child, an age typically devoted to learning the shadow clone and transformation techniques, and he naturally possesses limited chakra reserves. Soon, Ling Feng recalled the items available in the exchange shop. He reopened the exchange store and began to browse and inquire. The chakra replenishment potions. They were available in small, medium, and large bottles, corresponding to 1, 10, and 100 points respectively. Suddenly, Ling Feng noticed a gray option behind the large bottle, though its purpose was unclear. System, what is that gray option behind the large bottle? He inquired. The system promptly responded, returning to the host. This option allows for an upgrade of the shop once the points reach 1 million. All items within will be refreshed and advanced, resulting in entirely new enhanced products. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. An entirely new enhanced version. It sounded incredibly impressive. Continuing to browse, he discovered that even the S-rank ninjutsu had a gray button behind it, indicating that indeed everything could be upgraded. However, the consumption of points was exorbitantly high, an astonishing 1 million points. Yet, the more challenging it seemed, the more exhilarated Ling Feng became. The upgraded items would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. With that thought, a slightly fatigued Ling Feng drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, as he awoke and stretched, he noticed he felt remarkably rejuvenated. He had expected to feel somewhat sluggish after last night's exertion, but the contrast was astounding. What was going on? Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he noted his ever-handsome visage, now even more striking. He suddenly remembered that he had maxed out his talent points. So a night's rest would naturally restore him to peak condition, right? Wow, I am truly formidable. After a brief tidying up, Ling Feng prepared a bowl of noodles before setting off to the location he had determined the previous day. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Xianghong and Yuanyuan waiting for him with their small bags. When did you two arrive? Have you eaten? Ling Feng asked after a moment of surprise. Had he known they were waiting at the door, he would have certainly inquired if they had breakfast and cooked a bit more. This was the most basic of gentlemanly courtesies. It was no wonder the lowly girls in class held Ling Feng in such high regard. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Ling Feng's attention to detail was unparalleled. These young ones were simply no match for him. We've already eaten, had some dumplings, and there are a few left in the bag. Have you eaten, Ling Feng-kun? Xianghong spoke up. We weren't sure if you were awake, so we didn't knock, Yuanyuan added. Gazing at their youthful faces, Ling Feng felt a surge of happiness. It seems you both are more diligent than I am. Thank you for your kindness. But I have already eaten. Let us go, he replied with a smile, locking the door behind him as they proceeded forward. Meanwhile, Xianghong and Yuanyuan exchanged shy glances. Their cheeks slightly flushed as they stuck out their tongues at each other behind Ling Feng's back. His words had made them quite bashful. It's not that we're diligent. We just woke up early. We usually sleep in during school and have nearly been late several times. And so, the trio set off towards their destination. Approximately an hour later, the trio arrived at their destination. It was a small peak on the outskirts of the village. Situated at a safe distance, neither too far nor too close. The area was adorned with both mountains and water, boasting picturesque scenery. The children, often confined to the dullness of school and rarely able to venture out for leisure, were filled with joy. My apologies for our tardiness, came the voices of Kai, Kakashi, Asuma, and Obito, who arrived a bit late. It was evident they had formed a group. Kakashi, with his impassive expression, pointedly indicated Asuma and Obito, exposing their delay. Instantly, Asuma and Obito's faces flushed crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground, while they shot Kakashi a fierce glare, yet dared not act against him. Kakashi's reputation as a genius was well known throughout Konoha, and any confrontation would surely end in their defeat. At that moment, Asuma noticed that only Ling Feng was without a backpack and swiftly changed the subject. Ling Feng, you came without provisions? Surely you won't expect us to share our lunch later. That would be quite unreasonable. Asuma placed his hands on his hips, feigning reproach. Rest assured, I won't be asking you for anything. Ling Feng shrugged, displaying indifference. Just as Asuma was about to continue, Yuhi Kurenai and Waihai Akane stepped forward. If Ling Feng didn't bring anything, we shall cover his lunch. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was taken aback, not expecting them to come to his defense. Could it be that being handsome and charming grants one the privilege to act with impunity? The answer was a resounding yes. However, Asuma and Obito felt their hearts shatter, tears brimming in their eyes. What gives? Meanwhile, Ling Feng chuckled lightly. It's no trouble. I can manage my own lunch. Your bags are rather small. They likely won't hold much. At this age, you mustn't go hungry. Yuhi Kurenai and Waihai Akane clasped their hands together, visibly moved. Ling Feng, you are truly considerate. Ding. Host has received admiration. Reward, 2 points. Oh, is that how one earns points? Quite impressive. Ling Feng beamed, delighted to discover this new avenue for acquiring points. Though meager, it was a free gain, and one should never turn down such opportunities. Asuma and Obito, overwhelmed, felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, nearly choking on their frustration. How infuriating. The disparity is vast. You had such a splendid opportunity, and you rejected it without a second thought? Is our goddess so ordinary in your eyes? Yet, to their bewilderment, the goddesses seemed unfazed, still lauding him despite his outright refusal. As Asuma and Obito grappled with their confusion, they watched Yuhi Kurenai and Waihai Akane flanking Ling Feng, their vision dimming as they nearly swooned. Hey, are you two all right? Kai, noticing their distress, approached to offer support. Perhaps you skipped breakfast, and the climb has taken its toll, but will soon be at mealtime. A little sustenance will do wonders. Kakashi added from the side. Indeed, Kakashi exemplifies an unparalleled demeanor, exhibiting a maturity beyond his mere 5 years. As Ling Feng advanced, he noticed the situation with Asuma and Obito, prompting him to seek a spot near the stream to pause. Let us have our meal here, otherwise, you two will have to support each other throughout. Leaving no time for play, he remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the duo. The others readily concurred. Each person then retrieved their lunchboxes in preparation for the meal. However, Ling Feng alone rose and walked toward the stream. Observing this, Asuma and Obito felt a sense of relief. Being favored by the girls and still acting aloof. Let us see what you have for lunch. Enjoy your meal. Yet, despite this rejection, Hinata and Rin found themselves preoccupied with thoughts of Ling Feng. Thus, they followed him to the riverbank. Ling Feng, merely drinking water will not suffice. We truly have some extra dumplings. Please, have a few, Hinata offered, extending her lunchbox. Ling Feng smiled at her words. Since you've brought them, I shall indulge in two. Later, I shall share some delightful treats with you. Rin also presented her lunchbox, containing several sushi pieces. I made these myself. Ling Feng tasted a couple and gave a thumbs up. Quite delightful. Your skills are impressive. Hearing his praise brought joy to Hinata and Rin. This scene left Asuma and Obito filled with envy, rendering their sumptuous meals unappetizing. Consequently, Asuma approached, holding his lunchbox. Hinata, behold my luxurious bento, filled with delectable delights. Do try some? He exclaimed, casting furtive glances at Obito. Come on. What are you waiting for? Your goddess is about to be swept away. Gritting his teeth, Obito glanced at the unresponsive Kakashi and followed suit, clutching his own lunchbox. With both Kai and Kakashi remaining inactive, it effectively eliminated competition for Ling Feng. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Rin, this is a special Uchiha bento. A delicacy not even found in the Konoha eatery. Allow me to share some with you, Asuma said, his expression brimming with anticipation. Yet, Hinata and Rin shook their heads vigorously. This is your meal. How can we partake? Moreover, you both nearly fainted, indicating a need to replenish your strength. You should eat promptly. With that, Hinata and Rin returned to their meals. This left Asuma and Obito utterly dumbfounded. Surely, you cannot be indifferent to such exquisite food. Suddenly, a voice of surprise broke the silence. Ling Feng exclaimed, I've caught some fish. The group turned to see him approaching with 6 fish in hand. Fishing? Ha ha ha. Ling Feng, you are truly impressive. Out here in the wilderness, I wonder how you intend to eat them. Asuma laughed heartily, while the others wore expressions of skepticism. Indeed, without pots or pans, what would he do with the fish he had caught? Yet, disregarding the bewilderment of those around him, Ling Feng proceeded to gather stones and stack them, subsequently skewering the fish with twigs and arranging them atop the makeshift structure. This is hilarious, Ling Feng. Surely you don't intend to cook the fish using sunlight? Asuma continued to jest. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't help but chuckle as well. However, the rest of the spectators became intrigued, setting aside their bowls and chopsticks to witness the unfolding spectacle. Observing their reactions, Ling Feng let out a couple of cold laughs. What do you know? Just sit back and watch me showcase my skills. With that, he stepped back a few paces and began to form hand seals. At this moment, the entire audience fell silent. No way, this kid is actually forming hand seals. And they're seals I can't comprehend. Asuma was astonished, and Obito found himself at a loss for words. Both of them were akin to novices in a battle, struggling with their studies and lacking proficiency in ninjutsu. Thus, witnessing Ling Feng's fluid and intricate hand seals left them utterly astounded. Kakashi, on the other hand, wore a grave expression, though he was recognized as a prodigy in Konoha. Outwardly modest, he felt a surge of pride within. Yet, even such a prodigy had yet to master several decent C-rank techniques. However, the seals Ling Feng was performing were evidently complex. Even if they were C-rank, they would undoubtedly be offensive ninjutsu. What could it be? Would he truly succeed? Asuma and Obito were both pondering, convinced it was merely an act. Meanwhile, Yui Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba stared with wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a resounding whoosh, a massive fireball erupted from Ling Feng's mouth, engulfing the 6 fish within its fiery embrace. The blaze illuminated the faces of the onlookers, their eyes reflecting the shapes of dancing flames, each one wearing an expression of utter astonishment. This was a sight they had never witnessed at the Ninja Academy. Ding! Detected that someone is astonished and enamored with the host, earning 16 points. Haha! Grilling fish earns points too. How delightful. As the fireball dissipated, the crowd remained breathless, their astonishment palpable. Points surged again by 6, bringing the total to 24. Ling Feng then took a few steps forward, crouching before the grilled fish and inhaling deeply the tantalizing aroma. Quite exquisite. The timing is absolutely perfect. He then waved his hand to cool down the fish, allowing the savory scent to waft through the air. Soon, the sound of several people swallowing their saliva could be heard. Is a luxurious bento so impressive? Does Uchiha's specialty bento hold any significance? Here, we are still left with cold rations. Ling Feng mused, I have freshly grilled fish right here. The aroma wafted enticingly, drawing in Might Guy, whose mouth was practically watering. Upon lifting his gaze, Ling Feng was startled to find Might Guy's large nostrils greedily inhaling the delightful scent. Would you like some? Ling Feng inquired. Might Guy nodded vigorously, almost dislodging his head. I'll give you one. Go ahead and enjoy. But beware of the bones. As classmates, we must learn to share. Ling Feng is certainly not a stingy person. Thank you, Ling Feng. How considerate of you. I will surely finish every bite. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, offering genuine praise. Ding. Earned 2 points. Observing as Might Guy savored the grilled fish with delight, the others looked on enviously. The aroma of the grilled fish was simply irresistible. Finally, even the frosty Kakashi could not resist, approaching Ling Feng and saying, I will trade my food for yours. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. What a cool youth, how embarrassing. In the presence of deliciousness, all are equal. No need. Take a piece if you wish. We are classmates. So there's no need for such formality. With that, Ling Feng directly handed a skewer to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. He rarely engaged with Ling Feng or anyone else in the class. Until now, only Might Guy had sought him out for sparring and conversation. He had anticipated Ling Feng would hesitate. Yet the response was immediate and generous. Is this what friendship feels like? Thank you, Ling Feng. Ding. Earned 4 points. This left Ling Feng momentarily stunned. The same expressions of gratitude and admiration had resulted in 4 points from Kakashi. Perhaps it was because Kakashi seldom praised others, thus the points were doubled. Without waiting for the sunset-hued Sakura and the gentle Hinata to speak, Ling Feng handed 2 more skewers to them. I just enjoyed your food, so take these grilled fish. I hope you like them, Ling Feng said, revealing a radiant smile. This smile melted the hearts of Sakura and Hinata, filled with youthful admiration. Ding. Earned 40 points. Goodness. Is this the power of love? How impressive. Instantaneously, 40 points. What a delightful windfall. After distributing the food, Ling Feng found a stone to sit on and began to savor the fish, leaving Asuma and Uchiha Obito gazing wistfully, their mouths watering, unable to swallow. They too longed to partake, but considering their previous behavior towards Ling Feng, how could they ask? In comparison to the grilled fish in Ling Feng's possession, their luxurious bento and the unique Uchiha family meal seemed utterly bland, merely leftover rice. As for Ling Feng, he didn't spare them a glance. Want to eat? Dream on. After finishing, Ling Feng sighed contentedly and addressed everyone. Next time we go out, I will grill more for you. Wonderful. Ling Feng's grilled fish is truly delectable. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ding. Earned 8 points. Up to this point, Ling Feng had accumulated 80 points. He initially thought this point system would be challenging to navigate. Yet he had earned 80 points merely through a meal. What a thrill. Once he manages to obtain 100 points, he can exchange them for a high-quality item. Although I have yet to decide on a replacement, the accumulation of points ensures that I will not find myself wanting when the time comes. Having experienced a previous life, Ling Feng places considerable importance on wealth. Furthermore, with these points, nearly everything of value in this world can be exchanged. Next, it is time to rest and recuperate. At this moment, Ling Feng noticed Asuma and Obito rising to change their positions, prompting him to speak. You two, don't you have something to discuss with me? With this, all eyes turned towards them. Asuma shuddered and froze, while Obito recoiled, shrinking his neck. The others were bewildered. But Asuma and Obito were well aware of the situation. Just yesterday, they had boasted about giving Ling Feng a good beating. Yet witnessing his impressive fireball technique had rendered them hesitant to continue their challenge. I have nothing to say, Asuma stammered, scratching his head and feigning ignorance. Beside him, Obito kept his head down, too intimidated to speak. Oh really? Yet yesterday at the classroom door, you mentioned wanting to duel with me. Now that we're well-fed and energized, you two should be feeling revitalized as well, Ling Feng said nonchalantly while leaning against a rock. Fighting them would be akin to a father sparring with his son. The disparity in their levels was staggering. Campus rookie versus Konoha Jonin. Obito, sensing the overwhelming difference, immediately raised his hand, saying, "This is just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it seriously, Ling Feng." Asuma's face changed. His companion was a complete fool. He had been trying to play it cool, but Obito's admission had unwittingly confirmed their intent. What? Are you truly challenging Ling Feng? Don't you know that students are prohibited from fighting? Inuyama Rin and Yuhi Kurenai expressed their discontent immediately. With a sigh, Asuma hurriedly led Obito away. Remaining would only invite scolding. It's fine, Kurenai, Rin. They were merely jesting. I didn't take it to heart, Ling Feng reassured them. Upon hearing this, Rin and Kurenai relented. Ling Feng, if the opportunity arises, I would like to test my skills against you. Of course, it would only be a friendly spar, Kakashi said earnestly as he approached Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled lightly in response. That sounds good, but not right now. Let us head to school first. We will have our chance. All right, has everyone rested enough? Let us go soak in the hot springs, Ling Feng announced as he rose to address the group. Yes, yes. Soaking in the hot springs is the best. They cheered in unison. As they arrived at the hot spring facility and prepared to enter, Ling Feng suddenly halted, surprising the others. What's wrong, Ling Feng? Kurenai inquired with concern. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly. It's nothing. Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed past like the wind, startling everyone. Moments later, elite members of the Umbu were seen chasing after them. Clearly, there was an enemy incursion. What is going on? How could there be enemies here? The crowd was taken aback. They were merely students and had never encountered such a situation before, leaving them quite anxious. Quickly, return to the village. At that moment, a masked member of the Umbu appeared, commanding the group in a loud voice. Reluctantly, they could only comply, for they could not defy the orders of the Umbu. However, a voice resonated in Ling Feng's mind. Ding. System task initiated. Eliminate the Konoha spies. Reward, 100 points. Time limit, 1 hour. Oh, the system task had been activated. Yet, a mere 100 points seemed rather insufficient, especially considering that he had just earned 80 points from a meal. Nevertheless, 100 points were not to be ignored. Thus, Ling Feng hesitated. What's wrong, Ling Feng-kun? Did you forget something? Inori Lin immediately noticed his change in demeanor and inquired with concern. Yuhi Kurenai also paused, clearly focused on Ling Feng. Yes, I forgot something. You all should head back. I'll retrieve it. Ling Feng nodded and turned away. We'll go with you. Those enemies have retreated to the mountains. It's dangerous to go alone, Kurenai insisted. The others nodded in agreement. It's nothing. I'm just getting a small item. Ling Feng hesitated. He certainly wasn't going to retrieve anything. And how could he explain his absence? Yet his classmates were resolute in their decision, and despite feeling touched, Ling Feng felt a headache coming on. Eventually, he resigned himself to their company. These are not elite enemies. They can be dispatched easily, Ling Feng muttered under his breath as he walked ahead. What? The group looked at him, puzzled. It's nothing. Let us move quickly. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. With that, Ling Feng broke into a run, and the others closely followed. Before long, they arrived at the spot where they had dined. Ling Feng began to feign a search, though he was growing increasingly anxious. How could he manage this? To avoid suspicion, he had no choice but to retrace his steps. Although the system provided a route hint, Ling Feng could not afford to take a detour. Otherwise, how would he explain it? Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, the system indicated that the target location was drawing nearer. This signified that the enemy was approaching them. How audacious! Heaven offers a path, yet they choose to breach hell. Feigning ignorance, Ling Feng continued his search. But his focus was now on the swiftly approaching adversaries. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged, halting in front of the group. As they focused, everyone was left dumbfounded. The 3 individuals were members of the Konoha Umbu, yet they were drenched in blood, clearly bearing significant injuries. Moments later, the 3 enemies revealed themselves. The headbands on their foreheads indicated their affiliation with the Mist Ninja Village. How could it be that the Umbu, who had been pursuing them, were now on the defensive? How could this happen? No one could comprehend the situation, but Ling Feng understood all too well. The village of Mist is indeed an underestimated place, harboring many formidable ninjas. The 3 members of the Leaf's Umbu appear to be of lower rank, perhaps too complacent in the face of their adversaries, who seem rather unremarkable. However, fret not. For I am here. You shall all sit down obediently. Astonishingly, these foes are all skilled CHN. How infuriating. One of the Leaf's Umbu members muttered under his breath. Humph, Leaf ninjas are nothing extraordinary. I expected them to be more formidable, one enemy sneered. The 3 Umbu members huddled together in anxiety, gripping their kunai tightly. Yet blood continued to flow from their wounded arms, testament to their grievous injuries. Oh dear, how amusing it is to see so many little ones here. It would be a pity for such young lives to perish. Why not take them back to the village for training? We are in need of fresh talent. Yes, these youngsters seem like promising prospects. As for these 3 Leaf scum, let us dispose of them immediately. Seeing the advantageous situation, the Mist Ninjas brazenly decided the fate of their adversaries. Yet, the Umbu ninjas were far from cowardly, amidst their opponents' chatter. They resolved to launch a surprise attack in a bid to regain control. Alas, the disparity in strength was evident. The moment the 3 launched their assault, the enemy also sprang into action. Bang! The 3 Umbu members tumbled to the ground, each issuing cries of agony, their injuries exacerbated. TCH. Even on the brink of death, they refused to behave. One of the Mist Ninjas approached, brandishing a kunai with a menacing expression. However, the next moment, a stone struck his palm with precision. The kunai clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. Who did that? It was you, little brat. At last, all eyes turned to Ling Feng. Ling Feng, have you lost your mind? Mado Guy shouted in alarm. They are merely 5-year-old children. How dare they challenge CHN? Especially the Mist Ninja struck by Ling Feng, who wore a look of sheer astonishment. Little brat, it seems you wish to meet your end. With that, the ninja drew another kunai and charged at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, Waihai Kurenai, and Haruno Sakura screamed in unison. Yet, in the next instant, a low voice reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. Earth release, earth and fish. As Ling Feng spoke, the ground erupted with soil, giving rise to numerous humanoid figures made of mud. What is this? The enemy gasped in shock, yet continued to thrust his kunai towards Ling Feng. But at the moment of impact, Ling Feng's body transformed into earth, reappearing at another clone's location. This technique, akin to a fusion of shadow clone and substitution jutsu, allowed Ling Feng to switch places at will among the earthen doppelgangers. Such fluidity of movement resembled a fish gliding through water, thus earning the name earthen fish. Bang! Ling Feng, with unreserved ferocity, delivered a powerful kick that struck the enemy squarely in the waist. The unmistakable sound of bone snapping echoed through the air, accompanied by the enemy's anguished scream as he collapsed to the ground, too terrified to move. This was no ordinary strike. It was infused with chakra. Thus, the first ninja from the Mist Village to provoke Ling Feng was rendered utterly incapacitated on the spot. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, their jaws agape in disbelief. The two remaining Mist Village ninjas gaped, their mouths agog in shock. Could it be that this young prodigy from the Leaf Village was truly this formidable? Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai and her companions erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Wow, Ling Feng-kun is amazing. So strong, Ling Feng-kun." Ling Feng smiled faintly, contemplating the chakra-infused technique he had just executed, aware that it would deplete his chakra reserves. He waved his hand, signaling for modesty. "Ding, you have earned 20 points. Ling Feng's spirits lifted further upon hearing this. It seemed his display had indeed astonished the adversary. This was a worthwhile endeavor. Although this C-rank ninjutsu had consumed a significant amount of stamina and chakra, the 20 points made it a fair exchange. However, he realized that his chakra reserves were dwindling. A fireball jutsu before a meal was already taxing, and now he had unleashed a near B-rank C ninjutsu. His chakra was almost exhausted. This technique was undeniably powerful, yet its high chakra consumption hindered its potential to ascend to B-rank. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. Ling Feng had access to a super exchange shop. After all, it was merely chakra. He could purchase more. Now, who among you wishes to continue? As Ling Feng spoke, he entered the super exchange shop and exchanged 5 points for 5 small bottles of chakra recovery potions. Given his limited chakra, utilizing intermediate or advanced potions would result in wastage. According to his calculations, consuming 2 small bottles would be sufficient for complete recovery. As Ling Feng's words fell, everyone's gaze shifted to the incapacitated enemy. The 2 remaining ninjas from the Mist Village exchanged glances, clearly communicating silently. What an opportunity! Ling Feng, undeterred, quickly uncorked the chakra potions and downed 2 bottles in swift succession. Instantly, he felt his stamina surge back, and his chakra was replenished. Yash! Let us keep the momentum going. Little brat, who would have thought you possessed some skill? However, that was merely our oversight. We certainly want to grant you another chance. You're merely a child. How much chakra can you possibly possess? Do you think a simple Doton technique can intimidate us? It was evident that the 2 enemies had reached a consensus through their silent exchange. To them, Ling Feng was merely posturing. A 5-year-old. Utilizing a few shadow clones was one thing, but to initiate with C-rank ninjutsu was an audacious display of bravado, as if he thought chakra was limitless. However, Ling Feng merely grinned at their remarks, thinking, impressive. You've caught on. Now what shall I do? Observing Ling Feng's playful demeanor, the 2 ninjas from the Mist Village felt a sense of foreboding settle within them. Why do I feel as though I've been ensnared? Yet, at this moment, it seems I can only trust my instincts. Let us unite and see how long this little brat can endure. With that, the 2 adversaries launched their assault. Observing this, Ling Feng remained motionless. A successful strike. This little rascal is still putting on airs, even when faced with demise. The classmates gasped in alarm. Ling Feng, you must flee. However, the next scene left everyone in stunned silence. With a soft thud, Ling Feng transformed into a wooden stump. What? A substitution technique. When did that happen? How bizarre. I didn't even see him form any seals. The 2 paused, scanning their surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Where the hell did this little brat go? He must have fled. One gritted his teeth. Let us disregard this brat and swiftly eliminate those 3 umbu. Then take the remaining brat with us. The other suggested. Indeed. We shouldn't linger here. That little rascal makes me uneasy. The 2 then turned toward Xianhong and her companions. But in that fleeting moment of separation, Ling Feng made his move. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. With a low shout, Ling Feng emerged from beneath one's feet, dragging the enemy into the earth. Following this, a swift kick struck the man's head, rendering him unconscious and devoid of combat capability. What? When did you dive into the ground? The last remaining mist ninja's eyes nearly bulged in terror. Ling Feng dusted off the dirt from his clothes, chuckling, "This is no concern of yours." Realizing he was now alone, fear gripped the man, causing his legs to tremble. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, the last enemy dashed toward Zion Hong and Yuan Yelin, pressing a kunai against their throats. "Little brat, I advise you to refrain from any rash actions, otherwise I shall slay both of them." The enemy glared fiercely at Ling Feng, vigilantly watching his every move. This terrified Zion Hong and Yuan Yelin. Even Kakashi and Might Guy were taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Hong Lin, this Ling Feng Kuan, quickly devised a plan to save them. Even Kakashi, startled, instinctively turned to Ling Feng for help. Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng's brow furrowed deeply. "I strongly suggest you release them at once. Otherwise, I shall kill you outright." Previously, Ling Feng had merely incapacitated the other two for easier interrogation. However, this man's actions had clearly provoked him, daring to threaten him in plain sight. He must be tired of living. "Humph. Even now, you continue to act tough? Your friends' lives are in my hands." "Ha. One life for two. Not a bad trade." The enemy reveled in his perceived cleverness. Believing himself far more astute than his two companions, even if he were to perish, he could drag two others down with him. "It seems you are determined," Ling Feng said in a chilling tone. The enemy shuddered at his words, yet emboldened by the hostage in his grasp, he declared, "Stop pretending. I dare you to come closer. Clear the way immediately, or I shall take action." "Oh, do give it a try," Ling Feng replied with a cold smirk. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate? Very well. I shall demonstrate." With that, the enemy raised his kunai, seemingly ready to strike. Observing the unfolding scene, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking, "What a fool." Just as the kunai was about to meet its mark, another Ling Feng emerged from behind the adversary, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. "Let us see if you can survive this. I shall send you to your demise." The enemy soared through the air, uttering incredulous cries of "Nanny." "Shadow clone, when did that happen? Curious to know? Perhaps in your next life." Ling Feng retorted, unleashing fire release, great fireball technique. As the flames dissipated, only the acrid stench of charred remnants lingered in the air, a pungent assault on the senses. Ding. Earn 16 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 100 points. A satisfied smile graced Ling Feng's lips. What a fruitful endeavor this has been. After deducting the 5 points spent on a small chakra potion, he found himself with 211 points at his disposal. With such reserves, the arrival of further enemies posed no threat. The dense woods provided ample opportunity for strategy, permitting him to engage in a war of attrition without fear. The 211 points could be exchanged for chakra potions, allowing Ling Feng to execute 105 B-rank ninjutsu, 210 C-rank ninjutsu, or 420 D-rank ninjutsu, enough to leave any foe trembling in dread. Contemplating the 3 remaining chakra potions in his possession, he resolved to administer them to the 3 incapacitated members of the Konoha Anbu. Given the dubious circumstances surrounding their capture, it was prudent to ensure they regained consciousness to address the aftermath of this encounter. Of course, this would be done discreetly. Addressing his companions, he instructed, "Please examine the condition of these 3 enemies while I check on the Anbu members." With unwavering trust in Ling Feng's prowess, having witnessed the remarkable feat of a mere 5-year-old single-handedly defeating 3 opponents, they complied without question. Producing the small chakra potions, Ling Feng guided each of them to consume one. These potions not only replenished chakra, but also restored physical stamina, sufficient to rouse them from their stupor. Though lacking Ling Feng's extraordinary talents, their recovery would not be as swift. As he rose, a few of his comrades who had been checking on the enemies approached him. "Ling Feng, 1 is dead, 2 are unconscious. What shall we do?" "I prefer to avoid entanglement in such troubles." "What about you?" Ling Feng countered. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately expressed their desire to refrain from involvement. All were merely 5 years of age, and naturally, such occurrences instilled profound fear within them, leading to their complete agreement with Ling Feng's sentiments. When the members of the Konoha Anbu awoke, they unanimously declared that someone had passed by to rescue them, with no further details to share. Faced with a group of 5-year-olds, the Anbu members had no choice but to accept this account and took the remaining 2 survivors away. By this time, dusk had fallen. And after such a thrilling encounter, everyone was utterly exhausted, returning home to rest. Ling Feng, It seems we are headed the same way. Why not go together? Said Akatsuki Red as she approached Ling Feng. Not to be outdone, Yu and Yalin stepped forward from the other side. We're headed the same way too. Are we really? Ling Feng thought, aware of their underlying intentions. He smiled faintly. Is that so? If so, let us proceed together. If Asuma and Obito were present, they would surely be infuriated. What a nonsense. Your homes are not even in the same direction. Thus, the weekend swiftly passed. Back home, Ling Feng endeavored to experience as many B and C rank ninjutsu as possible. This endeavor consumed a significant 20 points, necessitating the purchase of 20 bottles of chakra potions. Otherwise, his current state would have left him utterly drained. However, through this rigorous utilization of chakra, Ling Feng sensed a marked enhancement in his chakra reserves. Indeed, relentless training is the finest means of advancement. Presently, Ling Feng was lacking in chakra quantity, but if he continued along this path, he would soon attain the chakra reserves characteristic of a genin. As a new day dawned, Ling Feng rose, prepared to depart for school, only to find Asuma and Obito along with a group of followers stationed at his doorstep. The presence of even such incompetence with their own entourage suggested their formidable backgrounds and identities. What is the meaning of this? Ling Feng leaned against the wall, picking his nose. You scoundrel! Don't think that mastering the great fireball technique makes you impressive. Only members of the Uchiha clan can truly wield the great fireball technique, Asuma declared, pointing accusingly at Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied, So what? You're knowledgeable about the great fireball technique. If you wish to study it, seek out the Uchiha clan. I have school to attend. Kindly clear the way, he said, shoving Asuma aside and striding out. Witnessing this scene, Obito, who had been silent until now, was incensed. What do you mean by Uchiha? Aren't you one of us? Ling Feng truly exhibited a lack of regard. Ling Feng, today, the school will conduct practical tests. We will be divided into groups for one-on-one and wheel battles. I shall show you what a true great fireball looks like. Obito shouted from behind. Ling Feng, however, did not turn around, responding indifferently. Oh, that sounds delightful. Truly, the petulance and pretense of children? I can hardly be bothered with your childish antics. Today, Akatsuki Red and Yu and Yalin were absent, but Ling Feng understood. On a typical Monday, most individuals tend to indulge in slumber, rendering it the day with the highest incidence of tardiness. As the class commenced, a teacher of intermediate rank entered the room. I am Mukuzu, one of your practical training instructors for this semester. Today, we shall engage in a combat assessment to evaluate your grasp of theoretical knowledge. Everyone follow me. With the teacher's command, the students in the classroom erupted with excitement. After prolonged exposure to theoretical concepts, their ears had become desensitized. At last, they were to engage in hands-on practice. The students rose and made their way to the playground. Ling Feng noticed Asuma and Itachi, both wearing mischievous grins, and shook his head disdainfully. Such childish antics. It was hardly surprising that they were privy to the day's curriculum, considering their influential connections. But so what? Regardless of the schemes they concocted, Ling Feng remained unfazed. Two fools together only compounded their foolishness. As for the great fireball technique, Itachi, if you manage to produce sparks exceeding 1 centimeter today, tears of joy will surely stream down your face. I know your types too well. Upon reaching the playground, Teacher Mukuzu continued, Everyone, divide into 2 groups, then take your positions for one-on-one battles, followed by a team relay match. The rules are simple. In a one-on-one duel, the victor is declared the winner. In the team relay, once one person wins, they can choose to remain or withdraw for a substitute. The match concludes when all members of one team are either defeated or withdrawn. Pay attention, as the results of this competition will be recorded as part of your grades. As soon as the training instructor's words fell, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. What? The results of this competition will affect our grades? How daunting. What shall we do? We must find a weaker opponent. But what if they refuse to accept? Amidst the students' chatter, the training instructor spoke again. You have 3 minutes to find an opponent. If you fail to do so, I will assign one for you. Instantly, the clamor among the students intensified. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed the increasingly sinister expressions on Asuma and Itachi's faces. It seemed they were indeed plotting something. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Ling Feng stepped forward and addressed Asuma. I choose you. Do you dare to accept? He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that all surrounding students could hear. Asuma was taken aback, clearly caught off guard by Ling Feng's audacious provocation. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Asuma hesitated, anxiety gnawing at him. If he had never witnessed Ling Feng's prowess, It might have been one thing, but the memory of yesterday's fireball was still vivid in his mind, echoing ominously. What to do? Just then, time was called. Those without an opponent, I will assign one. The training instructor's gaze fell upon Asuma, standing opposite Ling Feng, and thus they became a team. Ling Feng flashed a smile at Asuma before turning and merging into the crowd. Next, we delve into the composition of the team will battle. It is evident that those who usually have companions have found their respective teams, leaving only a few individuals who seldom engage with others. Among them are Kakashi and Ling Feng, who are relatively reticent. However, there exists a distinct contrast between Kakashi and Ling Feng. Although Ling Feng has yet to assume a position, none of the girls in the class have positioned themselves either. What are they waiting for? The gazes of Asuma, Obito, and a multitude of boys have shifted towards Ling Feng. From this moment forth, Ling Feng has become the target of the entire male class. Ling Feng-kun, since yesterday, I have been eager to test your prowess. Hence I have selected your opposing team, Kakashi suddenly remarked. But you must believe me, my choice of Asuma and Obito was not out of preference. I merely wished to engage you in a duel. Ling Feng nodded, acknowledging, all right, I understand. Kakashi, who would later be heralded as a genius of Konoha, certainly deemed himself above associating with the likes of Asuma and Obito, whom he considered inferior. Beside him, my guy was equally enthusiastic. Yet he took the time to elucidate his intentions to Ling Feng before finalizing his camp selection. However, Ling Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary to fuss over it. Soon enough, Asuma's group was filled to capacity. Consequently, the remaining individuals formed the opposing team. Observing the members of Ling Feng's group, the practical instructor could not help but scratch his head, appearing quite perplexed. Indeed, he was in a quandary, for aside from Ling Feng, the entire team comprised females. Thus, Ling Feng felt the envious and jealous stares from the boys in the class. In response, Ling Feng shrugged in resignation, thinking to himself, come on. I stood until the end and was compelled to choose this faction. Is it my fault that my charm and luck are so profound? Yet, with others possessing their own free will, Ling Feng found himself powerless to alter their perceptions. After all, he could not simply go up and slap each of them, as that would be excessively arrogant. At the very least, he ought to wait until the instructor was absent before taking any action. As a person who has completed compulsory education, Ling Feng holds the values of respect for teachers in high regard. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was diligently signing and stamping documents, while beside him, Minato Namikaze quietly observed, ostensibly to learn, though in reality, it was merely for show. Although the third Hokage had indicated plans to designate Minato as his successor, no one could ascertain how long that would take. Thus, Minato remained merely a subordinate to the third Hokage. Minato, what are your thoughts on the matter of yesterday's spy capture? Having completed his tasks, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up to inquire. Upon hearing this, Minato pondered for a moment before responding. I believe this situation is complex. It was certainly orchestrated by someone present. Oh, are you suggesting that the handful of 5-year-old children present were instrumental in defeating the adversary? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Minato affirmed with a nod. Hiruzen chuckled and then closed the file he had been holding. Very well. Let us pay a visit to the ninja school and observe those children. Faced with the third Hokage's sudden decision, Minato was taken aback. Lord Third Hokage, are we truly going just like this? Shouldn't we at least notify someone first? Considering the issues of identity and the recent espionage concerns, Minato Namikaze felt a tinge of unease. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi nonchalantly remarked, what do we have to fear? Reluctantly, Minato acquiesced and followed him out. Nevertheless, Hiruzen was correct. Both possessed the strength of a Hokage, making any assassination attempts futile. As Hiruzen and Minato prepared to depart for the Ninja Academy, the competition on the playground officially commenced. Naturally, it proceeded in order, with Ling Feng and Asuma scheduled towards the end of the lineup. Ling Feng, feeling somewhat bored, stifled a yawn as his classmates engaged in the most rudimentary ninjutsu and combat techniques, such as shadow clone and substitution jutsu. The arena was filled with the persistent sound of poofs as smoke erupted, and identical techniques were repeatedly employed. It was unclear whether the instructor had grown tired of the display, but Ling Feng felt himself drifting towards slumber. Finally, it was Kakashi's turn. His opponent was a top-performing student in the class who, evidently, harbored a strong desire to prove himself by challenging the prodigy Kakashi. Ling Feng staunchly supported Kakashi, well aware of his true genius. In contrast, while the opponent ranked high in class, his skills were merely foundational. The battle commenced, and within a mere 20 seconds, it concluded. Kakashi employed a single earth release technique that elevated the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. After all, how often had these students witnessed authentic ninjutsu? As the crowd erupted in cheers, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to see two figures approaching in the distance. Despite the separation, he recognized the attire of the leading individual, an unmistakable Hokage cloak and mantle, symbolizing the leader of Konohagakure. The current leader was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the blonde figure accompanying him could only be Minato Namikaze. It was puzzling why they had suddenly arrived, especially since it appeared that the academy was entirely unaware of their presence. Could it be related to the events of the previous day? Ling Feng pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Although the purpose of the third Hokage's visit remained unclear, it was evident that the entire school was oblivious. Otherwise, teachers would surely have come out to greet him. What was this? A covert inspection? Yet, their attire hardly suggested such an intention. Nonetheless, the students and teachers remained oblivious, and only Ling Feng's keen perception allowed him to notice. After all, both were individuals of legendary caliber, possessing exceptional abilities to conceal their presence. Ah well, better to focus on the immediate matters at hand, as it was soon Ling Feng's turn. Considering that the third Hokage was Asuma's father, Ling Feng contemplated whether to hold back a bit, not out of respect for the Hokage's dignity, but rather to avoid drawing undue attention from the higher echelons of Konoha for the time being. Ling Feng was not one to invite trouble, unless, of course, it was trouble brought upon him by others. At last, it was Ling Feng's turn to face Asuma. The arena erupted with cheers, reminiscent of the excitement surrounding Kakashi's team in times past. The crowd's attention was predominantly directed at Asuma, not out of admiration, but rather with the anticipation of mischief. Asuma's performance in class had been rather mediocre, while Ling Feng's recent display of prowess had already spread like wildfire among their peers, thanks to the tales spun by Yuhi Kurenai and Haruno Lin. Furthermore, with Ling Feng personally issuing a challenge, this confrontation had morphed into a spectacle. I advise you to act honestly and refrain from underhanded tactics, Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. Though meant as a caution, to Asuma, it sounded more like a threat. Who do you think you are? I will strike however I please. What, are you afraid? Asuma retorted with a sneer. Despite harboring some trepidation facing Ling Feng, he was prepared for the encounter. Sighing, Ling Feng recognized that Asuma's demeanor suggested he was indeed plotting something. I want to go easy on you just because your father is watching, he murmured. The two exchanged bows and retreated a few steps, readying themselves for battle. Ling Feng-kun, give it your all, came the encouraging shouts from Yuhi Kurenai and Haruno Lin. Ling Feng smiled in response, focusing his gaze on Asuma. Their eyes locked, and Asuma felt an unmistakable pressure that made him increasingly uncomfortable. This was the disparity born of confidence. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene with a furrowed brow. With his prowess, he quickly discerned his son's apprehension and grew increasingly intrigued by Ling Feng. That boy over there. He must be one of the children who were attacked yesterday, Hiruzen mused, recalling the photographs from the report. Indeed, nodded Minato Namikaze. He is an orphan, having lost his parents at a young age, relying on the village for support, and has led an unremarkable life, achieving nothing noteworthy. Is that so? Yet, I sense he is far from ordinary. Just a single glance, and he has managed to unsettle Asuma. Such confidence and pressure cannot possibly originate from a mere 5-year-old. Hiruzen remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Minato added, Kakashi, from the same class, is exceptionally talented as well, hailed as the genius of the new generation. Anyone who competes against him feels a sense of unease merely from making eye contact. Ah, it seems we are on the brink of welcoming two prodigies to our village. Hiruzen chuckled. However, we will only discern the truth once the battle concludes. At last, Asuma could no longer contain himself. If he waited any longer, the sweat on his brow would become uncontrollable. Damn it, how can this little brat exude such overwhelming pressure? He thought. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With that, Asuma opted to summon his shadow clones. Ling Feng observed the action with indifference. How juvenile. This is nothing more than the opening gambit of a child. Ling Feng felt a profound sense of disappointment as he beheld Asuma's initial move, which extinguished any desire to continue the match. Do not ignore me, you scoundrel. Asuma, witnessing Ling Feng's inaction, erupted in fury, raising his hand alongside his shadow clone to hurl for shuriken. In response, Ling Feng remained unfazed, casually taking a few steps to evade Asuma's projectiles with remarkable ease. This spectacle astonished the onlookers. Could it be true that Ling Feng possessed such strength? It was evident that Asuma had prepared extensively for this contest, exerting all his might as he released the shuriken. The students present thought to themselves that had they been in his position, they would never have displayed such nonchalance. After all, those were shuriken, and a single misstep could lead to severe injury. Who would dare to be so utterly confident in their ability to avoid being struck? Yet, Ling Feng displayed that confidence, evading 4 shuriken with merely 3 steps. The expression of the third Hokage grew solemn. This Ling Feng was far stronger than he had anticipated. Even Kakashi, that boy, would at least have made some evasive maneuvers, yet Ling Feng seemed to possess unwavering confidence in his ability to dodge. Tobirama Senju remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the third Hokage's assessment. You cannot surpass me. Your speed is insufficient. Admit your defeat now. I have no desire to engage further, Ling Feng stated calmly. He was certain that from their distance, the third Hokage and Tobirama could not hear him. However, Asuma, unwilling to concede, cast a glance towards the nearby Kurenai Yuhi. His fists clenched in determination. I shall not surrender. My assault is far from over. With that declaration, Asuma suddenly unleashed 8 shuriken, moving with blinding speed, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound, like something soaring through the air. Ling Feng's heart sank at the sight. The third Hokage and Tobirama, not far away, grew tense. They recognized the perilous nature of the projectiles. Those are explosive tags, Ling Feng thought, and sensed. How could he resort to such measures in a mere sparring match? Faced with the explosive tags, Ling Feng had no choice but to assume a defensive stance before rolling to the ground, narrowly evading the ensuing chaos. Boom, boom, boom. An eruption of explosions filled the arena with thick clouds of smoke, leaving even the training instructor dumbfounded. He could scarcely fathom that a simple training exercise would escalate to the use of explosive tags, devices typically reserved for the battlefield and assassination missions. According to regulations, such items could only be wielded by ch-nin and above, with explicit permission from the village. In short, these were contraband. As the smoke billowed, Asuma could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Ling Feng, let's see how you evade this. What was he thinking? The third Hokage's forehead twitched with rising anger. Regardless of the outcome, his reputation for lax discipline was now inescapable. As the scene unfolded, Tobirama Senju prepared to employ the body flicker technique to intervene. At the very moment of action, Minato Namikaze sensed something amiss and halted abruptly. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe yourself formidable by employing such excessive tactics? Yet, in the next instant, Ling Feng's laughter resonated through the thick smoke, causing the chaotic arena to fall into an eerie silence. Asuma widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could this be? Those were 8 explosive tags. How could it not be possible? Explosive tags are indeed powerful, but alas, you are utterly unworthy of wielding them, for you are simply too weak. Upon uttering these words, Ling Feng swiftly emerged from the smoke, confronting Asuma directly. Come. Allow me to demonstrate what true explosion entails. Ling Feng was genuinely incensed. If it had merely been a provocation, he could have chosen to ignore it, dismissing it as mere juvenile temper tantrums. However, the use of explosive tags was tantamount to attempted murder. Had it not been for Ling Feng's unparalleled strength, surpassing even that of a ch-nin, he might have already met his demise. To ensure his own safety, Ling Feng expended his chakra by casting 2 earth walls in rapid succession, depleting his reserves entirely. Thus, amidst the smoke, he procured 5 small vials of chakra potions, consuming 2 to restore his chakra before making his appearance. As Asuma gazed at Ling Feng, his pupils dilated in shock. His trump card had been those 8 explosive tags. Yet they were rendered utterly ineffective. As despair enveloped his heart, it was now Ling Feng's turn to strike. With a resounding thud, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful kick, sending Asuma sprawling beyond the arena's boundaries. Observing this scene, the training instructor quickly reacted, exclaiming, Asuma is out. The battle is over. Ling Feng is victorious. Asuma sighed in relief, despite the excruciating pain from the kick, grateful that he would no longer endure further punishment. Yet, Ling Feng had no intention of halting his onslaught. In the next moment, he exchanged 20 points for 20 small explosive tags. This is what true explosion looks like. With that, Ling Feng invoked the technique Earth Release, Fish in the Ground. Asuma and Obito had left early the previous day, completely unaware that Ling Feng possessed a repertoire of ninjutsu far beyond their expectations. In their minds, he was only capable of the Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Little did they know, Ling Feng's abilities far exceeded those of anyone in this world. He simply did not wish to reveal too much at this juncture. Otherwise, He could have dispatched Asuma with an endless array of combinations. In an instant, the range of fish in the ground enveloped both himself and Asuma. What? The release range of fish in the ground can be so expansive? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this was the result of Ling Feng consuming a total of 3 chakra potions. He swiftly drank the remaining 2 vials, preparing for his next move. As fish in the ground activated, Ling Feng felt a surge within him, transforming into earth before reappearing right in front of Asuma. All 20 explosive tags adhered perfectly to Asuma's body. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of everyone present soared to their throats, particularly for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who felt an overwhelming urge to shout out. After all, that was indeed his son. The tension was palpable as Namikaze Minato prepared his body flicker technique, ready to spring into action to rescue. Explode. Bang. 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 In that very instant, the explosive tags detonated. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the playground, accompanied by the crackling sounds of flames, which startled the 5-year-old students. Ding. Earned 68 points. However, Ling Feng was not as elated as before. The reason was simple. Minato had intervened, pulling Asuma back from the brink of death. Despite Minato's swift response, Ling Feng had activated the explosive tags with remarkable speed. Consequently, when Asuma was retrieved, he bore numerous charred marks, yet at least he was alive. Ling Feng, your strike was too harsh, Minato remarked, cradling Asuma in his arms as he approached Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, it was merely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Upon hearing this, Minato was rendered speechless. Thus, the matter concluded with Asuma being suspended from school for a week. After conveying this, Minato departed with Asuma. Ling Feng turned to find the 3rd Hokage had also vanished. Clearly, they needed to hasten Asuma's recovery. Ling Feng remained expressionless, unconcerned about the potential repercussions of his actions. The 3rd Shinobi World War was imminent. While others may have been oblivious, the higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, were acutely aware of the situation. Konoha required a plethora of talent. Thus, Ling Feng felt no anxiety regarding the consequences of his deeds. He believed that his own sentiments were far more deserving of preservation than the injury of a mere laggard. After Asuma's exit, silence enveloped the arena. Following a brief pause, the students erupted into cheers. That was so cool. Ling Feng is amazing. What was that earth release technique? So impressive. The instructor, realizing the need to redirect the students' focus, quickly urged them to continue with their matches. Soon, the one-on-one contest concluded, paving the way for the team will battle. As both sides took their positions, Ling Feng cast a glance at the silent Obito, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward. I'll go first. The opposing team was taken aback by Ling Feng's boldness. This guy is a big boss. How do we fight him? Ling Feng, you must have exhausted a tremendous amount of chakra just now. You should rest. Yes. And without Asuma, we can handle this. Right, Ling Feng. You should take a break. The girls expressed their concern for Ling Feng. With a slight smile, he reassured them. I'm fine, really. Afterward, Ling Feng turned to Obito. Now it's your turn. You must have prepared something as well. At Ling Feng's words, Obito's expression became serious. Subsequently, Ling Feng noticed that Obito had concealed his hand within his sleeve, clearly indicating his hidden card. Obito, if you possess the courage, step forward and face me. Ling Feng understood that what they had brought with him was certainly beyond the capabilities of his teammates, thus he had to take the initiative, otherwise someone else would be harmed on his behalf. With Ling Feng calling him out, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to emerge. Ling Feng, you are exceedingly arrogant. That last battle must have exhausted your chakra, so I shall not hold back. Obito gazed at Ling Feng, his expression resolute, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. Ling Feng shrugged indifferently, stating, feel free to strike. From this moment onward, should I take a step back, it will be deemed my defeat. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Particularly, the boys from Obito's team were seething with frustration. How could he regard them with such disdain? Although they might not possess Ling Feng's prowess, this was a team battle. If one could not prevail, surely a multitude could. Furthermore, Ling Feng's side consisted solely of female members, whose combat capabilities could hardly match an all-male team. Did Ling Feng truly believe he could contend against them all alone? Unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng had already anticipated their thoughts with clarity and precision. With a confident stance, he thrust his hands into his pockets and declared loudly, I am aware that you feel aggrieved. Thus, I advise you to act while your team remains intact. Upon hearing this, the opponents erupted in outrage. Humph. Ling Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think we are easy prey? I refuse to believe that so many cannot defeat you. Just wait. I will show you what it means to be humbled. The instructor, upon hearing this, felt a sense of foreboding. This was undoubtedly a recipe for chaos. Why were this year's students so ferocious? The instructor was already flustered due to Asuma's injury. If anything further occurred, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Within moments, Ling Feng sought to challenge an entire squad, transforming what should have been a team battle into a free-for-all. If the school were to find out, would he still retain his position as an instructor? Hey. This is a team battle. You are not permitted to attack collectively, the instructor shouted. Yet soon his voice was drowned out by the youthful clamors of the students. There was little he could do. Ling Feng had unwittingly incited the ire of the masses, making it difficult for the instructor to maintain order. This was the world of ninjas, where beyond fundamental theoretical knowledge, real combat ensued, and these young individuals were easily provoked. In truth, Ling Feng had no need for such escalation. It was merely a confrontation with Obito, and there was no necessity to involve his classmates. However, Ling Feng had noticed someone observing him from a distance. Without a doubt, it was someone dispatched by the third Hokage, likely a member of the Umbu. Ling Feng surmised that the third Hokage intended to assess his true strength. If one were a prodigy like Kakashi, the events of today would be easily forgiven, yet certainly, different decisions would ensue, as one cannot simply act as if nothing transpired. However, if one lacks such prowess, then they must brace themselves, for troubles will undoubtedly descend upon them. The third Hokage would certainly devise a means to restore his dignity. Having witnessed his own son being struck down before him, though unspoken, it is undeniable that discomfort lingers in the third Hokage's heart. Ultimately, we are all human. As long as one breathes, selfish emotions will arise, and the matter of face will inevitably weigh heavily. And this is especially true for the Hokage. In light of this, Ling Feng felt no hesitation. Since he was already targeted, he might as well make a grand spectacle of it. Curious to know the extent of my capabilities, are you? Well then, prepare to be astonished. System. Expend 100 points to exchange for the basic Byakugan. System. Expend 100 points to exchange for the basic Sage Body. Before causing a ruckus, Ling Feng gritted his teeth and spent 200 points to acquire a bloodline limit and a Sage Body, albeit both in their basic forms. While not overwhelmingly powerful, they were more than sufficient to deal with this group of young rascals. Naturally, it would also leave the Umbu members who were monitoring him utterly flabbergasted. Ding. Byakugan activation successful. First-time user detected, granting a 1-hour limited experience of the basic Byakugan. Ding. Sage Body activation successful. First-time user detected, granting a 1-hour limited experience of the basic Sage Body. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled. This system is truly a timely blessing. What a show. Both the basic Byakugan and Sage Body can fulfill their intended purposes, albeit with effects that may not be immediately apparent. The term basic suggests a level that is inherently higher than that of the fundamental, and thus, the effects will be somewhat more pronounced. The Byakugan serves to observe the movements and trails of adversaries, while the Sage Body possesses enhanced vitality and life force. During the impending group battle, Ling Feng could not guarantee an opportunity to consume chakra potions, hence his decision to exchange for the Sage Body to prolong his vitality, ensuring greater endurance and more chances to utilize chakra potions. Now that the system has granted him the initial version, the effects will undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Consequently, this will result in a one-sided massacre. Even if the training instructor intervenes, it would be akin to handing over a gift. And even a few Umbu Jonin would not intimidate Ling Feng. Having expended 200 points, he now retained 54 points. Ling Feng perused the exchange shop, discovering options for basic kunai, basic shuriken, and basic chakra potions, as well as explosive tags. With such items at his disposal, Ling Feng could freely showcase his prowess. There were also ninjutsu scrolls available, albeit at a slightly higher cost. C-rank ninjutsu scrolls cost 5 points, B-rank 50 points, and A-rank a steep 100 points. However, the added note indicated that they could be reused 5 times, with no cooldown. This revelation rendered them less expensive in light of their potential for repeated use. Truly an exceptional boon. Imagine wielding a ninjutsu scroll to unleash a barrage of attacks. To onlookers, it would appear as instantaneous casting. Ling Feng could vividly envision the astonished expressions of those around him. Although his current points were insufficient, a brief display would surely change that. With everything in place, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Shi Rihong and Yuan Yilin finally grasped the situation, startled by the overwhelming reactions of the numerous boys surrounding them. Ling Feng, we should leave quickly, one urged. Yes, there are so many of them, the other echoed. The remaining girls were equally terrified, their legs trembling and faces pale. They had never encountered such a terrifying scene before. Yet Ling Feng grasped the hands of the two girls and offered a gentle smile. No need to run. Do you both trust me? As they gazed upon Ling Feng's youthful yet resolute visage, coupled with the depth in his eyes, Shi Rihong and Yuan Yilin found themselves momentarily mesmerized. Unbeknownst to them, an unexpected surge of courage filled their hearts. Where did this newfound bravery stem from? Was it from Ling Feng's warm hands, or his captivatingly profound gaze? They could not discern the source, yet their hearts had already made a decision. Ling Feng, I choose to believe in you. One declared. Indeed, I believe in you too. The other affirmed. Under their influence, all the girls gradually echoed, Ling Feng, we also choose to believe in you. In that instant, their youthful voices harmonized, vowing to stand united behind Ling Feng in solidarity. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by the boys across from them, their eyes reddening with indignation. They often said that a rabbit does not munch on the grass near its burrow, yet this boy seemed to devour it all in one go. How could they endure such insolence? Uchiha Obito, infuriated by Yuan Yilin's adoring gaze directed at Ling Feng, stepped forward and bellowed, Ling Feng, prepare to meet your end. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng swiftly raised his hand, positioning himself protectively in front of the girls. Step back. Do not let the innocent suffer. Thus, under Uchiha Obito's leadership, chaos erupted. The training instructor was left dumbfounded, never anticipating that the worst-case scenario would indeed unfold. Once he regained his senses, he hurried off to seek assistance from other instructors, overwhelmed by the sheer number of students. After the instructor departed, Ling Feng took action, facing his numerous classmates. He wore an impassive expression, revealing no intention of holding back. Those daring to challenge him would face the consequences. Ultimately, he aimed to leave them battered and bruised. Charge! A throng of students lunged at Ling Feng, an array of fists descending upon him. Earth style shadow clone. Ling Feng unleashed a technique akin to the shadow clone, but far superior, capable of boundless displacement within a designated area. Bang, bang, bang. Each time Ling Feng vanished from one spot only to reappear elsewhere, another student would soar into the air before crashing down with a thud, leaving them bruised and battered. Kakashi, observing this scene, stood frozen, unsure of how to intervene. He had intended to challenge Ling Feng, but never envisioned it unfolding in such a manner. Suddenly, Ling Feng materialized before Kakashi. Help me with something. Kakashi was taken aback. Even with his typically aloof demeanor, he found himself at a loss in Ling Feng's presence. This so-called coolness was merely a fade, a reflection of superiority that left others hesitant to approach. Yet, Ling Feng's prowess eclipsed Kakashi's, rendering him a mere stranger in comparison. You wish to challenge me, did you not? Your opportunity has arrived. Rally them together, strike at me, and devise a means to defeat me. Upon uttering these words, Ling Feng transformed into a cloud of dirt, shifting to a new position. With a thud, he sent two individuals flying before reappearing before Kakashi once more. How is it? Kakashi nodded, resolute. I will give it my all. Thank you, he replied succinctly. With those simple words, Ling Feng vanished again, continuing his rampage. Although Kakashi did not fully grasp Ling Feng's intentions and found his arrogance excessive, he complied nonetheless. Having witnessed Ling Feng's ability to dispatch 3ch Nin from the Mist Village, Kakashi understood the depth of his strength. Yet, he was eager to ascertain just how formidable Ling Feng truly was. Everyone, assemble! As Ling Feng disappeared once more, Kakashi commanded, his voice resonant and unwavering. Those who heard him could not help but shudder, instinctively gathering together. In their minds, Kakashi remained the prodigious talent of Konoha. The earthbound fish was agile, yet their numbers were overwhelming. If they concentrated their efforts and attacked from all directions simultaneously, Ling Feng would have nowhere to evade. As Kakashi concluded his statement, a spark ignited in everyone's eyes. Indeed, strength in numbers, could they not ensnare a single fish? Thus, a newfound unity emerged among them, unprecedented in its intensity. Even Uchiha Obito, who had planned to put on a grand display before Lin, was taken aback. Is this truly Kakashi, the genius of Konoha? A born warrior. He discerned the strategy to counter the earthbound fish with a mere glance. There was no choice but to endure a little longer. After all, the goal was to see Ling Feng humbled. As for any display of bravado, that could wait. Lin was watching, after all. Unbeknownst to them, Lin's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Ling Feng, while Obito, well, Ling Feng moved too swiftly for him to focus on anyone else. Upon hearing Kakashi's strategic plan, Ling Feng could not help but express his admiration. Truly impressive, you have hit the nail on the head. Alas, such a notion was still somewhat naive. Just when everyone believed they would surely succeed in striking Ling Feng, he vanished from the domain of the earthbound fish. Kakashi, astonished, began to comprehend. What? The earthbound fish combined with body flicker technique. First, he used the earthbound fish to reach the outermost edge of the range, then executed the body flicker technique at the moment of appearance, outpacing his adversaries. Indeed, among this group, you are the most exceptional. Ling Feng had already ventured beyond the designated area, gazing at Kakashi with a faint smile. True prowess is undeniable and does not warrant suppression. No matter how formidable one may be, they cannot surpass Ling Feng. Yet, you are far inferior. Kakashi could not help but clench his fists in that moment. He finally embraced his fighting spirit. It had been ages since he had encountered such a powerful adversary. He had even believed that among his peers, no one could emerge as a worthy opponent. Yet now, a far more enigmatic master had suddenly appeared. We must collaborate and ensure that Ling Feng has no opportunity to exploit. Kakashi was uncertain of Ling Feng's next move, so he resolved to gather the remaining combatants who still possessed fighting spirit, preparing them for any eventuality. However, Ling Feng simply chuckled. Collaborating to guard against me? How amusing. How could you possibly impede my progress? Sage Body, activate. Byakugan, engage. Ling Feng took a deep breath and performed a body flicker technique, instantly appearing before Kakashi. Capture the leader first. As soon as Kakashi falters, the morale of his troops will inevitably crumble. Kakashi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that with over 20 of his comrades still standing, Ling Feng would choose to confront him first. What tremendous confidence! In the distance, hidden in the shadows, the elite Umbu were equally astounded. What kind of strategy is this? To possess a B-rank Earth release technique at such a tender age is indeed remarkable, but how much chakra do you have left? A ninja devoid of chakra is essentially stripped of their combat capability, unless their taijutsu is exceptionally refined. Just as this thought crossed the minds of the Umbu elite, a clear voice rang out. Taijutsu, Lotus Blossom. Boom. The hearts of the Umbu elite exploded with shock. What? You, a 5-year-old child, whose body has yet to fully develop, have mastered the Lotus Blossom. What must your opponent, Might Guy, be feeling? If the intel is accurate, this should be a technique exclusive to Might Guy's father. How could you wield it when even Might Guy has not? The astonishment was not confined to the Umbu elite. Kakashi and Might Guy were equally taken aback. Kakashi, who had believed victory was assured, found his confidence shattered by a single Lotus Blossom. While Kakashi was indeed hailed as a genius ninja, he was still only 5 years old. In contrast, the Sage Body activated Ling Feng unleashed a level of taijutsu power that rivaled that of AJ Nin. With a resounding crash, Kakashi was sent flying, landing in a disheveled heap, his face etched with disbelief. That kick had injured Kakashi, though it did not incapacitate him entirely. It would certainly impact the ensuing battle. As for Might Guy, he stood frozen in place, bewildered. Surely this cannot be a hereditary technique? Could it be that Ling Feng is an undiscovered brother? Perhaps his father had concealed this truth to protect his feelings? How else could one explain such a phenomenon? As Might Guy pondered the absurdity of the situation, Ling Feng exhibited no signs of hesitation, plunging further into the fray with ruthless determination. With the support of the Byakugan, Ling Feng was untroubled by the throng surrounding him. Coupled with the Sage Body, he was equally unconcerned about his stamina. While the youth lacked comprehension, the elite members of the Umbu observing from a distance were well aware of the implications. The basic Byakugan was a gift from the system, prompting Ling Feng to opt for concealment, presenting himself as an ordinary individual to outsiders. Consequently, the Umbu elite could only discern the presence of the Sage Body. Yet, this singular characteristic was already astonishing enough. A mere 5-year-old child possessing a Sage Body would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the ninja world if such news were to leak. This was a monumental revelation that warranted immediate reporting to the third Hokage. Konoha village was on the brink of unveiling a prodigious talent. However, the Umbu elite maintained their composure. Their mission was to scrutinize Ling Feng and discern any further capabilities he might possess. Despite his already terrifying performance, the battle was far from concluded. The Umbu elite felt a growing anticipation. To what extraordinary heights had Ling Feng ascended? Bang, bang, bang. The number of individuals still standing in the arena dwindled. Utilizing the Byakugan, Ling Feng navigated through the chaos, untouched by any assault. None could graze even the hem of his garment. The Umbu elite observed with keen interest. If the sage body was the foundation for Ling Feng's prolonged combat, what then empowered him to engage these opponents without relying on ninjutsu, solely utilizing his taijutsu? Or had Ling Feng perhaps unleashed some form of enhancement ninjutsu unbeknownst to him? With these questions lingering, the Umbu elite continued their watchful gaze. At this moment, only two figures remained in the arena, Uchiha Obito and a somewhat dazed Might Guy. As for Kakashi, he sat on the ground, having twisted his ankle during another assault. This was a rather absurd predicament for someone hailed as a genius ninja. Unable to continue fighting due to a mere sprained ankle, such a revelation would likely provoke laughter. Yet, reality was as it stood. And Kakashi bore no doubt about the source of his predicament. It was evident that Ling Feng was the catalyst behind this. Lifting his gaze to meet Ling Feng's, he was met with a silent exchange that conveyed a clear message. It was time to cease, and what followed was no longer his concern. Indeed, this was the unspoken communication between the powerful, requiring no words, merely a glance sufficed. Thus, Kakashi remained seated, devoid of any desire to continue the battle. The disparity between the two sides became increasingly apparent with each clash. The stronger Kakashi grew, the more acutely he recognized the chasm that lay between them. Consequently, Kakashi relinquished his resolve. Ling Feng then turned his attention to Might Guy, signaling for an end to the confrontation. After a moment of numb contemplation, Might Guy nodded and retreated a couple of steps. With a standard display of the lotus, he lost the will to engage Ling Feng any further. Rest assured, there will be opportunities ahead. I shall teach you the lotus. Ling Feng realized that his recent actions had completely shattered Might Guy's confidence, so he offered a supplementary remark. In truth, in the evolution of today's events, Might Guy was merely an innocent bystander. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the vacant expression in Might Guy's eyes suddenly brightened. Ling Feng then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Obito, the central figure of the battle. A profound silence enveloped them. Yet it was evident from the beads of cold sweat trickling down Obito's forehead that he was unnerved. The defeated classmates instinctively rose and formed an outer circle. Encircling the two, one was a member of the Uchiha clan. Despite his consistently poor performance, he was undeniably a member of a prestigious lineage. And it was understandable for someone like Asuma to wield a powerful ninja tool. As for Ling Feng, his strength was an enigma to everyone. Yet at this moment, no one dared to question his prowess. Ding. Earned 18 points. Ding. Earned 26 points. Ding. Earned 40 points. Indeed. Uchiha Obito was rendered speechless by fear. As for Ling Feng, his silence was merely a pause to await the system's point tally. With the conclusion of this fervent battle, Ling Feng amassed a total of 256 points, adding to his original 54 points, culminating in an impressive 310 points. The accumulation of 256 points from this confrontation had exceeded Ling Feng's expectations. It seemed that the more individuals present, the greater the rewards for showcasing one's abilities. Thus, if circumstances permitted, maintaining a low profile was simply not an option. Doing so would be a grave disadvantage. Armed with these 310 points, Ling Feng felt undaunted. Even in the face of another formidable Uchiha. Do you possess the Sharingan? Huh. For a mere 100 points, I too can wield the Sharingan. With the points secured, it was time to bring this matter to a close. Just as Ling Feng prepared to elegantly dispatch Uchiha Obito with a swift body flicker, the system's voice resonated in the air. Ding. System task activated. Overwhelm Uchiha Obito. Astonish the Ninja Academy. Reward, 200 points. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why had a new task suddenly activated? Nevertheless, it seemed this was merely an opportunity for Uchiha Obito to unveil his trump card. No matter. It would only consume a bit more time, and acquiring 200 points was no loss. Well then, I don't have much time to play with you. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to reveal them. Otherwise, your chance will slip away, Ling Feng said, standing with his hands behind his back. Looking at Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Uchiha Obito felt a twinge of inner conflict. He had initially planned to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. However, he had not anticipated Ling Feng's overwhelming strength that had dispatched them all. With no alternatives left, Uchiha Obito let out a mighty shout and drew forth an item concealed within his sleeve. With a rustling sound, he captured the attention of the crowd. Looking up, they saw Uchiha Obito prominently brandishing a ninja technique scroll. Witnessing this scene, everyone inhaled sharply in astonishment. Though they had never utilized such an item, they were all familiar with it, having been taught about it in theoretical classes. Some formidable ninjas are capable of sealing certain jutsu within scrolls, allowing them to unleash these techniques effortlessly during combat, negating the need for hand signs and achieving instantaneous release. Furthermore, this method significantly reduces chakra consumption, rendering such scrolls exceedingly precious among ninja tools. Typically, these jutsu scrolls contain at most C-rank techniques, as higher-ranked jutsu entail greater complexity in their creation. Moreover, among jutsu of the same rank, those crafted with superior skill wield greater power upon release. Thus, the emergence of such a scroll left the crowd in sheer shock. Many would likely never encounter such a rare item in their lifetimes. It was far more valuable than ordinary explosive tags. Ling Feng, observing this, felt a surge of intrigue. A jutsu scroll? It seemed rather amusing. The exchange shop is now open. Without hesitation, Ling Feng began browsing the exchange shop right where he stood. Since his opponent had employed a jutsu scroll, he could not afford to be outdone. How to astonish the crowd? Naturally, he would employ an even more impressive jutsu scroll to astonish them all. Uchiha Obito smirked coldly, then spread his arms to unfurl the jutsu scroll. He pressed his palm down and bellowed, "Fire style, great fireball technique." In an instant, a brilliant, blinding flame erupted, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, clearly surpassing the typical great fireball technique in size. It was evident that this scroll had been crafted by a master of the Uchiha clan. Such power could not have been achieved otherwise. The great fireball technique was released instantaneously, enveloping Ling Feng entirely. Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Noera gasped in alarm. Ling Feng Kuan. However, this exclamation only fueled Uchiha Obito's fury. Gathering his chakra, he amplified the fireball's might further. Nearby, elite Umbu members sighed in resignation, acknowledging that they had been bested once more. How careless. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child, and such immense chakra expenditure should have deterred him from recklessly engaging. Yet suddenly, a triumphant and derisive laughter echoed throughout the area. Everyone was taken aback. Was that not Ling Feng's laughter? Uchiha's jutsu scroll. Was this all the power it possessed? Truly, too weak. As those words fell, 10 identical figures of Ling Feng materialized in the arena. Undoubtedly the result of the shadow clone technique. Nanny. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also released multiple shadow clones, even in Sage mode. This would be an anomaly. Can a 5-year-old truly cultivate Sage mode to such a terrifying level? The elite Umbu were utterly shattered, their worldview obliterated into fragments, akin to powder that could be scattered by the slightest breeze. Given Ling Feng's current capabilities, such feats would ordinarily be unattainable. The reason was simple. He had consumed a chakra-enhancing potion. Ding. Earned 36 points. Listening to the sound of points being credited, Ling Feng became increasingly exhilarated. Earth release, earth flow wall. Bang, bang, bang. 10 Ling Fengs simultaneously unleashed the earth release, earth flow wall, forming a grand circle, while the children stood upon the stone walls, a result of Ling Feng's precise control. At this moment, the elite of the Umbu were utterly bewildered, standing frozen in place, forgetting their purpose of concealment. Gazing at the surrounding stone walls, Uchiha Obito stood dazed, his eyes vacant. He could not comprehend why his meticulously prepared great fireball technique had proven utterly ineffective against Ling Feng. At this moment, he was even more perplexed as to why Ling Feng had encircled him. Meanwhile, the support requested by the training instructor had arrived. A total of 12 teachers, each at the level of CH Nin, among whom were 4 J Nin. Upon witnessing the scene on the playground, they were instantly drenched in cold sweat. What is this? When did our playground transform into such a sight? Fool, how could it possibly change like this? It's the earth release, earth flow wall. Impossible. Who unleashed 10 earth flow walls in one go? Is there an enemy attack? The teacher responsible for this practical training could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had merely gone to seek some assistance, and yet it had escalated to this extent. Don't speculate. It's not an enemy attack. All of these are my students. Upon hearing this, the other teachers were taken aback. No way. You have such formidable figures among your students? They must have reached J-Nin level. Look, there are people standing atop those stone walls. One teacher noticed the anomaly, and as everyone looked up, they indeed saw a group encircling the stone walls. The training instructor examined closely, his face turning pale with fright. These were all my students. The other teachers, upon hearing this, were equally alarmed. This was serious. Hurry and rescue them. At this moment, within the encircled area, Ling Feng had already dispelled his shadow clone technique. And with a flick of his sleeve, he produced an item. What? You also possess a ninjutsu scroll? Uchiha Obito could hardly believe his eyes. You, an orphan with no support, how did you acquire a ninjutsu scroll? Watch closely and witness what a ninjutsu scroll truly is. With that, Ling Feng leaped high into the air and shouted, "Water release, exploding water colliding wave." Splash! A powerful wave of water surged forth, crashing violently against Uchiha Obito. The Umbu elite raised an eyebrow. Every time Ling Feng made a move, he left people astounded. However, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, Ling Feng activated the 4 ninjutsu scrolls he had purchased for 200 points, each containing the technique water release, exploding water colliding wave. It is worth noting that Ling Feng's ninjutsu scrolls could release 5 times in one go. Having purchased 4 scrolls, he was poised to unleash a total of 20 times. Boom, boom, boom. A series of colossal explosions erupted as countless waves of water surged and crashed into the encircled stone walls. And at the very center stood Uchiha Obito. The elite of the dark faction were left astounded. The frequency was utterly devoid of any intervals. This Ling Feng is truly a monster among monsters. How on earth is this even achievable? Once, twice, thrice. After a total of 21 times, the sound of the flowing water finally ceased. Was it a ninjutsu scroll? Or perhaps a seamless, instantaneous release of ninjutsu by Ling Feng? All of this has become inconsequential. What truly matters is that, since the establishment of the ninja school, only Ling Feng has accomplished such a feat. On the stone wall, Ling Feng gazed down from his elevated position. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Acquired 260 points. Ding. Complete the task and earn 200 points. Ling Feng finally smiled with satisfaction. He now possessed a total of 410 points. For Ling Feng, these points represented the pinnacle of his strength. The greater the number of points, the more rewards he could redeem. At that moment, the teachers arrived, employing their instantaneous movement techniques with fervor, repeatedly placing the frightened students down from the stone wall. In the end, only Ling Feng remained on the wall, encircled by 20 teachers. Ling Feng, what have you done with Obito? The instructor responsible for their class shouted. Ling Feng displayed a faint smile, his gaze fixated on the water that filled the stone wall. Moments later, a figure slowly surfaced. The instructor immediately recognized it as Obito and hastily called for colleagues to assist in the rescue. As the school day came to a close, the sky took on a yellow hue, signaling dusk. On the playground, the teachers gathered, brainstorming ways to remove the massive stone walls, eager to restore normalcy, lest the practical courses for other classes be postponed. Ling Feng cast a casual glance at the playground before turning to leave. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed a multitude of parents congregated, waiting for their children, their numbers significantly greater than usual, rivaling the start of the school year. The reason was simple. The major incident at the ninja school had spread like wildfire. However, due to the directives from the school administration and the higher-ups in Konoha, the true cause remained undisclosed, leading to rampant speculation within the village. Was it an enemy attack? But why was there no alarm raised? Was it an incident that occurred within the school? Did a teacher resort to violence against a student? This is indeed a grave oversight. Yet, no matter how one contemplates it, it is unfathomable that all of this was orchestrated by a mere 5-year-old child. As Ling Feng departed, he noticed that the parents of Shiri Hong and Yuan Yilin had also arrived, so he refrained from saying much and simply turned to leave. They surely wished to convey something to him, but this was not an opportune moment for conversation. Ling Feng remained unaware of how the third Hokage would address the events that transpired today. Upon returning home, Ling Feng stood in the center of his room, his expression somewhat somber. "Come out, do not force my hand," he uttered with a chilling tone. For he harbored a deep disdain for being followed, and an even greater aversion to uninvited intrusions into his abode. In this world, Ling Feng had no kin. This modest space of less than 10 square meters was his final refuge. Though small, it constituted his private sanctuary. With a soft sigh, Minato Namikaze appeared before Ling Feng. "How did you find me?" Ling Feng set down his backpack and sat at the edge of his bed. Ever since he stepped through the door, the atmosphere felt cramped. The presence of an additional person was quite irksome. Minato scratched his head in a somewhat helpless manner. "Having lived alone since childhood, don't you wish for companionship?" Ling Feng responded coolly. "So, you plan to move in with me?" This statement left Minato momentarily speechless. "No, that's not what I meant." He quickly shook his head. Ling Feng then smiled, adding, "And you're not even a woman. Otherwise, I might have considered it." Minato was left completely bewildered. Was this truly a 5-year-old child? Yet the records were undeniably clear. Ling Feng had grown up in the Hidden Leaf Village, never having encountered anyone peculiar. Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, please leave. I wish to rest, Ling Feng stated, his expression devoid of emotion. This made Minato involuntarily adopt a serious demeanor. This child was inscrutable. Actually, it's nothing much. I merely wanted to remind you to apologize to Asuma and Obito when you have the chance, Minato said after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng promptly rose and opened the door. I want to rest. Minato was left stunned. This child truly did not take himself seriously. Very well, you shall bear the consequences. Watching Minato leave in a huff, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Apologize? What an absurd joke. Granting them their lives was already a considerable favor, was it not? As for the consequences, Ling Feng felt a peculiar anticipation. In this world, one's rise to fame invariably trampled upon countless bones, whether foes or fellow villagers. Anyone who stood against him would merely be another among the many bones. After Minato departed, Ling Feng did not prepare for slumber. Instead, he commenced his training for the night. Having acquired the sage body and divine talents, he ought to exert himself even more diligently. Minato, having turned around on a tall building, gazed back. The ceaseless fluctuations of chakra emanating from that small room weighed heavily on his heart. This boy was destined to be the most formidable genius in the history of the Hidden Leaf. But how could such strength be controlled? With another soft sigh, Minato vanished. Ding! You have gained 10 points. Ling Feng smiled. Receiving praise from a figure of such power as an Hokage was indeed rewarding. His total was now 420 points. He glanced at the exchange shop. The cost for the basic Byakugan and the basic sage body was 500 points. The intermediate level was 5,000 points. And the advanced level was 50,000 points. With just 80 more points, he could redeem the basic one. As for what to exchange, it would depend on the circumstances. In any case, he needed to leave the Ninja Academy as soon as possible. The rate of earning points there was far too slow. Ling Feng even found himself hoping for the Ninja World War to commence swiftly. After all, it was bound to happen eventually. Earlier arrival would mean an earlier conclusion. The following night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, after a simple wash-up, Ling Feng prepared a pancake for himself and stepped out. To his surprise, he encountered Kakashi at the door. Ling Feng was aware that Kakashi, like himself, was also an orphan. A significant event had occurred at the school, and parents were understandably anxious. It seemed that Yuhi Kurenai and Haruno Rin would not be visiting anytime soon. Kakashi, unsure of what to say, managed only a brief comment. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng chuckled, pondering how it was understandable for the two of them to loiter at his doorstep. But Kakashi's presence was perplexing. Could it be that he too Kakashi's expression abruptly stiffened, and he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Of course not. I'm here to share my thoughts with you." Ling Feng merely intended to jest. I plan to apply for early graduation. There is nothing more for me to learn at school, Kakashi stated. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. All right, I will apply alongside you. Thus, the two made their way to school and informed their homeroom teacher of their intentions during the morning assembly. The classmates were astonished. Had they not just begun their first year? Yet, the homeroom teacher cast a significant glance at Ling Feng and remarked, "Ling Feng, you need not apply." What? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, while Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. I said, "Ling Feng, you do not need to apply. The school has already issued a notice. As long as you wish to graduate, you may depart at any time." The teacher then produced a box, revealing the graduation certificate and the ninja headband prepared for Ling Feng. Kakashi's eyes widened in amazement. Was this the treatment afforded to a genius? The classmates erupted in exclamations. Typically, a student would require at least 6 years of study at the Ninja Academy to earn a graduation certificate and headband, meaning that, aside from a few prodigious individuals, most would not receive these until at least 6 years had passed. Yet, for Ling Feng, it was merely a matter of a few words. Graduation? Was it truly as simple as speaking? Ding. Earned 40 points. Envy from others triggered another point acquisition. However, Ling Feng furrowed his brow, feeling no joy. He realized this was undoubtedly at the behest of the third Hokage. Without his consent, would the school dare to prepare his graduation certificate and ninja headband in advance? That old man would not easily let him off the hook. He certainly understood that last night's visit from Minato Namikaze was meant kindly, yet Ling Feng felt no need for it. "Thank you, teacher." Coming back to his senses, Ling Feng extended his hands to accept the box, thereby confirming his intention to graduate early. The homeroom teacher then turned to Kakashi. "I will relay your application to the school. If approved, you will undergo assessment next week." Ling Feng chose to leave. Now that he had graduated, there was little left to linger over. Moreover, he harbored a suspicion. Upon exiting the classroom, Ling Feng glanced at a nearby open space, and in the next moment, the third Hokage appeared, accompanied by Minato Namikaze. Upon witnessing the graduation certificate and the ninja headband in Ling Feng's grasp, the third Hokage could not help but smile. This was ample evidence that these tokens had been prepared by him. Beside him, Minato Namikaze let out a soft sigh, evidently reluctant to witness this scene. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with the third Hokage, Minato understood the nature of the man he served. Yet, Ling Feng remained undaunted. Ling Feng, your performance has been exceptional, and your choices have pleased me greatly, the third Hokage declared, his face adorned with his characteristic serene smile. However, Ling Feng was acutely aware that the third Hokage was a masterful schemer, a man forged in the crucible of war. And he knew better than to be swayed by appearances. Thank you for your praise, Lord Third, but you ought to commend your son as well. Were it not for him, I might not have had the opportunity to excel, Ling Feng replied with a genuine smile. A childlike expression far more infectious than the third Hokage's weathered countenance. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, the third Hokage's smile faltered. Minato's expression grew serious, his eyes conveying an urgent caution. Young man, mind your words, you are being overly brash. Ling Feng, however, chose to disregard the warning and continued, it is a pity he is not here. Otherwise, I would personally express my gratitude. Without him, I would not have earned your commendation, Lord Third. The third Hokage fell silent for a long moment, inhaling deeply as he suppressed the anger swelling within him. His gaze, as profound as ever, revealed no trace of emotion. Memories of that fateful night flooded back, what his Umbu elite had reported about Ling Feng, and a plan began to form in the recesses of his mind. Very well. You have exhibited the qualities befitting a ninja, courage and resilience. This is what makes a true Konoha shinobi. Asuma should take a leaf out of your book. I will ensure he regards you as a role model. The third Hokage's tone abruptly shifted to a formal cadence. Recognizing that Ling Feng was not a mere child to be trifled with, I welcome any challenge. I would be delighted to spar with him. Ling Feng remarked with a smile that held a hint of mischief. Yet, regarding the Uchiha clan, I fear I cannot speak so freely. Are you truly unconcerned? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, posing the query. At this, Minato was taken aback, surprised by the directness of the conversation. Ling Feng, however, was entirely unfazed. Having anticipated that the third Hokage would eventually bring up the Uchiha clan, he merely shrugged, indifferent. If their members utilized ninjutsu scrolls in practical training battles, why should I not do the same? What is the issue? The third Hokage fell silent, scrutinizing Ling Feng for any hint of insight, but ultimately gleaned nothing. You are a clever child. Understanding my implications, Ling Feng smiled, adding, Lord Third, you should also grasp my meaning. If you do not, allow me to be candid. The Uchiha clan is indeed formidable, yet at present, they should be focused on their own survival. It is hardly worth the effort for a mere underachiever. In the world of Naruto, Ling Feng possesses an unparalleled understanding of every significant event, past and future, rendering him more familiar with it than anyone else. The impending ninja world war has laid the groundwork for the higher-ups of Konoha to conspire with the Umbu to suppress the Uchiha clan and seize control over their power. The third Hokage emerges as the orchestrator of this pivotal incident, thus he is acutely aware of the implications of Ling Feng's words. Indeed, as Ling Feng's voice faded, the system's notification chimed, ding, earned 20 points. How delightful it is to acquire such points effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, the third Hokage suddenly felt a surge of unease within. Beside him, Minato Namikaze appeared bewildered, casting a glance at the third Hokage in hopes of gleaning some insight, yet he found nothing amiss. After all, this old fox is adept at concealing crucial matters, preventing any slip-ups. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. You are correct. Uchiha Obito's behavior leaves much to be desired. I presume the Uchiha clan hesitates to act against you on his behalf. However, your actions were rather excessive. One should not treat a classmate in such a manner. As he spoke, the third Hokage unexpectedly began to admonish Ling Feng. Indeed, you speak wisely, Lord Third. Ling Feng nodded in acquiescence, though a broader smile graced his features. The third Hokage's demeanor signified the conclusion of his probing into Ling Feng's character. Simultaneously, Ling Feng subtly revealed his own significance. This encounter served as a mutual examination, initially characterized by the third Hokage's offensive stance met with Ling Feng's defense, which ultimately shifted to Ling Feng's aggression and the third Hokage's defense. The inevitable outcome was, without a doubt, Ling Feng's triumph. As the third Hokage departed, he cast a meaningful glance at Ling Feng, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. You are a person of considerable potential, yet you are not yet worthy of my substantial investment. Following his exit, Minato approached Ling Feng. If you have any concerns, feel free to reach out to me. Ling Feng smiled gently. It seems you wish to forge a closer bond between us. The third Hokage must maintain a broad perspective, unclouded by personal sentiments. Yet I have the liberty to do so. You are a commendable individual, though your heart appears rather frigid. It was evident that Minato genuinely wished to care for Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng felt no such need. Shaking his head, he turned toward the school gates, casually remarking, if you seek someone obedient to keep by your side, consider Kakashi. He is the most suitable. As Ling Feng's figure receded into the distance, a tumult of emotions surged within Minato. The reason was simple. Prior to encountering Ling Feng, Kakashi had been his preferred choice. Ling Feng, fully aware of Minato's thoughts due to his familiarity with the narrative, recognized the urgency of the situation. Hinata's time was drawing near, and the child she carried would be Naruto. It seemed the moment was fast approaching. Ling Feng rubbed his temples, realizing he must swiftly accumulate more points. As of now, Ling Feng's accumulated points have reached 430. Coupled with the rewards he has already obtained, his overall strength has ascended to the level of a Jonin. However, this is still far from sufficient. Above the Jonin rank lies the elite Jonin, and beyond that, the realm of the Kage. Yet, there exists a chasm of disparity between these two tiers. Take Uchiha Madara, for instance, his power transcends the Kage level. And though it may seem but a single step away from Kage status, in reality, his strength allows him to easily overpower all 5 Kage without breaking a sweat. Ling Feng understands the words of the third Hokage before his departure. Undoubtedly, the third was mindful of the unresolved troubles concerning the Uchiha clan, rendering it inappropriate for Ling Feng to undertake any significant actions. After all, despite Ling Feng's formidable abilities, his current display of strength does not suffice for a direct confrontation with the Uchiha clan. A prodigious youth versus a clan of terrifying collective potency, Sarutobi Hiruzen, from the perspective of the Hokage, would undoubtedly favor the Uchiha. Ling Feng comprehends all of this. It seems that the next troublemaker will undoubtedly be a member of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, this does not deter Ling Feng, who proceeds to accept a B-rank mission. The task involves escorting a carpenter to another village for work, with modest remuneration. One might wonder why he would take such a task. But it is due to his current status as a genin. Anything higher would be unwarranted. Thus, he must first complete a few lower-tier missions before advancing to higher ones. A week passed, and Ling Feng successfully elevated his available task rank from B to A. On this day, as he prepared to accept a new mission, he stumbled upon a particularly lucrative A-rank task, which merely entailed searching for a forehead protector in a nearby dense forest. This mission seemed shrouded in mystery. How could the search for a mere forehead protector warrant an A-rank classification? Yet, aware of the lurking dangers, Ling Feng recognized that perhaps this was the opportunity he had been awaiting. Accepting the task, he set forth toward the forest. Although it was situated some distance from the village, it remained within its jurisdiction. Upon arriving at the destination, Ling Feng was struck by an eerie silence. In a forest of this nature, one would typically encounter signs of wildlife. However, he saw no trace of animals along the way. Suddenly, the quiet was shattered by rustling sounds, revealing 10 figures cloaked in black. Ling Feng could not help but chuckle at the sight. To deal with a mere 5-year-old child, they required such a multitude? The leader stepped forward, confronting Ling Feng directly. I didn't expect you to actually show up. I thought you would see through such a clumsy trap. Their hostility was palpable. Ling Feng crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips. What if I do see through it? Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. How should I address you? Uchiha, fellows? As soon as Ling Feng uttered these words, the black-clad figures instinctively took a step back. Ding. 20 points earned. Indeed, these individuals were members of the Uchiha clan. Humph. Truly, he is a young prodigy who has captured the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. He is indeed remarkable. Yet, it is unfortunate that you have revealed your brilliance too overtly. For a child like you, the future is undeniably replete with infinite possibilities. Since the passing of Lord Madara, the Uchiha clan has not seen anyone comparable to you. However, having the Uchiha clan represent Konoha is more than sufficient. Even the once glorious Senju clan is destined to fade into obscurity, let alone a youngling like you who is unaware of the larger world. When you disregarded the dignity of the Uchiha clan and struck with such ferocity, you should have anticipated this outcome. With that, the leader slowly drew his blade. Initially, I only intended to teach you a lesson. However, regrettably, your performance has instilled a sense of unease within me. Thus you must perish here. Upon the leader's decree, the others stepped forward, brandishing their weapons. It was evident they had resolved to eliminate Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, his countenance calm, and he erupted into laughter, leaving his adversaries bewildered. I now comprehend why there are those who wish to eradicate your Uchiha clan. Indeed, your clan is formidable, having supplied Konoha with an abundance of exceptional ninjas. But it is also you who embody the most arrogant and disdainful spirit of Konoha. Konoha has never belonged solely to the Uchiha clan. As Ling Feng uttered the final word, his tone ascended sharply, unleashing a terrifying aura that left those present shaken to their cores. Ding! You have gained 30 points. Scoundrel! Everyone, charge. This boy must not be allowed to live. The leading Uchiha member bellowed, rushing towards Ling Feng, followed by the others, weapons raised. Ling Feng let out a cold chuckle, extending his hand to summon the system. Ding! Consumed 50 points, exchanged for a basic katana. Ding! The basic katana has been successfully acquired. In the next moment, a katana gleaming with a cold light appeared in Ling Feng's grasp, subsequently enveloped by a crackling layer of lightning chakra. What? He possesses lightning chakra as well. The intelligence was erroneous. Was he not supposed to have fire, earth, and water chakra? With the addition of lightning, he wields 4 types of chakra. The Uchiha members, upon witnessing this, were thrown into a panic, shouting in alarm. Ding! You have gained 20 points. Ling Feng smirked coldly, determined not to grant his opponents a moment's respite, and swung the katana with a swift motion. Ding! The sound of clashing weapons resonated. With the enhancement of the sage body, Ling Feng's melee prowess was considerably amplified. Alas, the effects of the initial sage body had faded. Otherwise, his power would have surged even further. Nevertheless, the coating of lightning chakra was sufficient to induce considerable distress among his foes. As their weapons collided, the lightning chakra coursed through, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Thus, with every exchange, Ling Feng gained the upper hand. After the battle, Ling Feng grasped their overall strength, except for the leader, who possessed the prowess of a Jonin. The rest were merely Chunin. However, members of the Uchiha clan, endowed with a bloodline limit, naturally boasted greater innate talent than ordinary Chunin and Jonin. Yet, this posed no challenge for Ling Feng. Moreover, in a war of attrition, he was unfazed. With the availability of chakra potions, exhaustion was not a concern. Captain, how is it that this little brat has fought for so long, yet still has such abundant chakra? Indeed, I have observed that his chakra has consistently enveloped his blade without pause. If this continues, it will be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. The leader, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency, as events had unfolded far beyond his expectations. He had anticipated that 10 individuals would easily subdue a mere child. Yet the reality proved to be quite the contrary. Concentrate and prepare to execute our techniques. Yes, soon, Ling Feng noticed that the enemies had formed a surrounding circle. Yet none dared to strike at him any longer. Oh, are you preparing to unleash your trump card? Ling Feng smirked, relishing the prospect of engaging in ninjutsu, a domain in which he excelled. Humph, you little brat, do not be overly arrogant. Fire release, great fireball technique. Whoosh. In an instant, a massive fireball hurtled towards Ling Feng. With a slight smirk, Ling Feng executed a water release technique. Water release, exploding water shockwave. The powerful torrent extinguished the fiery assault effortlessly. Yet, the very next moment, another fire technique was launched. Ling Feng retaliated with another water release. Following that, he unleashed a more formidable earth technique. Thus, the 10 adversaries took turns casting their jutsu, compelling Ling Feng to respond in kind. He soon realized their strategy was to rely on a war of attrition, aiming to deplete his chakra. They were blissfully unaware that as long as he accumulated points, his chakra would be inexhaustible. After several rounds, it was the enemies who found themselves panting for breath, while Ling Feng appeared utterly unfazed, standing tall and composed, not even breaking a sweat. How foolish. Do they really believe they can defeat me with such juvenile tactics? Enough of this. Allow me to broaden your horizons. Wind release, great tornado. Whoosh. No one could discern how Ling Feng formed the hand seals, but a colossal tornado materialized, scattering their formation into disarray. The leader was left dumbfounded upon witnessing this spectacle. Prior to their arrival, He had envisioned numerous scenarios of Ling Feng begging for mercy, yet he never anticipated such an outcome. Most astonishingly, Ling Feng had even employed wind release. Is it truly possible for someone to master all elemental ninjutsu in this world? No, he has yet to employ wood release. Yes, wood release. He cannot possibly wield wood release. Such thoughts coursed through everyone's minds. Yet, in the next moment, Ling Feng slowly began to form hand seals, deliberately taking his time, allowing everyone to observe his movements clearly. Despair enveloped all, for it was evident that this was the initial stance of wood release. Boom. Wood release. For pillars prison technique. For colossal wooden pillars slowly rose, ensnaring all adversaries within their confines. As for the leader, he was singularly released by Ling Feng. You are a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Come. Let me witness your true prowess. Ling Feng gazed at the man, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Yet, before Ling Feng, no one could muster the courage to continue fighting. Even the Jonin of the Uchiha clan faltered. What is it? Afraid to strike? Ling Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile. He then formed hand seals once more. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, this time, Ling Feng's target was those trapped within the prison. Agonizing cries echoed from the confines. Upon witnessing this, the leader's teeth ground together in rage. These were his kin. You scoundrel! What have you done? Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly, stating, I merely lent you a hand, and soon enough, others will do the same to you. In his memories, the Uchiha clan had endured a brutal purge. Subsequently, Konoha sought to annihilate the Uchiha clan entirely, resulting in the eventual survival of only Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Tragedy was destined to befall the Uchiha clan. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, with Ling Feng's emergence, perhaps there was a chance for change. However, it ultimately depended on the Uchiha clan's attitude towards him. Should they show sufficient respect, Ling Feng might reconsider, for the Uchiha clan possessed significant power that he was confident he could fully control. But if they insisted on opposing him, Ling Feng would show no mercy. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. Compassion only leads to dire outcomes. Angry, are you? Good. Then come forth and let me witness the true strength of the Uchiha. Ling Feng bellowed. The leader emitted a grotesque roar. I will kill you. Boom. Tears streamed from the leader's eyes as his black pupils vanished, replaced by crimson ones, adorned with two spinning tomo. Has it awakened? The Sharingan. Seeing this, Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement. He was in urgent need of greater strength. Points could be exchanged for numerous items and jutsu. Yet only through actual combat could Ling Feng truly master these skills. Whoosh. The leader launched his attack with blinding speed, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Indeed, upon activating the Sharingan, his strength had risen significantly. Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, evading the assault, and then produced a kunai, charging forward once more. Clang. The sounds of their clash resonated in rapid succession. Yet, even with the Sharingan activated, he could inflict no substantial harm upon Ling Feng. Conversely, Ling Feng found it equally challenging to deliver overwhelming attacks to his foe. This Sharingan is rather intriguing. Well then, I shall play with the Sharingan as well. Ding. Initiating the basic Sharingan. This time, Ling Feng directly spent 500 points to exchange for the basic Sharingan. As the foundational Sharingan possesses only a single tomo, it offers minimal enhancement, merely the ability to observe, proving rather ineffective. At least 2 tomo are required for any significant utility. However, upon activating the double tomo Sharingan, Ling Feng's perception underwent a remarkable transformation. Unlike the Byakugan, the double tomo Sharingan inherently possesses transient Jinjutsu and replication capabilities, which are unique to the Sharingan and unattainable by the Byakugan. Ordinarily, activating the Sharingan would entail a decline in visual acuity. Yet, since Ling Feng's Sharingan was acquired through the system, it bore no such adverse effects. Moreover, akin to the Byakugan, Ling Feng could conceal it at will, alleviating any concerns of drawing attention. After all, Ling Feng's current strength was insufficient. Should others discover that someone outside the Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan, suspicion would undoubtedly arise. Boom. The opponent remained oblivious to Ling Feng's newfound abilities and launched another attack. However, this time, Ling Feng did not retreat even an inch, countering with the same technique. How is this possible? This is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. How can you wield it? Ding. Earned 40 points. Ling Feng chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the Sharingan's replication ability. effortlessly acquiring even the Uchiha clan's arcane techniques. Perhaps this was due to the system exchange, which had enhanced all aspects of his capabilities. In any case, Ling Feng reveled in the experience. Is that all your strength amounts to? After easily repelling his adversary, Ling Feng looked down with a sneer at the injured foe lying on the ground. Damn you, kid. I'll fight you to the death. The enemy roared, abruptly tearing open his clothing to reveal explosive tags affixed to his chest. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng was instantly covered in goosebumps. Damn it, how cautious are these people? I never expected them to prepare so many explosive tags just for me. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Ling Feng had already exchanged for the basic Sharingan. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable trouble. After all, this opponent was no fool like Asuma. As a Nin, his capabilities were formidable across the board. Unfortunately, your speed is too slow. Just as the enemy prepared to activate the explosive tags, Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, appearing before him in an instant. The two locked eyes. Gazing into Ling Feng's abyss-like eyes, the enemy's heart sank, frozen in place. What kind of gaze is this? It seems so ordinary, yet it instills such fear. Little did he know, the Sharingan was at work, although Ling Feng chose not to reveal its presence. Jinjutsu has taken effect? How intriguing. With a soft sigh, Ling Feng turned to leave, clutching several Uchiha clan members' forehead protectors. Behind him, the enemy, ensnared by the Sharingan's illusion, ambled towards the charred wooden prison engulfed in flames. Within the confines of a cage lay the charred remains of the Uchiha clan members. Just as Ling Feng distanced himself from the battlefield, a tremendous explosion erupted at the enemy's location. The deafening roar reverberated in all directions, startling the birds and beasts in the forest into a frenzied flight. Yet, Ling Feng did not glance back. He departed with an air of indifference. It was only a matter of time before someone discovered this scene, and they would investigate the 10 deceased individuals, all of whom belonged to the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, an unseen conspiracy would quietly descend upon Konoha. The higher-ups in the village would undoubtedly commence inquiries into the appearance of 10 Uchiha members who had not received any mission orders near the village, placing the Uchiha clan in a perilous situation. Particularly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would start to focus his attention on the Uchiha clan. This scenario was inevitable. Ling Feng had no qualms about hastening its arrival. Upon returning to the village, Ling Feng first visited the task reception area to deliver the Uchiha clan's headbands and to collect his mission reward. Afterward, he departed. Soon after, someone arrived at the task reception to take the headbands away. Ling Feng concealed himself in the shadows, witnessing this event unfold. Although the newcomer was cloaked in a long robe, Ling Feng recognized that this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan. A storm was brewing in Konoha. Ling Feng chuckled softly to himself and turned to head toward his residence. Now, he simply needed to await the unfolding of events. Indeed, approximately a day later, the atmosphere within Konoha had grown noticeably grave. All Uchiha clan members who were on missions were summoned back. Even the children who were supposed to attend the ninja academy were excused to stay home. This unusual situation sparked much speculation among the villagers. However, until the final outcome was revealed, no one dared to openly discuss the matter. On this particular day, Ling Feng awoke early and practiced in the back mountains. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing him to halt his movements. Your technique is impeccable, and your hand seals are executed with remarkable speed. Truly deserving of being hailed as Konoha's latest and greatest genius, came the voice of Minato Namikaze. Ling Feng was not surprised by Minato's sudden appearance. Within Konoha, he was undoubtedly the fastest individual, without exception. This man, known as the Yellow Flash, was indeed swift, even in the face of death. Yet, it was still insufficient. A true powerhouse does not require hand seals. After a brief pause, Ling Feng replied. He then resumed his practice of hand seals. While the ninjutsu bestowed by the system allowed for self-taught mastery, it merely provided the fundamentals, such as the standard sequence of hand seals and the most stable release frequency. However, the same ninjutsu wielded by different hands could yield vastly different results. This exemplified the distinction between proficiency and inexperience. Ling Feng pursued ultimate strength, necessitating continuous practice. Observing Ling Feng's resolute demeanor, Minato Namikaze felt a surge of emotion. Originally endowed with remarkable talent, coupled with relentless diligence, the future that lies ahead is simply formidable. After a moment of reflection, Minato Namikaze recalled the purpose of his presence here. Ling Feng, there is something I must convey to you. Has Lord Third sent you? Ling Feng responded, continuing his training. Minato nodded. Yes, but even without his directive, I would seek you out. As this pertains to the A-rank mission you undertook a few days ago. Those ninja headbands belong to the Uchiha clan. Ling Feng finally ceased his training and turned his gaze toward Minato. Upon meeting Ling Feng's eyes, Minato felt an inexplicable tremor within him. What a terrifyingly profound gaze. How do you know? Ling Feng inquired. Because 10 members of the clan perished all at once, the Uchiha clan is now in a state of fury. And they have directed their ire towards you, Minato replied, a frown etched upon his face. The unprecedented scale of such deaths during a time of peace has given rise to conspiracy theories. The Uchiha patriarch approached Lord Third, and they conversed throughout the night, seeking a resolution to the current predicament. Yet, inevitably, the discussion circled back to you. If a reasonable solution cannot be found, it seems you may be held accountable. Ling Feng listened, a smile breaking across his face. Held accountable? You should understand that I merely accepted a task. It was not only an A-rank mission with substantial rewards, but the difficulty described was minimal. I believe anyone in my position would have undertaken it. If the only reason for my accountability is that I accepted the mission, that would be quite difficult to justify, wouldn't it? Minato nodded in silence. You are correct. This was also the response Lord Third anticipated. It appears you were sent by Lord Third to find me, Ling Feng said, glancing at Minato, his tone betraying a hint of disappointment. Minato was taken aback. For some reason, Ling Feng's words stirred an unsettling feeling within him. He found himself attributing great significance to Ling Feng's remarks. The disappointment in Ling Feng's voice was palpable. Yet why did he regard it with such weight? It was simply an order from the Third. Indeed, it is Lord Third's command. And I have no choice, Minato attempted to explain. But Ling Feng shook his head, replying, if this were your own sentiment, perhaps I would feel a modicum of joy. What? Minato realized that he felt an unexpected pressure in Ling Feng's presence. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. I believe you would be more suited to the role of Hokage, Ling Feng said with a smile. Minato was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly responded, Ling Feng. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. Seeing Minato's reaction, Ling Feng laughed heartily and said, it was merely a jest. Minato let out a sigh of relief. Yet he found it impossible to forget Ling Feng's statement. Ling Feng, there is one more thing. Lord Third wishes to see you. Ling Feng waved his hand and said, I understand. He remained composed, truly deserving of the title Old Fox. He should have met me sooner, yet he chose to test me using the Uchiha clan. Following that, Ling Feng ventured deeper into the woods, preparing for his physical training. Wave Wind Minato appeared somewhat dazed, realizing he could not comprehend Ling Feng's ramblings. Ling Feng, will you go? Wait for me to finish my training before you leave. With that, Ling Feng commenced his training, running until he vanished from Minato's sight. This child, seemingly indifferent to the Third Hokage's summons. I wonder how the Third will feel upon learning this. Minato pondered, shaking his head. He rubbed his aching forehead and departed. Regardless, having encountered Ling Feng and delivered the news was tantamount to fulfilling his mission. He needed to return quickly to report. In the Hokage building, within the exclusive office of the Hokage, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engrossed in signing documents. Wave Wind Minato knocked and entered. You took quite a long time, Hiruzen remarked without lifting his head. My apologies, the child Ling Feng was training in the back mountain. And I spent some time searching for him, Minato replied. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen ceased his work and gazed at Minato. You mean this child was training in the back mountain? Isn't he concerned about the various discussions in the village? Minato shook his head. No, I investigated. 2 days ago, apart from accepting an A-rank mission, he took on a B-rank mission the following day. Other than that, he has been in training, without any contact with others. Hiruzen furrowed his brow tightly. This child, I truly cannot see through him. Minato remained silent, but internally agreed. Indeed, it was quite perplexing. A 5-year-old's demeanor resembled that of a 50-year-old. Even when facing Hiruzen, Minato felt no anxiety as he did when confronting Ling Feng. Nevertheless, this sufficed to prove that Ling Feng had no ties to the 10 deceased members of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he would not be so composed in accepting missions and training alone, Hiruzen analyzed. Minato nodded in agreement. Ling Feng had no family and never engaged in any disputes. He would be a valuable asset for Konoha, and it was imperative to keep him away from the conspiracies surrounding the Uchiha clan. Of course, my intention in bringing him here was precisely that. I will find a way to address the situation with the Uchiha, but it hinges on Ling Feng's cooperation. Konoha indeed requires talent, but we need obedient individuals. The Uchiha clan's actions have become increasingly concerning, and we cannot continue to unconditionally uphold their interests. Wouldn't you agree? Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the window, gazing at the village of Konohagakure, his expression etched with the weight of time. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze promptly replied, "Indeed. That is my sentiment as well. Oh, by the way, where is Ling Feng? I haven't seen him around. Are you certain you informed him to meet me?" Sarutobi seemed to recall something and turned to look behind Minato, only to find the space empty. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Minato scratched his head and said, "Well, Ling Feng mentioned that he needed to complete his training tasks before coming over." Sarutobi was taken aback. "What? There are still those in Konoha bold enough to act this way. Ever since I assumed the mantle of Hokage, not a single individual has failed to respond to my summons immediately. This young man truly possesses remarkable audacity. I hope his training tasks are not excessively burdensome." At long last, Ling Feng arrived, though it had been a full 2 hours since Sarutobi's earlier remark. "Third Hokage, Lord Minato." Ling Feng bowed respectfully upon entering the office. Adhering to the basic etiquette expected within the Hokage building, he recognized the considerable age difference between himself and the two esteemed figures before him. Observing Ling Feng's composed demeanor, Minato could not help but avert his gaze. Inwardly filled with admiration, truly, a young calf fears not the tiger. Meanwhile, Sarutobi's expression darkened considerably. "Ling Feng, your training tasks appear quite extensive." Faced with the third Hokage's mildly irate countenance, Ling Feng responded earnestly, "Indeed, there is a great deal of training involved, so I hope that next time you summon me, it can be scheduled for afternoon. Alternatively, an advance appointment would also suffice. After all, it is your summons, and I will prioritize it." Upon hearing this, Minato felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was likely the first instance in Konoha's history where someone dared to address the Hokage in such a manner. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt so anxious, especially since it was Ling Feng who had been called to speak. Sarutobi, visibly agitated, struggled to contain his rising ire, taking a deep drag from his pipe to quell his emotions. "This audacious young man is far too brazen. Ling Feng, I believe your suggestion is quite reasonable," Sarutobi stated. Minato was taken aback. This was unexpected. Why was the third Hokage acquiescing to Ling Feng's words? Ling Feng, raising an eyebrow, pondered the intentions of this crafty old fox. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi continued, "Ling Feng, how do you perceive your own strength?" Ling Feng considered for a moment before replying. "It's acceptable, though there remains a considerable gap compared to my expectations. Thus I wish to offer you a valuable opportunity for rigorous training." With that, Sarutobi produced a scroll and handed it to Ling Feng. Upon opening it, Ling Feng's pupils constricted. This was the document for entering the Umbu, reminiscent of ancient death contracts. By pressing his handprint, he would agree to all terms and conditions contained therein. Though Ling Feng was well versed in the narrative of the Hokage, this highly confidential manuscript was a first for him. Observing Ling Feng's serious engagement with the terms, even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of anxiety. This child, why does he exhibit such maturity akin to that of an adult? His meticulous approach seems excessively cautious, quite incongruent with the persona typically associated with his age. Sarutobi glanced at Minato Namikaze, who merely shook his head, conveying his own bewilderment. This boy was an enigma. After a while, Ling Feng concluded his reading. In truth, there was little of consequence. Most of the content comprised confidentiality clauses. Breaching these would categorize one as a fugitive rogue ninja, a grave offense, tantamount to becoming a public enemy of Konohagakure. However, this posed a threat primarily to ordinary Umbu operatives. For those of elite caliber, it held negligible weight. For instance, Orochimaru would soon opt for defection. Yet, even if labeled a wanted criminal, what did it matter? Strength reigned supreme, and common folk could hardly apprehend him. They would merely serve as fodder, a gift to him. Consequently, Ling Feng set aside the scroll and promptly affixed his handprint without a moment's hesitation. Joining the Umbu had been a consideration he had already entertained. This implied that Ling Feng would be tasked with challenging missions, contending with formidable adversaries, which would significantly aid him in accumulating points. He relinquished the scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen, executing the series of motions seamlessly. Both Sarutobi and Namikaze were taken aback. Was this the action of a mere 5-year-old? No questions, no doubts. After perusing the content, he pressed his handprint as though he had sought them out, rather than being summoned. "Do you truly have no inquiries?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously stoic visage finally shifted, revealing a rather strained smile. Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "Is it not merely the Umbu? I am indeed interested, and it so happens that Lord Third requires assistance. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Sarutobi fell silent. Communicating with Ling Feng proved to be an immense pressure. As the highest authority in Konoha, he felt hesitant to speak freely before a 5-year-old, fearing Ling Feng might discern his thoughts. The demeanor exhibited by Ling Feng mirrored that of an extraordinarily mature man, prompting Sarutobi to reminisce about his old rival and friend, Shimura Danzo. Truth be told, for a fleeting moment, he believed he had encountered an old acquaintance. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi finally expressed his sentiments. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Your old acquaintance is rather youthful, indeed." The comment nearly incited Sarutobi to retch in frustration. "Lord Third, unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave," Ling Feng declared, turning to depart. Observing this, Sarutobi sprang up from his chair, exclaiming, "Wait, there is still something. What is it?" Ling Feng turned back. "Since you have agreed to join the Umbu, shouldn't you report to them? It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with your colleagues," Sarutobi suggested. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the proposition. "Very well, I shall pay a visit." At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen bid farewell to Ling Feng and, feeling fatigued, settled down. Resting his forehead in his hand, a frown etched upon his face. "Minato, do you believe it was the right decision to allow Ling Feng to join the Umbu?" After a moment of contemplation, Namikaze Minato hesitantly replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it would be far better to let him act independently, at the very least. It will help him understand his own position." With a deep sigh, Hiruzen rose and approached the window, his demeanor suddenly appearing aged. "Let us hope so. Konoha has seen many gifted individuals, yet many have also fallen." He continued, "I can almost sense the scent of war approaching. I hope that this time, Konoha can navigate through the trials ahead." Minato opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. War? Who shall prevent it this time? Ling Feng followed, an Umbu member, to the base. It was an underground organization, perpetually deprived of sunlight, shrouded in shadows that evoked a sense of dread and foreboding. Originally established as an assassination unit by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Umbu gradually evolved into a direct intelligence bureau under the Hokage after the war. One could assert that this organization, nurtured by countless sacrifices, possesses an unimaginable strength beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In this place, taking a life was a commonplace occurrence. As Ling Feng traversed the Umbu base, the vast emptiness surrounded him, with the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply against the hard stone path. Upon reaching the interior, the leader suddenly halted. Ling Feng followed suit, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "I've heard you're quite capable, causing quite a stir at the Ninja Academy all by yourself." The leader turned to face Ling Feng, his mask obscuring his features and expressions. Ling Feng recognized this as yet another individual seeking to assert dominance. "I assumed the Umbu were too busy to pay attention to the commotion outside," Ling Feng retorted coolly, his gaze and expression laced with derision. Although the leader's face was hidden, the anger emanating from behind the mask was palpable. Despite being personally invited by the third Hokage, such arrogance was not to be tolerated here. "You're merely a 5-year-old child. Do you not understand the concept of respect?" The leader stepped forward, attempting to leverage his height to intimidate Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, continuing to look ahead without sparing the leader a glance. "Humph, what an insufferable brat," the leader exclaimed, raising his fist, poised to deliver a harsh lesson to Ling Feng. He intended to make it clear that the Umbu world was one of strict hierarchy. Regardless of one's background, obedience was paramount, and defiance would not be tolerated. However, in the next moment, the leader's fist hung in the air, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Ling Feng had activated his Sharingan, ensnaring the leader in an illusion in the blink of an eye. "Humph, just a mere pawn. How dull." Ling Feng scoffed, resuming his path forward. The leader suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, leaving one to ponder what experiences he had endured within the illusion. Applause echoed from the shadows. Ling Feng halted his steps and turned, revealing a figure adorned with a fox mask, flanked by several similarly masked members of the covert unit. "I never expected you to hold back. Is this an illusion? I must say, you are quite astonishing to wield such powers at the tender age of 5. Ling Feng remarked with a slight smile. The figure behind the fox mask shuddered at his words, clearly taken aback. "How could you possibly have discovered me while at school? Your disguise is utterly pathetic." Anyone with functioning eyes could see through it, Ling Feng replied bluntly. Yet, the fox-masked figure did not react with anger. For he recognized that in terms of strength, Ling Feng likely surpassed him by a considerable margin, and there were probably still undisclosed abilities he possessed. Though I am not fond of your manner of speech, I must admit you are indeed formidable. I require someone of your caliber to join our team. The fox-masked figure proposed, extending a hand in invitation. Ling Feng smiled faintly. I may consider joining you, but what conditions can you offer? This is for you to propose. As long as it is feasible, I can't agree, the fox-masked figure stated earnestly. Kill him, Ling Feng said, tilting his head towards the fallen leader. What? The members of the covert unit gasped in shock. Seeing their reaction, Ling Feng simply shrugged, indicating that there was little to discuss. The fox-masked figure raised a hand, saying, Wait, he merely disrespected you. There is no need for such extreme measures. Although we in the covert unit operate independently, we have never resorted to internal slaughter. Ling Feng remained expressionless. Kill him, or we have nothing to discuss. Never resort to internal slaughter? Ling Feng thought, suppressing a laugh, for when true conflict arose, they would be more merciless than the enemy. Observing Ling Feng's resolute demeanor, the fox-masked figure clenched his fists. He then threw a shuriken, striking the leader's heart precisely. The shuriken pierced the body with a sharp sound, and the leader fell lifeless to the ground. Can I join you now? I will inform Lord Sanda that this man attempted to take your life, and I intervened just in time. If blame arises from above, I will find a way to bear it, the fox-masked figure declared through gritted teeth, clearly desperate to secure Ling Feng's allegiance. However, Ling Feng suddenly erupted into laughter, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. What is happening? The fox-masked figure stammered, visibly angered. I just killed one of my own for you. What does this mean? Am I merely a fool in your eyes? As the smile faded, Ling Feng pointed towards the waist of the leader and declared, he is a traitor from the Umbu. He bears the forehead protector of the hidden mist village. You may verify this if you wish. At this revelation, astonishment swept through the crowd. Even the one in the fox mask found it hard to believe, yet still proceeded to search the individual. Indeed, a hidden mist village forehead protector was soon revealed. It was astonishing that Ling Feng's assertion held true. How did you ascertain that he was a traitor? The fox-masked figure questioned, struggling to comprehend that this man, who had worked alongside them for 2 months, was indeed a spy from the Mist Village. Not long ago, I was ambushed by an undercover agent from the Mist Village, during which 3 members of the Konoha Umbu were also pursued. It was then that I sensed something was amiss. We were chased all the way from Konoha to the rear mountains, and throughout this extended ordeal, the Umbu did not dispatch any reinforcements. Was there truly no issue? Had I not fortuitously crossed paths with them, the other 2 Umbu members would have undoubtedly perished, Ling Feng stated with a calm demeanor. However, this was merely a fabrication. His ability to spot the forehead protector was solely due to the assistance of his Byakugan. The preceding statements were merely to justify his claims. After all, with the deceased unable to reveal the truth, who would question it? Nonetheless, Ling Feng's actions earned him newfound respect among the Umbu members. I see. This will certainly simplify my report to the higher-ups. Congratulations, Ling Feng. From this day forth, you are a member of Team 4. Upon the fox-masked figure's announcement, the others expressed their welcome as well. Ling Feng, however, merely offered a few polite smiles in response. There was no need for him to display excessive friendliness towards these individuals. His presence in the Umbu was merely a means to swiftly accumulate points. Once the war commenced, he was determined to depart from the Umbu. Thus, the first day of Ling Feng's initiation into the Umbu concluded smoothly. Yet, on the following day, he received a message from the Umbu. A mission had arisen. Following the demise of the traitor from the Mist Village, the Umbu commenced a thorough internal investigation, which led to a significant lead. The hidden Mist Village was planning an ambush on key officials from the Land of Fire along a major transportation route, aiming to incite dissatisfaction towards Konoha and persuade the daimyo of the Land of Fire to reduce support and funding for Konoha. The ultimate goal was straightforward: to indirectly diminish Konoha's war budget in preparation for the impending conflict. When this mission was announced, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would surmise the imminent arrival of war. Faced with his first task in the Umbu, Ling Feng felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. As war approached, he recognized the urgent need to amass points in preparation. He would soon confront the elite of various shinobi villages, where a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. The assembly point was located in a secluded forest outside of Konoha. Given the nature of the Umbu mission, it was crucial that no members outside the Umbu were privy to the details. For reasons of utmost confidentiality, only 4 individuals were to participate in this operation. Upon his arrival, Ling Feng discovered that, in addition to the fox-masked figure, there was also a dog and a cat present. Ling Feng, you ought to don a mask. I am aware of your unconventional nature, yet this is a principle of the Umbu's operations. One must maintain the utmost secrecy of identity. This serves as the greatest protection for both yourself and the village, the fox-masked figure articulated. It appears that today's mission is under his command. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. There is no need. When I act, none shall escape. Ling Feng, this is a regulation, as explicitly stated by the third Hokage himself. The fox-masked individual understood that Ling Feng was unlikely to comply, hence he had sought permission from the third Hokage beforehand, allowing him to proceed with commanding Ling Feng. Otherwise, given Ling Feng's temperament, he might have retaliated directly. While killing him was out of the question, administering a severe beating would certainly not be problematic, and the individuals around him would be incapable of restraining Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident, which made the fox-masked figure quite anxious. I have made it clear. This operation will leave no survivors. As for future endeavors, I shall make my own assessments based on the circumstances. He then produced a panda mask, lifting it slightly. Furthermore, I possess my own mask. Your kindness is appreciated, but unnecessary. Witnessing this scene, the fox-masked figure had no choice but to relent, recognizing that he could not control Ling Feng. The fact that Ling Feng was willing to discuss this with him was already a significant concession. Let us proceed. The intelligence indicates that the enemy will launch an attack at an entrance at 11 o'clock noon today. Our mission is to ensure the survival of the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. Disperse. Another soft command was given. The 4 individuals instantly vanished from sight, becoming shadows darting through the dense forest. At this moment, the fox-masked figure noticed Ling Feng's movements were fluid and seamless. What would take them 2 or 3 steps, Ling Feng accomplished with just a single stride. Was the genius's capacity for comprehension truly this formidable? Such a disparity was something they might never bridge in their lifetimes, the fox-masked figure mused, sighing repeatedly. Arriving at their destination ahead of schedule, they found the area devoid of adversaries, with approximately half an hour remaining until the designated time. We should identify suitable ambush locations, suggested the cat-masked figure. The fox-masked individual pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, Ling Feng rejected the notion. If we adhere to the original plan, we shall only acquire a slew of corpses. The 3 others were taken aback by Ling Feng's assertion. Why? This plan was devised by the senior members of the Umbu. We merely need to follow it. The fox-masked figure was perplexed, having just completed the cleansing operations yesterday, resolving the issue of internal traitors. The enemy will undoubtedly be aware of this. Thus, their original plan is highly likely to have changed. If we continue to operate as initially intended, the probability of failure is exceedingly high, Ling Feng replied calmly. After hearing Ling Feng's analysis, the 3 were left speechless, unable to formulate any justifiable counterarguments. One can only say that Ling Feng's insights are remarkably astute, meticulously analyzing the cause and effect, revealing elements that they had never fathomed could be lurking in the shadows. This situation left the 3 of them questioning whether their own intelligence was in jeopardy. What shall we do? There is merely half an hour remaining until the appointed time. Cat Mask and Dog Mask were at a loss. They had always adhered strictly to the plans proposed by the organization, never daring to exercise their own judgment. Thus, this was their first encounter with such indecision. As the leader of the team, Fox Mask found himself in a quandary. After much contemplation, he finally turned to Ling Feng, asking, "Do you have any thoughts? We are aware of the route taken by the higher-ups of the Fire Nation. Let us retrace our steps along that path. If we can arrive before the enemy, none shall perish," Ling Feng replied calmly. "Engage in a frontal assault? We are but 4. Cat Mask exclaimed. "That is exceedingly perilous. According to our intelligence, the enemy comprises at least 10 individuals, all elite shinobi, and we cannot ascertain if they have reinforcements," Dog Mask interjected, shaking his head in disbelief. Fox Mask remained silent, still gazing at Ling Feng. Unbeknownst to them, Fox Mask had begun to rely on Ling Feng. Reinforcements will undoubtedly arrive. But this is our sole option. If we allow the enemy to strike first, we shall lose our chance. The decision to proceed or withdraw lies with you." Upon finishing his words, Ling Feng turned and leaped onto a tree branch, indicating his readiness for action. The 3 below exchanged bewildered glances. Without Ling Feng, they found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, Dog Mask and Cat Mask looked to Fox Mask, the captain, knowing that the final decision rested with him. After a moment of silence, Fox Mask lifted his head and leaped into action. In a swift motion, 3 figures emerged behind Ling Feng. "Let us go, Ling Feng." "I possess the route map," Fox Mask declared. "Lead the way." "We must hasten," Ling Feng replied without looking back, choosing a direction and setting off, with the others following swiftly. Observing Ling Feng's silhouette, the 3 felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. Could this truly be a mere 5-year-old child? In truth, Ling Feng did not require a map. With his Byakugan, he could effortlessly trace the movements of the higher-ups of the Fire Nation. However, it was prudent to avoid drawing excessive attention to himself, lest complications arise. 10 minutes later, they caught up with the procession of the Fire Nation's higher-ups. "We found them. Thankfully, they are unharmed," Fox Mask sighed in relief. Yet, Ling Feng's Byakugan detected an anomaly. Not far off, 20 ninjas from the Mist Village were hastily approaching. While the surface appeared calm, danger loomed ominously. "Let the team halt and conceal ourselves. We have already squandered too much time in our pursuit." To ensure the safety of the higher-ups, they must be distanced from the battlefield, Ling Feng commanded. Fox Mask hesitated, preparing to argue that the enemy had yet to make an appearance. As the sound of slicing air echoed, several shurikens hurtled toward them. The trio masked as foxes hurriedly evaded, yet they were acutely aware that their positions had been compromised. "You must guide and protect the target into hiding." "There are likely 20 enemies," one urged. Only Ling Feng maintained his composure, a flicker of excitement evident in his demeanor, an indication of a new mission at hand. The objective was to eliminate all adversaries, with a reward of 300 points, to be accomplished within the hour. "And what of you? With over 20 opponents? You may not stand a chance against them," the fox-masked figure, seeking refuge behind a large tree, expressed anxiously. He was taken aback when Ling Feng nonchalantly declared his intent to confront the enemy alone. Despite acknowledging Ling Feng's formidable strength, they faced more than 20 elite shinobi from the Mist Village, including several distinguished jonin. Their collective prowess was formidable. They could not hope to prevail with just the 4 of them. "The captain is correct. We must prioritize our safety before devising a plan to rescue the key figure." Another echoed in agreement. "Indeed, our primary mission is merely to ensure the safety of senior personnel. The rest is of no concern to us," the third concurred. Ling Feng chuckled softly. "You are rather naive. Once they made their move, our identities were already exposed. They are likely preparing to divide their forces. If we do not strike first, this mission will undoubtedly fail." The trio could only analyze the situation based on surface appearances, while Ling Feng, utilizing his Byakugan, perceived the battlefield with acute clarity. Regrettably, his Byakugan was of a lower grade, limiting his observational range. It seemed he must accumulate enough points to upgrade it soon. Just as Ling Feng finished speaking, 10 Mist Village shinobi encircled them. The fox-masked trio, concealed behind trees and cover, had no choice but to reveal themselves. For there was nowhere left to hide. How utterly contemptuous of Konoha. "Only 4 of you sent to face us? How laughable." One of the Mist shinobi sneered as he stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the 4. The fox-masked figures remained silent, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their shurikens. Who would have thought? Just a moment's delay, and we find ourselves in such a predicament. Escaping today seems unlikely, the fox-masked leader sighed quietly after a brief standoff. Clearly, they felt utterly powerless against the current circumstances. Yet Ling Feng, with his Byakugan, meticulously assessed the strength of the 10 adversaries. Over 20 called upon your weakest 10? Do you not fear death in such numbers?" Ling Feng questioned, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. The fox-masked trio was left dumbfounded. They were already at a disadvantage. And now Ling Feng was provoking them further. Did he truly fear they would not be ruthless? The enemies were equally bewildered. "Who is this child? He looks no older than 5. How arrogant Konoha must be." One of them scoffed. "Damn brat, does Konoha's shinobi only possess the art of boasting? Such an important task. And yet they sent a mere child like you. It seems we shall easily prevail this time." The inhabitants of the Mist Village gazed at Ling Feng, initially displeased. But soon their expressions morphed into one of ease and disdain. 3 Umbu members, accompanied by a child? This bizarre assembly was undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. How tiresome. With a soft reprimand, Ling Feng activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with the adversary as he unleashed his Jinjutsu. The enemy's derisive laughter abruptly ceased, their countenance stiffening as beads of cold sweat began to pour from their foreheads, as if they had encountered something truly extraordinary. The 3 masked figures observed this scene, their faces a mixture of incredulity, What on earth had transpired? No one could discern the nature of Ling Feng's Sharingan, as it remained hidden from view. Others are approaching to protect the target. You must hurry. I will follow shortly. Ling Feng's frigid voice pierced the air, causing the masked trio to tense. What? We must reach them swiftly. Upon hearing Ling Feng's caution, the trio dared not question further, for his earlier prediction was nothing short of miraculous, defying comprehension. Once the masked figures departed, the enemy struggled to break free from the illusion. Indeed a foe of Jonin caliber. This offers me some amusement. Ling Feng was not taken aback by this turn of events, for his Sharingan was merely at a rudimentary level. Attempting to control 10 Jonin at once was an insurmountable challenge. You wretched child, you can use Genjutsu. The ninjas of the Mist Village instinctively recoiled, adopting defensive stances in anticipation of another illusion. For those of ordinary bloodlines, Genjutsu was undoubtedly a most mystical phenomenon. Most would never grasp its intricacies in their lifetimes, unable to comprehend even the slightest aspect of it. Consequently, ninjas adept in Genjutsu were highly esteemed in any village, as they could effortlessly incapacitate their foes, rendering them devoid of combat capability. It could be said that they achieved a crushing counterattack without shedding blood, all in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the ninjas of the Mist Village regarded Ling Feng with a mixture of wariness and avarice. The Mist Village was perpetually embroiled in conflict, beset by both internal and external strife. The external battles raged fiercely, while internal skirmishes were frequent, leading to numerous factions within the village. Each faction sought to amass the most advantageous forces to vie for positions of power. Undoubtedly, the ninjas dispatched for this mission belonged to one such faction. A child capable of utilizing Genjutsu at the tender age of 5 could only be deemed a prodigy. Return with us to the Mist Village, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall surely meet your demise today. The leader threatened menacingly, fixing a glare upon Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng merely responded with a cold smile, his hands deftly retrieving 2 shurikens, crackling with faint arcs of electricity. Lightning release, arc flash. The air crackled with energy as he unleashed his attack. With a swift execution of the instant body technique, Ling Feng appeared behind the speaker and deftly slashed. The kunai, imbued with the power of lightning, effortlessly severed the enemy's throat. In an instant, a head soared into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The expression of the deceased was forever frozen, their eyes wide open, unyielding even in death. This individual could not fathom how Ling Feng had brought about their demise. If one were to inquire about the extent of Ling Feng's mastery of the instant body technique, it would undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled. Even the renowned Shursui, famed for his speed, and Minato, who wielded the flying thunder god technique, could not rival Ling Feng's peak velocity. Through relentless training, Ling Feng's potential had shattered the confines of this world, and with constant practice, the might of his ninjutsu would only grow more terrifying. However, this came at the cost of an increasing chakra expenditure. Fortunately, Ling Feng's sage body could also be gradually enhanced. He intended to upgrade his Byakugan before further augmenting his sage body. Once all initial stages were unlocked, his chakra reserves would easily reach the level of a J-nin. As the head fell to the ground, the remaining foes stood frozen in shock. Ding. Earned 80 points. It seems this maneuver had a profound impact on the adversaries. These ninjas from the Mist Village had witnessed countless battles since childhood, and it could be said with certainty that their survival hinged not only on their strength, but also on their ruthlessness. In the shadowy realm of the Mist Village, death was a commonplace occurrence. Yet, even for those who had become desensitized to mortality, they had never encountered such cruelty. A 5-year-old child executing the instant body technique to behead someone. Moreover, how could Ling Feng remain so composed after such an act? In that moment, a thought emerged in the minds of the remaining 9. This mere 5-year-old child, one who should be attending the ninja academy, had likely killed before. They could not comprehend how such a ruthless individual could emerge from Konoha, a village known for its tranquility. Enough of this chatter. Who's next? Ling Feng flicked his wrist and turned to face the others. They were all destined to meet their end, but before that, they still held some utility. Their purpose was to assist Ling Feng in acquiring as many points as possible. No one dared to speak, their eyes shimmering with fear. Ling Feng discerned their thoughts of escape and let out a cold chuckle. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. With a crackle, another arc of electricity flashed, and Ling Feng commenced the harvest of lives among the Mist Village ninjas. By the time the last adversary fell, Ling Feng had accumulated a total of 362 points. Upon the completion of this mission, Upgrading his Byakugan to the initial stage would pose no challenge. After exchanging for 10 small chakra potions, Ling Feng set off towards the location of the convoy. Given the recent significant increase in his chakra reserves, he needed to prepare a sufficient amount of potions to restore himself fully. It is anticipated that after the conclusion of this operation, Ling Feng's chakra reserves will experience a significant enhancement, necessitating the exchange for medium-sized chakra potions. Otherwise, the meager replenishment from small chakra potions would hinder operational flexibility. Gulping down 10 bottles of chakra potions in one go, he then expended an additional 10 points to acquire another 10 as reserves, before hastening his journey. As he drew nearer, Ling Feng utilized his Byakugan to observe the battlefield and discerned that his 3 companions had found themselves in dire straits. The 10 enemies he had dispatched were the weakest among them. A fact easily perceived through the Byakugan's ability to reveal the flow and concentration of chakra within an adversary's body. The act of eliminating those 10 foes had taken no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Yet the trio masked in fox-like visages bore numerous wounds. Behind them lay the convoy they were tasked to protect. With the Byakugan's keen sight, Ling Feng noted that the convoy's occupants had already evacuated, allowing him to focus entirely on the confrontation. Where are they? Ling Feng inquired as he approached his comrades. Upon seeing him, the 3 masked figures expressed their relief, as if Ling Feng were their savior. We just managed to relocate the people to a safe place when the enemy arrived. To prevent them from discovering the whereabouts of our target, we had no choice but to reveal ourselves and divert the enemy's attention elsewhere. However, the disparity in our strengths was insurmountable, and before we could escape far, we were pursued. The fox-masked figures relayed the events of the past few minutes to Ling Feng. Understood. I will hold them off. You proceed to the target, Ling Feng stated, positioning himself before them. The fox-masked trio attempted to persuade Ling Feng to withdraw with them. But in the next moment, the enemy unleashed several A-rank ninjutsu, prompting them to hastily evade. Ling Feng smirked coldly and swiftly activated his body technique. The gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams. Return to heaven, he shouted. With a powerful release, a torrent of chakra surged from his palms, forming a whirlwind that deftly evaded all incoming attacks. The sight left the fox-masked trio in awe as Ling Feng transformed into a fierce vortex, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of numerous ninjutsu from over a dozen adversaries. Ding! Earned 30 points. While Ling Feng managed to evade the attacks through his return to heaven, the surrounding environment lacked such agility. With a thunderous roar, a cacophony of ninjutsu collided, sending debris soaring and a thick cloud of smoke billowing into the air, accompanied by the sound of earth and stones cascading down. Humph! Does Konoha truly believe itself invincible? Sending just 3 to protect someone is utterly laughable. And to dispatch a mere child for support, have all the Konoha shinobi been slain? They jeered. Haha. Once we eliminate these few Umbu members and take out the higher-ups of the Land of Fire, our Mist Village will undeniably gain renown throughout the shinobi world. Amidst the swirling smoke, the group of Mist Village ninjas laughed heartily, their faces etched with disdain and mockery. As they prepared to depart, a sudden and violent commotion erupted behind them. The 3 figures adorned with fox masks emerged from the swirling dust, their bodies caked in mud and debris, appearing utterly disheveled. What? You are still alive? This is impossible. Just moments ago, they had barely withstood 3 exchanges against us. It could not have been their own strength that allowed them to endure. Could it be that child who arrived earlier? That notion seemed even more absurd. The ninjas from the Mist Village were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. As the dust settled, Ling Feng stepped forward with measured grace. In stark contrast to the bedraggled trio, he appeared immaculate, untouched by the chaos surrounding them. The formidable defense of the 8 trigrams return truly proved its might. A flawless shield from all angles. Hey, you 3. Next time, do be mindful to keep your distance when I make my move. And didn't I instruct you to leave? Why are you still lingering here? Ling Feng cast an irked glance at the fox-masked trio. Upon hearing his words, the 3 masked figures dared not tarry any longer. They hastily took their leave, not even pausing to brush off the dirt and stones clinging to their hair. This infuriated their adversaries. That little brat simply disregarded them. How dare you leave? A figure resembling a captain bellowed, preparing to intervene once more. The fox-masked trio, upon witnessing this scene, felt their legs grow unsteady with fear. This time, they were directly targeted, facing over 10 opponents. How could they evade or counter such an onslaught? Ling Feng, observing the unfolding situation, let out a cold chuckle, clasping his hands together as he proclaimed, Ninja Art, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, a multitude of Ling Fengs appeared, perfectly matching the number of adversaries, effectively thwarting their attempts to intercept his companions. Faced with a dozen Ling Fengs, the elite ninjas from the Mist Village finally grasped the gravity of their predicament. Seizing the opportunity for escape, the Fox-masked trio dared not linger, hastily fleeing the scene. The circumstances had turned fortuitously in their favor. Rather than remaining to face defeat, it was prudent to make their exit. Particularly, the Fox-masked leader recognized that with Ling Feng employing the multi-shadow clone technique, their mission was assuredly secure. "Captain, is it truly acceptable for us to depart like this?" The cat-masked figure expressed concern. Although Ling Feng wielded the multi-shadow clone technique, the clones were merely divisions of the original, diluting their collective strength. While numerous, they were not necessarily formidable. The dog-masked figure echoed this sentiment as they fled. The fox-masked leader, however, showed no inclination to halt and return to assist. Perhaps they had yet to realize that the 10 Ling Fengs left behind to confront them had vanished. Without a doubt, they had been eliminated by Ling Feng. What? The cat and dog figures gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had accrued an additional 20 points, bringing his total nearing 450 points. With continued effort, upgrading to the Byakugan would soon be within reach. Very well, let us play with this group of mortals a little longer. The enigma of this young prodigy is truly unfathomable. Our counterparts have yet to return, and it is feared that a grave incident has already transpired. The captain of the Mist Village swiftly grasped this notion. Despite the reluctance of others to believe that 10 elite shinobi could fall to a mere 5-year-old child, none dared to voice their skepticism. This operation was meticulously orchestrated, launched immediately following the internal purge of the Leaf Village. The objective was to catch the Leaf Village off guard. Consequently, the preparations from the Mist Village were remarkably thorough. A total of 22 elite shinobi were deployed for this mission, including 3 exceptional individuals who, albeit newly promoted, had ascended through sheer prowess. In summary, unless the Leaf Village dispatched an equally formidable contingent of elite shinobi, it would be impossible to thwart their assault. However, the present circumstances were starkly different, yielding an outcome that diverged drastically from the original plan. In a mere 5 minutes, this 5-year-old child had dispatched 10 shinobi from the Mist Village and single-handedly thwarted their pursuit. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar within the shinobi world. They could never have anticipated that what was meant to be a moment of glory for the Mist Village would be effortlessly overshadowed by a child of such tender years. This revelation was difficult for the remaining shinobi of the Mist Village to accept. "Hey, you insufferable brat. What is your name? Why have I never heard of such a genius from the Leaf Village? Even the son of the legendary White Fang of the Leaf could not reach your level." The captain glared at Ling Feng, gritting his teeth. For reasons unknown, the captain found himself entranced by the boy's gaze, which induced a disorienting sensation within him. This unknown child was indeed formidable. Though he appeared replete with vulnerabilities, a mere glance revealed an aura brimming with menace that was utterly disconcerting. Ling Feng toyed with the kunai in his hand, deftly spinning it between his fingers, the cold glint reflecting ominously. What was merely an ordinary kunai now resembled a lethal weapon poised for action. His nonchalant demeanor stood in stark contrast to the palpable tension emanating from his adversaries. After a rather lackluster yawn, Ling Feng finally spoke in a leisurely manner. "Oh, you wish to know my name? Apologies, but there is no need for you to know. From this moment forth, you shall no longer need to remember anything." As Ling Feng's voice faded, a wave of dread washed over the onlookers. They could not comprehend why a single statement from him could instill such a profound fear. The captain swallowed hard, his mind racing with thoughts. He then mustered a strained smile and addressed Ling Feng. "To be honest, your remarkable capabilities remind me of the legendary trio of elite shinobi from the Leaf, known as the legendary 3 ninjas. However, I have yet to hear your name, indicating that your talents have been overlooked. I imagine you too desire to attain fame through this conflict, do you not? Rather than linger in the Leaf Village, which prattles on about peace, why not join us? We have countless battles to fight, and here, you would have the opportunity for swift recognition." You see, a faint sound echoed as a shuriken lodged itself into the captain's chest. The onlookers were taken aback. When had such a hand been moved? Do you understand? The previous group met their demise in a similar fashion. You all talk too much. With that, Ling Feng swiftly completed a series of hand seals for a ninjutsu. Earth release, fish in the ground. Suddenly, the solid earth beneath them began to shift, resembling a marsh as the mud writhed. In the next moment, Dozens of Ling Fengs appeared before the crowd. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. A multitude of shadow clones simultaneously executed the fish in the ground technique. How could this be possible? Logically, the more shadow clones there were, the weaker their combined strength and chakra would be. So how could so many Ling Fengs manage to unleash the fish in the ground technique together? Where did he acquire such an abundance of chakra? In a flash, one individual realized something, pointing at Ling Feng in terror. Everyone, run. He.S. a Jinchuriki. Indeed. Such a vast reservoir of chakra could only belong to a Jinchuriki. How frightening. We are battling a Jinchuriki. Panic ensued among the enemies as they grasped the horror of facing a Jinchuriki. Yet, they remained oblivious to the greater terror that Ling Feng embodied. A Jinchuriki? Merely a pitiful soul controlled by a tailed beast, perpetually fearing a loss of control? Ha ha ha. You underestimate me far too much. What a ridiculous notion. Should I encounter one, they would merely become my pet. Ling Feng shrugged, expressing his dissatisfaction with the adversary's misconceptions. A mere Jinchuriki was insignificant, given sufficient time to develop. Even the Ten Tails could be subdued with a pair of fists. Though you may have misspoken, I shall graciously indulge you for a while longer. After all, I have yet to accumulate enough points. As for escaping, you have long since forfeited your chance at survival. Ling Feng proclaimed, his laughter ringing out loudly as he pursued those attempting to flee. His boisterous laughter reverberated through the mountains and forests, relentlessly assaulting the hearts of his foes. Fear descended and spread like wildfire. In an instant, the enemies, in their panic, began hurling various ninjutsu, desperate to unleash every last ounce of chakra in a bid for survival. Yet, to Ling Feng, this posed no threat whatsoever. Ding. 30 points acquired. Ding. 20 points acquired. Ding. 40 points acquired. As Ling Feng dispelled the fish in the ground technique and deftly evaded the final ninjutsu with a body flicker technique, only the captain remained among the dozens of elite shinobi from the Mist Village. This is impossible. You are merely a 5-year-old child. How can you possess such a terrifying amount of chakra? And what of those ninjutsu? How many chakra affinities do you possess? The captain of the Mist Village was on the brink of collapse. In their pursuit to ensure the flawless execution of their plan, they not only covertly trained a specialized combat unit but also meticulously selected ninjas with various attributes to counter the members of Konoha's Umbu. However, they could never have anticipated that a mere 5-year-old child would prove so formidable, utterly overturning their predictions regarding the outcome of the conflict. Ling Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting the system's notification. Ding. You have gained 2 points. Just 2 points? It seems that this individual's utility has nearly reached its limit. After some observation, Ling Feng discerned that after a few instances of shock, the rewards for the same individual would begin to diminish, ultimately plateauing at a baseline of 2 points. To Ling Feng, this was akin to mere charity. Unless there were a multitude of opponents, there was little significance in such low points. Accumulation could only arise from quantity. Yet now, only one adversary remained. Ling Feng shook his head and extended his right hand. With a sudden crackle, a dazzling burst of lightning erupted. Chidori, Raikiri. Accompanied by the enemy's final scream, Ling Feng swiftly maneuvered and struck them down. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. 300 points. Ling Feng turned and found a stone to sit upon. Intending to rest for a moment, having dispatched over 20 adversaries in quick succession, he felt quite fatigued. Even with the support of Sage Body, without chakra potions, it would have been challenging for him to continue. After all, Ling Feng had been unleashing ninjutsu continuously without pause. While resting, he checked his remaining points. This operation had amassed a total of 824 points for Ling Feng. The sudden influx of points lifted his spirits, instilling a sense of newfound wealth. However, after perusing the shop, that feeling of affluence swiftly dissipated. Upon examining the options, he realized that even after upgrading his Byakugan, his 300 points were insufficient for any substantial purchases. Nevertheless, he could splurge without hesitation on scrolls and ninja tools, free from concerns about point shortages. After a leisurely browse, Ling Feng resolved that his next step would be to upgrade his Sage Body, and then he departed. Activating his Byakugan, he indeed found his field of vision broadened post-upgrade, allowing him to locate the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire and his 3 Umbu companions hidden within a cave. Crack! A stone was kicked aside, startling those inside the cave. The fox-masked figure reacted first, gripping a kunai and inquiring warily. However, upon seeing the silhouette of the newcomer, the 3 Umbu members collectively sighed in relief. Is it all over? The cat queried. Ling Feng nodded. Truly remarkable, you single-handedly faced them and managed to escape. You are indeed someone of great significance, as acknowledged by the third Hokage, remarked the dog. Yet, the fox-masked figure gazed at Ling Feng with a hint of bewilderment. Being more powerful than the cat and the dog, he sensed something amiss about Ling Feng. Sniffing the air, it bore the scent of blood. Though Ling Feng's attire was unblemished, the lingering odor of blood still clung to his clothing. The fox mask is also adept at tracking, thus it immediately discerned this fact. Ling Feng, are you injured? The enemy has vanished, and I possess some medical ninjutsu, one inquired. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, I am unharmed. Let us proceed with the target. There is an additional task requirement. We must reach the destination before dusk. With that, Ling Feng turned and approached the cave entrance, utilizing his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. This was his inaugural undertaking of an S-rank mission, and he would permit no missteps. After confirming the area was clear, the group exited the cave. Soon, they passed the battleground where Ling Feng had single-handedly confronted the elite of the Mist Ninja Village. As they beheld the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and the surrounding devastation, everyone was left in stunned silence. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Ding. Earned 40 points. Ding. Earned 60 points. Ding. Earned 30 points. Before returning to the carriage, the protected individual approached Ling Feng. May I inquire your name? Ling Feng slightly lifted his gaze, replying, an Umbu member, my information is classified. The other party fell into a moment of silence, clearly taken aback, for it was the first time anyone had addressed him in such a manner. Both the attitude and tone were rather audacious. The three Umbu members nearby gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances with Ling Feng, but he remained unfazed. Eventually, the individual returned to the carriage, and the group continued their journey. Ling Feng, do you know who that person is? He is one of the senior members of the cabinet, another remarked. Indeed. Many would long to meet him and have never been afforded such an opportunity, yet you squandered the rare chance to understand one another. This time, all three unanimously expressed that Ling Feng had missed out on a tremendous opportunity. In their eyes, no matter how high the status of those within the ninja village, they were ultimately still soldiers. Only the nation's upper echelons represented true status. Ling Feng, hearing this, replied nonchalantly, it was merely a question of names. It is not as significant as you imagine. Perhaps he simply wished to convey his gratitude. After all, this is our task, our duty. With that, Ling Feng walked away. These individuals, after all, were still rather narrow-minded. Was a high-ranking member of the Fire Country's cabinet truly impressive? That was merely because they existed in a time of peace. Once chaos erupted in the ninja world and war commenced, any position or power would pale in comparison to one's formidable abilities. Others might remain unaware, but Ling Feng understood all too well. When the infinite Tsukuyomi was unleashed, all weaklings would become sustenance for the god tree. Only the strong could stand apart. Of course, Ling Feng would not allow such a fate to transpire. As dusk approached, he watched the protected individual enter a secure area, signifying the completion of their mission. The fox mask sighed in relief, addressing the trio, thanks to Ling Feng. This mission was successfully accomplished. We shall convene in the office of the third Hokage tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Dismissed. With a swift motion, the four vanished from sight. Meanwhile, news of the failure of this covert operation in the Mist Ninja Village began to spread. Even if Konoha cannot disseminate information, the lifeless bodies of the elite Jonin from the Mist Village serve as irrefutable evidence. Various ninja villages engage in fervent discussions, marking this as the most disgraceful battle in the annals of Mist Village history. A nearly identical report has been submitted to the upper echelons of various factions. A total of 24 Jonin from the Mist Village undertook a highly classified operation, only to be annihilated by Konoha's Umbu team. The following day, Ling Feng diligently completed his daily training regimen and then casually enjoyed a bowl of ramen before heading to the Hokage's office to report. Upon his arrival, he found the other three already present. Kakashi Hitaki regarded Ling Feng with a slightly displeased expression, as this marked the second time Ling Feng had arrived late. Well, it's 1 o'clock. Although I arrived right on time, I don't believe I am late, Ling Feng remarked while glancing at the clock on the wall, addressing the third Hokage. The third Hokage furrowed his brow at Ling Feng's words, prompting him to look at the clock as well. Meanwhile, Kakashi began to perspire nervously. Well, Ling Feng? The clock is broken, so the time is inaccurate. Ling Feng quickly realized that the clock was indeed faulty, which meant he had, in fact, arrived late. However, there was no way he would admit that. Thus, he maintained a serious demeanor and stated, "No, if this clock is placed in the Hokage's office, then it must be functioning properly." This statement left everyone in astonishment. Gasps of surprise echoed in the room. This kid has some audacity. They were at a loss for words to counter his assertion. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily speechless as well. Indeed, if the clock were broken, why was it still hanging here? This is the Hokage's office. Such a blunder should not occur. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi let out a sigh and said, "Ling Feng, this is not a significant issue. The higher-ups of the Land of Fire are quite pleased with this operation, especially with your contribution. They mentioned a substantial reward for you. The report regarding the action has already been submitted to me by the Fox. Is there anything you desire?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to Ling Feng with expressions of envy. They could hardly believe that the third Hokage would personally inquire about what reward Ling Feng wished for. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite envy among many. Ling Feng tilted his head slightly, pondering his response. What does he truly lack? Having lived independently for so long, his material needs were minimal. Nothing in particular. But if I must name something, I would appreciate having a private training ground, he finally articulated after some contemplation. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the request for a training ground. Are you serious? Yes, Ling Feng affirmed with a nod. Each time he trained, he had to traverse a considerable distance to find a secluded area. Having a private training ground would save him a significant amount of time on the way there. Sarutobi's fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk as he appeared to be deep in thought. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Very well, here is a map. It indicates suitable locations. You may choose any area that meets the requirements." Indeed, the head of the cabinet, Kimura Fumihiro, a person appointed by the highest authorities, is preparing to visit our village for an inspection. Concurrently, he will hold discussions with other dignitaries here. And they have specifically requested that Ling Feng be present to ensure security matters are attended to. The remaining arrangements will be managed by the Fox. There is nothing else to discuss, so you may all disperse. The crowd responded affirmatively and turned to leave. Ling Feng, please stay for a moment. As they exited the Hokage office building, the voice of Minato Namikaze echoed from behind. Ling Feng turned around, instantly locking onto Minato's figure. When Minato met Ling Feng's gaze, he felt a weight in his heart. This young man had returned from a mission, and his strength had significantly increased. This child's rate of progress is indeed astonishing. Yet, Ling Feng privately acknowledged that Minato's body flicker technique was exceptionally powerful. He would need more time to catch up. However, Minato was destined to become the fourth Hokage, so his abilities were undoubtedly formidable. What seems to be the matter? Lord Minato? Are you aware of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? They are my disciples and are soon to return. But they will subsequently embark on a covert investigation into the clandestine operations of the Mist Ninja Village. Codenamed Mist. It is a rogue ninja organization that has gathered defectors from various ninja villages, boasting formidable combined strength. The Mist Ninja Village's organization of rogue ninja teams is a violation of the Ninja World Treaty, yet they have remained concealed outside our village, leaving us without evidence to expose their crimes. Initially, I intended for the 3 of them to undertake this mission, but considering your considerable strength, I thought it prudent to have you accompany them as an additional safeguard. Of course, the decision to participate is entirely yours. You have a day to contemplate it. So there is no rush for a response. This mission is classified as SSS level, strictly confidential, aside from myself, the 3rd Hokage, and a few participants. No one else will be privy to it. Thus, the risk level of this mission is exceedingly high. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise that lead to fatalities, the circumstances of your demise will not be disclosed, and even your whereabouts in the days leading up to your death will be erased from record. Upon finishing, Minato gazed at Ling Feng with a hint of unease. Although he genuinely wished for Ling Feng to participate, the youth's age raised concerns. The task was extraordinarily perilous. Even dispatching the legendary 3 ninjas did not fully assuage his worries, and he found himself at a loss for suitable replacements, which led him to consider Ling Feng. Ling Feng arched an eyebrow, and without much deliberation, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall participate. When is the mission set to commence? The higher the difficulty of the task, the quicker one could accumulate points. After all, what reason would there be to decline such a splendid opportunity? Minato was taken aback. Are you truly willing to go? Indeed, Ling Feng affirmed with a nod. This is quite dangerous. I merely suggested this to you. I did not intend to compel you. Minato offered further clarification. However, Ling Feng, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Just call for me when the time comes. I have training to complete this afternoon. As Ling Feng's figure receded into the distance, Minato found himself lost in thought, beginning to question whether his decision had been sound. As Ling Feng was dispatched more frequently, he found himself increasingly exposed to the stark realities of this world. The so-called peace was merely a facade for the ordinary populace. As long as war did not erupt, it was deemed peaceful. Little did they know, in the shadows, the death toll was appallingly high. Bofeng Shui Min harbored deep concerns about Ling Feng's reaction upon encountering these unfathomable truths. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Yet, was he truly just a child? With a heart predominantly filled with kindness, Bofeng Shui Min wearily rubbed his temples, anxiety gnawing at him. One cannot deny the efficiency of the third Hokage. Within mere hours after Ling Feng selected his dedicated training ground, everything was meticulously arranged. The perimeter was enclosed with barbed wire, signifying that this was private territory, solely accessible to Ling Feng. Thus, he commenced his rigorous training regimen. While he eagerly anticipated missions alongside the legendary Sannin, he understood that he must cultivate greater strength first. In the early morning, the training ground was alive with the melodious chirping of birds from the surrounding woods. Yet it was overshadowed by the resounding shouts of the young boy diligently honing his skills. Ling Feng trained alone, focusing on his physical prowess. The sage body was powerful, but its true potential required personal cultivation. It was akin to possessing innate talent but remaining indolent. Without effort, one would achieve nothing. Each day, he completed 1,000 sets of exercises, including push-ups, sit-ups, planks, and agility drills through the forest. If Might Guy were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For no child of 5 could endure such a grueling regimen. It was not merely about becoming stronger, it could potentially lead to injury. Thus, while talent determined one's potential, effort established one's limitations. Only Ling Feng, endowed with the sage body, could undertake such a feat. 997, 998, 999, 1000. As the final number echoed, Ling Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The exhilaration of this accomplishment was overwhelming. In his pursuit to unleash the full potential of his sage body, Ling Feng exerted nearly all his strength, relying on the remarkable recovery abilities of the sage body to replenish his stamina, rather than resorting to chakra potions. This cycle ensured maximum utilization of the sage body and guaranteed complete development of its potential. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Ling Feng rose, ready to embark on the next training phase. Although not fully recovered, he felt sufficiently prepared for the subsequent challenge. With a swift motion, he retrieved a collection of shurikens, each obtained through earned points, as Ling Feng aimed to master the use of items acquired from the store, ensuring precise control of his power in battle. Whoosh! 5 targets were struck with pinpoint accuracy at their centers. In the next instant, Ling Feng vanished in a blur, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, as 10 shurikens soared toward him from a short distance away. As Ling Feng's figure returned to its original position, he wielded a kunai, rhythmically striking it. Clang! Clang! The kunai soaring from all directions were deftly intercepted by Ling Feng with remarkable precision. Had Minato Namikaze been present to witness this spectacle, he would have been rendered speechless in astonishment, for Ling Feng's body flicker technique had evidently reached a new pinnacle. Just as Ling Feng was poised to proceed to the next endeavor, he suddenly paused. In the next heartbeat, he turned to find 3 figures emerging before him. Clang! He earned 30 points. Upon discerning their faces, a subtle smile graced Ling Feng's lips. How astonishing! The so-called genius boy that Minato-sensei spoke of truly lived up to the reputation. I'm quite curious about how you discovered our presence. The familiar voices and countenances revealed themselves to be none other than the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Ling Feng regarded the trio, calmly articulating their names. Isn't he an impolite little brat? Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile, pondering how a different child might have been reduced to tears in such a situation. By the way of seniority, you ought to address us as adults, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms, his white hair framing a bemused expression. Tsunade, on the other hand, held her head high, clearly displeased with Ling Feng's demeanor. Ling Feng was unperturbed by their reactions. His familiarity with the trio was profound. Orochimaru had always been inclined towards unconventional experiments, delving into esoteric studies that most would find unsettling. Jiraiya, a notorious lecher, was initially slow to progress but possessed considerable overall strength. Tsunade, a fierce woman, bore a striking contrast between her formidable prowess and her beauty, much of her ability stemming from the Senju clan's legacy. In light of the Sannin's skepticism and discontent, Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, then nonchalantly took a few sips from his water bottle. Once his breath had steadied, he turned back to the trio, his expression remaining composed. Meanwhile, the three were visibly agitated, the veins on their foreheads twitching, indicating their patience was nearing its limit. After all, they too were youthful, brimming with vitality, and burdened by the esteemed title of the Sannin, making them particularly sensitive to their reputations. Thus, Ling Feng's calm demeanor incited their ire. "Hey, don't think just because you're a kid that I want to take action," Tsunade exclaimed, unable to contain herself, raising her fists in exasperation. Jiraiya quickly intervened, urging, "Tsunade, hold your temper. Let us not allow this little brat to think that we Sannin are all hotheads. We must embody the grace of true strength." Orochimaru remained inscrutable, his demeanor as cold as ever, the most enigmatic among the trio. "In terms of seniority, I am your equal as a member of the Umbu, and there exists no hierarchical relationship between us. Thus I see no necessity to address you as such," Ling Feng stated, his tone calm and unhurried, exuding an air of serenity. He even took a moment to tidy his somewhat disheveled attire. After a brief silence, the three elite jonin of Konoha could no longer contain their frustration. Although their esteemed teacher, Minato, had sent them to merely introduce themselves, the conduct of the individual before them was undeniably unsettling. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke, his sinister expression and low, raspy voice instilling a sense of dread, as if one were being stalked by a great serpent destined to become its prey. Beside him, Jiraiya cast a disbelieving glance at Orochimaru, surprised by his impulsiveness. "Do not pretend you are devoid of thoughts," Orochimaru remarked, stepping forward with clear intent to teach Ling Feng a lesson. Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. Of course there are thoughts. But after all, he is merely a 5-year-old child. Wouldn't it be a bit excessive for the three of us to gang up on him? Let me take the lead then. I am on the verge of exploding with anger. I never expected to encounter such a disrespectful little brat in Konoha. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to step in, but was firmly restrained by Jiraiya. The three legendary ninjas were once a team, their camaraderie deeply ingrained, filled with vibrant and entertaining memories. However, Ling Feng had no inclination to spectate. Instead, he meticulously assessed the disparities between himself and his opponents. The reason for the legendary status of Konoha's Sannin lay in their unique abilities, traits that were impossible for outsiders to replicate. For instance, Tsunade's extraordinary strength, Orochimaru's distinctive ninjutsu, and Jiraiya's sage techniques learned from Mount Myaboku. These were not skills accessible to the average individual. It could be said that this was the most formidable opponent Ling Feng had encountered thus far. Yet, the greater their strength, the more fervent Ling Feng's spirit became. While Tsunade was held back by Jiraiya, Orochimaru approached Ling Feng with measured steps. "Now, allow me to witness your true abilities." Upon uttering these words, Orochimaru instantly transformed into his serpent form. His already pallid skin sprouted delicate scales, his neck elongated, and a crimson tongue flickered menacingly. To Ling Feng's surprise, Orochimaru had chosen to unleash his most powerful technique right from the outset. Nevertheless, Ling Feng maintained an unruffled demeanor. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, astonished. What a remarkable child. No one has ever remained so composed in my serpentine presence. I am beginning to take an interest in you. In response, Ling Feng let out a derisive laugh. Merely a serpent form. I have witnessed far more grotesque displays from you. Molting, rebirth, parasitism, each seemed more repulsive than the one before. With a hiss, Orochimaru lunged, his massive serpentine head aimed at Ling Feng. Yet, at the very moment of contact, Ling Feng vanished. What incredible speed! Tsunade exclaimed from a distance. Indeed. He is likely already nearing the level of our teacher, Jiraiya concurred. The hissing intensified as Orochimaru flicked his tongue, finally adopting a serious demeanor. However, Ling Feng was equally resolute. In terms of power, the Sannin were currently above Ling Feng, but he was far from intimidated. Yet, with Ling Feng's mastery of various esoteric arts, complemented by the formidable attributes of the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Sage Body, he could ensure his survival even in the face of defeat. Ninjutsu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. With a swift motion, a multitude of serpentine heads erupted from Orochimaru's form, darting towards Ling Feng with alarming speed. Observing this, Ling Feng retaliated by launching a flurry of shuriken. Wind Release, Wind Blade Shuriken. The shuriken sliced through the air, accurately severing each of Orochimaru's serpentine heads. Although Orochimaru's scales possessed defensive capabilities, Ling Feng had anticipated this and infused his shuriken with chakra, utilizing the cutting force of wind release to sever the heads with ease. Unbelievable. The precision of his shuriken control is astonishing. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it could originate from a mere 5-year-old child. Jiraiya finally ceased his attempts to impede Tsunade, who stood frozen in astonishment. It was only after witnessing Ling Feng dismantle 2 of Orochimaru's attacks that they comprehended their grave underestimation of his true prowess. Once the serpentine heads were vanquished, Orochimaru reverted to his human form, his serpentine eyes glinting with an eerie curiosity and intrigue as they fixated on Ling Feng. To exhibit such prowess at such a tender age. I am quite eager to study you further, he mused. However, before he could elaborate, Tsunade stepped forward. Have you had your fun? Now it is my turn. Ling Feng gazed at the voluptuous Tsunade with an intrigued stare. Undeniably, in terms of stature, Tsunade was the unrivaled queen of the shinobi world. Ling Feng couldn't help but lament that his age didn't quite align with this realm's expectations. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze, Tsunade's cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she barked. You little brat, what are you staring at? Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Why, I am merely observing you. It seems the next round is yours, is it not? Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. This little rascal possessed considerable skill, not only in combat, but in repartee as well. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength entails, she declared, charging forward with a fierce swing of her fist. Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of gravity. Tsunade excelled in close-quarters combat, wielding immense strength. Those who engaged her in a direct confrontation rarely emerged unscathed. Given Ling Feng's current capabilities, he could not afford to confront her head-on. Thus, he resorted to the body flicker technique to create distance. However, this strategy was not sustainable. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade's overall prowess was formidable. Her speed was no less impressive than her strength. Checking his points, Ling Feng noted he had 456 remaining. His Sage Body, Byakugan, and Sharingan had all reached the initial stage, requiring 5,000 points for further advancement. With the current point total, he was far from that goal. Thus, he resolved to utilize his points against Tsunade. While evading her attacks, Ling Feng opened the system shop within his mind. Soon, he discovered what he sought. Senju Clan's superhuman strength, initial exchange cost, 300 points. Fortunately, it is not overly expensive. Although I can only exchange for a basic version of immense strength, when combined with the Sage Body, it should pose a challenge for Tsunade. I shall exchange for the basic strength now. Ding. Consuming 300 points, the exchange for basic strength is successful. At the instant the system's voice faded, Ling Feng felt an intangible enhancement coursing through his muscles. Despite no visible changes to his physique, an overwhelming force surged within him. With a crack, Ling Feng snapped a branch beneath his foot, then halted, turning to face Tsunade. Why have you stopped running? I expected you to flee continuously, he remarked. Honestly, your retreat upon witnessing my attack has caught me off guard. You seem rather familiar with my combat style. Tsunade regarded Ling Feng, tilting her head slightly. Ling Feng grinned. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha have already made their mark in the ninja world. Is it strange that I know a bit about you? Tsunade opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, you have chosen to halt your flight, indicating your readiness to engage in battle with me. Come, let me witness the prowess of this new generation's top genius from Konoha. Upon finishing her statement, Tsunade charged at Ling Feng. Ling Feng spread his legs apart and shouted, "Release immense strength." Boom. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. What followed was a barrage of powerful strikes, each thud echoing with a deep resonance, causing Orochimaru and Jiraiya to flinch. Unaware of the true terror of Tsunade's immense strength, they were reluctant to confront her directly. Even knowing that Tsunade and Ling Feng were merely sparring, not engaging in a serious battle, they were astounded to witness Ling Feng holding his ground against Tsunade in close combat. Ding. Earned 80 points. Ling Feng, elated, increased the intensity of his strikes. Sensing the growing force behind Ling Feng's blows, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeper. How could this little brat possess such strength? Could he possibly be a descendant of the Senju clan? But that cannot be. If he were of the same lineage, I would certainly be aware of it. According to the records, Ling Feng is merely an orphan. Immense strength is Tsunade's unique skill, but the true power of this ability lies dormant within her body, known as the 100 Healings technique. Tsunade had only intended to teach Ling Feng a lesson, unwilling to unveil her clan's secret techniques against a mere 5-year-old child. Another exchange of blows ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. With a thunderous crash, their combined might created a deep crater in the ground. They then retreated to a safer distance. Jiraiya, it is your turn, Tsunade called out, aware that if the fight continued and she lost control, she would inevitably resort to using the 100 healings technique, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Habitually, she summoned Jiraiya to handle the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya wore a look of exasperation. He observed intently from the sidelines, witnessing that Ling Feng's prowess far exceeded their expectations. Thus, under the circumstances of restraint, no one could hope to gain any advantage over Ling Feng. I shall refrain from attempting. After all, neither of you could inflict even the slightest harm upon Ling Feng, and I doubt I would fare any better. Unless the three of us were to fully unleash our true capabilities, but that would surely provoke the ire of Lord Minato. Although Jiraiya is somewhat of a lecher, he approached the analysis of the current situation with utmost seriousness. However, Ling Feng was not inclined to relent, having just expended 500 points to acquire extraordinary strength. How could they simply decide not to fight? This was unacceptable. Stepping forward, Ling Feng proclaimed, "No fighting? You three were the ones who instigated this. And now you wish to withdraw?" Ling Feng's demeanor was filled with indignation, even carrying a hint of provocation. The legendary Sannin of Konoha were merely SOSL. Such a remark caused Jiraiya, who had been grinning moments ago, to erupt in frustration. "Damn it! You little brat are incredibly arrogant. Tsunade, Orochimaru. I can no longer tolerate this." With that, Jiraiya sprang into action. Ninjutsu, Sage Mode. Wait, you're going straight into Sage Mode? Ling Feng was taken aback. Astonished by the effectiveness of his provocation, Orochimaru and Tsunade stood in shock. "Isn't this a bit excessive, Jiraiya?" Tsunade inquired from behind. Jiraiya had already charged forward. This kid brought it upon himself. Orochimaru chuckled, transforming into his serpent form and joining Jiraiya in the attack. Tsunade, realizing she could not lag behind, reluctantly swung her fists and rushed in. Thus, Ling Feng truly engaged in battle with the three legendary Sannin. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng replenished his state with a chakra potion. He firmly believed that after this encounter, his strength would ascend to a new level. Consequently, facing the three Sannin, Ling Feng unleashed his full power, employing all his signature techniques. Earth Release, Fish in the Ground. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Chidori, Lightning Cutter. Water Release, Great Water Flood Wave. Wind Release, Wind Blade Shuriken. Thanks to his precise use of the Body Flicker technique, coupled with the constant activation of Fish in the Ground, Ling Feng exhibited remarkable agility, leaving the Sannin in awe. Utilizing his mobility, he nearly evaded all their ninjutsu assaults. Although this demanded a considerable amount of chakra, costing him 36 points in consumables, he concurrently gained a total of 306 points from the three. This was equivalent to the reward earned from the previous system task. Ling Feng felt thoroughly satisfied, having exchanged 300 points for basic extraordinary strength. He had now regained it all, a truly profitable transaction. Just as they prepared to continue their skirmish, a light cough interrupted them. The group then realized that someone had arrived. Ling Feng looked up to see the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Master." Upon witnessing the scene, the three Sannin respectfully bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, in essence, was their mentor from childhood. Ling Feng also slightly inclined his body as a gesture of respect. Sarutobi surveyed the group before addressing them in a calm tone. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The purpose of your gathering here is to ensure that you properly introduce yourselves to Ling Feng. After all, you are responsible for security during the high-level meeting in 2 days. Is this how you choose to greet him?" Observing the craters and scattered stones on the ground, along with the lingering chakra in the air, Sarutobi was fully aware of the recent events. Yet, more astonishing than the incident itself was Ling Feng's remarkable progress. "Ding! You have earned 30 points. Ling Feng felt a surge of delight, beginning to wish for the third Hokage to visit him more often, regardless of praise or critique, primarily to accumulate additional points. "Jiraiya, would you kindly explain what transpired here?" Sarutobi inquired, fixing his gaze on Jiraiya. Faced with his teacher's scrutiny, Jiraiya dared not conceal the truth and recounted the events honestly. Sarutobi listened intently, then turned his gaze towards Ling Feng, puzzled as to why he would provoke Jiraiya and the others. "Ling Feng, would you elaborate on the situation?" Sarutobi regarded this exceptionally talented individual with significant importance. The renown of the legendary three was certainly formidable, a testament to Konoha's prestige. However, a truly powerful village thrives on a continuous influx of fresh talent. and Ling Feng undoubtedly stood as the most impressive genius of the new generation. Ling Feng, upon hearing the inquiry, observed Saratobi's earnest expression. "Lord Hokage, this is my private territory, is it not?" They trespassed without permission and displayed considerable rudeness. I was quite angered and made some ungracious remarks, which led to the ensuing conflict. Saratobi raised an eyebrow. Who initiated the altercation? Ling Feng pointed towards Jiraiya and his companions. "Oh, so it was indeed you who made the first move?" Saratobi's expression darkened slightly, though not overtly. Ling Feng discerned that this was merely a performance for his benefit. On one side were his three most cherished students, and on the other, a promising young genius. While Ling Feng's potential was immense, he had yet to fully mature. The Sannin, currently the most prominent figures in Konoha, carried the village's honor and shame. Such behavior was utterly unbecoming. "Leave at once," Saratobi's command echoed, prompting Jiraiya and the others to depart. Afterward, Saratobi glanced at Ling Feng. "Watergate has briefed you about the security arrangements for the meeting in 2 days, correct?" Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. "Very well." With that, Saratobi turned and departed. Ling Feng resumed his training, while outside the training ground, Jiraiya and the others awaited until Saratobi appeared once more. "What are your thoughts on this young man?" It was indeed Saratobi Hiruzen who had come to assess Ling Feng, for he now bore the title of Hokage and could not afford to act recklessly. Jiraiya and his companions exchanged glances and ultimately reached a consensus. This child is undoubtedly destined to become the strongest in Konoha's future. In the training ground, a chime echoed, signaling the acquisition of 60 points. Ling Feng smiled, his lips curving upwards. He received word that the high-ranking officials attending the meeting would arrive in the village in 3 days. This was a stark contrast to what the third Hokage and Minato had previously informed him. Nevertheless, Ling Feng understood. A prior ambush had already befallen high-ranking officials from the Mist Village, and such an occurrence could not be repeated in quick succession. Thus, the timing of this meeting had been altered, known only to the core members responsible for security, including Ling Feng and the legendary 3 ninjas. 3 days remained. A perfect opportunity for training, aiming for another improvement. Through combat with the legendary 3, Ling Feng had amassed a wealth of practical experience, which he could now thoroughly digest. Presently, his account held 380 points. Upon reviewing the prices in the system's shop, he noted that the Sharingan, Byakugan, and the intermediate Sage Body each required 5,000 points. A goal seemingly unattainable in the near future. It appeared that post-security mission, he would need to expedite the completion of additional tasks. Ling Feng then examined a rather unique constitution within the world of ninjas, the bloodline limit. However, it demanded 1,000 points. This extraordinary power could only be inherited through blood and genetics, akin to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The Sharingan and Byakugan were the 2 most renowned bloodline limits in the ninja realm, primarily due to the prominence and numerous descendants of these 2 clans. Anyone possessing the original bloodlines of these families could attain the Sharingan or Byakugan. Generally speaking, bloodline limits cannot be forcibly stripped away. They can only be passed down through lineage and genetics. As for future figures like Kakashi and Danzo, their cases were exceptional. Therefore, spending 1,000 points to acquire a bloodline limit was indeed a worthwhile investment. Regrettably, Ling Feng currently lacked the requisite points to exchange for another bloodline limit. The pressing matter remained. He needed to devise a method to accumulate points. Thus, Ling Feng found himself anticipating the next system mission, which had previously awarded him 300 points. And he speculated that the next would yield around 500 points. 3 days slipped by swiftly. On this day, Ling Feng completed his morning training as usual, returning to find the legendary 3 ninjas gathered, awaiting his arrival. This doesn't seem to be the designated meeting spot, he mused, raising an eyebrow. Sensing Ling Feng's displeasure, Jiraiya hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. "It was the teacher who instructed us to come, to discuss the security action plan. You may decide as you wish. I shall adhere to orders," Ling Feng replied dismissively, waving his hand before settling down comfortably to rest. "It is not a battle plan. What is there to discuss? If an urgent situation arises, we should simply act without hesitation." Moreover, Ling Feng has never been particularly fond of collaborative efforts. His pursuit is the ultimate expression of strength, a pure individual prowess, rendering the concept of a team as mere illusions. Consider Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Tsutsuki, true paragons of power who never required an abundance of allies. Alone, they possessed the capability to plunge the entire shinobi world into perilous circumstances. Observing Ling Feng's response, Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh. After all, he wouldn't grasp our tactical plans anyway, remarked Orochimaru from the side. Since their confrontation, he recognized that Ling Feng's strength was formidable, even at the tender age of 5, marked by an indomitable spirit. It was already a significant feat for him to comply with orders. However, Tsunade was not pleased. As the most cherished and singular granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, she was accustomed to being the center of admiration in Konoha. Throughout her life, no one dared to act arrogantly in her presence. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke to her with a semblance of respect, considering her direct lineage to the Senju clan. Yet, to her astonishment, this orphan, Ling Feng, exhibited such audacity. Of course, Tsunade acknowledged his undeniable strength, but she was unwilling to allow him to continue his brashness unchecked. I say, allowing this little brat to join us was a grave miscalculation. What do you think? Tsunade interjected. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Tsunade's intent. Yet, this was the directive from their teacher. Surely, they could not refuse. Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. Tsunade glanced at Ling Feng, who was resting not far away, and delivered a punch to Jiraiya's head, causing a noticeable bump to form. Fool. My intention is not to drive him away, but to ensure he understands we are not to be trifled with. Jiraiya, cradling his head, replied with a hint of grievance. Haven't we already tried? It feels as though that little brat still has some hidden cards. Humph. This time, we shall refrain from intervening. Let that young lad seek out trouble himself. Tsunade chuckled mischievously. As Jiraiya stood there, bewildered, Orochimaru also broke into laughter. Hey, what are you two laughing about? Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. Trust Tsunade. I am confident she has devised a plan, Orochimaru assured him. Soon enough, Tsunade revealed her strategy. The outcome was predictable. A targeted conspiracy was set into motion. The simple objective behind this scheme was to temper Ling Feng's fervor. When the trio approached Ling Feng after their discussion, each made a concerted effort to conceal their amusement. Ling Feng lifted his gaze, brow slightly raised, clearly sensing something amiss with the trio before him. What is the matter? Is there a problem? He inquired. In perfect harmony, the three shook their heads. No, nothing at all. This was evidently not the case. It appears that the illustrious Sannin of the Hidden Leaf Village are rather inept when it comes to fabricating lies. Ling Feng fixed his gaze upon the trio, observing them intently until beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. Is everything all right? What is your plan? Where shall I be stationed? Ling Feng inquired, prompting a sigh of relief from the three. I will inform you once we arrive at the scene. We still have 3 hours until the event begins. And we can set off now, Orochimaru responded, as Jiraiya was left speechless in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I shall head over first. Once Ling Feng's figure vanished from sight, a collective exhalation echoed around them. For reasons unknown, as I gazed into Ling Feng's eyes, an uncanny sensation washed over me, as if 3 pairs of eyes were scrutinizing me. Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his brow, while Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged subtle nods of agreement. This boy is truly enigmatic. Let us depart as well. We must reach the venue without delay, Tsunade stated, and with that, she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru left the training ground. The meeting was to be convened in the heart of the Leaf Village, an area that, apart from the Hokage's office, consisted of the residences of high-ranking officials, a zone strictly off-limits to outsiders. At the entrance, Ling Feng perched atop a rooftop, allowing the breeze to envelop him. The Sannin had arrived. This is the list of crucial individuals requiring protection for this operation. There are 5 in total, with the foremost being the head of the cabinet, Kawashiro. Orochimaru handed Ling Feng a list, instructing, you shall guard the main entrance. We will handle the other areas since you are not well acquainted with this locale. Ling Feng accepted the list with a nod, understanding the task at hand. With 2 hours remaining before the meeting commenced, attendees would start arriving 30 minutes early. It was imperative to possess an entry ticket to gain access. If any issues arise, simply activate the Azure Seal, and assistance will be dispatched immediately, Orochimaru added. Ling Feng then received a small scroll, which, upon unrolling, revealed a sealing technique, likely a form of mental ninjutsu intended to alert him. Undoubtedly, this was prepared by Sarutobi Hiruzen, underscoring his regard for the significance of this meeting. Ling Feng comprehended that a successful conclusion to this assembly would elevate the authority of the Leaf Village, subsequently influencing the financial allocations from the Land of Fire. In essence, the outcome of this meeting would directly affect the welfare of the village, and as an orphan, Ling Feng stood to benefit the most. Thus, Ensuring the meeting's success was a venture with no risk for him. According to the plan, before entering the meeting venue from the main thoroughfare, Ling Feng needed to ensure his identity remained concealed to avoid drawing the attention of any nefarious individuals. However, he did not anticipate encountering Yuhi Kurenai and her companions. Hey, Ling Feng-kun. Ah, really? It's Ling Feng-kun. In a burst of excitement, Inuzuka Rin was the first to spot Ling Feng, waving her hand enthusiastically. Yuhi Kurenai, upon hearing this, quickly turned to catch a glimpse of Ling Feng, and, upon seeing him, erupted into an even more animated display of joy. Ling Feng was taken aback as he beheld two figures rushing towards him. Upon recognizing their faces, he abandoned his initial intention to send them flying with a punch or kick. With a flurry, the two women leaped into his embrace. Fortunately, Ling Feng was robust. Otherwise, he might have been toppled by their sudden onslaught. Not far away, Kai, Kakashi, Obito, and Asuma watched this scene unfold, especially Obito and Asuma, who felt a surge of tears welling up. Ah, this scoundrel Ling Feng. How greedy he is to embrace both of them at once. Obito, are you not infuriated? Asuma exclaimed, clenching his fists in frustration. Certainly, Obito was enraged, but recalling the fate that had befallen him when he had previously targeted Ling Feng, he quickly deflated. Asuma, perhaps it is best to let it go. Ling Feng is far too powerful now. Upon hearing this, Asuma, who had been poised to act, also felt his resolve wane. Indeed, they had witnessed Ling Feng's prowess firsthand. Even the teachers at the academy were powerless against him. What could they possibly do? How long are you two going to cling on? Ling Feng inquired, holding one in each arm, savoring the distinct fragrances emanating from them. Truly an enjoyable experience. However, the current setting was inappropriate. Such a display on the street would surely attract unwanted attention. Ling Feng aspired to become a paragon in the ninja world. How could he afford to leave behind a tarnished legacy? With Ling Feng's remark, Yugao and Lin found themselves blushing in embarrassment and promptly descended to the ground. Ling Feng-kun, how have you been recently? Yugao asked. Indeed, Ling Feng-kun, it has been over 2 months. It feels like ages since we last saw you, Lin added. Ling Feng scratched his head, pondering how to articulate his situation. Should he reveal that he had joined the Yumbu? Well, after graduating early from the Ninja Academy, I have become a competent genin, and I have been fulfilling my duties to the village these past 2 months, he stated earnestly. Wow, Ling Feng-kun is amazing. Yugao and Lin clapped their hands in delight. Indeed, in the presence of someone they admired, women often exhibited their adorable sides, much like Sakura towards Sasuke and Hinata towards Naruto. Conversely, their interactions could also be marked by violence and indifference, as seen with Lin towards Obito and Yugao towards Asuma. Ling Feng. Kakashi approached. Kakashi, it has been a while, Ling Feng greeted with a smile. My application for early graduation was approved as well. In a week, I will officially graduate and become a genin, Kakashi stated, looking at Ling Feng. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the unyielding spirit within Kakashi's gaze. Clearly, he had become a benchmark for Kakashi's aspirations. Ha ha ha, that is splendid news. I look forward to your graduation. Perhaps we can undertake missions together, Ling Feng said, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Behind them, Kai clenched his fists, declaring, I will also hasten my graduation. So will we. Yugao and Lin chimed in, raising their tiny fists. The atmosphere among them momentarily brimmed with joy and camaraderie. Certainly, it is imperative to eliminate the lingering resentment and trepidation that prevent one from approaching Asuma and Obito. Particularly with Obito, his gaze upon Ling Feng seemed to possess a voracious intensity. Consequently, Ling Feng could almost predict the forthcoming events, as his entanglement with Rin had undoubtedly intensified Obito's grievances, propelling him onto a path of vengeance aimed at crafting a realm solely for himself and Rin. However, Ling Feng would not permit such an absurd fantasy to materialize. Infinite Tsukuyomi? How amusing. At that moment, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed through the air. A swift steed galloped past, stirring clouds of dust that left the villagers on the road gasping for breath, as Ling Feng bid farewell to the gathering. Preparing to head to the meeting, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he noticed something amiss behind him. Upon turning, he beheld the horse barreling toward the central clearing where Rin stood. When Rin finally comprehended the danger, all she could perceive was the rapidly enlarging visage of the horse. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, followed by a resounding thud. Bystanders halted, collectively inhaling sharply. It was a disaster. That young girl would surely suffer severe injuries. Where did that horse come from, so oblivious to the presence of pedestrians? That child appeared no older than 5 or 6. How pitiable. Obito, too, was momentarily stunned. And by the time he regained his senses, he could only scream in anguish toward the swirling dust. Rin. Yet, as the dust settled, astonishment gripped the crowd. A young boy stood protectively in front of the girl, his hand outstretched. The horse lay motionless on the ground, evidently knocked unconscious, while its rider tumbled to the earth, coated in mud, glaring at Ling Feng with fury. "You insolent brat! Do you know who I am? You dare to lay a hand on me. You are courting death." His words sent a shiver through the crowd. Yet Ling Feng, with an impassive expression, coldly retorted, "What of it? Who do you think you are?" Compared to the threats and intimidation of the fallen rider, Ling Feng's response elicited gasps of shock and disbelief. It was evident to discerning eyes that the fallen individual was clad in opulent attire, although he might have appeared to be but a guard. The fabric he wore was unmistakably exceptional. As he rose, his countenance darkened and his gaze chilled. The onlookers soon realized that he was quite imposing, taking a few steps forward, casting a shadow that loomed over Ling Feng, instilling fear among those behind him, including Kakashi, whose face turned pale. Despite Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy of Konoha, he remained, at heart, merely a child. Only Ling Feng remained unfazed, exhibiting a demeanor of calm indifference. Having lived 2 lives, Ling Feng was no stranger to such scenarios. "What did you just say, little brat? Are you serious? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the captain of the first guard of the cabinet, the demon dragon, Sanchi," the fallen rider proclaimed, towering over Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was indeed Sanchi, the demon dragon. In the annals of legend, the foremost swordsman of the land of fire emerges. Indeed, at such a tender age, he ascended to the rank of captain of the elite guard, his prowess having reached the esteemed level of an elite jonin. It is true that whenever the higher echelons of the land of fire venture forth, he is invariably present. Not once has an incident occurred in his presence. As the murmurs of the surrounding crowd intensified, Kakashi and his companions grew increasingly pale. An adversary of such caliber was far beyond their capacity to handle. Yuanyuan, unable to contain her emotions, wept profusely, tears cascading down her cheeks in a display of profound grievance. "Ling Feng, I am so sorry for you. I never anticipated that this situation would escalate to such complications. You must leave. This is my fault alone, and it bears no relation to you." Hearing Yuanyuan's choked sobs, Ling Feng remained resolute, stating coolly, "It was I who acted. What concern is it of yours? Furthermore, we are not at fault. He is the one in the wrong, recklessly galloping through a crowd of people. Thus, I demand an explanation." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This young lad, while not incorrect in his assertion, should have considered the context. Indeed, such bravado is misplaced. The opponent is a being of elite jonin caliber. He appears to still be in the academy for jonin trainees. Due to Ling Feng's rare appearances in public, often occupied with training or missions, the onlookers were unfamiliar with him, seemingly having forgotten the considerable incident he had caused during his time at the Ninja Academy. However, upon reflection, it had been a little over 3 months since that time, a span neither too brief nor overly long. The only ones likely to remember would be those children who were present at the scene. Yuanyuan felt a surge of emotion. Yet she hesitated to speak further, not wanting Ling Feng to suffer due to her own plight. However, as she opened her mouth, Ling Feng raised his hand to interrupt. "Kakashi guy, please look after Lin. I shall handle this." At that moment, the infamous Goryu Senki was already experiencing a furious pulse at his temples. Such a nauseating display of naive camaraderie, daring to exhibit bravado in my presence, it seems he has yet to taste the harshness of reality. I must admit, you are the first to dare impede my path. Regardless of your youth, misdeeds warrant consequences. With that, Goryu Senki unsheathed his blade. Witnessing this, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, fists clenched tightly. An elite jonin, indeed, akin to the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yet, in a true confrontation, he would undoubtedly fall short. Ling Feng, having grown considerably stronger since their last encounter, felt confident in facing Goryu Senki head-on. Thus, he promptly exchanged points in the system shop for a mid-level katana, expending 100 points. The basic model costs merely 10 points, while the advanced version demands a steep 1,000 points. Currently, Ling Feng's remaining points were insufficient for an advanced blade, leaving him with no choice but to procure a mid-level katana. He hoped that after this clash with Goryu Senki, he might recoup his losses. In truth, acquiring an advanced katana would have been optimal, as Ling Feng had discerned that Goryu Senki's sword was anything but ordinary. To be recognized as the foremost swordsman of the Land of Fire, one must indeed possess unique qualities. As the three formidable figures of the demon dragon beheld Ling Feng draw his katana, they erupted into hearty laughter. How amusing! Do you truly believe that this mere scrap of metal can contend with me? Frankly, this wretched sword is hardly worth my effort. However, your insolence has provoked my ire. If you kneel and offer a sincere apology now, I may spare your life, the demon dragon coldly declared. Yet, Ling Feng merely flicked his katana and replied nonchalantly. I maintain that the fault lies with you. Thus it is you who ought to apologize. Humph, impudent brat, you seek your own demise. A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the demon dragon as he lunged forward with his blade aimed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the direct assault aimed at his vital points. Very well, I shall not hold back. Even knowing you are the captain of the cabinet's guard, I shall seize every point from you. In an instant, he activated his instantaneous body technique. Whoosh! Ling Feng vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the demon dragon, unleashing the Chidori. With crackling arcs of electricity flashing, Ling Feng swung his blade, poised to strike the demon dragon's back, who quickly reacted. Clang! Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as both combatants were propelled backward, dust settling around them. The demon dragon's sleeve was now charred and blackened. Though Ling Feng's Chidori had not directly struck him, the flickering arcs had ignited his garments, which he swiftly extinguished. Yet, the singed fabric bore testament to the fierce exchange that had just transpired. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, yet in Ling Feng's mind, the system's notifications rang incessantly. Ding! Earned 160 points. Ding! Earned 100 points. Ding! Earned 80 points. Though Ling Feng understood he had inflicted no real harm, the scorched sleeve led the onlookers to believe he had triumphed in this exchange. The demon dragon, taken aback, recognized the Chidori, but was astonished that a mere child of over 5 years could wield it with such proficiency. This maneuver had granted Ling Feng a total of 340 points. Excitement surged within Ling Feng. He anticipated that defeating the demon dragon would yield a substantial bounty of points. Given the multitude of spectators present, you insufferable brat, do not presume that such tricks will vanquish me. Mark my words, even if the Hokage intervenes, you shall not be spared. A mere genin, prepare to meet your end. The demon dragon bellowed furiously, charging forward with his blade. Faced with the now serious demon dragon, Ling Feng swiftly activated his Sharingan and Byakugan. The combined powers of these ocular techniques ensured that he could meticulously analyze every attack launched by his opponent. While the demon dragon was formidable, his strength ultimately relied on chakra, the fundamental force in this world. Thus, with the enhancement of the Byakugan, every movement of the demon dragon lay under Ling Feng's keen observation. Clang! The two blades collided with precision, sparking a flurry of bright flames. Well, I must admit, your swordsmanship is quite commendable, exclaimed Gue Long Sanchi through gritted teeth. Ling Feng offered no reply, merely lifting the corner of his mouth in a slight smirk. He had anticipated that Gue Long Sanchi might possess some ninjutsu, but unfortunately, it appeared that the opponent was solely reliant on swordplay. Although Gue Long Sanchi's strikes were swift, Ling Feng, upon sensing any discrepancy, adeptly employed the body flicker technique to eliminate any unnecessary movements. As for swordsmanship, Ling Feng did not possess such skills. He was simply exceptionally fast. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. As long as Ling Feng's velocity surpassed that of Gue Long Sanchi, even the most formidable sword techniques would be rendered irrelevant in Ling Feng's presence. As the duel unfolded with both parties exchanging blows, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly peculiar. The participants were acutely aware of the shift. At that moment, Gue Long Sanchi wore a decidedly grim expression. He was taken aback that a mere child could match him blow for blow. This was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, bolstered by his invincibility, had accumulated an impressive 120 points. To the onlookers, it appeared that as long as Ling Feng remained unscathed, he was on par with Gue Long Sanchi's strength. However, Ling Feng understood that this was merely Gue Long Sanchi's ordinary state and that he had yet to unleash his full potential. If this was truly the prowess of the foremost swordsman of the Land of Fire, it was laughably disgraceful. Clang! Once again, their blades clashed before they separated. Enough, little brat. I've played with you long enough. Now it's time to die? Gue Long Sanchi's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and his aura surged ominously. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Ling Feng could distinctly sense the palpable killing intent pressing against his nerves. Yet, Ling Feng refused to back down. With a thunderous shout, his aura surged dramatically as he revealed his true strength. The Sharingan, Byakugan, Sage Mode, all activated to their utmost potential. In an instant, Gui Long Sanchi, who had been fixated on Ling Feng, suddenly felt as though he was experiencing an illusion. The youth before him seemed to possess 3 pairs of eyes? Humph. Deceitful tricks. Gui Long Sanchi bellowed in fury, channeling his chakra to envelop his blade as he charged at Ling Feng. Though not a ninja, Gui Long Sanchi demonstrated considerable proficiency in manipulating chakra. Ling Feng, witnessing this, felt no surprise. In this world, there existed a nation known as the Land of Iron, renowned for producing exceptional swordsmen adept at wielding chakra to enhance their weaponry in combat. The application of chakra is multifaceted, depending entirely on the wielder's creativity. Earth style fish shadow, body flicker technique, Chidori stream blade. Nearby, Kakashi and the others exchanged glances of excitement. Ling Feng's signature ninjutsu was about to be unleashed. With the combination of earth-style fish shadow and body flicker technique, who could possibly keep pace with his movements? With a swift motion, Ling Feng dodged Gui Long Sanchi's chakra-infused lethal strike and immediately countered with the Chidori stream blade. However, Gui Long Sanchi retaliated with a swift strike, the force of which reverberated through Ling Feng's arm, leaving it numb, and compelled him to utilize the Earth Instant technique to create distance. To Ling Feng's astonishment, the full might of Gui Long Sanchi was overwhelming, revealing a true strength capable of effortlessly slicing through even ninjutsu. Ling Feng's Chidori flow blade had yet to scorch his opponent's attire before it was utterly shattered by the powerful blow. Recognizing that close combat was futile, he resolved to adopt a hit-and-run strategy. With an increasing proficiency in the usage of the earth-embedded fish technique, the range of his abilities expanded considerably. He swiftly exchanged for 5 bottles of intermediate chakra potions from the system's store, preparing for a war of attrition against Gui Long Sanchi. After consuming the first potion, Ling Feng felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him, allowing him to instantly create distance. He unleashed a series of combined ninjutsu techniques: Wood Release, for Pillar Prison Technique; Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique; Wind Release, Great Tornado Technique. Boom. The trio of distinct elemental ninjutsu astonished the onlookers, who gasped in awe. Not only had Ling Feng unleashed a barrage of formidable techniques, but his lightning-fast hand seals left the majority of the audience unable to comprehend his movements. Barely 3 individuals could catch a glimpse of his intricate seals. Yet, this was not Ling Feng's pinnacle. Moreover, his combination of techniques was intricately linked, demonstrating immense power. The 4-pillar prison technique summoned colossal wooden pillars that ensnared Gui Long Sanchi in an impenetrable cage. This was one of the primary techniques Ling Feng had employed to eliminate numerous members of the Uchiha clan in a single breath. Next came the Great Fireball technique, its searing heat ensuring the wooden pillars ignited at an astonishing pace. Once ignited, the flames would only grow fiercer. Finally, the Wind Release, Great Tornado amplified the fire's spread and intensity, maximizing the flame's persistence against extinguishment. Though this combination was not overly complex, it was masterfully interwoven, rendering it nearly insurmountable for ordinary foes unless they possessed formidable water or earth techniques to counteract it. However, it was evident that Gui Long Sanchi lacked proficiency in ninjutsu. As the 3 techniques converged, the area around Gui Long Sanchi transformed into a fiery inferno, with a towering flame tornado swirling violently, crackling and roaring, deterring any approach. Ding. Earned 60 points. Ding. Earned 80 points. Ding. Earned 70 points. The flames continued to rage, and points accrued relentlessly. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, Ling Feng was assuredly in a favorable position. His accumulated score had now reached 630 points, surpassing the halfway mark towards 1,000, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. Boom. At last, a powerful slash erupted from the heart of the flames, shattering the fiery tornado and forcing the charred figure of Gui Long Sanchi to emerge in a disheveled retreat. Though he appeared to be completely charred, he sustained only minor injuries due to the protective barrier of chakra. However, the 3 demonic dragons had become enraged, their eyes glinting with a fierce, murderous intent. Little demon, I shall surely take your life. Upon finishing his words, a chilling intent to kill surged forth. However, at that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Stop. He is my savior. The voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. A simple statement, Yet Ling Feng found it somewhat familiar. Observing the three extraordinary warriors of the Ghost Dragon, whose faces had contorted with fierce anger, he noticed their expressions abruptly soften. Their impending strike halted mid-motion. Recognizing the unnatural look on their faces, Ling Feng understood that the words had struck a chord. Who could possess such influence to compel the so-called foremost swordsman of the Fire Nation to relent with a mere utterance? Ling Feng raised his gaze. The crowd parted to reveal a battalion of soldiers marching in perfect unison. At the heart of their formation stood a grand, ornate palanquin. The soldiers came to a halt, and the palanquin was gently lowered. A man adorned in resplendent attire and a tall hat descended. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The situation had taken a fascinating turn. This individual was none other than a high-ranking official from the Fire Nation, whom Ling Feng had previously rescued. The three warriors of the Ghost Dragon had already knelt on one knee before the man, paying their respects. Lord Yuguang, one of them addressed with reverence. Three Chis. Sheath your blades. This leaf ninja is my savior, the man named Yuguang replied, nodding slightly before turning his gentle gaze toward Ling Feng. What? The three extraordinary dragons appeared visibly astonished, struggling to fathom the situation. This was inconceivable they were confronted with. Just as the three dragons were about to articulate their thoughts, Ling Feng interjected with a timely command. This is classified information. Please refrain from speaking. His voice, tinged with a chilling coldness, carried an undeniable authority. It was hard to believe such words could emanate from the lips of a mere 5-year-old. The three dragons remained momentarily speechless, mouths agape. However, Yuguang nodded slightly, raising a hand to signal the dragons to silence. Ding. Earned 80 points. Ling Feng was delighted. He never anticipated that astonishing the three wonders of the Ghost Dragon would yield such abundant rewards. One word, exhilarating. The surrounding crowd has significantly contributed to Ling Feng's accumulation of points. Ding, ding, ding. In one breath, an impressive 360 points of merit have arrived. Consequently, the total points have undoubtedly surpassed the significant milestone of 1,000, culminating in a total of 1070 points. Despite the presence of numerous villagers, none have witnessed the illustrious Yuguang. As for Ling Feng, they are utterly oblivious to the moment he intervened to rescue Yuguang. Thus, the earlier covert operation has been, to some extent, successfully concealed. In truth, whether or not to disclose this matter holds little significance for Ling Feng. Even if members of the Mist Ninja Village were to seek revenge, he remains unperturbed. However, Konoha Village cannot bear such retaliation, particularly given the current tense situation within the village. Your name is Ling Feng, is it not? Yuguang stepped forward 2 paces and gazed at Ling Feng, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lord Yuguang, you are one of the participants in this conference, are you not? Indeed, what a coincidence it is to encounter you again, remarked Yuguang with a hint of joy. I am responsible for the security of this meeting, replied Ling Feng. Although this operation was orchestrated by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Strictly speaking, the higher-ups of the Fire Nation participating in the discussions are in the capacity of employers. This implies that once the mission is successfully completed, the rewards will be dispensed by these officials. Given this, it is only proper to engage in a few pleasantries to give the employers their due respect. Yuguang's delight grew. That's wonderful. With you here, I feel reassured. Unbeknownst to him, Guilong Sanchi, standing behind, wore a face of dismay. I am your personal bodyguard for this occasion. How can you place your trust in a mere 5-year-old? The frustration simmered within him, and just as he was about to express it, he found his master favoring another. This sorrow had no outlet. My lord Yuguang, do not heed the words of this child. Had he not intervened, I would have already reached the meeting place, eliminating all dangers in your stead. Guilong Sanchi fervently pleaded. However, Yuguang furrowed his brow and stated, I have heard the accounts, with so many eyes upon us. Galloping through the bustling streets is indeed your fault. Apologize to this young man. Guilong Sanchi was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. My lord, hurry. The meeting is in half an hour. Can you afford to delay? Yuguang commanded. Reluctantly, Guilong Sanchi offered his apology. Ling Feng nodded slightly, accepting it. He then turned to bid farewell to Kakashi and others, before clasping his hands in respect to Yuguang, stating that he would take his leave, and departed. The system notification continued to sound. Guilong Sanchi's capitulation brought satisfaction to the onlookers. They had witnessed him nearly colliding with someone. And it was thanks to Ling Feng's intervention that calamity was averted. Moreover, Ling Feng was a leaf ninja, from their very village. It was intolerable to see him bullied by outsiders. The outcome pleased them greatly, and they marveled at Ling Feng's prowess. This boy named Ling Feng is truly remarkable, able to hold his ground against Gue Long Sanchi. Not a stalemate at all. Gue Long Sanchi appeared quite flustered. It is evident that Ling Feng triumphed. Ha! I hear Ling Feng is merely a genin. This so-called first swordsman of the Fire Nation is not all that impressive. The crowd buzzed with chatter and laughter. The stronger the Leaf Ninja became, the more prideful they felt. Yet, these words fell heavily upon Gue Long Sanchi's ears, for he was the very subject of their discussions regarding defeat. My lord, I refuse to accept this. He is just a mere child. Why do you protect him so? Gue Long Sanchi lingered by the carriage, unable to contain his indignation. I have stated before, he saved my life, came the calm reply from Yu Guang. This is inconceivable. That day, there were 24 Jonin from the Mist Village, and 6 of them were elite Jonin. What could a mere child possibly accomplish against such formidable odds? Gue Long Sanchi remained unconvinced. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Yet in this world, it ultimately remains the domain of ninjas. You are surely more aware of this than I. The foremost swordsman of the Land of Fire? That title holds weight only when set apart from the ninjas, for then you may claim the top position. If that day you had accompanied me, how confident would you be in saving me? Would you possess even a fraction of certainty? Humph. The voice of Yu Guang, slightly cold, resonated. The 3 demons of the dragon trembled at the sound, lowering their heads, afraid to utter another word. Shortly thereafter, Yu Guang's soliloquy echoed, expressing that the current global situation is exceedingly unstable, and this Ling Feng might soon become the most significant asset for our Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, the 3 demons' pupils constricted, realizing their own insignificance in Yu Guang's mind compared to Ling Feng. Ding! You have earned 60 points. As Ling Feng hurried towards the meeting venue, a notification regarding point acquisition surfaced in his mind. Curious, he wondered where this point had originated. Shaking his head, he mused that perhaps the system had experienced a delay in its updates. Once in position, the meeting members began to arrive in succession. The lead usher announced each participant's name loudly. We welcome the esteemed Lord Yu Guang, head of the cabinet. Upon hearing the words of the welcoming attendant, Ling Feng, stationed at the main entrance, raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? It turns out that Yu Guang is actually the head of the cabinet, a position of utmost significance. No wonder the so-called foremost swordsman of the Fire Nation shrank back upon seeing him. The head of the cabinet essentially stands as the foremost figure beneath the daimyo, one who wields immense power over countless others. Lost in thought, the procession arrived at the entrance. Yu Guang descended, and the 3 members of the Ghost Dragon Trio had already changed into more suitable attire. Given the grandeur of the occasion, it was indeed inappropriate to remain in their charred garments. Ling Feng and the 3 ninjas of Konoha promptly made their appearances to greet the person of the highest status at this meeting. Ling Feng stepped to the front. Orochimaru urged from behind, prompting the 3 of them to take a step back. This was clearly an attempt to highlight Ling Feng, ensuring that Yu Guang would take note of him. Ling Feng was well aware of their ulterior motives. They were evidently plotting something, as his position had been strategically placed directly in the path, potentially obstructing the esteemed guest's passage. Is this your idea of a good arrangement for me? Ling Feng turned to the 3, his voice icy. Confronted with Ling Feng's inquiry, the 3 ninjas were momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by his composure in such a situation. Shouldn't he be rushing back instead? Meanwhile, Yu Guang approached with the Ghost Dragon Trio in tow. Oh, this little rascal is in for a rough time. The Ghost Dragon Trio is notoriously fond of stirring up trouble. Indeed, with Ling Feng standing directly in their path, trouble was bound to ensue. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Ling Feng frowned slightly, realizing they were aware of the Ghost Dragon Trio's reputation. However, the next moment unveiled a scene that left the Konoha ninjas astounded. As the Ghost Dragon Trio reached Ling Feng, they unexpectedly stepped aside with a slight bow, demonstrating a gesture of respect. Following suit, Yu Guang appeared unfazed by Ling Feng's positioning, offering a gentle smile as he walked past him. Observing the 2 enter the conference room, the atmosphere at the entrance felt somewhat stagnant. Ding! You have earned 90 points. The Konoha ninjas' astonishment earned them yet another wave of points. Ling Feng, without a glance at the 3, returned to his post. How could this be? Once Ling Feng departed, Orochimaru uttered in disbelief. Jiraiya and Tsunade mirrored his astonishment, questioning how this young man could command such respect from the Ghost Dragon Trio. Indeed. And what about Lord Yu Guang? It seems as though they share an exceptionally amicable relationship. What if he has a deep connection with Lord Yu Guang? Wouldn't our actions lead us to self-inflicted misfortune? Jiraiya expressed his concerns. At this point, there was little that could be done. Given our strength, we have made significant contributions to Konoha. I trust Lord Yuguang will not seek out trouble with us, Tsunade reassured Jiraiya, patting him on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru rolled their eyes. You are a descendant of the Senju clan. Your lineage is far more esteemed than ours. Should blame be cast, surely your punishment would be the lightest. Why are the two of you looking so dejected? Is it possible that you are truly about to be defeated by a mere child? After all, this is only a singular setback. Avoiding future trouble with him should suffice. Upon noticing the worried expressions on the faces of the two, Tsunade snorted softly and turned to leave. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, recognizing the situation, hurriedly followed, for they had a duty to uphold. Inside the conference room, all attendees had taken their seats, with Ling Feng already positioned at the entrance. Upon the arrival of the legendary three shinobi of Konoha, they were met with the sight of the third Hokage in attendance, causing a momentary jolt of anxiety within them. After all, those burdened with guilt feel an innate unease under the scrutinizing gaze of the third. Only Ling Feng stood tall and composed, his demeanor unperturbed. With everyone present, the meeting commenced at the command of Mikage, signaling the official start. The heavy doors swung shut with a resounding thud, sealing the meeting's confidentiality. Despite Ling Feng and others being present, a barrier would be established during the discussions, preventing any eavesdropping from outsiders. Only those with exceptional skills could infiltrate unnoticed. Yet such individuals would face the formidable protective forces of the legendary three shinobi and Ling Feng, making it improbable for any intruder to escape unscathed. 2 hours later, Ling Feng observed as a participant rose to depart. Subsequently, the barrier was lifted, and the key members of the meeting exited in succession, leaving only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the head of the cabinet, Mikage. Ling Feng, come here, Sarutobi beckoned, a warm smile gracing his features. Ling Feng approached, and Sarutobi's gaze shifted towards the legendary three shinobi, his expression turning slightly stern. This startled the trio. It seemed that everything that transpired at the entrance had been witnessed clearly by Sarutobi. Third Hokage, is there something you wish to discuss? Ling Feng inquired, slightly bowing. Upon hearing his words, Sarutobi redirected his gaze back to Ling Feng. Aha, I have no urgent matters. It is merely that Lord Mikage wishes to converse with you. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to Mikage. Lord Mikage, please, there is no need for formality. Ever since that day you saved my life, I have wished to express my gratitude. Though I did not anticipate your singular focus on your mission would lead you to depart so swiftly. Now that the opportunity presents itself, what is it that you desire? Mikage spoke with genuine warmth, akin to discovering a treasure, much like the third Hokage observing potential in a promising individual. Ling Feng understood that they regarded him as possessing great potential, worthy of careful cultivation. As figures of the highest echelon, they were acutely aware of the precarious circumstances at hand. In truth, Ling Feng was reluctant to be overly polite. After all, one should not refuse a gift freely given. However, regrettably, what Ling Feng yearned for was beyond their capacity to provide. It would be unacceptable to express a desire to learn all of Konoha's forbidden techniques, as the third Hokage would undoubtedly reject such a request. Forbidden techniques earned their designation due to their immense power, perilous nature, and uncontrollable characteristics. Thus, it would be far more prudent to pursue tangible rewards through merit. Lord Yuguang, I have no desires, Ling Feng stated candidly. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him, particularly those of the three demons of the Ghost Dragon and the three ninjas of Konoha. Could it be? He truly has no desires? How pretentious. Yet, Ling Feng remained unperturbed, his demeanor serene. It is my duty to safeguard the Lord's safety. I, Ling Feng, harbor no ulterior motives. Ling Feng genuinely lacked any desires. Yet this was not the impression that reached Yuguang's ears, which erupted in hearty laughter as he clapped his hands. Ha ha ha. This is indeed a remarkable ninja from the land of fire. Although you claim so, I cannot take it at face value. I have heard that you live alone, and your living conditions are quite modest. Thus, I have decided to reward you with a grand estate, comparable in size to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, complete with 50 servants at your disposal. Moreover, considering your youth, all expenses will be waived. As Yuguang's proclamation echoed through the chamber, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The heavy sound of breath filled the air, as the three ninjas of Konoha and the third Hokage were left in a state of astonishment. After a considerable pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously spoke. Lord Yuguang, should we not approach this matter with more prudence? Yuguang raised an eyebrow. Oh, Does the third have any objections? I see no issue in rewarding this young man. Sarutobi hastily shook his head. No, 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 you misunderstand, Lord Yuguang. I am not disputing the reward itself, but rather suggesting that you should first ascertain the land areas of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans before making such a decision. Wouldn't this direct reward seem rather hasty? Upon finishing, Sarutobi subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his brow, regretting his interjection. After all, the future budget of Konoha hinged on how Yuguang would report back after this meeting. Yuguang's visit was not solely for the conference. It also served the purpose of assessing the development of Konoha village. Thus, Yuguang represented a lucrative opportunity. Pleasing him could significantly increase the budget, making him someone not to be trifled with. Both Sarutobi and Yuguang were seasoned strategists. Attaining the position of head of the cabinet was no simple feat furthermore. Yuguang's decision to undertake this mission in Konoha was not without purpose. Assessment was merely one aspect, while another was his desire to involve himself in the internal management of Konoha. The overall strength of Konoha village was renowned within the ninja world, especially the legendary prowess of its founders, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The Land of Fire recognized the village's significance and aspired to intervene. Hence the substantial financial investment aimed at ensuring the people of Konoha understood their value to the Fire Nation. This understanding was mutual. Both sides were well aware that robust development necessitated a collaborative effort, with neither party able to afford to stand alone. At this moment, Yuguang had set his sights on a promising young talent, Ling Feng. Thus, Yuguang sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Ling Feng, hoping to discover a means to penetrate the inner workings of Konoha through him. Regarding the thoughts of the two cunning old foxes, Ling Feng exhibited no outward reaction. Yet he understood their intentions all too well. He was acutely aware of the saying, "Those who rely on others are often at their mercy." However, what does it matter? Ultimately, strength prevails. Thus, regardless of what Yuguang offers today, Ling Feng will accept it without hesitation. Becoming a legend is merely a matter of time, and Ling Feng's ultimate ambition transcends even that of a legend. He chuckled inwardly, sensing that the third generation seemed to harbor some doubts about his decisions, which prompted such remarks. Upon his arrival, he had keenly observed the vacant space that surrounded them, lying unused. Could it be that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are more significant than that expanse of emptiness? If there are grievances in your heart, speak them openly while I am still here. Do not wait until I depart to burden my young brother with your discontent. Yuguang regarded Sarutobi Hizashi with a serious expression, akin to a reprimand. Sarutobi Hizashi lowered his gaze, too apprehensive to meet Yuguang's eyes. One must admit that Sarutobi Hizashi, this old fox, possessed considerable restraint. As the esteemed Hokage, he refrained from displaying any displeasure for the welfare of the village. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have responded with a cold demeanor. No, Yuguang's decision stands firm. Ling Feng has made remarkable contributions and deserves recognition. It is I who have been overly demanding of him, believing that as a ninja, he should be accustomed to a life of hardship. Sarutobi Hizashi spoke, his tone subdued, thus granting Yuguang the respect he warranted. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the old fox. He managed to find an elegant way to excuse himself. This acknowledgement inadvertently shed light on Yuguang's fault, yet the final statement redirected the focus onto himself, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. Yuguang, after a moment of contemplation, relaxed his furrowed brow. Regardless of the circumstances, Sarutobi Hizashi ultimately yielded. Ling Feng, my young brother, are you satisfied with this reward? Yuguang inquired, turning his gaze toward Ling Feng with a broad smile. Ling Feng recognized that Yuguang was attempting to extend an olive branch. He was indifferent to any struggles or conflicts. As long as he established himself as a prominent figure in Konoha, no one would dare to undermine him. Thank you, Lord Yuguang, for this generous gift. I am truly honored. This reward feels rather weighty, Ling Feng responded, understanding that with the Sannin and the third Hokage present, he should exhibit a modicum of humility. Yet Yuguang laughed heartily and clapped the table, declaring, "What is there to fret over? You have earned it. Let us finalize this. I will ensure that work commences promptly. You may review the designs and share any thoughts you might have. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. I look forward to inviting you for tea in the future." With that, Yuguang stood and departed. Gue Long Sanchi cast a deep, resentful glance at Ling Feng, his eyes brimming with hatred, jealousy, and trepidation. He resented Ling Feng for making him lose face in public, was envious of the substantial reward Ling Feng had received, and feared his formidable strength, especially with Guang's personal protection. Ling Feng also cast his gaze in that direction, but within mere seconds. The trio known as the Ghost Dragons withdrew, hastily averting their eyes as they followed Guang out of the conference room. Humph. Should we encounter the Ghost Dragons again in the future, they will likely not dare to raise their heads in my presence. With Guang's departure, the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the room dissipated entirely. The three ninjas raised their heads once more, with Sarutobi Hizashi furrowing his brow as he turned his attention towards Ling Feng. It appeared that the decision-making had reverted to Sarutobi Hizashi. Ling Feng. This level of reward is unprecedented in history, he lamented. Yet, his underlying sentiment seemed to implore Ling Feng to decline the offer. For the funds required to renovate a residence were substantial. If savings could be achieved, they could be allocated elsewhere. Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly. It was not his desire. Yet he had no choice if it was insisted upon. Sarutobi Hizashi, the cunning old fox, relished in speaking in riddles, never directly inquiring, but rather opting for roundabout ways. Thus, Ling Feng decided to feign ignorance. Indeed, upon his utterance, Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily taken aback. The three ninjas were equally astonished. Ding. Earned 60 points. Ah, delightful. Well then, third Hokage, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. My training for today remains unfinished. With that, Ling Feng turned and made his swift exit. Sarutobi Hizashi rubbed his temples in exasperation before looking towards the three ninjas and inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Jiraiya was the first to raise his hand. "Teacher, what must we accomplish to receive a mansion as a reward?" Tsunade and Orochimaru mirrored his eager expression. Sarutobi Hizashi. Observing the expectant faces of his three disciples, Sarutobi Hizashi felt his temper rise, nearly causing his beard to bristle in frustration. Do not hold your breath. This reward has been conferred by higher authorities. Do you comprehend the cost of erecting such an expansive estate? With those funds, one could easily construct an entirely new ninja academy, or manufacture 500 sets of exquisite weaponry. After delivering this, Sarutobi Hizashi stormed off. For remaining in their presence would only lead to him berating them incessantly, which was detrimental to his blood pressure. As Sarutobi Hizashi departed, the three ninjas exchanged puzzled glances. By merit, had they not contributed significantly as well? Yet, here was a younger individual, with lesser achievements, receiving such a lavish reward. Truly, it was a source of inner turmoil. Comparisons among people can be infuriating, Jiraiya lamented. Following the conclusion of this mission, Ling Feng ventured to the Umbu, where he sought out Minato Namikaze. He discovered that the current assignments for the Umbu had largely been distributed, leading him to disregard the lower-tier tasks and focus instead on his own training. Concurrently, Ling Feng approached the foreman overseeing the mansion's construction to discuss the project. After all, they were professionals, and Ling Feng had minimal demands, finding the entire process rather amusing. Participating for merely a few days. Upon learning that the construction of the mansion would require a month, Ling Feng felt indifferent. It was a perfect opportunity for him to rest and enhance his abilities, especially as he had no pressing tasks at hand. On a new day, Ling Feng arrived at his training ground. After completing his customary training, he began to rest in preparation for the next session. At that moment, he opened the system shop and noticed that his points had reached a total of 1320. With such an abundance of points, he contemplated what he might exchange. Considering the time left until the CH9 exam, which was merely 2 months away, Ling Feng had an inkling that unforeseen events would arise. Thus, he felt it imperative to develop another trump card. Ling Feng began to scour the system shop, disregarding various ninja tools as they were mere external items. He understood that his priority was to fortify his inherent strength. Certain jutsu were also overlooked. Given his current physical condition, employing techniques with adverse effects would be quite precarious. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the category of secret techniques. After browsing, he selected the Yin seal. The rationale behind choosing the Yin seal was multifaceted. Primarily, Ling Feng needed to enhance his fundamental attributes. The Yin seal's function allowed for the accumulation of chakra during daily activities, which could be unleashed in a single breath during combat, serving as a vast reservoir of chakra. Furthermore, he recognized that Tsunade's techniques, the 100 Healings technique and the Creation Rebirth technique, were classified as forbidden jutsu, with the prerequisite of activating the Yin seal for their release. The reason was straightforward. Both techniques required an immense amount of chakra, and should an ordinary individual attempt to unleash them directly, they would be utterly drained and perish on the spot. Even with his sage body, Ling Feng would not dare to attempt such a feat recklessly. The sage body merely accelerated the basic recovery speed of chakra, not allowing for a substantial replenishment in a single instance. Hence, mastering the Yin Seal was indeed essential. Consequently, the Yin Seal required 1,000 points for redemption. Once confirmed, the points were deducted, and Ling Feng felt a surge of Jutsu knowledge flooding into his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes and swiftly began to form hand seals. Yin Seal, activate. With a soft hum, Ling Feng sensed chakra coursing through every corner of his body like a cascading river, surging with boundless power. This sensation was immensely exhilarating. However, this state did not persist for long, as he had yet to amass a significant amount. Next, Ling Feng activated the gathering function of the Yin Seal, intending to gradually collect the surplus chakra from his daily activities, preparing to unleash it all at a critical moment, undoubtedly astounding his adversaries. With 320 points remaining, he glanced once more at the shop, hoping to find something of value. Yet, the meager amount of points he possessed rendered most desirable items out of reach, requiring thousands of points for acquisition. Ling Feng also noticed medical ninjutsu and the healing palm technique. However, these held little significance for him. With the availability of chakra potions, even minor injuries could be perfectly remedied with a simple dose. Nevertheless, learning the healing palm technique could prove beneficial for healing others. After careful consideration, Ling Feng ultimately decided to invest 100 points to acquire knowledge. Although the difficulty was not particularly high, the unique nature of the skill rendered it rather costly. Not every ninja possesses the aptitude to learn medical ninjutsu. Such abilities are contingent upon one's inherent talent and potential. With only 220 points remaining, Ling Feng felt a sudden pang of poverty. He resolved to train diligently, hoping that some reckless individual would seek trouble, allowing him to earn more points. With a few reflections, he immersed himself once more in training. Thus, undisturbed by any tasks, Ling Feng consistently accumulated his chakra, while concurrently becoming increasingly adept at utilizing the Yin sealing technique. His speed in forming hand seals improved remarkably, culminating in the ability to complete them almost instantaneously, achieving true rapid deployment. Regardless of the ninjutsu, only by mastering instantaneous execution could Ling Feng feel at ease. A month passed in this manner, and news of the completion of the residence arrived. Ling Feng decided to take a day off from training to visit the site. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a sight of festivity. The residence was adorned with decorations. Inside, the furniture was arranged neatly, and even the flora in the garden had been meticulously tended to, presenting an orderly appearance. Ling Feng was taken aback by this scene. At that moment, the foreman in charge of the construction approached with a smile. Lord Ling Feng, this was instructed by Lord Yuguang. Since it is a reward, it must be executed to perfection. Please inspect and let us know if there is anything unsatisfactory. We shall endeavor to serve you well. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, I am very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. That is excellent to hear. The 50 servants dispatched by Lord Yuguang have already arrived and are waiting in the courtyard, ready to heed your summons. Following the foreman to the courtyard, Ling Feng indeed saw the 50 servants standing in perfect alignment. Truly, they embodied the essence of elite attendants, their demeanor distinctly different from the ordinary. Lord Ling Feng, we shall take our leave now, the foreman bowed before departing. In the courtyard, the servants regarded Ling Feng and performed a deep bow. We pay our respects to Lord Ling Feng. A smile graced Ling Feng's lips. The sensation of being treated like a notable figure was quite exhilarating. Enjoying the royal treatment, Ling Feng felt exceptionally pleased. Standing on the steps, he surveyed the crowd and casually inquired, Who among you is the leader? A woman of remarkable grace stepped forward. Slightly bowing to Ling Feng, clad in a kimono, she exuded an aura of tranquility. Lord Ling Feng, my name is Huazi. How may I assist you? Ling Feng appraised Huazi with keen interest, his gaze filled with curiosity. Sensing his scrutiny, Huazi's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, her heart racing with trepidation. Was it not said that the new master was merely a child of 7 or 8? Yet, the way he looked at her resembled that of an adult, as if he intended to devour her whole. Ah, Huazi, you seem rather anxious, Ling Feng remarked playfully, fully aware of her thoughts. Although the individual before him possessed commendable beauty and an admirable figure, it was estimated that she was around 30 years of age. Despite the fact that those who serve the royal elite do not engage in marriage, remaining untouched, Ling Feng harbored no Oedipal inclinations and thus did not entertain any extraneous thoughts. His fleeting glances at Huazi were merely an appreciation of her allure, a simple moment of visual pleasure. In response to Ling Feng's probing inquiry, Huazi quickly lowered her head, repeatedly denying any wrongdoing. It's quite all right. This is our first encounter, and there is much yet to be understood. Over time, we shall come to know one another better, Ling Feng remarked with a gentle smile. Since Huazi had become his servant, he had no desire to impose undue hardships upon her. Upon hearing his words, Huazi exhaled in relief and expressed her gratitude. Yet, an increasing sense of curiosity swelled within her. Was he truly just a child? His demeanor and speech exuded the wisdom and experience of a mature man. In that brief moment, Huazi found herself profoundly intrigued by Ling Feng. It seemed that the days ahead would be filled with many fascinating occurrences between them. Master Ling Feng, may I inquire if you have any further instructions? Huazi, ever mindful of her duties, asked. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before responding. As this is a new home and you have gone to such lengths to adorn it, I imagine it has stirred quite a commotion in Konoha village. I noticed a crowd gathered outside upon my arrival. Indeed, many are speculating about the identity of the lord of this estate. Unfortunately, they are all mistaken, Huazi replied, sensing that her new master enjoyed conversing and thus continued the dialogue. Let us not concern ourselves with irrelevant matters. Please arrange for some invitations. I wish to host a housewarming banquet for my friends. Ling Feng did not wish for such a splendid abode to go to waste, since he had relocated. A housewarming celebration seemed only fitting. After all, daily sustenance was managed by the royal kitchen, so why not indulge? Moreover, it was an opportunity for Konoha to recognize that he, Ling Feng, was indeed a person of note. While his strength could be cultivated gradually, reputation was not easily earned, especially when it came at a monetary cost. The prestige that came without expense was invaluable. Soon enough, invitations were dispatched, over 100 in total. Initially, Ling Feng intended to invite only his former classmates for a casual gathering, but upon realizing that he could accommodate 30 to 50 tables, he deemed it rather modest with only 3 or 4 tables set for his classmates. Thus, he decided to increase the spacing between tables to host a dozen or more. And why not invite some passers-by as well? After all, flattery bestowed upon others ultimately reflects back on oneself. Consequently, the news of Ling Feng's grand banquet at his new residence spread like wildfire. Indeed, it became a point of pride among the villagers to receive an invitation, transforming this event into the talk of the town. In his study, Ling Feng was engrossed in various magazines from this world. Though the layout was sparse, the content was rich and enlightening, offering numerous intriguing facts that were absent from the anime. This proved to be an excellent means for him to pass the time. The banquet was scheduled for 2 days hence, allowing Ling Feng ample opportunity to rest and relax in the interim. A figure appeared outside the study. Ling Feng remained unfazed, stating calmly, "Teacher Watergate, though the main door is somewhat distant, it wouldn't take much time to send a word, would it?" The voice outside hesitated noticeably before stepping inside. "Ling Feng, your perceptive abilities are becoming increasingly formidable," Watergate remarked, scratching his head awkwardly. Ling Feng set aside his magazine, offering a subtle smile. "It's merely that your presence is rather pronounced, Teacher Watergate. The floor outside is wooden, not paved with stone." Observing Ling Feng's composed demeanor, Watergate felt a wave of unease. This child, how has his progression become so astonishingly rapid? With my own strength, I find myself doubting my capabilities. If this continues, who will be able to contain him? What are you pondering, Teacher Watergate? Ling Feng waved a hand in front of Watergate's face. Since joining the Umbu, Watergate had become his superior, thus he addressed him as teacher, which also softened their interaction. Regaining his composure, Watergate chuckled awkwardly before responding, "Ling Feng, you ought not to be so conspicuous. Unbeknownst to you, your actions have already attracted the keen attention of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which is likely not in your best interest." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, merely smiled and replied, "Is that so? I find it rather advantageous. Historically, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have been at odds, mutually restraining one another, which often results in considerable headaches for the third Hokage during conflicts, as he is uncertain whom to favor. However, with my emergence, both clans will realize that Konoha is never devoid of fresh talent. Perhaps this situation is one the third Hokage would prefer." Watergate was taken aback by his words. "Ling Feng, you can't possibly mean?" Ling Feng, observing Watergate's astonishment, burst into laughter. "Teacher Watergate, why so tense? You look quite frightened. I was merely jesting. As you know, I am but an orphan, without kin or connections. This grand estate is solely due to the benevolence of Lord Yu Guang. I am but a solitary figure, devoid of wealth. Ling Feng understood that by saying this, Watergate would assume he was contemplating establishing his own faction, which caused the latter's alarm. Yet, Ling Feng relished in their surprise at his every word and action. He wanted them to comprehend that despite his youth, he was not to be trifled with. I see now. You certainly startled me, Ling Feng. I speak sincerely when I say that your behavior may incite dissatisfaction from both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. You ought to heed my warning. Unexpected individuals may arrive to create trouble for you. Watergate gazed at Ling Feng, his expression earnest. Listening to the words of Minato Namikaze, Ling Feng approached the window, hands clasped behind his back. This behavior caused Minato's expression to stiffen, as it reminded him of the contemplative demeanor of the third Hokage. Ling Feng's actions resembled those of a cunning old fox. In that fleeting moment, Minato felt as though he remained himself. While Ling Feng had abruptly transformed from a mere child into the Hokage, the thought sent a wave of dread coursing through Minato's heart. Could it be that this young boy would become the next Hokage? The mere idea of serving under such a child left Minato feeling as though he had swallowed something bitter. After all, Minato himself aspired to become Hokage. Before Ling Feng's arrival, aside from the 3 disciples of the third Hokage, Minato was the most promising candidate. However, he later learned that the ambitions of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha had extended beyond the village. Having experienced the Second Shinobi World War, they yearned for glory in the outside world. Thus, when all was said and done, he believed he was still the most likely candidate. Yet, with Ling Feng's emergence, Minato's confidence began to wane. Initially, he dismissed Ling Feng's youth as inconsequential, but each encounter brought unexpected surprises. Ling Feng grew stronger and increasingly elusive, a sensation that filled Minato with trepidation. As silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Minato found himself regretting his presence here. For this was not merely the domain of Konoha, but Ling Feng's personal residence. Moreover, he had entered without permission, just as Minato was lost in thought. Ling Feng finally spoke. Teacher Minato, you make a valid point. However, I truly had not considered it deeply. I merely wished to show my gratitude to my classmates. Minato was taken aback, uncertain of Ling Feng's intentions. Based on previous experiences, whenever Ling Feng sought justification, he always presented arguments that were difficult to refute. Gratitude? Minato felt a pang of disquiet. It seemed he was destined to repeat past mistakes. Nonetheless, he steeled himself to hear Ling Feng's reasoning, as he had to report back to the third Hokage. Indeed, you know I am an orphan, having lived alone for so long. My classmates have looked after me quite a bit, and now that I reside in this grand estate, though I may not invite them to live with me, I must at least allow them to visit. Otherwise, wouldn't they accuse me of being stingy, neglecting the bonds of our past camaraderie? Ling Feng spoke with righteous conviction, his expression earnest. Listening to him, Minato felt a chill run down his spine. He had conducted an investigation into Ling Feng's background and was well aware that Ling Feng had always been solitary, even more aloof than Kakashi. Did he truly have feelings of camaraderie for his classmates? Minato thought to himself, incredulous. I can't believe you, you little rascal. Nevertheless, Ling Feng had firmly resolved to proceed. Impervious to any attempts to deter him, his words would not wane. Thus, Bufeng Shuimin had no choice but to acquiesce, reporting the matter earnestly to the third Hokage. Take care, he cautioned. Though the higher-ups of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans may refrain from direct intervention, there are numerous stalwarts among them, including many youthful individuals unrestrained by caution. Exercise prudence. With that, Bufeng Shuimin turned to depart. Ling Feng, however, smiled and remarked, Teacher Shuimin, I have sent out numerous invitations. Perhaps you and the third Hokage might join us for the occasion? He casually tossed 2 invitations to Bufeng Shuimin. Staring at the invitations in his hands, Bufeng Shuimin hesitated, apologetically stating, I'm afraid we cannot attend, Ling Feng, as there remain numerous matters to attend to in the village. Ling Feng, unfazed, chuckled, no worries, you attend to your duties. It's merely a meal, no need to feel so tense. With that, Bufeng Shuimin departed. Yet, within those fleeting minutes, the emotional shift was profound. Having arrived under the third's orders, Bufeng Shuimin initially anticipated a smooth interaction, but left in a sweat, apprehensive, even beginning to question his own choices. When he received the invitation, his anxiety surged, his mind racing with the dilemma of whether to accept it, fearing potential repercussions. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng's beaming smile, realization dawned upon him. Ling Feng was merely asking out of casual interest. This little rascal is quite the conundrum. I must discuss this matter thoroughly with the third upon my return. After bidding farewell to Bufing Shui Min, Ling Feng settled back, leisurely perusing a magazine. A brief calculation revealed that the Third Shinobi World War might commence within the next 2 or 3 years. Due to his advancing age, the Third would likely refrain from engaging directly, except during particularly critical moments. Thus, the combat prowess of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha combined with the new generation would take center stage, with Ling Feng undoubtedly at the forefront as a representative of the new generation's strength. Possessing sufficient capability, Ling Feng harbored no concerns that his words or actions would provoke trouble. Especially as the looming conflict approached, the third Hokage, in his consideration, would only indulge him, never punish him. Indeed, the 2 days following Bufing Schuman's report were remarkably tranquil, devoid of any disturbances, as if nothing had occurred at all. Ah, though you are a cunning old fox, I see right through you, Ling Feng chuckled with satisfaction. 2 days later, the day of the banquet arrived. The attendants were well prepared for the occasion, as such tasks were second nature to them, presenting no challenge. Ling Feng simply needed to fulfill his role as host. Kakashi and his companions arrived, and upon seeing Ling Feng at the entrance, they offered their congratulations. Ling Feng, you are truly remarkable. Gaining the favor of Lord Yuguang, your future is undeniably bright. Kakashi, having graduated from the Ninja Academy and participated in various missions, understood the significance of Ling Feng's accolades. Ling Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "It's all right. I merely endeavored to fulfill my task." Shortly after, Shi Yuhong and Yuan Yulin approached, their faces adorned with admiration and envy. "Ling Feng, you are truly remarkable. This residence is absolutely stunning," they exclaimed. "Haha, if you like it, feel free to visit any time. You're always welcome." Ling Feng laughed heartily. Soon after, several guests began to arrive in succession. Ling Feng then noticed 2 groups of people striding toward the entrance with an imposing demeanor. Without a doubt, they were the Hyuga and Uchiha clans seeking confrontation. "Lord Ling Feng, these guests possess invitations as well. What should we do?" inquired the servant responsible for collecting the invites, visibly troubled. With narrowed eyes, Ling Feng replied coldly, "Let them in. We have no special entertainment prepared. Their presence will merely add to the festivities." The servant understood and turned to gesture for their entry, while Ling Feng discreetly slipped away. If trouble was to brew, it should certainly unfold in a crowded setting. The attendees comprised not only Ling Feng's former classmates but also many villagers drawn by curiosity. Ling Feng had no reason to turn them away, especially since there was ample space and seating. A larger gathering would undoubtedly create a livelier atmosphere. Presently, Ling Feng resided alone, save for 50 servants, creating a stark contrast to the bustling presence of the Hyuga and Uchiha families. Thus, relying on the number of guests to create a vibrant ambience seemed the only course of action. It was also an opportunity for the villagers to witness that not every member of the once respected Hyuga and Uchiha clans was virtuous. Within the hall, most guests had taken their seats. As the host, Ling Feng delivered a brief welcome speech, and the banquet commenced. Although he mingled and shared laughter with others, he remained vigilant to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. Disruption was inevitable. However, Ling Feng wished to avoid any harm to innocent bystanders, particularly on his own turf during this inaugural public display. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, a glass shattering. The previously lively gathering fell silent. Ling Feng glanced up to see the source of the commotion was none other than the members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Uchiha Shisui stood up upon noticing Ling Feng's approach. "Ling Feng, my apologies. My cousin Uchiha Toyoki has had too much to drink." "Oh, is it customary to break glasses when inebriated?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, deliberately avoiding a prolonged gaze at Uchiha Shisui, for he knew the true focus of the day was not on this underachiever. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward a tall young man beside Shisui. "Humph. Having been on missions for an extended period, I've heard tales of an extraordinary prodigy emerging from the village. Upon my return, I came to investigate, only to find it is nothing remarkable after all. Indeed, with such skills, I could easily defeat him in less than 10 moves," another man at the table remarked nonchalantly. Ling Feng turned to see the individual, whose white pupils clearly identified him as a member of the Hyuga clan. "10 moves? I require but 5, Uchiha Toyoki declared, raising his chin slightly. "Such nonsense. I would need only 3 moves." Hinata Byakufu was suddenly filled with rage. "Hinata Byakufu, you're stirring up trouble, aren't you?" he muttered, as Uchiha Toyoki smashed another cup. Not to be outdone, the latter retaliated by shattering a cup in response. It must be said that both had indulged quite generously in drink. This spectacle elicited a soft chuckle from Ling Feng, which, though not loud, was enough to halt the quarrel between the two. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Toyoki, reeking of alcohol, shot back, visibly irked. You must be that brat Ling Feng, right? Come, let me topple you and prove that I am the greatest genius of Konoha. Hinata Byakuya retorted coolly. Ling Feng's expression darkened immediately. Is that so? Then follow me. I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me, he declared, moving towards an open area. Uchiha Toyoki and Hinata Byakuya staggered after him. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Aren't they around 15 or 16 years old? Indeed, they are considerably older than Ling Feng. It's hard to fathom what they have to boast about. Exactly, to drink to such a state while being from prominent families. What a disgrace. The whispers were rife with skepticism and condemnation towards Uchiha Toyoki and Hinata Byakuya, especially since today's banquet was hosted by Ling Feng. As guests, it was inappropriate to speak ill of the host, and their criticisms were certainly justified. However, the two were far too inebriated to heed such remarks. Their minds were solely fixated on defeating Ling Feng to validate their prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for not having prepared any entertainment for you. But now we have a spectacle. These two self-proclaimed geniuses of their clans wish to challenge me, claiming they can vanquish me in just a few exchanges. Given that, I shall not hold back. Allow me to personally entertain you all. With Ling Feng's welcoming words, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. They were curious about this young prodigy of Konoha, who at such a tender age had acquired such an impressive estate as a reward. What an arrogant little brat. Does he truly believe I am inebriated? Humph, ye shall pay. Uchiha Toyoki sneered, only to stumble slightly as he charged forward, kunai in hand. Hinata Byakuya, witnessing this, was equally determined, activating his Byakugan and launching a series of taijutsu strikes at Ling Feng. As the Sharingan and Byakugan activated simultaneously, Ling Feng executed his body flicker technique, disappearing from sight and countering with a series of 8 gates techniques. Wow, the 8 gates! Ling Feng is so impressive, cried out Might Guy from the audience. Filled with excitement, instantly awakened from his drunken stupor by the forceful kick, Uchiha Toyoki felt the burn on his face and hurriedly regained his composure. Unleashing a fire release technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ling Feng chuckled derisively. Is this truly a great fireball? He then unleashed a fireball twice the size of Toyoki's, effortlessly obliterating Uchiha Toyoki's technique and engulfing him in flames. Next, Hinata Byakuya unleashed his trump card. 8 trigrams palms. Heavenly spin. Ha! What a technique riddled with floss. Ling Feng let out a cold laugh and vanished in an instant using his body flicker technique. When he reappeared, he was already behind Hinata Kaido, exclaiming, Chidori, lightning cutter. A crackling sound filled the air as electric sparks flickered, leaving Hinata Kaido paralyzed. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafting around. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Uchiha Toyoki was now completely blackened, his hair and clothes singed beyond recognition. The two individuals, once resplendent, had been reduced to mere lumps of coal, still emitting wisps of smoke. Witnessing this scene, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Is this truly the genius of the clan? Such a disappointment. Ling Feng clapped his hands and returned to his seat. Dispose of them, he commanded. Yes, Lord Ling Feng. The servants promptly tossed the two defeated figures at the entrance. The accompanying clan members, unable to bear the shame, hastily fled the scene. Soon, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Long live Lord Ling Feng. How handsome he is. Lord Ling Feng is truly formidable. Ling Feng reveled in the delightful rush of points gained. Ding. You have earned 380 points. At the sound of the system's notification, a broad smile spread across Ling Feng's face. The accumulation of points was exceedingly gratifying. Had he known it would be this rewarding, he would have prolonged the amusement, earning even more points. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the display. Please continue to enjoy the festivities. As Ling Feng indulged in laughter and feasting, Uchiha Toyoki and Hinata Kaido, discarded at the entrance, were taken back by their clansmen. Unsurprisingly, upon learning of their humiliation at Ling Feng's hands, the heads of both clans were infuriated. When the two met, they shared their grievances, vowing to not let the matter rest. They resolved to confront Ling Feng at his residence to reclaim their honor. However, just as they stepped outside, they were confronted by Namikaze Minato, who blocked their path. Namikaze Minato? The attendant of the third Hokage. What brings you here? The clan heads recognized the blonde figure immediately, aware that his presence signified the third Hokage's directive. Gentlemen, the third Hokage has sent me to convey a message. Please return, Namikaze Minato stated calmly. At this, Both clan heads were filled with fury. Return? Do you understand the severity of Ling Feng's actions? He has grievously injured our clan's elite, who may require 2 to 3 months of recuperation before they can walk again. What if there are lasting repercussions? Shouldn't Ling Feng be held accountable? Minato remained impassive in the face of their anger. He had come merely to deliver a message. Should they harbor discontent, they could address it directly with the third Hokage. Gentlemen, I have delivered the message. The third Hokage also mentioned that if you insist on proceeding, he will personally attend the scene, ensuring a fair and just resolution. As for the consequences, you shall bear them yourselves, Minato continued. Hearing this, the clan heads exchanged grave glances, their mutual concern evident in their eyes. They have assumed the role of family heads, undoubtedly possessing unique wisdom. Regarding the current conflict, they are well aware that if fairness and justice were to prevail, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. The rationale is quite straightforward. The origin, process, and outcome of this matter have been clearly narrated by the witnesses, revealing that their people instigated the trouble first. Consequently, due to their lack of strength, they were unilaterally beaten and taught a lesson by Ling Feng. The reason the two family heads sought out Ling Feng for retribution was merely to maintain their family's honor. In truth, there was no need to confront him if reason were to be applied. Thus, when Bofeng Shui Min quoted the words of the third generation, the two family heads comprehended the underlying message. Should they insist on confronting Ling Feng, the third generation, upon arrival, would undoubtedly not show favoritism towards their two families. In other words, the third generation intended to protect Ling Feng. Although the two were perplexed by the intentions behind the third generation's actions, they understood that they must relent this time. Acknowledging this, they resolved to speak with the third generation themselves. After this exchange, the family heads departed, their furrowed brows indicating that they would not let the matter rest. Watching the two family heads leave, Bofeng Shui Min sighed in relief, then vanished in an instant to report back. In the Hokage office, Bofeng Shui Min stood before the third generation and recounted the events. Third generation, I believe your decision is somewhat hasty. To protect Ling Feng, antagonizing the other two families seems unwise. Upon hearing Bofeng Shui Min's words, the third generation merely smiled. Ling Feng was fully aware that his actions would offend the two prominent families, yet he chose to stand firm in his convictions, demonstrating his lack of fear. Conversely, allowing these two families to act recklessly would only empower their arrogance. Concerning Ling Feng, his potential is beyond doubt. I trust you are more aware of this than I am. He is indeed formidable. Therefore, I have resolved to position Ling Feng as a new force to counterbalance the other two families, establishing a triad of powers that will foster greater stability than the current situation. The third generation slowly articulated his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Bofeng Shui Min's heart had already been set aflame, for he had heard such sentiments directly from Ling Feng when he conveyed messages to him. Never did he anticipate that this would align with the third generation's own thoughts. Momentarily, Bofeng Shui Min stood frozen, grappling with the shock of this revelation while also pondering whether to inform the third generation that Ling Feng had already expressed these ideas. However, the third generation believed that the young Bofeng Shui Min would not grasp the delicate balance of power dynamics just yet. He then approached Bofeng Shui Min, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "You will need time to comprehend these matters fully. After all, you are still young and have much to learn. Every era is not devoid of geniuses, including emerging powers. While the Hyuga and Uchiha clans serve as the backbone of our Konoha, we must not grant them undue license to act without restraint. Otherwise, the once keen edge of the sword may ultimately turn against us. However, have you considered what we should do if Ling Feng grows to become someone even more unmanageable than the two great clans?" The enigmatic thoughts of Namikaze Minato left the third Hokage momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had not contemplated such distant possibilities. If that day were to arrive, I hope his heart remains aligned with Konoha, for we have offered him ample support, the third Hokage remarked, gritting his teeth. Minato parted his lips, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his internal concerns. After all, if that day were to come, such troublesome matters would not fall upon his shoulders. Should Ling Feng truly ascend to such formidable strength, he would lack the authority to intervene. Very well, Minato. Regarding Ling Feng, there is no need for you to fret excessively. Tomorrow, seek out Ling Feng and summon him. I have tasks I wish to entrust to him, the third Hokage instructed. Minato was momentarily taken aback. What tasks? The Umbu has no special missions currently. It is not an Umbu assignment. With roughly half a month remaining until the Chunin exams, and due to recent tumultuous circumstances, The exams have been postponed by a month. This 1.5-month window is invaluable. I hope our village can significantly enhance its pass rate this time. Hence, I intend to appoint Ling Feng as a teaching assistant. Observing Minato's puzzled expression, the third Hokage continued, Ling Feng possesses formidable strength, and it is essential for him to cultivate a sense of belonging within Konoha. Ensuring his success is merely one aspect. Integrating him into the village is equally crucial. I want him to understand that although he is an orphan, he holds a significant position within the community. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that this was yet another of the third strategic considerations. However, he felt that Ling Feng could easily discern the third's motives each time. The following day, Minato once again found himself before Ling Feng, this time entering through the front door, aware that intruding unannounced might displease Ling Feng. "Teacher Minato, please have a seat," Ling Feng said, displaying a newfound courtesy. "No need, it is but a trivial matter. Lord Third wishes for you to serve as a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy," Minato conveyed. A teacher? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected development. "Yes, Lord Third mentioned that due to certain circumstances, the Chunin exams, originally scheduled for half a month from now, have been delayed by a month. This indicates an increasingly unstable situation within the ninja world. Thus, Lord Third hopes to significantly improve our village's pass rate in this upcoming exam." Minato promptly relayed the Third's words to Ling Feng. It soon became clear to Ling Feng that the Third was seeking to keep him occupied. It was no wonder that, despite having angered the two prominent clans of Konoha, no one had approached him with grievances. The Third had likely intervened on his behalf. Now, with the Third requesting him to undertake a task, it seemed entirely justified. Indeed. "So my role will be to guide students to successfully pass the Chunin exams, correct?" Ling Feng said, reclining against the back of his chair, maintaining a leisurely demeanor. The figure known as Minato Namikaze nodded and remarked, "Indeed. However, this is not a simple matter. According to intelligence reports, due to the postponement of the Chunin exams by a month, several other villages will also be making preparations, resulting in an increase in the number of participants, thereby significantly raising the difficulty level." With a confident smile, Ling Feng retorted, "Other villages do not possess a teacher like me, so what is there to fear? The greater the number of their participants, the more will be eliminated." Observing Ling Feng's self-assured demeanor, Minato expressed concern. "Ling Feng, the third Hokage has set a requirement to raise the pass rate to over 70%. Traditionally, the pass rate has hovered around 50%. This time, not only has the number of participants doubled, but the pass rate must also reach 70. The challenge is indeed formidable. Do you feel confident?" Without hesitation, Ling Feng casually crossed his legs in front of Minato and replied nonchalantly, "If I fail, I shall gift you this house." Minato, taken aback by Ling Feng's audacity, found himself filled with uncertainty. A multitude of questions flooded his mind. What gives you the right? With so many participants, not everyone possesses your kind of talent. Can they truly catch up in just a month? Minato had initially believed that the third Hokage assigning such a daunting task to Ling Feng would instill some sense of challenge in him. However, Ling Feng's demeanor suggested he took it as a mere game, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing Minato's incredulous expression, Ling Feng stood and approached him, stating, "Teacher Minato, according to the rules, I am also eligible to participate in the Chunin exams, correct?" Taken aback, Minato felt a wave of realization wash over him. "Of course. How did I not consider this?" "Ling Feng, do you mean to say?" Ling Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The rules of the Chunin exams are no longer a secret. I am currently a genin, and participating in the Chunin exams poses no issue. As for the conditions for passing, it involves seizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls. And a team possessing a complete set of scrolls must successfully navigate the Forest of Death to achieve victory. Therefore, as long as I am present, I can ensure that our village secures the necessary scrolls. Not only can we achieve a pass rate of 70, but even 80 or 90% is within reach." Minato was astonished. Ling Feng seemed intent on single-handedly acquiring all the scrolls from rival villages. "But, even if you succeed in obtaining them, how can we ensure that our scrolls are not taken by others?" "You are but one person," Minato questioned skeptically. Ling Feng chuckled. "That is not a concern for you. Teacher Minato, raising the pass rate for the Chunin exam is my responsibility, is it not?" He wore a mysterious smile, feeling he had already revealed enough about his plans. "I intend to take them all out. As for how I will accomplish that, well, how should I put it? I cannot simply divulge that I possess Sage Mode, In Seals, and various B-rank Jutsu. achieving the strength of an elite jonin. The completion of the task is what matters. The details are irrelevant to you. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Bo Feng Shui Min realized that he had perhaps spoken too much. He had merely come to convey the third Hokage's orders. Consequently, he refrained from further inquiries and took his leave. Take care, teacher Shui Min. I shall not see you off, Ling Feng remarked, watching as Bo Feng Shui Min departed. Ling Feng stood in the courtyard, plunged into contemplation. With a month and a half remaining until the Chunin exams, although not an insignificant span, it was certainly fleeting. For Ling Feng, who possessed access to a systematic marketplace, this constituted an ample training period. However, for the ordinary children of this world, alternative methods would be necessary. Given that this weighty responsibility had been entrusted to him, he was determined to excel. Ling Feng was acutely aware that the third Hokage had unceremoniously assigned him this formidable task due to the troubles he had helped alleviate for two major clans. Yet, he also harbored personal ambitions. Should his students succeed in the Chunin exams, they would undoubtedly express a measure of respect upon encountering him in the future. Without his guidance, they might have found themselves needing to take the examination multiple times before achieving success. Thus, Ling Feng began to meticulously devise a training plan for the upcoming month and a half. After considerable reflection, he resolved to focus on three pivotal areas. The first was physical training, the most fundamental aspect. The journey through the forest of death was not a brief one, even without pause. It would require a full day and night. During this time, they must remain undetected by enemies, as any engagement in combat would prolong their passage. Therefore, physical fitness was paramount. Ling Feng could assist them in seizing the heaven and earth scrolls and offer protection, yet he could not expedite their journey. The second focus was on cultivating teamwork skills. Each team consisted of 3 members, and enhancing their collaborative combat abilities would better equip them to confront hostile forces. They need not be exceptionally strong. It sufficed that they maintained parity, ensuring that the heaven and earth scrolls were not seized. The third area of emphasis involved reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities, which were critical skills. Mastery of these two competencies would allow them to conceal their movements to the greatest extent possible. By diligently avoiding conflict with enemies, they could traverse the forest of death in the shortest time frame. Ling Feng believed that if they accomplished these 3 objectives, supplemented by his personal involvement, any individual not utterly foolish should be able to pass. As for those who were hopelessly inept, there was little that could be done. After all, Ling Feng only needed to ensure a minimum passing rate of 70% to fulfill his mission. Having made his preparations, Ling Feng retired early for the night. The following day, he awoke and proceeded directly to the Ninja Academy, where a teacher awaited him on the playground. Ling Feng. Here is the list of participants for the Chunin exams. There are a total of 90 individuals, organized into 30 teams. The teacher in charge of leading the teams had received the news, and, despite his incredulity at being assigned to a mere child of 7 or 8 years, complied with orders and coordinated with Ling Feng. Understood. I will handle the remaining tasks, Ling Feng replied, accepting the list with a slight nod. The lead teacher harbored doubts. Yet given that this directive had come directly from the third Hokage, he refrained from expressing further skepticism and turned to depart. Subsequently, Ling Feng stood upon the command platform, gazing down at the neatly arranged crowd below. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as the leading instructor departed, the assembly erupted into a flurry of whispers. Why is there someone who appears to be around our age? They pondered, bemused. He looks as though he has come to be our teacher. Teacher? What a laugh. How could someone of similar age possibly assume the role of an instructor? Just as Ling Feng was about to speak, he noticed the crowd gesturing and murmuring about him, which caused his expression to darken. Among the crowd were many of his peers, yet there were also individuals lacking talent, some in their teens, even in their 20s, still lingering as genin. Even if they had barely reached the level of Chunin, their inability to advance, due to consistently formidable opponents, had relegated them to the status of perennial genin. Regardless, their stagnation stemmed from their own insufficient abilities, leaving them to blame their misfortune. Ling Feng held a particular disdain for such individuals. To be scrutinized by them only fueled his displeasure. Hey. From this moment forth, I am your new leading instructor. Everyone quiet down. Ling Feng commanded, his voice raised. Yet, only a few paid him heed. Among the crowd were Kakashi and others, attempting to quell the noise, but their pleas fell largely on deaf ears. As Ling Feng's expression grew increasingly grim, Kakashi and his companions hastily warned. If you continue this ruckus, the consequences will be dire. Dire? What can he do to us? Someone scoffed. He seems like just another genin. What right does he have to teach us? Another echoed. If he doesn't want us to pass, then let us disperse. Sending a child to instruct us is a complete waste of time. The cry resonated, and several began to step away from the formation, preparing to leave. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi and his companions sighed in resignation, realizing the impending disaster awaiting them. Although Ling Feng was young, his temper was formidable, and he showed no mercy when provoked. However, those unfamiliar with him merely perceived his youth, mistaking him for a novice. Thus, a number of disgruntled individuals chose to depart. And as they watched over half of the 90 leave, Ling Feng remained unfazed. Yet, those who knew him understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. At last, those who had chosen to leave distinctly separated themselves from those willing to stay. Hey, you little brat on stage. I don't know where you came from, but I suggest you get lost. Another shouted. Exactly. We want a real teacher to guide us. Or you can take that gaggle of kids with you. Don't hinder our participation in the Chunin exams. Hearing these protests, Kakashi and his companions couldn't help but chuckle. They had witnessed Ling Feng's formidable prowess firsthand. Truly, was there anyone in this ninja school stronger than Ling Feng? The notion was preposterous. Ling Feng remained silent for a considerable duration before finally taking action. Slowly, he descended from the platform and approached the ignorant crowd of protesters. As I mentioned earlier, from this moment forth, I shall be the teacher in charge. And it appears you are quite dissatisfied with my presence, Ling Feng stated coldly. The cacophony of the crowd fell momentarily silent, evidently intimidated by Ling Feng's imposing aura. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the uproar resumed, as they continued their protest. Very well, let me demonstrate what it truly means to have a capable instructor guiding you, Ling Feng declared, inhaling deeply. With a swift motion, he formed rapid hand seals. Wind release, great tornado. A colossal whirlwind descended from the heavens, violently lifting the crowd into the air, spinning them in a frenzied dance. Heart-wrenching cries echoed, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers like Kakashi and his companions, who felt a wave of trepidation. Thankfully, these fearless individuals had vacated the area. Otherwise, they would have surely faced dire consequences. Simultaneously, they pondered the sheer magnitude of Ling Feng's tornado, which had evidently expanded in range, at least double the size of any they had previously witnessed. Over 50 individuals were effortlessly swept away into the sky by a single tornado. What formidable power! Yet, this was merely the beginning. One must expel their rage completely to find solace. After all, Ling Feng thought, continuing his onslaught. Earth release, earth tornado. Water release, great water collision wave. A massive earthen dragon surged skyward, soon merging with torrents of water to transform into a muddy dragon. With Ling Feng's current prowess, executing such combined ninjutsu was as effortless as eating or drinking, a testament to his relentless training. While this combination of techniques would annihilate foes on the battlefield, its application against these ignorant lower ninjas proved equally effective. Ding! You have gained 160 points. The fear exhibited by these lower ninjas had inadvertently bestowed Ling Feng with a bounty of points, making him feel that his expended chakra was well worth it. As the earth and water amalgamated, a mire formed upon their descent, ensnaring the hapless ninjas who fell from the sky, rendering them immobile. Cries and pleas for mercy filled the air, extinguishing any remnants of their previous arrogance and discontent. Yet, Ling Feng felt it insufficient. He raised his right hand slightly and intoned in a low voice, Chidori, thunderclap. A tremendous surge of electricity erupted, accompanied by explosive sounds, sending the ninjas soaring like firecrackers ensnared in mud, bursting one after another and crashing down, reduced to charred remnants. Nearby, the onlookers, including Kakashi, gasped in disbelief, utterly astonished. They were all merely 7 or 8 years old. The disparity in power was truly terrifying. At this moment, the team leader, who had just returned to his office, gazed through the window and was utterly stunned by the scene before him. After a prolonged silence, he could only utter a single exclamation of disbelief. Suddenly, a notification chimed. 200 points earned. It was only upon hearing the system's prompt that Ling Feng contentedly withdrew his hands. He then returned to the platform, where silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes filled with admiration and trepidation as they regarded Ling Feng. I shall reiterate, he declared, surveying the assembly. From this moment forth, I am your new team leader, responsible for your concentrated training. Does anyone harbor any objections? Upon finishing his statement, he scanned the crowd. Everyone stood rigidly, fearful that an inadvertent misstep might displease their instructor. The unfortunate souls, now resembling blackened coal, paid no heed to their pain and rejoined the ranks. I will devise a training regimen lasting 1.5 months. I can assure you, the daily exercises will only intensify, all in the pursuit of maximizing your chances of passing the CHNIN exam. Therefore, if anyone believes they cannot endure, I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, if you choose to abandon this journey midway, I will make you acquainted with the true meaning of a purgatory on earth. Ling Feng announced, initiating a countdown. Yet, no one departed. Despite their trepidation of hardship, they all chose to place their faith in Ling Feng. After all, none wished to remain a genin for eternity, a disgrace for any ninja. Particularly for those who had not advanced in over a decade, becoming a CHNIN had almost become their lifelong ambition. Ninja progress is contingent upon age. As one grows older, physical capabilities inevitably decline. By then, not only would ascending to CHNIN be a distant dream, but even maintaining the status of a genin would become increasingly arduous. Time's up, Ling Feng announced. I hereby declare the commencement of concentrated training for the CHNIN exam. We have a total of 90 days, which I shall divide into 3 phases, each lasting 30 days. These 3 phases are. Ling Feng began to elucidate his plan, and the audience listened intently, fearful of missing even a single word. Their attentiveness was not born of newfound diligence, but rather a genuine fear of incurring his wrath, which could result in a fate akin to that of charred wood. This 7- or 8-year-old instructor could be regarded as the youngest teacher in the history of the ninja school, yet he was equally the most ruthless. A mere disagreement could lead to a violent reprimand, with no room for negotiation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, listening as the ninja school teachers reported on the situation in the training grounds. Upon learning that Ling Feng had physically reprimanded the students who voiced their dissent, both were momentarily taken aback. However, their astonishment quickly gave way to understanding. It was evidently characteristic of Ling Feng's approach. They then heard about Ling Feng's detailed explanation of the training arrangements for the forthcoming 90 days, focusing on 3 key areas to enhance the likelihood of success in the CHNIN exam. The expressions of Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi transformed into ones of intrigue and anticipation. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, prompting the instructor from the Ninja Academy to turn and depart. Minato, what are your thoughts on Ling Feng's training plan? Hiruzen inquired. Minato Namikaze approached Hiruzen and replied, It is excellent. This training is specifically designed for the CHNIN exams. I believe Ling Feng can certainly meet your expectations. Indeed, I also believe so. I initially thought that raising the pass rate would challenge Ling Feng, yet I underestimated him. This young man consistently surprises me. Hiruzen chuckled, genuinely fond of this promising new talent from Konoha. Minato observed this with a twinge of envy and jealousy. Yet he understood that Ling Feng's capabilities were simply remarkable and beyond reproach. As the formal training commenced, the entire training ground of the Ninja Academy was effectively commandeered by Ling Feng. However, no one dared to object, for they recognized that Ling Feng was undertaking a significant endeavor. With a total of 90 participants, everyone was eager to see how many would succeed. The days passed swiftly over the course of 90 days, filled with rigorous and intensive training. Though the experience was arduous, the rewards were substantial. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with the training outcomes, having fully met his expectations. Thus, the task entrusted by the 3rd Hokage could be accomplished with ease. On the eve of the CHNIN exams, the 3rd Hokage personally sought out Ling Feng. Lord 3rd, Ling Feng greeted Hiruzen respectfully. Ling Feng, although I have not intervened directly, I have been monitoring your training closely. I also tasked Minato with gathering intelligence from other villages. The number of competitors has increased significantly this time. Do you feel confident? Despite knowing Ling Feng's training had been successful, Hiruzen still harbored some concerns. While 90 days may not seem extensive, the strength of these individuals has vastly improved. I assure you, Konoha will undoubtedly shine in this CHNIN exam, Ling Feng declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen smiled and replied, Excellent. I shall await your good news. The following day, the CHNIN exams commenced in earnest. The first segment was a written test, one in which Ling Feng could offer no assistance, as it relied entirely on individual performance. However, he understood that this was fundamentally a test of psychological fortitude. Even if one answered every question incorrectly, success could still be attained, provided one did not give up or resort to cheating. Following the written examination, individual combat between villages ensued. Thanks to the specialized training, Each participant's physical capabilities had significantly improved, and Ling Feng felt little concern. However, given the presence of skilled opponents from other villages and the randomness of matchups, the final pass rate stood at 81 participants. Upon learning this number, Ling Feng sighed in resignation. There was little he could do regarding the individual battles. Nevertheless, with 81 still in contention, he resolved to ensure that each of them would successfully advance. Next, they would formally enter the Forest of Death to begin the quest for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. As the examiner concluded the explanation of the rules, the competition officially commenced. Following Ling Feng's admonition, the members of Konoha Corps promptly gathered at a designated spot upon entering the Forest of Death, aiming to safeguard their scrolls from being pilfered while collectively advancing towards the finish line. In contrast, Ling Feng embarked on a solitary mission, ruthlessly engaging the surrounding adversaries in a spree of plunder. His initial encounter was with several squads from Awagakure, who were swiftly overwhelmed by Ling Feng's water-style techniques, nearly choking on the torrents. After successfully acquiring their scrolls, Ling Feng returned to deliver them to his teammates, urging them to hasten towards the goal before resuming his relentless pursuit of further spoils. Due to the sheer number of participants, Ling Feng's actions went largely unnoticed. It wasn't until the observing instructors noted the continuous annihilation of teams from outside Konoha Corps that they recognized the presence of an exceptionally formidable shinobi amidst the ranks of the lower ninjas. Soon, the supervising teachers initiated a search, ultimately locating Ling Feng's figure. This young prodigy from Konoha Corps, merely 7 or 8 years old, exhibited astonishing combat prowess, leaving every team that crossed his path utterly defenseless. What? Such a terrifying lower ninja existed in Konoha Corps? Not only the observing instructors, but also the exam participants began to sense something was amiss. Since their entry into the Forest of Death, they had frequently encountered teams from other villages, yet none had crossed paths with any Konoha Corps teams. Lacking the omniscient perspective of the instructors, they were momentarily at a loss for the reason. Every team that encountered Ling Feng faced immediate obliteration, while those encountering the Konoha Corps teams were met with collective assaults, leading to equally disastrous outcomes. As time passed, the defeated teams, upon reuniting with their comrades, gradually unraveled the mystery. It was Ling Feng's doing. This Konoha Corps genius truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Thus, it became evident that Ling Feng was the sole individual acting independently from Konoha Corps. This made matters simpler. They decided to assemble several teams that had fallen to Ling Feng and strategize a counterattack. No one objected, for they were unwilling to accept being vanquished by a single individual. So what if he was a genius? Could he truly contend against a dozen of them? Soon, these vanquished lower ninjas congregated, determined to track down Ling Feng. While they contemplated targeting other Konoha Corps teams, they ultimately refrained upon observing their coordinated movements. Every ninja harbored a sense of pride. The competition's rules dictated 3-member teams, and they would not resort to assembling multiple groups to seize scrolls, as that would be too disgraceful and undermine their individual prowess. However, the team from Konoha held a different perspective. Thanks to Ling Feng's extraordinary training, they developed an exceptionally robust sense of teamwork. Outside the arena, the elite shinobi from various villages were analyzing the situation, and they took note of Konoha's unconventional strategy. Initially, they dismissed it with disdain. Yet, when they witnessed isolated teams from other villages being overwhelmed by Konoha's members in an instant, they began to realize that this seemingly naive approach was, in fact, the most reliable method. Konoha's faction was anchored by the legendary Sannin and Minato Namikaze. They too were observing the developments in the arena, and as they saw their comrades steadily gain the upper hand, their delight was palpable. To their astonishment, Ling Feng's training prowess was indeed formidable. Jiraiya lamented, "It seems we should never have provoked him. This lad is truly enigmatic. I sense he possesses many hidden techniques yet to be revealed." Orochimaru added, "Indeed, this young man's potential is likely beyond estimation." Tsunade nodded in agreement. Only Minato remained silent, as he was overwhelmed with shock. He understood that the ninja world was on the brink of severe tension, and war was likely to erupt in the coming years. Countless individuals would be ensnared in the conflict, yet Ling Feng appeared to have foreseen this. Upon witnessing the training firsthand, Minato grasped that Ling Feng's methodology was essentially cultivating a disciplined army. Every action of the 81 individuals was dictated by Ling Feng. Faced with such a formidable Konoha legion, augmented by Ling Feng's prowess, what could the other villages possibly do? They might as well brace for defeat. This Nin exam alone was sufficient to convey Konoha's terrifying strength. As the elite shinobi from various villages engaged in fervent discussions, the defeated teams finally located Ling Feng, who had just dispatched another group and was preparing to depart. Ling Feng, don't think you can easily leave after snatching our scrolls. One shouted. That's right. Now that we're all here, we'll reclaim everything you've taken. Another added. Don't think you can truly take on all of us. They sneered. Hand over all the scrolls on you, and perhaps we'll let you off easy. In the face of these defeated opponents from several villages, Ling Feng grinned. Just a bunch of lowly genin daring to seek revenge? I'm curious to see what you rabble can accomplish when banded together. After I've already bested you. Why return to stir trouble? Isn't that just handing me points on a silver platter? Ling Feng single-handedly dismantled one team. Yet they remained oblivious to the gravity of their predicament, mistakenly believing Ling Feng was merely slightly stronger than them. Thus, they returned with a group, unaware of the folly of their actions. The more splendidly you envision this, the harsher the fall will be, and consequently, the more points I shall receive, Ling Feng scoffed, taking the initiative to confront them. You wish to play? Very well, I shall entertain you. Doton, shaking fish in the earth. The ground trembled as the technique was unleashed. The once firm ground instantaneously transformed into a quagmire, reminiscent of a marshland. Previously, the teams that encountered Ling Feng were swiftly annihilated in a mere glance, entirely oblivious to the true extent of his prowess. However, upon witnessing Ling Feng initiate a B-class earth release technique, a sudden realization struck them. If Ling Feng did not possess formidable strength, how could he possibly eliminate them with such ease? Yet, this epiphany arrived too late. Water release, water severing wave. A thunderous roar ensued as powerful torrents sliced through the earth like a razor, shattering it into countless fragments. Everyone struggled to maintain their footing, stumbling helplessly to the ground. In the next moment, Ling Feng deftly maneuvered through the soil, utilizing the technique of echoing fish to approach each individual, delivering a crushing blow with a single punch. His fists, as large as sandbags, struck each face, leaving an indelible mark of fear. After all, this was a ninja examination, not a battlefield. Ling Feng could not recklessly take lives, lest he draw trouble to Konoha. Thus, he resorted to this method to ensure they would remember his overwhelming might. Ding! Acquired 120 points. With points in hand, Ling Feng departed with a cheerful demeanor. The remaining teams, those yet untouched by Ling Feng's onslaught, finally comprehended that it had always been Ling Feng hunting for isolated groups to seize their scrolls. Consequently, they were compelled to set aside their pride and amalgamate into a temporary alliance, uniting to counter Konoha's team, while simultaneously guarding against being annihilated by Ling Feng alone. However, upon encountering this assembly of over 100 genin, Ling Feng could not suppress a delighted laugh. Ha ha ha, how fortuitous. You have all gathered, sparing me the effort of searching. I shall obliterate you all in one fell swoop, and Konoha's team can confidently advance toward the finish line. A target success rate of 90%, achieved ahead of schedule. Ling Feng laughed heartily as he approached the crowd, unabashedly arrogant. Listening to Ling Feng's words, the enemy's faces turned a shade of green with anger. Ling Feng, don't be too arrogant. We are not the inexperienced novices you usually deal with. Indeed, no matter how formidable you are ultimately just a low-ranking ninja. Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Humph, with over 100 of us united. Do you think you can defeat us alone? Such foolishness. The fact that these individuals had managed to survive thus far without being vanquished attested to their considerable prowess. Each village harbored some gifted masters, individuals whom their villages prioritized for cultivation. Thus, they believed that regardless of Ling Feng's abilities, their collective strength of gifted ninjas would easily overwhelm him. In the face of their clamorous taunts, Ling Feng merely chuckled, forming hand seals. Then why not give it a try? Sealing technique, activate. Multi-shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Countless clouds of white smoke erupted, revealing a dense forest filled with Ling Feng's figures. The number of clones he had created was impossible to ascertain, but a cursory glance suggested that it had surpassed 100. Goodness, what an immense amount of chakra. How can shadow clones reach such a level? Should we run now? Run? Nonsense. The principle of the shadow clone technique is to divide the host's power to create clones. The more he divides, the weaker he becomes. Indeed, his willingness to create so many is tantamount to seeking his own demise. Everyone, attack together. Seeing the fervent spirit of the crowd, Ling Feng's smile broadened. What a jest. I have amassed chakra for a full 90 days. How could mere mortals like you fathom it? Even if divided into more than 100 clones, my average strength remains on par with my original self. With the enhancements from Sage Mode and the assistance of the sealing technique, each clone possesses ample chakra, capable of unleashing 4 or 5 B-rank ninjutsu in one breath. Yet the enemies remained oblivious, charging at Ling Feng. Soon, they were entangled in a fierce clash, and an array of hundreds of ninjutsu erupted, shaking the heavens. Boom! The thunderous explosions rang out continuously. From a distance, countless trees were shattered, and soil was thrown into the air. Waves of wind, earth, fire, and water release techniques surged forth in relentless succession, making the scene resemble a great battle. Amidst such chaos, the observing instructors were at a loss as to how to proceed. Quickly, all the upper ninjas gathered to confer on strategies. The sight was a tumult of confusion, making it impossible to discern what was truly occurring, nor whether the participating candidates were in peril. One upper ninja who had rushed back from the scene panted heavily. "I have been observing the situation as well." Before the fighting erupted, I noticed that several teams from outside of the Leaf Village had spontaneously organized themselves, seemingly intending to confront the Leaf team. However, upon encountering Ling Feng, the conflict broke out almost immediately. Is that so? Yet what I witnessed was quite different. Clearly, both sides boasted over 100 individuals. Yet, it was merely Ling Feng's shadow clone. As the words echoed, a chorus of astonishment erupted among the crowd. How could this be possible? A mere genin's shadow clone achieving such feats? Indeed, the Konoha forces remained nearby, not yet engaged in battle. Thus, it could only be Ling Feng's shadow clone clashing with those ninja squads. Ultimately, all were compelled to acknowledge that such a tremendous commotion could indeed be attributed solely to Ling Feng. Soon, someone marked the scattered positions of the combatants, revealing that, after excluding those easily located, the remaining individuals were all concentrated in the chaotic fray. At that moment, every Jainin felt a shiver run down their spines. For the situation within the battleground appeared to be escalating alarmingly. Thick, billowing smoke obscured any view of the tumult within. Suddenly, someone gasped, "Look, someone has been thrown out." The crowd looked up, and, indeed, a squad had been defeated and ejected from the combat zone. They were still moving. It seemed the opponent had exercised restraint, not applying lethal force. An experienced Jainin assessed. This revelation brought a collective sigh of relief. As long as no lives were lost, there was no significant issue. However, Ling Feng's prowess was truly terrifying. Could he truly defeat so many Nin solely with his clones? As the discussion continued, several more individuals were ejected, all similarly experiencing complete annihilation, rendered unconscious yet devoid of mortal peril. To vanquish them while ensuring their safety showcased a level of control over power that bordered on the monstrous. Soon, others noted that these expelled individuals were missing something essential: the scrolls. Ling Feng had seized their scrolls before casting them out. What? Who exactly is Ling Feng? Is he truly just a genin? This query sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. Finally, as more individuals were expelled, the battle drew to a close. The thick white smoke began to dissipate, revealing the aftermath of the conflict. Indeed, it was Ling Feng's clones standing unscathed, while the opposing ninja squads lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Bang! 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 The shadow clones vanished without a trace. Before Ling Feng, however, lay a towering heap of scrolls. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the Jainin as they beheld the scene. Concurrently, the Konoha forces arrived at the site. "Ling Feng-kun, did you do all of this?" Mado Guy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, I have collected all their scrolls. Take them and hasten towards the finish line while they remain unconscious," Ling Feng replied with a slight nod. All present dared not delay, swiftly seizing the corresponding scrolls and making their way toward the Death Forest exit. Meanwhile, Ling Feng settled down in a meditative posture, preparing to recuperate. Though shrouded in secrecy, the unceasing application of ninjutsu left Ling Feng feeling somewhat fatigued. While resting, he remained vigilant over the others to prevent them from pursuing him. Ding! You have received 680 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ling Feng's heart soared with joy, for it seemed that this plan had met with considerable success. After completing his rest, Ling Feng took the scroll and proceeded towards the finish line, being one of the participants in this examination. The final results were announced. All 81 individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village who had entered the Forest of Death had passed, along with Ling Feng. The total number of successful candidates reached 82, achieving a remarkable pass rate of 90%. Upon learning this outcome, the villagers of the Hidden Leaf erupted into jubilant cheers, while conversely, the other villages recorded a dismal 0 pass rate. as all surplus scrolls were in Ling Feng's possession. Undoubtedly, this would mark the pinnacle for the Hidden Leaf Village. With the conclusion of the Chunin exams, all other villages returned with regrets. While the Hidden Leaf Village basked in sheer euphoria, a pass rate of 90% had rewritten the village's history, and the absence of any successes from the other villages was an unprecedented occurrence. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage personally awaited at the entrance to greet them. The villagers lined the streets, welcoming them with open arms. Long live Ling Feng. You have truly brought honor to our village. Ha! Now, the Hidden Leaf is the strongest village. The third Hokage, observing Ling Feng's approach, could hardly contain his excitement. Ling Feng, I never imagined you could achieve such heights. It is truly astonishing. Ling Feng smiled modestly and replied, this accomplishment is inseparable from everyone's efforts. The third Hokage, delighted by Ling Feng's humility, responded, I am well aware of the events that transpired in the examination hall. Do not be so modest. Without your singular triumph over those ninja squats, we would not have secured such a multitude of heaven and earth scrolls. To celebrate your success, I shall personally fund a grand feast for you all. As the third Hokage's words settled, the crowd erupted in cheers. Such an honor had never been bestowed before. Ling Feng thus became the center of attention, traversing the street amidst the throngs of admirers, basking in their cheers and applause. Ding! You have received 800 points. Ding! You have received 1,200 points. Ding! You have received 2,000 points. As a result of the adulation from the masses, Ling Feng amassed a substantial fortune in points. However, while the Hidden Leaf Village celebrated its historic achievement with a grand feast, the atmosphere in the other villages remained tense. Each village deliberated on a matter well known to all. Ling Feng's unparalleled performance had led the Hidden Leaf to ultimate victory, and they began to realize that Ling Feng was far more formidable than they had previously imagined. This information, after a few days of celebration in the Hidden Leaf, was eventually delivered to the Hokage's office by a covert agent. Upon gazing at the classified document before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face appeared even more aged. Watergate. It seems this matter has become rather troublesome. Even the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen did not anticipate that the situation would suddenly escalate to such a crisis. It is surprising that they would feel such apprehension towards Ling Feng's performance. If they were to seize the opportunity, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the ninja world. Wave Wind Minato expressed his concerns. There is no turning back now. We must prepare in advance. The situation in the ninja world is already exceedingly unstable, and with this development, war is imminent. Minato, notify Ling Feng to be ready. If war breaks out, we can only face it head-on. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Konoha had been pushed to the brink and could not escape the turmoil. Upon his return, Ling Feng had only made an appearance on the day of the celebration. Since then, he had been tirelessly training in his training grounds, day and night. When Wave Wind Minato found Ling Feng, he was drenched in sweat, having just completed a round of intense training. Ling Feng, I'm curious. Why do you exert yourself so diligently every time we meet? Wave Wind Minato voiced a question he had pondered for quite some time. Ling Feng took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, because I am not strong enough. Is that not sufficient? You must already be among the elite of the ninja world, remarked Wave Wind Minato, without exaggeration. However, Ling Feng scoffed lightly and said, elite? There are too many elite individuals in this world. If I were merely elite, I could not guarantee my survival in war. If I am to strive, I shall aim to stand at the pinnacle. Only then will I be truly invincible. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Wave Wind Minato was struck with astonishment. Ling Feng, so you are already aware that war is approaching? Setting down his water jug, Ling Feng scoffed. Did the recent events not indicate this? The arrival of war is inevitable. I sensed it long ago, though I was unaware of the exact timing. When I led the village to victory in the Chunin exams, I also perceived hostility in the eyes of the Jonin from other villages. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, war will undoubtedly break out within 2 years. Return and inform Lord Third Hokage to prepare. My words will not prove erroneous. Wave Wind Minato was taken aback. Initially, the Third Hokage intended for him to convey a message, yet it seemed Ling Feng had already foreseen the developments. Understood, I shall return at once. With that, Wave Wind Minato hastened back to relay the information to the Third Hokage. Once he departed, Ling Feng could not help but let out a cold smile. War? Who better than I to comprehend the timing and reasons for its outbreak? 2 years hence, the Third Tsuchikage will vanish, serving as the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War. Subsequently, the Land of Fire will be engulfed in conflict. It is merely due to Ling Feng's emergence that the entire ninja world has focused its attention on Konoha. Thus, when war erupts, Konoha may very well become the target of assault. Should that occur, Ling Feng must become even stronger than he is now. If the Hidden Leaf Village had not become a target of scorn, Ling Feng could have gradually developed his strength. However, the time for leisurely growth has passed. Should a crisis erupt, he may face numerous formidable foes. Before danger strikes, Ling Feng must ensure he possesses more trump cards. Thus far, he has amassed 300 points, sufficient to upgrade either a bloodline limit or the Sage Body. After careful deliberation, Ling Feng decided to elevate his Sharingan to an intermediate level, thereby significantly enhancing the potency of his illusions. Following the successful exchange of 5,000 points, Ling Feng did not linger but promptly resumed his training. He aimed to bolster his strength, gather points as war approached, and ultimately upgrade his Byakugan and Sage Body. By then, he would ensure his safety against all but shadow-level adversaries. Meanwhile, upon receiving a report from Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately commenced the formation and training of a ninja force. It seemed that Ling Feng's predictions had come to fruition, leaving no grounds for doubt in Sarutobi's mind. Consequently, the external operations of the Hidden Leaf Village were curtailed, minimizing contact with other villages while wholeheartedly nurturing the ninja squad. Simultaneously, an internal purge was underway to eliminate any potential spies. 2 years passed in this tense atmosphere. Although war had yet to commence, the Hidden Leaf was fully immersed in a state of temporary preparedness, ready for combat at any moment. Meanwhile, intelligence agents returned with information, consistently pointing to a single conclusion. The situation in the ninja world was growing increasingly precarious, with minor skirmishes between neighboring nations escalating. The Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of ignition. One morning, as Ling Feng rose as usual to prepare for training, he suddenly heard a tremendous explosion emanating from the direction of Hokage Rock. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he swiftly arrived on the rooftop. He beheld thick smoke billowing upward, with numerous leaf ninjas rushing toward the source. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared beside him, his expression grave. "Has there been an attack?" Ling Feng inquired. "Indeed." It was a puppet master from the Sand Village. Reports indicate that the third Kazekage has mysteriously vanished. For an entire month, no leads had surfaced, and the Sand Village had directly pointed fingers at them, accusing the Hidden Leaf of orchestrating the assassination of the third Kazekage in an attempt to instigate a ninja war. Yet, they had remained in a defensive posture, never breaching the borders. The death of the third Kazekage had nothing to do with them. However, with neither side possessing sufficient evidence to substantiate their claims, a stalemate ensued. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Village, which had long advocated military expansion, launched a fierce assault against neighboring countries, thus igniting the Great Ninja War. Without hesitation, Minato conveyed the current situation to Ling Feng in full detail. According to the third Hokage's directives, Ling Feng had absolute priority in receiving all information regarding the impending ninja war. This implies that Ling Feng is destined to become a pivotal figure in the Fire Nation during this war. Listening to the narrative of Minato Namikaze, Ling Feng maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this all along. In truth, he possessed the most profound understanding of the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The geographical intricacies of Sunagakure are exceedingly complex, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to infiltrate. Countless quicksand traps and hidden toxins lurk beneath the desert sands, making it highly unlikely for outsiders to even contemplate venturing into Sunagakure. Similarly, if the objective was to incite a ninja world war, one might as well head directly to Kumogakure. Thus, the circumstances surrounding the third Kazekage's disappearance are inherently dubious. Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Minato's brow furrowed slightly, questioning, "Are you implying that the third Kazekage's demise may have been orchestrated by his own people?" Yet, the situation has escalated beyond control. Ling Feng sighed, acknowledging the grim reality. Minato, still unaware of the underlying truths, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him at Ling Feng's words. However, Ling Feng chose not to elaborate further, for this secret resided solely within his mind. With the outbreak of war imminent, it was imperative to focus on preparing for the conflict ahead. No more pondering. Since war has commenced, we must ready ourselves for what lies ahead. As for the truth behind the third Kazekage's disappearance, it will undoubtedly come to light in due time. Return and inform the third Hokage that I, Ling Feng, am prepared to engage on the battlefield at any moment. With that, Ling Feng vanished in a flash. By the time Minato regained his composure, Ling Feng had already made his way toward the Hokage Rock. With the war underway, Ling Feng was determined not to miss any opportunity to garner points. Upon arriving at the scene, he found the invading forces to be rather mediocre. Although there were puppet masters among them, they were merely subpar chunin. In Sunigakure, puppet masters hold a prestigious position, as their training demands significant resources and talent. Without the requisite skill, no amount of manpower or materials could yield a competent puppet master. Thus, it was evident that Sunigakure had premeditated this assault, hoping to reap some rewards. Regrettably, the individual capabilities of these puppet masters were quite lacking. Even in Ling Feng's absence, Konoha's security team could have managed the situation, albeit at a cost. Wind release, great windstorm. Ling Feng descended from the sky, unleashing a gust of wind that instantly severed the chakra threads connecting the puppets. Bereft of their protective puppets, the puppet masters were left vulnerable and were swiftly apprehended by Konoha's security team. Lord Ling Feng. The members of the security team were visibly exhilarated at his arrival. His prior displays of valor had elevated his status within Konoha, transforming him into a celebrated figure and an idol to many children. Thus, upon encountering Ling Feng, each individual expressed the respect he duly commanded. After all, he was the one who had single-handedly forged a remarkable chapter in Konoha's history. Conversely, the puppet masters wore expressions of despair upon seeing Ling Feng. Damn it, our intelligence was flawed. How is Ling Feng still in the village? Alas, it seems we are doomed. Escape is beyond our reach. The puppeteers sighed in unison, resigning themselves to the bindings imposed by the security team. Had Ling Feng not arrived, their formidable skills might have inflicted considerable damage upon the security forces. After all, puppets are mechanisms of war. Even in a mutual demise, they would gain. For mechanisms can be rebuilt, but lives once lost are irretrievable. Ding. You have earned 180 points. Though the points are meager, they are better than none. In truth, Ling Feng exerted little effort, merely employing a wind technique. Master Ling Feng, how shall we handle these individuals? Inquired the captain of the security team. Ling Feng surveyed the situation, responding coolly. Isolate them for questioning, compile the intelligence, and present it to Lord Third. Yes, Master Ling Feng. The security team promptly set to work. Ling Feng stood atop the Hokage Rock, gazing at the picturesque layout of the hidden leaf village, as well as the visages of past Hokages etched into the stone. In the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War marked the rise of Minato Namikaze, laying a solid foundation for his eventual ascension as the fourth Hokage. However, with Ling Feng present, Minato would remain in the shadows. Returning to his training ground, Ling Feng did not commence his regimen. Instead, he strolled leisurely across the expansive area, akin to a tranquil promenade. He had always devoted his entire focus to training, only now realizing the beauty of the surroundings. Master Ling Feng. A melodious voice called from behind. Ling Feng turned to find the innocent, charming face of Rin Noera. Rin, have you brought me food again? He smiled. Rushing towards him, Rin presented a bento box. I know you train here daily, so whenever I have the time, I prepare a bento for you. I thought you had already left the village, she expressed, her tone laced with concern. Ling Feng graciously accepted the bento and began to eat. Although he had not yet departed, he anticipated leaving soon. Is that so? War has commenced. We will all face this day, will we not? Kurenai has already set out with her team, yet I have not received my orders, Rin sighed. The impending war rendered it impossible for any ninja to remain aloof. Rin understood this all too well, yet she could not resist visiting Ling Feng, her worry for him ever present. Ling Feng set down the bento and affectionately ruffled Rin's hair. Rin, everyone is striving for the honor and safety of the village. I cannot remain here in tranquil idleness. Starting tomorrow, you must not come here. Focus on training with your team to enhance your combat coordination and strengthen your abilities. This will ensure your survival in the war. As for me, worry not. There is no one in this world capable of ending my life. It is not that Ling Feng is arrogant. Rather, he possesses an intimate understanding of the attributes and skills of every significant figure in this world. Even if he cannot prevail in a confrontation, should he desire to escape, none would be able to hinder him. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Yuan Yi Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. Ling Feng-kun, must I not see you before you depart? Ling Feng, witnessing her distress, let out a resigned sigh, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and gently patting her. Why weep? I am still very much alive. What I mean is that you should focus your thoughts on the war rather than on me. As for you, Please ensure you take good care of yourself. Do not let any mishap befall you, for it would cause me great concern. Ling Feng's soothing voice warmed Yuan Yilin's heart. Yes, yes, Ling Fengkuan, rest assured. I will take good care of myself. Having calmed her emotions, Ling Feng escorted her to the entrance of the training grounds, where he encountered Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Ling Feng accompany the teary-eyed Yuan Yilin, jealousy surged within Obito, causing him to clench his fists. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his every gesture betrayed a volatile temperament, revealing the depth of his affection for Lin. Unfortunately, at present, Yuan Yilin's heart belonged solely to Ling Feng. Ling Feng regarded this inexperienced opponent with little more than a glance, for in terms of strength, he could easily overwhelm 100 Uchiha Obitos. The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth, a chasm of difference in their respective prowess. Is something amiss? Yuan Yilin asked, hastily wiping her eyes and steadying her emotions as she approached her two teammates. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Ling Feng before addressing Yuan Yilin. A mission directive has come from above, instructing us to accompany teacher Minato to the battlefield. Ling Feng's expression grew serious at this revelation. The narrative was unfolding. In this tumultuous ninja world war, numerous subplots would emerge, intertwining the fates of various characters and profoundly impacting their lives. For instance, Kakashi's team would join forces with Namake's Minato, and following a particular crisis, Uchiha Madara would take the opportunity to engage with Obito, igniting his resurrection plan and the Eye of the Moon plan. What? Are we to leave so soon? Yuan Yilin gasped upon hearing Kakashi's words. Instinctively glancing at Ling Feng, though he had previously reassured her, she still felt a pang of reluctance to part ways. Yes, we must return to regroup. We depart in 2 hours, Kakashi affirmed. All right, I understand, Yuan Yilin acknowledged, realizing she had no choice but to follow Kakashi and prepare to leave. At that moment, Ling Feng interjected, if possible, I hope you can stay as close to teacher Minato as you can. Upon hearing this, the three paused, turning to Ling Feng, their expressions tinged with confusion. Why? Kakashi inquired, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind Ling Feng's request. What if it's a task requirement? I fear we cannot remain by teacher Minato's side indefinitely, No Rin remarked, shaking her head. She was inclined to trust Ling Feng's words. Yet reality was bound to dictate otherwise. We are about to step onto the battlefield, and still, you suggest we remain glued to teacher Minato's side? Ling Feng, you truly have a knack for humor. Are you teaching us the art of cowardice and mere survival? Uchiha Obito bellowed, as if seizing an opportunity. In the face of their varied reactions, Ling Feng fell silent, for he understood that as long as Namake's Minato was with them, the narrative would unfold as expected. With Minato present, there would be no chance for Uchiha Madara to seize Obito. However, Obito interpreted Ling Feng's silence as an admission of being struck by the truth. Thus he became increasingly animated, unleashing a torrent of harsh words. Even Kakashi, a mere bystander, could no longer tolerate it and intervened. Rin's expression darkened considerably. Obito, could you refrain from speaking in such a manner? Ling Feng's reminders surely carry weight. Yet, Uchiha Obito remained unconvinced, questioning what reason Ling Feng could possibly have. Assuming it was merely a reflection of the war's brutality and the desperate instinct to survive. Look around, many from the village have already gone to battle. Yet this leaf prodigy dares to linger here in comfort. Such words left Rin at a loss, her frustration palpable. Ling Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had intended to spare Obito's life, to prevent him from being taken by Uchiha Madara, but given Obito's attitude, he felt little inclination to concern himself with his fate. As long as he kept an eye out for Rin's safety, everything else could be left to chance. Rin, there's no need for you to say much more. I will likely be departing for the front lines soon to assist Tsunade, who is valiantly struggling at the borders of the Sand Village. We may not see each other for a while, so let us take care of ourselves. With that said, Ling Feng approached Kakashi, handing him 5 vials of chakra potions. Kakashi, these are invaluable items I stumbled upon. They can instantly replenish chakra and mend minor injuries. Keep them safe for critical moments, but I have one condition. You must ensure Rin's safety, Ling Feng stated earnestly. Kakashi nodded solemnly in response, acknowledging the significance of the entrusted items. Understood. I will fulfill the task you've assigned me. Approaching 10 years of age, Kakashi was no fool. He could discern Rin's special feelings towards Ling Feng, who had not rejected her affections, thus indicating his desire for Kakashi to look after her. Having conveyed his instructions, Ling Feng departed with a sense of relief. Although Kakashi was not as skilled as he, his ability was undeniable. And Ling Feng believed Rin would be relatively safe under his watch. With the chakra potions in hand, their chances of survival would significantly increase. The following day, as anticipated, the third Hokage's summons arrived. Ling Feng had long been prepared and made his way directly to the Hokage's office. As Ling Feng entered the Hokage Tower, he distinctly observed a significant reduction in the number of permanent personnel. The individuals traversing the halls were clad in combat attire, with an influx of battle-ready ninjas, likely instigated by the recent surprise attack from the Sand Village. This adjustment in regulation aimed to preempt any unforeseen assaults from rival villages, ensuring that swift responses could be executed. The ubiquitous combat gear also facilitated a seamless transition into battle mode. Upon Ling Feng's arrival, the passing ninjas greeted him with respectful salutes. At this juncture, Ling Feng had garnered a notable reputation within the Hidden Leaf Village, should he achieve further glory in the impending Ninja World War. His renown would undoubtedly ascend to a new zenith. He responded with a slight nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Ling Feng discovered the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing by the window, his countenance marred by concern. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already departed with Kakashi's team, leaving Sarutobi alone in the office. Lord Third. Ling Feng spoke softly. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe and turned to him, stating, "I summoned you out of necessity. You are the most promising young talent in Konoha in recent years. My intention was to keep you here until you matured sufficiently in strength before engaging in the war. However, the current situation is dire. Our village is besieged by multiple nations, and danger lurks everywhere. Reluctantly, I must send you into the fray." Ling Feng, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, replied, "Lord Third, I have long been prepared for this moment. With the outside world engulfed in flames of war, remaining idle here does not align with my principles." "Very well," Sarutobi conceded, "I shall grant you this opportunity. We have established a defensive line at the borders of the Sand Village, yet their firepower is formidable. Even with Tsunade dispatched, it will be a challenge to hold the line. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that the Sand Village has sent a reinforcement unit of 30 puppet masters, expected to arrive within 5 days. Your task is to neutralize that unit and then proceed to support Tsunade in maintaining our defenses." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled faintly, recognizing this mission as one he had anticipated. "Understood. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Please provide me with the specific intelligence, and I shall depart immediately." However, Sarutobi interjected, "Hold on. To ensure your safety, I have arranged for a personal escort team. There are only 10 of them, but they are all elite jonin." Yet, Ling Feng strode toward the office door without looking back, waving his hand dismissively. "I do not require them. Your reinforcements would merely encumber my efforts." Observing Ling Feng's departure, Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback. A team composed of 10 elite jonin would be a coveted asset for anyone, yet here was this young lad expressing disdain. Once he regained his composure, Sarutobi sighed in resignation, hoping that Ling Feng could successfully undertake this mission alone. The dire shortage of personnel in Konoha compelled him to reluctantly send this potential prodigy into the battlefield. Upon acquiring the intelligence, Ling Feng departed from the village without the company of anyone, nor did he bid farewell to anyone. The information detailed several potential routes that the Sand Hidden Village could take for support, and after a brief analysis, he discerned a singular path. Given that Tsunade's position was situated near the nation's border, it was evident that the Sand Hidden Village would seek opportunities to encircle her group, aiming for a decisive annihilation. With the route established, the task became considerably more manageable. Ling Feng tore the read information into shreds and incinerated it before hastening his journey. The enemy was expected to reach their target location in 5 days, which meant they would traverse that route within 4 days. Ling Feng needed to arrive 3 days in advance, otherwise, setting an ambush would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, his speed was remarkably swift, and with the regenerative capabilities of his sage body, he had no concerns regarding a depletion of chakra. 3 days later, Ling Feng arrived at the obligatory path of the Sand Hidden Village's support and began his vigil. He was acutely aware of the cunning nature of puppet masters, who could engage in combat from a safe distance by utilizing their puppets. To prevent these puppet masters from evading capture, Ling Feng resolved to lay ambush traps ahead of time. While ordinary traps merely ensnared individuals, his objective was to eliminate them entirely. Only the dead posed no threat. As for the points accrued, he would leave that to fate. After all, the war was anticipated to endure for at least 3 to 4 more years. And if fortune did not favor him, the duration could extend even further. Though Ling Feng's recollections indicated that the Third Shinobi World War spanned approximately 3 to 4 years, his involvement would inevitably alter the narrative to some extent. Adapting to his surroundings, Ling Feng affixed explosive tags to the nearby tree trunks. These were no ordinary explosive tags. They were enhanced by points he had exchanged. Their potency far exceeded that of standard explosive tags. The puppet master's dispatch to the battlefield would undoubtedly be exceptional. Significantly stronger than those who had previously attacked the Hidden Leaf Village, particularly since they would be confronting the elite forces of Konoha, led by one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade. Once he had meticulously arranged the explosive tags, Ling Feng concealed himself within the embrace of a towering tree, awaiting the arrival of his foes. Half a day later, the enemy arrived as anticipated. Their choice to embark on the longest yet safest route was precisely as Ling Feng had predicted. A successful deployment would allow these puppet masters to swiftly obliterate the supply lines of the Konoha ninja forces. Deprived of medical supplies and sustenance, the front line would inevitably falter. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. The enemy had orchestrated their plan meticulously, knowing that the depth of night would find people in the throes of slumber, making their strike unexpectedly effective. However, unbeknownst to them, Ling Feng had foreseen every aspect of this encounter. Observing the 30 or so individuals approaching his trap, he seized the opportune moment, activating his body flicker technique to intercept them directly. Having strategically placed explosive tags in locations that puppet masters would likely use as concealment, Ling Feng was compelled to reveal himself, forcing them into the snare he had crafted. The moment Ling Feng made his appearance, the ever-vigilant puppet masters reacted instantaneously, swiftly dispersing to find nearby hiding spots. Without hesitation, they unleashed their puppets, preparing for battle. Observing this scene, a subtle smile graced Ling Feng's lips. Everything was under his control. Who dares to approach? It seems to be a ninja from Konoha. Just a mere child? Bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. The puppet masters, concealed in the shadows, scrutinized the figure before them, only to realize that the obstruction was but a solitary youth, seemingly no older than 10. Yet, upon the child's forehead rested the forehead protector of a Konoha ninja. It is worth noting that this territory also belongs to the Land of Fire, making the presence of a Konoha ninja not particularly surprising. How laughable! Has Konoha village become so desolate that they send out mere children? Upon discovering that their obstacle was merely a child, the puppet masters erupted into laughter. Clearly, they held Ling Feng in contempt. Unperturbed, Ling Feng approached with measured steps. Emerging from the shadows of the trees, the puppet masters finally discerned Ling Feng's visage in the moonlight. I remember now. His name is Ling Feng. What? The prodigious youth who single-handedly faced 100 opponents during the Chunin exams 2 years ago? Before long, a Sand Village Jonin who participated in the Chunin exams recalled Ling Feng's face and gasped in astonishment. The remaining puppet masters, upon hearing this, wore expressions of solemnity, no longer daring to display their earlier arrogance. 2 years ago, he had contended against over 100 genin alone. Who could fathom how much this prodigious youth has grown in that time? Yet, a thought emerged among the puppet masters. No matter how talented he may be, he is still just one person. We number 30. Can we not eliminate a mere child? Indeed, with so many of us, if we manage to slay him, it would be a considerable gain. I believe it is feasible. Even if it delays our encirclement plan, killing Ling Feng would not be a loss for us. The very fact that 30 puppet masters considered Ling Feng a formidable foe speaks volumes about his remarkable performance during the Chunin exams. However, as Ling Feng listened to their conversation, his smile only widened. I say, you are quite full of yourselves, aren't you? The puppet masters were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Ling Feng's meaning. Do you truly believe that 30 of you can kill me? Has the pride of the Sand Village puppet masters swelled to such an extent? As Ling Feng spoke, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with light, a manifestation of both the Byakugan and the Sharingan being activated simultaneously. Meeting Ling Feng's gaze, the puppet masters felt a weight in their hearts. What depth and terror lay within those eyes? Oh no! Ling Feng's eyes seemed to induce hallucinations. True to their status as elite jonin of the Sand Village, they perceived even the slightest change. Soon, all the puppet masters forcibly released their chakra, striving to return to reality. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Feng's joy intensified, relishing the fact that his adversaries possessed some skill. This made the encounter all the more entertaining. Ding! He earned 300 points. Merely activating a Jinjutsu with the Sharingan had already netted Ling Feng a substantial reward, suggesting that further opportunities for gain awaited him. The astonishment he evoked stemmed from concealing his Sharingan. Had the puppet masters discerned its presence immediately, their reaction would have diminished the Jinjutsu's efficacy. Damn it! We won't be toyed with by this little brat. Everyone, attack together. Indeed, this child is peculiar. We must not underestimate him. Everyone, eliminate this imp. With the leader's command. The puppet masters simultaneously animated their puppets to assault Ling Feng. Observing their fervent charge, an idea suddenly sparked within Ling Feng. There was no need to hastily dispatch them. He could first indulge in some playful antics. Whoosh! Countless poison needles erupted from the puppets, a common ruse employed by puppet masters. For every human harbors a fear of such hidden weapons. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed. With his Byakugan activated, he executed a Bagua, return to heaven, effortlessly deflecting the poison needles from every conceivable angle. A cacophony of clinks and clatters ensued as the swiftly approaching needles were repelled, hurtling back toward the puppets. Although these puppets had been meticulously designed with formidable defenses surpassing that of the human body, the sheer volume of poison needles proved to be their undoing. Soon, several puppets, flawed in design, became stiff and unresponsive due to the needles penetrating crucial mechanisms and joints, severely hampering their mobility. Puppets serve as the sole weapon for puppet masters, and once deprived of their puppets, their combat effectiveness plummets dramatically. An elite J-level puppet master, upon losing their puppets, could easily find themselves reduced to the capabilities of a genin. Impossible! This is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. How could this mere child have learned it? One puppet master exclaimed in disbelief. There's no time for this. Those whose puppets are unscathed, engage in close combat. Those with issues, retreat and repair. The captain bellowed. However, Ling Feng was not inclined to grant them such ease. With a nimble leap, he unleashed a combination of ninjutsu upon them. Wind release, great whirlwind. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Powerful gusts of wind spiraled toward the puppets, and the phoenix flowers transformed into brilliant fireworks, magnifying dramatically under the influence of the wind. In an instant, these vibrant fireworks illuminated the dark forest, instilling an indelible fear within the puppet masters. Regardless of their prowess, the puppets were ultimately constructed from wood. Even when clad in the sturdiest armor, their core remained vulnerable. Thus, the puppets' greatest fear was fire. Yet, it is precisely in the study of fire release that Ling Feng exhibits an extraordinary mastery. After the initial assault, he unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique with great force. In desperation, the puppet masters had no choice but to withstand it with their puppets, lest the flames encroach upon their concealed refuge. How could this young boy wield such advanced fire release? Not only that, his wind release is more adept than even the higher-ranked shinobi of the Sand Village. I cannot help but suspect that a rogue shinobi from the sand has infiltrated the Leaf Village. With such a fierce inferno, what shall we do? Does anyone possess water release? Hurry and step forth to assist. Faced with such a ferocious blaze, the puppet masters were thrown into a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Ling Feng effortlessly amassed a considerable amount of points. Ding! Earned 380 points. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. With a little more effort, Ling Feng's points could easily surpass 1,000. Thus, invigorated, he launched another wind release, Great Tornado, plunging the enemies further into despair. Ding! Earned 500 points. 2 fire releases and 2 wind releases, all above B-rank ninjutsu, had ignited a conflagration within the forest. It is no wonder the puppet masters felt hopeless. They could not fathom that a mere child could unleash such terrifying power. In the past, to create such chaos against opponents of the Leaf Village would have required a dozen or more ninjas. Yet Ling Feng managed it single-handedly with ease. What shall we do? Who can perform water release? Hurry and use it, or our puppets will be reduced to ashes. Our village has so few capable of water release. They have all gone to the front lines. Do we not have any water release scrolls? Quickly, bring them forth, or we shall miss our chance. Upon hearing this, the puppet masters, who had initially intended to hold back, no longer dared to delay and hastily retrieved the water release scrolls. In an instant, the sound of rushing water filled the air, and under the influence of a dozen water releases, the flames in the forest began to diminish. However, this was still far from sufficient. Is this all? Very well, allow me to lend you my assistance. Ling Feng chuckled mischievously and leaped to the top of a tree trunk. He swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, Earth release, Earth flow wall. Boom. A series of 7 or 8 stone walls rose from the ground, enclosing everyone within a confined space. Witnessing this scene, the puppet masters were instantly engulfed in despair. They understood that Ling Feng intended to annihilate them. Ding! Earned 800 points. After garnering the final wave of points, Ling Feng smiled contentedly, ready to conclude this battle. Water release, Great Water Wave. Water release, Water Dragon Tornado. With the release of 2 water techniques, the sound of surging water roared forth. The puppet masters looked up at the impending colossal wave, despairingly closing their eyes. Ling Feng surveyed the scene from his elevated position, then picked up a piece of a puppet from the ground and turned to leave. Simultaneously, Ling Feng activated the prelate explosive talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions erupted in succession, reducing the frail puppeteers to mere fragments in an instant. At that moment, a colossal wave crashed down, extinguishing the flames that had reignited from the blasts. After all, this was the territory of the Land of Fire, and Ling Feng was keen to avoid a forest fire due to his own miscalculations. Having dealt with this contingent of puppeteers, Ling Feng had accumulated enough points. He glanced at his account, which now boasted 2,300 points, and departed with satisfaction. After spending about a day traveling, he finally arrived at the front lines. Just as noon approached, upon reaching the encampment, Ling Feng noted that the guards at the entrance were heavily bandaged, and his expression darkened. Clearly, the situation at the front was not promising. Recognizing Ling Feng, the guards immediately saluted and allowed him entry. Yet, as he walked away, they gazed into the distance, seemingly anticipating something. Unfortunately, aside from Ling Feng, no one else was in sight. Could it be that only Ling Feng had arrived? While he was indeed formidable, his solitary presence seemed rather inconsequential. As the 2 guards sighed in dismay, Ling Feng approached the camp's entrance. Along the way, he witnessed the grim scenes within the encampment. Many soldiers rested against the barrack doors, their bodies swathed in bandages, while others were missing limbs, destined to live as disabled individuals after the war. In a corner of the camp, he also spotted several body bags containing the deceased, awaiting the next supply convoy to return them to their village. Upon noticing Ling Feng's arrival, someone promptly went to inform higher-ups, and soon a welcoming party emerged, though it was not Tsunade. Ling Feng Dano greeted a subordinate of Tsunade, someone Ling Feng had met before. "Where is Tsunade-senpai?" Ling Feng inquired. Hearing this, the subordinate sighed. Tsunade-sama was injured in battle against Chiyo of Sunagakure. She was struck by 18 poison needles and has sustained internal injuries. She is currently resting in the barracks. Ling Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Quick! Lead me to her," he commanded. Despite his desire not to overly concern himself with others' safety, Tsunade was a key figure in defending the border, and he could not allow her to be incapacitated, as it would greatly affect the morale of the troops. Following the subordinate, Ling Feng entered the barracks and found Tsunade lying on a bed, resting. The Tsunade he saw now was a stark contrast to the vibrant, healthy figure he was accustomed to. She appeared somewhat aged and pallid, a reflection of her injuries and weakened state. "Ingzi, you may leave now." "I wish to speak with Tsunade-senpai," Ling Feng stated as he turned to her. Hesitating briefly, Ingzi departed after receiving a nod from Tsunade. "Tsunade-senpai, with your remarkable recovery abilities, cannot you dispel these toxins?" Ling Feng inquired as he approached her bedside. Upon hearing this, Tsunade weakly lifted her head, gazing at Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, these poison needles are extraordinary and difficult to neutralize. If they were ordinary toxins, I could fully digest them in a few days. But this toxin might require nearly half a month for me to completely expel. Is it that serious?" Ling Feng realized that the situation was far from simple. In the original narrative, Tsunade is akin to a walking medical kit. Not only is she highly proficient in medical ninjutsu, but as a descendant of the Senju clan, she possesses remarkably powerful regenerative cells, rendering her nearly immune to all poisons. Yet, even such a formidable figure has sustained grave injuries, illustrating the terrifying strength of her adversary. Observing the frail Tsunade, Ling Feng did not hesitate and immediately exchanged for a special healing medicine from the system's marketplace. With a flicker of light, a small vial materialized in Ling Feng's hand. "Senior Tsunade, please take this vial of medicine," he urged, presenting it to her. Tsunade hesitated, scrutinizing the peculiar concoction in her hand. "What is this?" "It's a special remedy I've developed myself. It should assist in neutralizing the toxins within you, though I cannot guarantee its effectiveness." "You may give it a try," Ling Feng explained. Intrigued by his words, Tsunade inquired, "You can concoct medicines?" "Yes. I've self-studied pharmacology for a while and experimented with various remedies. I have previously dealt with over a dozen unique toxins, so perhaps this will be beneficial as well. He replied, finding a plausible justification for her scrutiny. Despite her lingering skepticism, Tsunade had no other options and reluctantly consumed the medicine. Afterward, Ling Feng poured her a glass of water. "Thank you," Tsunade said, taking a sip before lying back down. Soon, she felt a warmth spreading through her abdomen, and her previously feeble limbs seemed to regain vitality, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "Remarkably effective, and I've only just ingested it. My goodness, what kind of medicine is this? Can you tell me its name? If I could know the formula, we could mass-produce this medicine, potentially saving many of our comrades in peril." Feeling the toxins in her body nearly dissipate, Tsunade sat up abruptly, gripping Ling Feng's hand with excitement. However, Ling Feng gently patted her slightly pale hand and replied, "Senior Tsunade, I fear I must disappoint you. The creation of this medicine was largely a matter of luck, a result of my haphazard experimentation. Even the slightest variation could lead to failure. I have attempted this thousands of times, and this is the only successful outcome." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's spirits sank once more. Yet, realizing that Ling Feng had given her the sole successful pill, she felt deeply moved. "You bestowed upon me such a precious remedy. What will you do now? This medicine is a matter of life and death in wartime." Upon hearing the words, Ling Feng merely smiled lightly, unfazed as he remarked, "Medicines are inherently meant to save lives. Moreover, you are a vital force. How could I simply watch you perish?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart swelling with emotion. Yet, deep within Ling Feng's mind, a wave of sarcasm surged. After all, would he be foolish enough to divulge the crucial secret of the divine exchange marketplace to her? If such information were to leak, he would swiftly become a coveted treasure within the ninja world. Capturing Ling Feng would yield countless rewards, and he would find himself fleeing like a dog without a master. With his current strength, he could not possibly stand against the entirety of the ninja realm alone. Furthermore, the abilities he possessed were far more alluring than those of the tailed beasts. It was conceivable that even Uchiha Madara might alter his plans, setting his sights on Ling Feng instead. Confronting Uchiha Madara, whose whereabouts remained unknown, would render Ling Feng's situation exceedingly perilous. Thus, the secret of the divine exchange marketplace must remain forever buried within his heart. "Very well, Senior Tsunade, please take the time to rest. Although the toxins within you have been entirely eradicated, your physical weakness cannot be swiftly restored. In truth, given Tsunade's current condition, one additional dose of chakra potion would suffice for a complete recovery." However, Ling Feng feared that if he were to produce more valuable items, Tsunade would undoubtedly grow suspicious and might insist on prying further into the matter. After all, she had just lamented her previous failures, claiming she had only succeeded after countless attempts. "Thank you, Ling Feng. I previously held some prejudices against you. It was my fault for being overly cautious and prideful, and I sincerely apologize." Tsunade nodded, suddenly offering her apologies. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback and waved his hand, saying, "It was all a misunderstanding, which I can certainly comprehend. After all, you carried the esteemed title of one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha." Naturally wishing to avoid the appearance of someone even more arrogant, especially since I was merely a 5-year-old child at that time. Faced with Ling Feng's maturity, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. "Ling Feng, you are indeed far more exceptional than we were at your age. If given the chance, I hope we can cultivate our relationship anew and become true friends." Tsunade spoke with genuine sincerity. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, smiled without uttering a word. He understood that had it not been for the disparity in their ages, perhaps his charm and demeanor might have captivated Tsunade. Nevertheless, he felt no particular attraction towards Tsunade, who was nearing 30. If anything, he would regard her as a cherished companion. "You did not shake your head, so I shall take that as your agreement," Tsunade declared, tightening her grip on Ling Feng's hand, her face radiating joy. "Indeed, there will be opportunities. Rest now, with your regenerative abilities in the absence of toxins. You shall be fully restored by tomorrow. I look forward to seeing a vibrant and spirited version of you." With that, Ling Feng turned to leave. Due to his esteemed status and reputation, upon learning of his arrival, the personnel within the military camp promptly provided him with an exceptionally favorable accommodation arrangement. Upon entering the prepared room, Ling Feng gazed at the neatly arranged bedding on the bed and the steaming tea placed upon the table. A sudden wave of emotion surged within him. Residing in such an environment, were it not for the grim scenes outside. One might almost believe this was a world brimming with genuine warmth and affection. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Outside, the chaos of war raged on. Claiming countless lives each day, Ling Feng reclined upon the bed, closing his eyes for a brief respite. Despite possessing an immortal physique and the restorative properties of chakra potions, 5 consecutive days of travel without rest had left him weary. After a short while, Ling Feng rose, having reached a decision. Accessing the system's marketplace, he sought the advanced healing technique, purchasing the superior version. This acquisition allowed Ling Feng to maximize the healing capabilities of the technique while utilizing the same amount of chakra. Although the expenditure of points was minimal and the medical ninjutsu was of little personal benefit, it enabled him to save a greater number of injured individuals. During his moments of rest, Ling Feng's mind replayed the harrowing images encountered along his journey. Why had he been met with such profound respect upon his arrival? The answer was simple. His strength instilled hope within them. Though he had not brought anyone along, his mere presence offered reassurance to the villagers of Konoha, stemming from a deep-seated trust. With this in mind, Ling Feng resolved to reciprocate the faith they had placed in him. While his current points were insufficient to exchange for any forbidden techniques capable of bringing the deceased back to life, purchasing the advanced healing technique was well within reach, leaving him with over 2,000 points remaining. Subsequently, he exchanged 1,000 points for 10 vials of superior healing medicine. He then ground the potions into powder, diluting them with water to create thousands of doses of healing salve. Although this process significantly diminished the potency of the medicine, it would provide swift recovery assistance to the lightly injured ninjas of Konoha. Ling Feng understood that medical ninjas were perpetually in short supply, thus, it was imperative to free them to attend to those in dire need of treatment. Having completed these tasks, Ling Feng disregarded the darkening sky and ventured out with the healing salves. Due to the sheer quantity produced, he could not carry everything at once and needed to seek out the nearest medical ninjas. Upon his arrival, the medical ninjas all stood and turned their attention toward him. "Lord Ling Feng," they exclaimed in unison. Some of the less severely injured patients also attempted to rise in respect, but were gently pressed back down by Ling Feng's hand. "All of you should rest well," he instructed. "Medical ninjas, please step outside with me." With that, Ling Feng exited the tent, followed by the medical ninjas, who wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of his intentions. "I see that none of the patients you're attending to require immediate treatment and can temporarily move about. Please notify all medical ninjas in each barack to send 3 to 4 personnel here for a gathering," Ling Feng addressed the group. Although the nature of Ling Feng's remedy remained enigmatic, no one questioned it as they swiftly mobilized. Once everyone reconvened, Ling Feng unveiled his plan, elucidating the properties of the medicine in his possession and requested assistance in transporting the remaining supplies. He first gathered all the medical ninjas and distributed the healing ointments, instructing them to apply these remedies to lightly injured patients. Subsequently, he directed them to consolidate all severely injured individuals into a single barack. This strategy aimed to centralize treatment, thereby avoiding unnecessary back and forth that could waste precious time. Given Ling Feng's current capabilities, particularly while employing advanced sage techniques, his healing methods undoubtedly surpass those of the medical ninjas. Only the peak version of Tsunade could possibly match him in prowess. With his sage body and the aid of chakra potions, Ling Feng had no concerns regarding chakra depletion. Initially, skepticism surrounded the efficacy of the potion he provided, but once Ling Feng demonstrated its effects on a wounded individual, the transformation was met with exuberant acclaim. This was truly a miraculous remedy, far superior to their traditional medicines. Long live Lord Ling Feng. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the medical ninjas, Ling Feng raised his hand to beckon calm and said, "Everyone, please settle down. While this medicine is indeed potent, it is only effective for mild cases. It should only be administered to lightly wounded patients. Otherwise, it will yield no results, and the human body develops significant resistance to this remedy, allowing for its use only once." As seasoned battlefield medics, they possessed fundamental medical knowledge. The implication of considerable resistance meant that no matter how much of the potion was consumed, only the initial dose would be effective. In conclusion, he cautioned them, "These medicines were merely a serendipitous concoction, and this is all that I have. Once used, they are gone. I implore you to use them judiciously and refrain from any misuse." Upon hearing Ling Feng's warning, the medical ninjas gasped in shock, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Without a reserve of medicines or formulas, the supplies in hand were their last lifeline. With a sense of resignation and sorrow, the medical ninjas departed with the medicines. After all, saving even one life was paramount in the battlefield, where hesitation was a luxury they could not afford. As the medical ninjas busied themselves, Ling Feng too did not remain idle. He changed into specialized medical ninja attire and entered the ward for critically injured patients. Upon his arrival, several medical team leaders were taken aback at the sight of Ling Feng dressed similarly to them. "Lord Ling Feng, you," one began, while another added. "The number of critically injured patients here is substantial, all now gathered together. The mingling of various medicinal aromas may be overwhelming for you. Furthermore, the wounds of these patients show varying degrees of decay, and the presence of bacteria is considerable. It would be prudent for you to step outside." Though they were uncertain about Ling Feng's intentions for entering, they swiftly reached a consensus, believing that Ling Feng's unconventional attire signified an inspection of their work. However, out of concern for his safety, they resolved to escort him out. Yet, Ling Feng merely smiled and stated, "I am not here to inspect your work. I am here to assist you." The crowd was taken aback, unable to grasp the veracity of his words. Assist? In the village of Konoha, it is well known that Ling Feng possesses formidable combat prowess and a wealth of practical experience, with his overall strength having ascended to the level of a jonin. However, it has never been heard that Ling Feng is proficient in medical ninjutsu. Moreover, this place serves as a camp for critically injured patients, where anyone permitted entry must possess at least 5 years of medical experience as a medical jonin. Otherwise, their presence would be futile in saving lives. Yet, with Ling Feng's arrival, does this not imply that his medical ninjutsu has indeed reached the esteemed level of a jonin with over 5 years of experience? A talented youth, already endowed with formidable combat prowess, possessing multiple chakra attributes, and proficient in taijutsu, if he were also adept in medical ninjutsu. Such news would undoubtedly instill fear in the hearts of other villages, wouldn't it? To have such a terrifying individual as one's adversary is nothing short of a nightmare. Ling Feng understood that without demonstrating something remarkable, no one would believe him, for it seemed utterly preposterous. Even Tsunade, who had been a medical ninja for over a decade, possessed an experience that was unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Moreover, with the Senju clan's genes, she naturally had an extraordinary aptitude for learning medical ninjutsu. Thus, it was unfathomable for anyone to accept that an 8 or 9-year-old like Ling Feng could wield such formidable medical techniques. Nevertheless, he confidently approached a nearby critically injured patient and began to assess the wounds. Observing Ling Feng's deft movements, several medical team leaders instinctively gathered around him. Soon, Ling Feng's analysis yielded results, followed by the release of his healing palm technique, concentrating chakra at the wound to facilitate rapid suturing. A gentle green light flickered, growing increasingly radiant. Everyone present was not blind. They could readily discern that Ling Feng had mastered the healing palm technique to an exceptional degree, far beyond what ordinary individuals could compare. How terrifying is Lord Ling Feng? Is he truly only 10 years old? I am uncertain. It appears he has yet to reach the age of 10. My goodness. The restorative energy emanating from his palm is so potent that I can sense the surging vitality of growth from such a distance. The onlooking medical team leaders were utterly astonished, each whispering in hushed tones. Soon, the first patient's treatment concluded, and without pausing, Ling Feng turned and moved to the second bed, continuing his diagnosis and examination, subsequently employing his palm healing technique. Although this patient had sustained severe internal injuries accompanied by internal bleeding, which would typically necessitate surgical intervention, it posed no significant challenge for Ling Feng. As long as the recovery rate of his palm healing technique could keep pace with the severity of the hemorrhage, there would be no issues at all. Under the formidable healing power of the advanced healing technique, the second critically injured patient with severe internal injuries was successfully treated. As Ling Feng turned to proceed towards the third bed, the medical team leaders, initially stunned by the radiant light, finally reacted. Is it truly healed? I recall that this patient required surgical intervention, did I not? Indeed, I checked this morning, and, due to the severity of the internal injuries, I hesitated to perform surgery, fearing excessive bleeding that even standard medical ninjutsu might not staunch. Yet, observing Ling Feng's demeanor, it is evident that healing has been accomplished. Should we not verify the situation? Although they were all astonished by Ling Feng's adept healing methods, this was no trifling matter. Any oversight could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, they promptly began examining the patient in bed too. The results of their examination left them utterly astounded. It was indeed completely healed. How could this be possible? Despite my disbelief, The fact remained that this individual's internal injuries had been entirely cured. My heavens! Lord Ling Feng's healing technique is truly terrifying. To think that such severe internal injuries could be healed solely through this technique. As the medical team leaders gasped in astonishment, Ling Feng had already commenced treatment for the third patient. Once again, he employed the healing technique, radiating the same brilliant light that infused the previously lifeless ward with boundless vitality and hope. Many of the injured, having overheard the medical ninja's exclamations, struggled to raise their heads to discern the commotion. They beheld, to their astonishment, that those who had suffered injuries akin to their own were now rising from their beds, moving about freely as though they had never been harmed. Such a sight filled them with exhilaration. Lord Ling Feng, please, save me too. Indeed, please rescue us. They implored. The war has not yet concluded. We wish to return to the battlefield and defend our nation. These wounded souls, ignited with hope, regained their spirits and called out fervently to Ling Feng. Meanwhile, the medical ninjas stood in stunned silence. These patients, each bearing the weight of unshakable despair due to their grievous injuries, had faced the grim prospect of amputation and the potential for a life of disability. If one were informed of the possibility of becoming disabled, even the assurance of surviving would hardly be a source of joy. Who would willingly choose a life of disability? Especially for these ninjas, the loss of limbs would effectively sever their path as warriors. Ling Feng embodied their most promising hope, for that hope stood before them. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to heal each and every one of you. I will not abandon a single person. Ling Feng declared with resolute determination as he turned to face the injured, listening to their fervent calls. However, your injuries are quite severe. It is imperative that you rest well for now, and you must endure until I can provide you with the necessary treatment. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the injured individuals immediately lay down obediently, displaying remarkable compliance. The medical ninjas, witnessing this scene brimming with hope, felt invigorated and motivated, particularly the leaders of the medical teams. Each exuded an aura of strength. Let us commence the treatment for the wounded. Although our strength may not match that of Lord Ling Feng, the collective power of our numbers can be formidable. It would be rather burdensome to place all these wounded solely in the hands of Lord Ling Feng. Indeed, we shall lend our assistance as well. Soon, under the leadership of Ling Feng, all the medical ninjas commenced their efforts to tend to the wounded. At that moment, each person's heart brimmed with boundless hope. Even the most challenging injuries evoked no concern, for Ling Feng was present. As long as Master Ling Feng addressed these formidable and life-threatening wounds, what fear could death possibly instill? Upon witnessing the medical ninjas springing into action, Ling Feng could not help but exhale in relief. The sheer number of injured individuals was overwhelming. If he were to completely heal each one before substituting personnel, it would likely take 4 to 5 days of relentless effort without sustenance or rest. Thus, he was compelled to implement a triage system. As long as these medical ninjas could manage the cases, the time taken would be of little consequence. Ultimately, the objective was to free up Ling Feng's time to attend to those with more severe injuries. Meanwhile, as Ling Feng was diligently immersed in his work, the news reached Tsunade's ears. Eiko, is what you said truly the case? At this moment, Tsunade lay upon her sickbed, gazing incredulously at her assistant. Although her body had not yet fully recovered, her countenance radiated with vitality, the previous pallor having vanished entirely. All of this was the result of Ling Feng's efforts. Ingzi nodded and remarked, indeed, Lord Ling Feng ventured alone into the intensive care unit, astonishingly treating over a dozen critical patients in one go, with a speed that was nothing short of remarkable, and each one was completely healed. This Ling Feng, it truly is elusive and difficult to fathom. I had never realized that he possessed medical ninjutsu, and that he could wield it with such proficiency. Just a few years ago, he was merely an infuriating little brat. Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head in exclamation. Simultaneously, she recalled that Ling Feng was also adept at concocting medicines, which only deepened her admiration. This former young ninja from Konoha was truly remarkable. By gathering so many critically injured patients together and treating them one by one, those who are consumed by despair will soon glimpse a flicker of hope. This little fellow truly possesses remarkable abilities. Ingzi, assist me in rising. I too wish to witness firsthand the extent to which this under-10 prodigy of Konohagakure can refine the art of ninjutsu. As she spoke, Tsunade lifted the covers, preparing to rise. Beside her, Ingzi swiftly intervened, saying, Lady Tsunade, your body has yet to fully recuperate. Lord Ling Feng expressly instructed you to ensure that you rest well before anything else. To her surprise, Tsunade completely disregarded her fatigue and, albeit with some difficulty, rose from her bed. I am not so feeble. That young lad is accompanied by numerous medical ninjas to save lives, and as the commander of the medical team, I cannot simply lie here at rest. With that, Tsunade unsteadily made her way towards the ward where Ling Feng was located, while Yingzi hurriedly followed behind, clutching her clothes. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward, as she stepped inside, she was met with the resounding voices of the injured calling out, "Thank you, Lord Ling Feng, for granting us a new lease on life." Initially, the shouts were somewhat chaotic and noisy. However, it wasn't long before the voices harmonized into a powerful chorus. These individuals were genuinely expressing their gratitude towards Ling Feng, devoid of any insincerity. Each person who raised their voice had either clawed their way back from the brink of death or had been spared from amputation, healed directly under Ling Feng's care. Thus, his presence undeniably represented a rebirth for them. Standing at the doorway, Tsunade was profoundly moved by the scene within the ward, which had transformed into a sanctuary of hope and confidence due to Ling Feng's existence. It appeared that he had the ability to turn the impossible into the possible. Wherever Ling Feng stood, it seemed that anything could transpire. Though bolstered by the sage body and chakra potions, Ling Feng was unconcerned about the depletion of chakra and physical strength. However, he could not manipulate the passage of time. Some patients had severe conditions that necessitated extended treatment. Consequently, by the time night fell, Ling Feng had only managed to heal less than a quarter of the injured. Thankfully, those in critical condition had been attended to, and as long as he ensured that their wounds did not worsen, they could be treated the following day or the day after without significant issue. Moreover, a crucial factor was that both the injured and the medical ninjas were reaching their limits. Nightfall marked the physiological time for rest, and the medical ninjas, especially the most ordinary nurses, were utterly exhausted. This was even more pronounced for the attending physicians or surgical assistants, as each operation demanded immense mental energy. Unlike Ling Feng, they lacked the sage body and chakra potions to sustain their vigor. The injured, already weakened by their grave wounds, had also become fatigued after the day's emotional turmoil, with some even exacerbating their injuries due to excitement, leading to severe bleeding. Many had succumbed to slumber even before the night fully enveloped them. Under such circumstances, Ling Feng had no choice but to conclude his work temporarily, so as not to disturb the rest of these ordinary individuals. Stepping out of the makeshift infirmary, Ling Feng paused abruptly upon noticing Tsunade standing at the entrance. "You have been treating the wounded since morning without a moment's respite. It is truly astounding." Tsunade expressed her innermost thoughts while gazing at Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled lightly and said, "You are still here. I thought you had left." Tsunade was taken aback. "You knew I was here?" "Yes, I saw you during the day, but then you left again. I was preoccupied with saving others and didn't pay much attention to you," Ling Feng replied with a nod. Tsunade couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her heart filled with countless emotions. "Before I gained recognition, I had heard of numerous prodigies, whether from other villages or my own. Any child with a modicum of talent was labeled a genius. Yet, what has become of them now? Those so-called geniuses have faded into mediocrity. Their names reduced to mere jest. However, you have consistently upheld the title of Konoha's genius, growing at an astonishing pace, seemingly unstoppable. If I reflect on it, it has only been a few years since we last met, and here you are, having advanced to this level. I suspect that given a few more years, you will undoubtedly surpass us top-tier shinobi of Konoha," Tsunade said earnestly, gazing at Ling Feng. Ling Feng merely smiled slightly, then turned and looked up at the beautiful starry sky. "You speak the truth. In a few years, I will surely surpass you all. Nevertheless, I still feel that the time is too long. If possible, I wish for it to be as brief as possible." Tsunade was taken aback by his words. "Why do you yearn for power so desperately?" Ling Feng pointed towards the distance, where the border of Sunagakure lay, dotted with faint glimmers of light. "Tsunade-senpai, can you see those? They are the encampments of Sunagakure, where tens of thousands of ninjas are stationed, poised to attack and annihilate us before advancing further into the land of fire. If we were powerful enough, or if I were strong enough, I could swiftly bring an end to this war. No need for years, just a few months, or even mere days. No one would be foolish enough to challenge a true powerhouse. The reason we find ourselves in this predicament is that we are not strong enough." Ling Feng's words rang with conviction, resonating deeply within Tsunade. She found it hard to believe such sentiments could emanate from a child not yet 10 years old. Yet soon, she felt a sense of acceptance. Many years ago, Ling Feng had similarly astonished her. You are correct. It is I who am not strong enough to lead my comrades to victory in this war. Our last offensive resulted in significant losses, although the enemy suffered as well. They have bolstered their reinforcements. Intelligence suggests they will launch a surprise attack tomorrow. I had originally planned to retreat, as our forces are vastly outmatched, and our support has yet to arrive, rendering us incapable of fighting back. With so many injured, I have been troubled about how to bring them all back, but fortunately, you have arrived and treated so many wounded. Thus, we should be able to withstand the enemy's assault once more. As long as we can endure this one time, they will undoubtedly choose to temporarily cease hostilities, thus granting us a moment to breathe and await reinforcements from the village. Tsunade remarked, her expression easing somewhat. Reinforcements are no longer an option. The other battlefronts are equally fierce, and I have redirected those troops to other theaters of war, Ling Feng stated calmly. What? You have withdrawn the reinforcements? Tsunade exclaimed, taken aback. According to intelligence, the enemy will bolster their ranks by at least 5,000. Even if we manage to heal all the injured, we cannot compensate for the loss of over 3,000 lives. In comparison, our numbers will be nearly one-third less than theirs. Such a disparity in forces is simply insurmountable. Moreover, the enemy also has the support of a puppet army, led by none other than the esteemed puppet master Chio's foremost apprentice, Suna Spider. Tsunade gazed at Ling Feng, unable to contain her astonishment. The request for reinforcements had been pinned in her own hand. She had pinned all her hopes on their arrival, only to have her plans shattered by Ling Feng's mere words. Observing Tsunade's flustered demeanor, Ling Feng chuckled, seemingly unfazed by her concerns. This incited immediate ire in Tsunade, who retorted, even if you were to neglect food, water, and sleep to heal every wounded individual, we would still be at a numerical disadvantage. Surely, you must comprehend this simple fact. Though she was astonished by Ling Feng's strength, she recognized that this was a battlefield where no jest could be tolerated. Having already suffered significant losses under the siege of Sunagakure, Tsunade understood well the enemy's might, intensifying her dissatisfaction with Ling Feng's demeanor. Regardless of one's prowess, war is not a matter to be trifled with. Perhaps you have yet to experience the true horrors of battle, which prevents you from grasping my fury. Allow me to elucidate. Should we lose this confrontation, the border will inevitably collapse. At that point, the village will be compelled to dispatch even more personnel to prevent the enemy from infiltrating our homeland from various directions, thereby exacerbating the immense pressure we already endure. Furthermore, you are oblivious to the potency of those puppet armies. When faced with a stalemate, they will readily send their puppets laden with explosive tags to their demise, while our forces consist of mere flesh and blood, incapable of prevailing in such a manner. For no matter the circumstances, we are the ones who will suffer the most grievous losses. Despite Tsunade's desperate attempts to contain her emotions, she could not help but erupt. The absence of reinforcements signified their imminent entrapment in dire straits once more, and should the enemy's puppet army seize an opportunity to encircle them, the damage to Konoha would be even more catastrophic. To speak candidly, I still cannot shake the memory of the despair I felt when confronted by that storm of poisonous needles, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness with nowhere to hide. Perhaps they invested tremendous effort in crafting those needles, yet as long as their ranks endure, they can perpetually manufacture more. I, due to my unique constitution, can withstand a wave of damage, but what of my comrades from Konoha who were less formidable? Ling Feng, perhaps my emotions are somewhat tumultuous. Yet I implore you to comprehend that this is a battlefield, not merely a contest. We must remain steadfast and not act impulsively. In the face of such fervent agitation from Tsunade, Ling Feng chose silence, patiently awaiting the release of her pent-up emotions. Observing Tsunade's weary visage as she paused, Ling Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. According to intelligence, reinforcements from Sunagakure have maneuvered to surround you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade lifted her gaze slightly, questioning. And yet you rejected the reinforcements that Lord Third had prepared to send? To be candid, had it not been for your stellar performance in the CHNIN exams, I would have found myself doubting your allegiance, suspecting you might be a spy from another village. Ling Feng smiled gently and retrieved a severed limb of a puppet, casting it before Tsunade. With a resounding thud, the seemingly unassuming puppet limb landed heavily, crafted from superior materials reserved solely for the elite puppet masters of Sunagakure. After days of confrontation with Sunagakure, Tsunade instantly recognized the craftsmanship as belonging to their puppet masters and of exceptional quality. Where did you acquire this? Tsunade inquired, astonished. Indeed, I located those reinforcements, 30 elite shinobi, all puppet masters. In terms of combat prowess, these 30 puppet masters could rival the strength of 300 nin from Konoha. If they seize an opportunity, they could effortlessly dismantle our medical team and ravage our supply lines within mere hours. At that juncture, the enemy need only restrain us, depleting our resources, and our defeat would be inevitable. Tsunade-senpai, if you believe I am ignorant of warfare, that is merely your perception. In truth, I possess far greater familiarity with this conflict, and I am confident in my ability to steer its course. The ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be Konoha. Ling Feng, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed Tsunade's astonishment with an unperturbed tone. Faced with Ling Feng's nonchalance, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. That is a full contingent of 30 puppet masters at the elite shinobi level. Such a formation would be considered a trump card in Sunagakure, yet you single-handedly vanquished them? Should this news reach Sunagakure, I doubt anyone would believe it. A mere 10-year-old child single-handedly dismantled a squad of 30 elite puppet masters without sustaining a scratch. This is nothing short of overwhelming. Tsunade gazed at Ling Feng as though he were a creature of legend. For with her current strength, she could not assert that she could single-handedly overcome a squad of 30 puppet masters. Even in victory, considerable cost would be incurred. A contingent of this size would wield formidable power on any battlefield, possessing the capacity to sway the tide of war. Yet, how could such formidable strength be so effortlessly dispatched by Ling Feng? Tsunade found the situation increasingly incredible. Sensing Tsunade's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng offered a faint smile, stating, "If you doubt me, I can understand. However, when the enemy strikes again, you will come to believe." Tsunade had also received intelligence regarding the enemy's reinforcements. Their intent was clear, to encircle and seize the borders of Konoha in one decisive blow. Therefore, when the enemy launched their next assault, it would signify the execution of their plan. As Ling Feng had articulated, should the enemy attack head-on, it would imply that the reinforcements dispatched to the rear would be annihilated. After a night of tranquility, Ling Feng arose early the next day to continue treating the wounded. Following 2 days of urgent care, those once deemed hopeless had all been healed, leaving only those without the risk of disability. Due to the sheer number of patients, Ling Feng found it challenging to manage alone, while Tsunade diligently returned to recuperate, aware that, as the commander, she needed to be ever prepared for a surprise attack from the enemy. As dusk approached, Tsunade realized she had once again managed to pass the day without incident. However, Ling Feng soon entered Tsunade's infirmary. The enemy has been silent for 2 days, likely preparing a significant offensive. I estimate they will strike tomorrow with considerable force. Is your body ready for battle? Ling Feng stated candidly. I am nearly prepared. Should the enemy come, I can join the battlefield at any moment. Though I have not fully regained my peak, my strength has returned to about 80 to 90%. Tsunade replied, reclining on her bed, her complexion having returned to normal. 80 to 90% is sufficient. I only require your presence on the battlefield to stabilize the troops' morale. After all, we cannot proceed without a commander during the enemy's assault, Ling Feng remarked with a calm smile. Yet, Tsunade appeared troubled. Even if I can participate, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy and the onslaught of their puppet army may undermine our troops' morale. Ling Feng responded with a mysterious smile, rest assured. We shall not lose this battle. With that, he departed, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. My lady Tsunade, it's time for your medication. This brew is prepared according to your prescription. Although it aids in rapid recovery, the taste is rather peculiar, isn't it? Lady Tsunade? Just as Ling Feng exited, her assistant, Eiko, entered with a bowl of medicinal soup. Upon delivering her message, she noticed Tsunade staring vacantly out the window. With no alternative, Eiko called out several times. Startled back to reality, Tsunade turned to Eiko. It's time for the medicine. Just place it over there. I will drink it later. Setting down the soup, Eiko curiously inquired, what did Lord Ling Feng say earlier? You seem rather preoccupied. Turning back, Tsunade met Eiko's inquisitive expression, her cheeks flushing slightly. Eiko, this is a time of war. What are you thinking? Eiko, feeling slightly aggrieved, replied, I merely noticed something was amiss and asked out of concern. Cough. My relationship with Ling Feng is not as you might envision. Furthermore, there is nearly a 20-year age gap between us, rendering any compatibility completely implausible. The reason for my days lies in my inability to comprehend why Ling Feng consistently displays an unfathomable confidence when confronted with challenges, as if there is nothing in this world that could possibly thwart him. Tsunade sighed as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Ingzi, disappointed by the lack of the gossip she craved, shrugged her shoulders in disinterest and uttered a few perfunctory remarks before departing. Yet, as she left, she mumbled about how handsome and impressive Ling Feng was, expressing her desire to seek him out once the war concluded. Listening to Ingzi's soliloquy, Tsunade refrained from admonishing her, recognizing that Ingzi was merely 16 or 17 years old. In terms of age, perhaps Ling Feng and Ingzi could indeed be a suitable match. With this thought, Tsunade abruptly shook her head and muttered to herself, "Tsunade, what are you even contemplating? This is a battlefield." On the third morning, Tsunade rose early, unlike her usual routine of lying in bed, and donned her battle attire. Stepping outside, she observed Ling Feng standing at a vantage point, gazing into the distance. "Ling Feng, what are you waiting for?" Tsunade inquired. "Awaiting the enemy. They should be arriving soon," Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, as if the impending attack were an inevitable occurrence, one that bore little significance. Tsunade shook her head, pondering her difficulty in grasping Ling Feng's thought process. If one could indeed foresee an enemy assault, should they not hasten to prepare for battle? Just as Tsunade was about to summon her subordinates to assemble, an alarm sounded from the distant lookout. "Ambush! Ambush! All personnel prepare for combat." Upon hearing the alarm, the ninjas in the camp rapidly donned their battle gear, entering a state of readiness, while those still recovering from injuries also prepared themselves for the impending conflict. From their elevated position, they gazed into the distance, where a cloud of dust rose within the borders of the sand village, signaling the approach of a large force advancing toward the Konoha defensive line. After issuing combat orders to several team leaders, Tsunade approached Ling Feng. "I didn't expect you to be correct. The enemy has indeed launched an ambush, and the numbers are at least a third greater than I anticipated. Since you have come to my camp, you must follow my orders. I will be leading a charge shortly. I entrust the defense of the camp to you, as most here are incapacitated and will require your vigilance." Having said this, Tsunade turned to leave. However, Ling Feng followed her, declaring, "No, I will accompany you to the front lines." "What? Are you mad? What if the enemy has puppet troops attacking us from behind? If our camp is compromised, we will have no chance," Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. "Rest assured, there are no enemies behind us." With that, Ling Feng surpassed Tsunade and strode toward the battlefield. Tsunade was acutely aware that once Ling Feng made a decision to act, it would be impossible to restrain him. With all of her subordinates dispatched to the battlefield, it was unfeasible to call them back. Reluctantly, Tsunade conceded. "Ling Feng, should anything happen, you cannot escape responsibility," she said, hastening to catch up with him. Yet Ling Feng remained remarkably composed. "Rest assured, if something were to occur, I would not evade my fate." Thus, Tsunade had no choice but to accompany Ling Feng to the front lines. Upon Tsunade's vibrant return to the battlefield, the morale of the Konoha forces was considerably bolstered. However, what Tsunade did not anticipate was that Ling Feng's presence ignited an even greater fervor within the Konoha army, significantly enhancing their spirits. "Ling Feng, I never expected your presence would have such a remarkable effect," Tsunade remarked, astonished. Soon I shall amplify this effect even further," Ling Feng replied, gazing at the row of puppet soldiers lined up in the distance with a serene smile. Tsunade followed his gaze, her heart sinking. "Ling Feng, what are you planning to do?" "Why, to engage in battle, of course." With that, Ling Feng vanished in an instant, positioning himself directly at the forefront of the front line, facing the puppet army. Witnessing this, Tsunade's complexion turned pale with alarm. "Ling Feng, come back. That's a full 100-member puppet army." Although Tsunade believed Ling Feng could handle 30 elite puppeteers alone, confronting 100 was an entirely different matter. Did Ling Feng intend to take on the entire force single-handedly? This was sheer madness. However, Ling Feng did not glance back, seemingly unperturbed, as he extended his hand in a provocative gesture towards the enemy. "Come on, let us settle this." The ninjas from Sunagakure, upon seeing a mere 10-year-old child challenge them, erupted in laughter. "This Konoha Chunin is quite amusing," one scoffed. "Have all the Konoha ninjas perished, leaving only this little brat to take the battlefield? How ridiculous!" In the face of such derision, the Konoha ninjas were seething with indignation, itching to tear their adversaries apart. Tsunade, too, bit her lip in fury. This humiliation was utterly disrespectful. Finally, Ling Feng spoke up. "It is not for you, the ninjas of Sunagakure, to dictate who Konoha sends to battle. And as for your gleefulness, have you already declared victory in this war?" The ninjas from Sunagakure were momentarily taken aback by Ling Feng's words. They had anticipated a myriad of embarrassed reactions from him after being insulted, but they had not expected him to respond with such calmness. "Humph. Are all the children of Konoha this arrogant?" One scoffed as a tall figure emerged from their ranks. This man was shrouded in a veil, entirely enveloped in dark fabric. Yet a substantial box was strapped to his back, indicating that he, too, was a puppeteer. Upon the arrival of this individual, the ninja of Sunagakure erupted into cheers, loudly proclaiming, "It is Lord Sandspider." It seemed certain that today, the Leaf Village's wretched lot would face inevitable defeat. Haha. The Sandspider has come with his puppet army. Victory is assured. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. This was indeed the famed Sandspider, the esteemed apprentice of Chiyo, the master of puppetry, as Tsunade had mentioned. Through his Byakugan, Ling Feng discerned an extraordinary abundance of chakra within this individual, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. As a puppeteer, the quantity of chakra directly determined the limits of one's control over puppets. However, Ling Feng was undaunted. No matter how many puppets were at play, they posed only a minor inconvenience to him, incapable of threatening him in the least. With the ability to reverse any attack, no mechanism or indiscriminate assault could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. As for close combat, Ling Feng was even less concerned, ready to unleash his 8 gates and deliver powerful kicks. Moreover, he possessed several combination techniques. Should the need arise, he could unleash a torrent of fire techniques, effectively incinerating a portion of the puppets. Although puppets could be reconstructed, this was a battlefield. Could one truly find the time to create them on the spot? Regardless, with 100 puppeteers, Ling Feng felt confident in his ability to thwart them all. In stark contrast to Ling Feng's confidence, Tsunade was engulfed in apprehension. Ling Feng, I fear this battle will be exceedingly arduous. There are still at least 10 hours until nightfall, and I wonder if we can endure until then. She whispered as she approached him. Despite her discontent with Ling Feng's unilateral decision, they had to maintain unity. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Yet, Ling Feng merely grinned. Senior Tsunade, with your strength, you should have no trouble holding off those ninjas from Sunagakure, correct? Of course, it is manageable. If it weren't for the interference of the puppet army, even if we were outnumbered, I would have confidence in holding out until dusk, Tsunade replied. Then it is settled. I shall take care of this area. As for those ninja troops, I leave them to you. With that, Ling Feng leaped forward, positioning himself opposite the Sandspider. Tsunade, witnessing this, prepared to intervene, yet Ling Feng's body flicker technique was too swift for even her to react in time. Well, you little brat, you truly intend to fight us? I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. This is a battlefield. Do not expect us to show any mercy. The Sandspider sneered down at Ling Feng, his voice rasping. Instantaneously, the surrounding puppeteers erupted into raucous laughter, clearly emboldened by the Sandspider's presence. Haha. How can you be so certain of my defeat before the battle has even commenced? Ling Feng retorted, arms crossed, eyebrow arched. Haha. That is the most amusing joke I have heard in my life. A mere child of 10 years believes he can defeat me. The Sandspider could not help but join in the laughter. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall entertain you. How about a one-on-one match? The Sandspider issued a chilling challenge. Ling Feng did not hesitate. Very well, it shall be one-on-one, and no one else is permitted to intervene. He added, I am eager to witness the capabilities of Konoha's little brat, who dares to be so audacious. With that, Sandspider charged at Ling Feng. Clang. 2 kunai clashed violently, sparking an array of brilliant flames. Sandspider pressed the attack, while Ling Feng swiftly defended himself, launching counterattacks in a dazzling exchange. Despite Sandspider's physical advantage, Ling Feng's agility allowed him to hold his ground, and as the confrontation wore on, it became apparent that Sandspider was growing increasingly fatigued. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the 2 combatants momentarily separated. Ling Feng steadied himself, his expression tranquil, while Sandspider was left panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the observing ninjas, who were both astonished and captivated. The ninjas of Sunagakure, in particular, were shocked to see their esteemed Sandspider being held at bay by a mere child of around 10 years. Ding! You have gained 3,000 points. Ling Feng maintained his composure, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, in such a crowded arena, accumulating points was remarkably effortless. As for Sandspider, he was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that he was evenly matched with Ling Feng. Moreover, Ling Feng appeared completely unaffected by the relentless onslaught he had just endured. Observing the stunned Sandspider, Ling Feng remarked coolly, as a puppet master, while your physique may be robust, close combat is not your forte. You ought to utilize your puppets, otherwise, defeat is inevitable. With that, Ling Feng skillfully manipulated his kunai, glinting ominously in the light. a spectacle that most ninjas would hesitate to attempt, for a moment's carelessness could lead to self-injury. Ding! You have gained 1,500 points. Ling Feng chuckled, pleasantly surprised that a mere display of bravado could yield such rewards. It seemed that by the end of this battle, he would be quite prosperous. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Sand Spider clenched his teeth, his countenance darkening. Despite his relentless training in puppet control and neglecting close combat and other ninjutsu, he felt that such mockery was unwarranted. The heat rose to his face, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. Very well, brat. You have successfully incited my wrath. Since you wish to witness my puppets, I shall show you what true despair looks like. Though he felt it was somewhat humiliating to resort to puppets against a child, it was far preferable to being defeated by one. With this thought, Sand Spider quickly regained his composure. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the mechanism behind Sand Spider was set into motion. Once overwhelmed by Ling Feng's close combat prowess, the moment he touched his puppets, confidence surged through him. As a master of puppetry and the chief disciple of Chio, Sand Spider possessed exceptional skill in puppet manipulation, a talent greatly aided by his innate gifts. At the moment the mechanism box behind them was opened, the previously silent ninjas of Sunagakure erupted into cheers once more. In their eyes, as long as the Sand Spider activated the mechanism box and employed his puppets, victory in battle was assured. The status of puppet masters within Sunagakure was exceedingly high, instilling unwavering confidence in any confrontation involving them. Ling Feng observed with keen interest as the Sand Spider engaged the mechanism box, eager to uncover the secrets it held within. Although he was aware of the general events and outcomes of the Third Shinobi World War, the intricate details that unfolded during this period remained elusive, only to be fully comprehended through personal experience. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed, indicating the activation of a mission, forced the Sand Spider to unleash his full strength and eliminate him, thereby dismantling the puppet army of Sunagakure. Reward, 6,000 points. Time limit, 1 hour. Ling Feng's eyes brightened at the announcement. A mission had presented itself. He then turned his gaze toward the Sand Spider, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It became evident that this individual must perish. Initially, Ling Feng had contemplated capturing the Sand Spider to leverage against Sunagakure, compelling them to cease their hostilities. However, it now appeared that the Sand Spider's demise was inevitable. After all, this was a battlefield, and as long as the conflict persisted, casualties would continue to mount. Ling Feng understood that while the ultimate outcome of the Third Shinobi World War would usher in peace, Konoha would suffer significant losses, eroding years of accumulated advantages and diminishing their status as the foremost village among the ninja. Consequently, a swift conclusion to the war would yield only benefits for Konoha. Given the multitude of enemies they faced, Konoha could not endure prolonged strain, which was precisely why Sunagakure felt emboldened to launch such an aggressive offensive. They recognized the immense pressure Konoha was under and understood that Tsunade had little hope of reinforcing their ranks, emboldening their bold assault. However, with the mission now assigned, Ling Feng felt indifferent to the prospect of killing for the sake of 6,000 points. Though aware that this would incite the wrath of Sunagakure, he felt no fear. When soldiers arrive, let them fight. When floods come, let the earth absorb, he thought, determined to rapidly accumulate points, ready to confront even Chio herself if necessary. The mechanism box fully opened, revealing 6 activated puppet mechanisms. A series of clicks echoed as one of the puppets, controlled by chakra threads, began to transform. In a short while, a humanoid puppet emerged before the Sand Spider, its attire and forehead protector unmistakably identifying it as a Konoha ninja. Witnessing this scene, the Konoha ninjas erupted in furious shouts, and had the battle not been so fiercely contested, they might have rushed to confront the Sand Spider directly. Tsunade, observing this, felt her chest heave with rage, wishing to engage the Sand Spider herself. Yet, Ling Feng remained notably composed. He understood that the Sand Spider's actions were merely a ploy to provoke him. Unmoved by such crude tactics, Ling Feng stood resolute. Seeing Ling Feng's calm demeanor, Sand Spider's expression stiffened, and the taunts he had prepared were suddenly rendered mute. You little brat, can't you recognize that this is a ninja from your Konoha village? Sand Spider questioned through gritted teeth. Ling Feng replied coolly, once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. If he were still alive, I would indeed have to do something. However, he has now become a mere puppet, devoid of flesh. Should I really take this puppet back to burn or bury it? Upon hearing this, Sand Spider was left speechless, his fury rendering him incapable of uttering a word. How could this damned brat continually exceed his expectations? Humph, I never imagined this youth, no older than 10, could be so heartless. Very well, once I slay you, I shall turn you into a puppet as well, Sand Spider bellowed, then commanded the puppet to charge at Ling Feng. Yet, with a swift body flicker technique, Ling Feng evaded the puppet's assault. A few shurikens flew forth, striking the puppet's joints with uncanny precision, and within a mere exchange, the puppet was utterly destroyed. Witnessing this spectacle left Sand Spider in shock. The battle had scarcely begun, yet his puppet lay in ruins. The onlooking sand-hidden village ninjas were equally astounded, unable to believe their eyes. Ding. Earned 100 points. Ding. Earned 1,200 points. It was evident that Ling Feng's maneuver had truly astonished Sand Spider. Heh, you think you can kill me with just this puppet? I advise you. If you wish to prolong your life, you ought to showcase your true skills, or you shall be the first puppet master to perish on this battlefield. Ling Feng remarked with a cold smile directed at Sand Spider. Upon hearing this, Sand Spider's anger flared. You insolent little brat. This is merely a test of your abilities. Don't assume you can so easily dismantle my puppet. With that, Sand Spider recalled the damaged puppet and swiftly activated 2 new ones, beginning repairs on the first. Observing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, nodding inwardly. Sand Spider indeed possessed some skill, managing to control puppets to repair other puppets, a feat beyond the capabilities of most puppet masters. This indicated that Sand Spider had reached a remarkable level of mastery over his craft. Possessing such skills, Sand Spider worked rapidly to mend the puppet while remaining vigilant against Ling Feng. However, the latter remained unfazed. To Sand Spider, this situation was an utter humiliation. Little did he know, Ling Feng needed to complete his task and required Sand Spider to exert his full strength. Ling Feng understood that puppets were symbols of power for puppet masters. Since Sand Spider could store up to 6 puppets in his mechanism box, it meant he could control 6 at once. Thus, Ling Feng decided to wait until Sand Spider had repaired the damaged puppet before making his move, as Ling Feng's attacks only targeted the joints, rendering them immobile while the rest remained intact. It was not long before the Sand Spider completed repairs, restoring the puppet's agility. You once had a chance, but since you failed to seize it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After mending the puppet, the Sand Spider turned to Ling Feng, that inexplicable air of confidence returning. Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed, gazing at the other 3 puppets within the mechanism and inquired, "Will you not activate those 3? The Sand Spider was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth and spat, "Damn brat. Do not presume you can still destroy my puppets. 3 are more than sufficient to kill you. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the Sand Spider commanded the 3 puppets to advance. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng furrowed his brow. His mission was to eliminate the Sand Spider in his full capacity. Yet the Sand Spider arrogantly believed he could defeat Ling Feng with merely 3 puppets. What to do? Since the Sand Spider refused to unleash his full strength, Ling Feng had to devise a way to compel him to do so. Earth style, fish in the ground. Ling Feng shouted, instantly executing the technique, causing the ground within 100 meters to transform into a quagmire. Seeing this, the Sand Spider's pupils constricted, astonished that Ling Feng could also utilize Earth style, and with such an expansive range. However, it was merely a fish in the ground. Ninjutsu, 1,000 machine arrows. The Sand Spider roared, commanding the 3 puppets to leap high, unleashing countless black glimmering arrows that whistled through the air, a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. It was a technique that had once caused Tsunade significant distress, leaving her poisoned and bedridden. Yet, this assault held no efficacy against Ling Feng. The Sand Spider understood that fish in the ground could continuously shift positions through earth body flicker, thus aimed to ensnare Ling Feng with a relentless assault, leaving him nowhere to hide. Nevertheless, Ling Feng had been well prepared, having previously battled puppet masters. He was aware that such indiscriminate assaults were among their most utilized tactics. Hence, before the Sand Spider launched his attack, Ling Feng had already initiated his countermeasure. As the arrows rained down, soon the ground was littered with arrow tips, covering the entirety of the fish in the ground's domain. Humph. Let us see where you intend to flee now. The Sand Spider sneered at the sight. Although Ling Feng's displayed prowess exceeded his expectations, it ultimately fell short. It was known that Tsunade had suffered greatly from this very skill. How could a mere 10-year-old like Ling Feng fare any better? Before long, Ling Feng, who had been constantly flickering about thanks to earth body flicker, was finally struck by an arrow, causing his movements to falter, and more arrows descended upon him. In no time, he was riddled with arrows, resembling a living pincushion from a distance. Witnessing this, the sand spider could not contain his laughter, finally managing to slay the audacious brat who had dared to mock him. The ninjas of Sand Hidden Village surrounding the scene erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had triumphed in a significant battle. In the distance, Tsunade witnessed this spectacle and could not suppress a cry of despair. Ling Feng. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Ling Feng who had transformed into a hedgehog suddenly vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving only a ground strewn with yellow sand. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing it was merely a shadow clone. This Ling Feng was truly formidable. Tsunade, observing the scene, felt a wave of relief wash over her. In stark contrast, the sand spider and the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village wore expressions of shock. They had expended so many lethal arrows only to strike down a mere clone. Ding! You have earned 1,600 points. Thanks to the shadow clone, Ling Feng had successfully harvested a substantial amount of points. Curse it! Where has that detestable brat run off to? After being toyed with by Ling Feng, the sand spider was seething with rage, his fists clenched tightly, and even the puppets he controlled trembled slightly. Ling Feng's actions were nothing short of a public humiliation. Looking for me? I'm right behind you. At that moment, Ling Feng's voice rang out, startling the sand spider so much that he nearly leaped from his spot. When he turned around, he was met with the sight of a fist rapidly approaching him. Bam! The sand spider was sent flying, landing in a disheveled heap. However, as the ground was sandy, he ended up with a mouthful of yellow sand. Witnessing this, Ling Feng burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. In truth, Ling Feng had held back his strength with that punch. Otherwise, it would have been enough to render the sand spider unconscious. When a puppet master controls their puppets, their own defensive capabilities diminish significantly. Even if they manage to react, there is little time to respond, as all their chakra is devoted to the puppet. Thus, this punch served merely as a reminder to the sand spider that to defeat him, one must unleash their full potential. Struggling to rise, the sand spider quickly retreated, attempting to distance himself from Ling Feng, only to find that Ling Feng remained stationary, showing no intention of pursuing him. To the sand spider, this behavior was an utter dismissal of his prowess. Within Sand Hidden Village, the sand spider had long been hailed as a super genius. After becoming the grand disciple of Chio, he garnered the adoration of the entire village, with many proclaiming him the most likely candidate to become the next Kazekage. His strong sense of pride led him to underestimate many adversaries. Yet the sand spider was indeed formidable, making him a challenging opponent to defeat regardless of his arrogance. That was until he encountered Ling Feng. Throughout their encounters, the sand spider had never gained an ounce of advantage over Ling Feng, and had even been bested multiple times. This humiliation was unbearable for him. The repeated failures made the sand spider acutely aware that he must unleash his full power. Very well, you have successfully ignited my fury. I shall demonstrate to you the true might of a puppet master. Puppets, activate! With a slight exclamation from the sand spider, the remaining 3 puppets within the mechanism box were activated. Upon witnessing the 6 puppets hovering before the sand spider, the ninjas of Sunagakure erupted into an even louder cheer. For they understood that it was in this state that the sand spider exhibited unparalleled strength. Listening to the cheers of Sunagakure, Ling Feng could not help but smile. For it signified that the sand spider was now at full power, allowing him to prepare for the impending slaughter. However, the smile on Ling Feng's face only served to infuriate the sand spider, who gritted his teeth in anger. You little brat. This will be your last smile in this lifetime. With that, the sand spider commanded the 6 puppets to swiftly charge toward Ling Feng. In response, Ling Feng grinned and addressed the sand spider. No, in fact, this will be your last time utilizing puppets. The moment Ling Feng's words fell, astonishment swept across the arena. What audacious words were these? The sand spider stood dumbfounded. He had unleashed all 6 of his puppets, unleashing their full firepower. Yet this young boy dared to claim it would be the last time the sand spider would wield his puppets? What a bold child. I have never encountered such arrogance before. You are indeed the first. No longer hesitating, the sand spider deftly manipulated the chakra threads, causing the 6 puppets to soar toward Ling Feng. At the moment of imminent contact, countless hidden weapons were unleashed. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Ling Feng evaded each projectile, though a few managed to reach him. However, he swiftly deflected them with shuriken. Yet, the puppet master had already closed in. The puppets transformed into 3-headed, 6-armed monstrosities. And in an instant, 6 figures wielded over 30 arms, each brandishing kunai dripping with venom. Under the precise control of the sand spider, these arms danced with agility. Each strike aimed at Ling Feng's vital points. A mere child dares to show off before me? I shall make you experience true despair. The sand spider observed Ling Feng's slight disarray, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. As a prodigy of Sunigakure, the sand spider possessed an extraordinary talent for puppetry, able to deftly control 6 puppets simultaneously. If he exerted his full strength, he could control 8. However, surpassing 6 would lead to vulnerabilities in his control. Thus, at the behest of his master Chiyo, the sand spider chose to limit himself to 6 puppets and engaged in tireless practice. This led to the sand spider reaching the pinnacle of puppet mastery, with 6 being his ultimate limit. Consequently, once he activated all 6 puppets, victory was virtually assured. A fact well known among all the ninjas of Sunigakure. Thus, the only way to defeat the sand spider was to eliminate him before he could activate all 6 puppets. Yet, there existed a reckless young boy who brazenly allowed the sand spider to successfully activate all 6, willingly marching toward his own demise. The 6 puppets grew bolder with each passing moment, their attacks interweaving to nullify Ling Feng's lethal strikes. Gradually, the sand spider's rhythm in battle improved, and his state reached its zenith, solidifying his advantage in the arena. Humph! Do you, a mere child, dare to speak of killing me? Such folly! Allow me to send you on your way. The sand spider grinned maliciously, ready to command the puppets for a final assault on Ling Feng. However, at that moment, Ling Feng vanished once more. Damn it, is it that instant movement technique again? How has this wretched child mastered it to such a terrifying degree? The sand spider cursed, hastily recalling the puppets to fortify his defense. Should he fall victim to yet another sneak attack from Ling Feng, he would become the subject of scorn. As a prodigious puppet master from the Sand Village, being outmaneuvered twice in close quarters by a mere 10-year-old from the Leaf Village would be a source of humiliation, even if he ultimately emerged victorious. When Ling Feng reappeared, he stood directly opposite the sand spider. Humph, you won't catch me off guard this time, the sand spider sneered. Ling Feng shrugged indifferently, replying, rest assured, I shan't ambush you again. I have gleaned sufficient understanding of your puppet's capabilities, and your chakra reserves must be dwindling. What? The sand spider was taken aback, his mind racing in disbelief. How could this child possess such insight? Truth be told, your mindset is abysmally poor. Easily disturbed by my provocations. Controlling 6 puppets demands an immense amount of chakra, yet you unleashed a frenzied assault against me. Though it may appear you hold the upper hand, in reality, you are merely venting your pent-up fury. I had anticipated that as Chiyo's foremost disciple, you would possess some skill, yet you are nothing more than a mindless brute. In terms of talent and strength, you may be top tier, but your intelligence is woefully lacking. The so-called premier disciple of Chiyo is nothing remarkable, Ling Feng stated bluntly, offering his unreserved assessment of the sand spider. Upon hearing this, the sand spider's expression shifted rapidly, darkening in anger. Die, you leaf brat. With that, he commanded the 6 puppets to unleash their ultimate technique. Clang! The bodies of the 6 puppets transformed, countless mechanisms activating as their limbs retracted, revealing an array of weapons, converting the puppets into merciless killing machines. This technique was originally intended for the Leaf forces. But since you seek death so ardently, allow me to dispatch you with it. Your demise shall be most grotesque, but this is entirely of your own making. The sand spider bellowed, directing the puppets towards Ling Feng for a final confrontation. Ling Feng's expression hardened, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, forest seed descends. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Wind release, great windstorm. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Ling Feng merely executed a singular rapid series of seals. Yet he had actually performed 3 distinct ones, a combination technique he had diligently practiced. Soon, dozens of colossal fireballs soared into the sky, crashing down violently upon the 6 puppets. Witnessing this scene startled the sand spider, who had not anticipated that Ling Feng possessed such an array of attributes in his ninjutsu, all classified as A-rank techniques. Considering the material of his puppets, the sand spider was compelled to enter a defensive stance. Fortunately, in anticipation of fire techniques, he had modified these puppets, covering their surfaces with a layer of water ninjutsu, aimed at extinguishing flames at the swiftest pace should they ignite. As he observed the 6 puppets withdrawing, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. It appeared that this sand spider was indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary puppet masters. After a brief moment, the flames extinguished, revealing the 6 puppets, now charred and emitting smoke, yet none had sustained any damage. Humph! You little rascal have certainly surprised me. But mere fire techniques cannot obliterate my puppets. How does it feel to witness this scene? Is it disappointing? Hee hee, I presume you've exhausted your trump cards? Now, it is my turn to strike. The sand spider emerged from behind the puppets, casting a grim look at Ling Feng. In response, Ling Feng merely smiled lightly. Indeed, I am quite astonished that you managed to extinguish those flames. However, my trump cards extend beyond just this. Upon hearing these words, the sand spider's eyes darkened, an ominous premonition surfacing within him. After Ling Feng's declaration, he swiftly opened the system mall and began to browse. Since ordinary fire techniques could not annihilate those puppets, he would have to seek something superior. While confronting the sand spider, he quickly scanned the contents of the marketplace. Currently, Ling Feng possessed over 8,000 points. To his surprise, some previously grayed-out options had now become available, as his points had reached the necessary threshold. As he rapidly flipped through the selections, Ling Feng abruptly halted. His gaze fixed on a particular item, a smile breaking across his face. At last, he had discovered something that surpassed fire techniques: lava release. This was a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of fire and earth attributes, its power comparable to that of lava. The temperature of lava far exceeded that of fire techniques, and it was certainly not something that ordinary water techniques could extinguish. Although the exchange cost a staggering 8,000 points, it was a price Ling Feng was willing to pay, for his account held just enough for the transaction. Otherwise, he would have to devise a way to delay further and accumulate more points. Lava release. Exchange. As Ling Feng's thoughts surged, the system automatically converted his 8,000 points into lava release. In the next moment, he felt a heaviness in his head, swiftly followed by a torrent of new information flooding into his mind. Subsequently, the techniques associated with lava release emerged within his consciousness, a result of the system automatically teaching the host upon activation of the bloodline limit. During the period Ling Feng exchanged for lava release, the sand spider remained cautiously vigilant, wary of Ling Feng's next move. However, upon noticing Ling Feng's lack of action following his intimidating words, he gradually relaxed his guard. Humph, you clever little brat. You even know how to deceive. But such trivial tricks will not save your life. Prepare to perish. The sand spider suspected he might have been toyed with by Ling Feng. Enraged, he bellowed and commanded his dark puppets to charge forward. However, at that moment, Ling Feng looked up, his eyes shimmering with light. Melt release, scorching river rock technique. With a soft exclamation, a surge of lava erupted from the ground, flowing like a river across the terrain, targeting the 6 rapidly approaching puppets. Witnessing this scene, the sand spider was utterly shocked. What? It's actually melt release. Who is this boy? In his astonishment, the sand spider attempted to retract his puppets swiftly, but it was too late. The puppets moved with remarkable speed, and by the time the sand spider reacted, they were perilously close to Ling Feng. Meanwhile, the flow of the melt release was even swifter. As the sand spider sought to summon them back, the molten stream had already reached the feet of the puppets. Boom. The consequences of being tainted by the melt release were dire. Despite the puppets having undergone special treatment and being protected by water release on their surfaces, the melt release was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary water release to counter. In an instant, the 6 puppets were engulfed in flames. With the support of the melt release, their surfaces were swiftly corroded, losing their protection, while the internal components ignited at the slightest touch, transforming the 6 puppets into fiery specters. Seeing this, the sand spider's eyes turned crimson as he let out a heartbreaking wail. These 6 puppets were the culmination of his life's work, having accompanied him through countless battles and vanquished innumerable formidable foes. They were the foundation of his status as a top-tier powerhouse in the sand-hidden village, yet now, they were on the verge of being reduced to ashes. Without his puppets, the sand spider felt as though he had lost his very soul, standing there with vacant eyes, as if bereft of life. Ling Feng understood that even if he allowed the sand spider to leave now, he would pose no further threat to Konoha. This blow was utterly devastating for the sand spider. He would likely never regain the ability to control puppets, and this failure would lead to a catastrophic decline in his standing within the sand-hidden village. Even if he could overcome the psychological trauma, he would have to endure the scorn and ridicule of his peers. Such psychological torment is not something most can bear, especially for someone as proud and arrogant as the sand spider. As the 6 puppets transformed into fiery remnants, reduced to ash, the puppet army led by the sand spider stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Ding! You have gained 600 points. Ling Feng casually picked up a shuriken from the ground, and slowly approached the vacant-eyed sand spider. Now, you are no different from a corpse, devoid of heart. Or perhaps it is more painful. Allow me to grant you liberation. With that, Ling Feng swiftly slashed, a flash of bloodlight flickering, and the sand spider was decapitated, meeting his demise. At last, the ninjas of the sand-hidden village on the front lines noticed the situation unfolding with Ling Feng, each in disbelief. What? Lord Sand Spider was actually killed by that boy. Is this real? Is this young leaf ninja truly that formidable? Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. That young leaf ninja dispatched Lord Sand Spider with a kunai. With the death of Sand Spider, the morale within the ranks of the sand-hidden village began to falter. Tsunade also recognized this fortunate turn of events and felt a surge of joy within her heart. What a clever boy. Once again, you have brought me delightful news. Meanwhile, the puppet army on standby finally began to react. Although they were aware of Ling Feng's tremendous power, Sand Spider was their leader. With his demise, they were naturally filled with grief and indignation. Everyone, Lord Sand Spider has fallen. We must avenge him. Indeed, if we simply retreat now, it would be a great dishonor to Lord Sand Spider. What nonsense. The opponent is merely a young leaf ninja. Even if he managed to kill Lord Sand Spider by chance, does he truly believe he can confront all of us at once? There are over 100 of us. Despite Sand Spider's death, this group, motivated by their shared resolve, found their spirits rising once more, united by a singular purpose, to eliminate Ling Feng. Thus, over 100 puppet masters unleashed their puppets, charging toward Ling Feng. Faced with this elite puppet army of the sand-hidden village, Ling Feng merely smiled coldly. If even Sand Spider could not pose a challenge to me, what are you but a rabble? I shall demonstrate the true extent of the disparity. Lava release, lava chakra mode. Ling Feng uttered softly, and his chakra transformed into the molten essence of lava. He then charged into the puppet army, commencing a ruthless slaughter. Though they were elite puppet masters, upon encountering the lava chakra, even the mightiest of puppets could only await their incineration. What a farcical elite puppet army. They crumble effortlessly. With the power of lava release at his command, the threat posed by these so-called elite puppet masters was reduced to nothing. Even though their puppets had been refined to enhance their defenses, they were no match for the specialized puppets of Sand Spider. The might of Ling Feng's lava chakra could easily scorch even those unique puppets, let alone these ordinary puppet masters, who could not withstand a single strike from him. However, Ling Feng did not rush to eliminate them, for each of them represented a splendid opportunity to accumulate points. As he ruthlessly dismantled the puppets, the system's notifications continuously chimed in with updates on his increasing score. Ding. Acquired 300 points. Ding. Acquired 260 points. Ding. Acquired 280 points. One by one, Ling Feng destroyed the puppets of these masters without inflicting harm upon the masters themselves. The puppet masters watched in fury, their anger boiling within them. Yet they found themselves powerless against Ling Feng, with many of them even spitting blood from sheer frustration. Each puppet was not merely a creation, but a lifelong companion forged through immense dedication and effort. Yet now, they had been reduced to mere ashes. Consumed by the flames ignited by Ling Feng, swept away by the relentless winds. This is what it means to slay not just the body, but the spirit. For a puppeteer, the absence of their puppets equates to a death sentence. Thus Ling Feng's annihilation of their creations signified their impending doom. At this very moment, the ninja forces of Sunagakure were embroiled in a fierce battle against those of Konohagakure, locked in a brutal confrontation on the front lines, leaving them oblivious to the plight of the puppet army. Even if reinforcements were to be dispatched, it would take no less than 15 minutes. And with Tsunade leading the charge, it was impossible to allow other enemies to disrupt Ling Feng while he held the advantage. Although these elite puppeteers occasionally showcased astonishing techniques and jutsus, they were utterly meaningless to Ling Feng, who had mastered the body flicker technique. Moreover, with his intermediate Sharingan and Byakugan, all their intricate maneuvers appeared trivial to him. Nevertheless, these puppeteers, rightly dubbed elite, represented a formidable force cultivated at great expense by Sunagakure. Each possessed an extraordinary mastery over their puppets, maneuvering them with a fluidity akin to human movement. They even employed combination skills, attacking in unison like an unyielding battalion. Regrettably, they faced Ling Feng, a being endowed with multiple bloodline limits and seemingly boundless chakra. Ultimately, as Ling Feng's points accumulated to 3,700, every puppet was obliterated. The members of the puppeteer corps stood as mere specters, stunned and unable to fathom the reality before them. This is impossible. We are the mightiest puppeteers of Sunagakure. This must be a lie. I must be dreaming. Damn it. How could we lose to a mere child of 10? The puppeteers murmured to themselves, yet none could accept the truth of their situation. Ling Feng, calculating the passage of time, remarked with indifference, "It is time. Their utility has reached its end." With that, he gradually summoned lightning chakra into his palm. Lightning release, Thunderblade. His mastery of the Thunderblade had reached its zenith, allowing him to swiftly develop a new jutsu. The power of electricity surged wildly, coalescing in his palm into a shimmering sword of light. Then the slaughter commenced. Stripped of their protective puppets, the puppeteers resembled frail elders, utterly defenseless as they watched Ling Feng charge towards them, sword in hand, unperturbed. Ling Feng understood that their hearts had already succumbed to despair. The absence of puppets equates to the obliteration of their future. A person devoid of a future naturally exhibits a profound stupor, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Nevertheless, these individuals are destined to perish. If the intention is to halt Sunagakure's assault on Konohagakure, the sole recourse lies in the complete annihilation of Sunagakure's formidable combat prowess, namely, Chiyo's esteemed apprentice, the Sand Spider, and their prideful puppet master brigade. Yet, the very two weapons in which they held utmost confidence are fated to be utterly destroyed on this battlefield today. With a swift and merciless strike, Ling Feng emerges as a soulless killing machine, devoid of any hesitation. With each flash of white light, crimson blood is sure to splatter forth, claiming yet another vibrant life. The carnage persists, and the points are rapidly escalating. However, this time, the source of these points is not the numbed puppet masters, but rather the Sunagakure ninjas, who, witnessing the scene from a distance, find themselves powerless to intervene. Thud, as the last puppet master crashes heavily to the ground. It signifies the complete annihilation of this elite brigade, painstakingly nurtured by Sunagakure. Meanwhile, the Sunagakure ninjas still engaged in battle with the Konohagakure forces begin to show signs of psychological collapse. Their once formidable assault formation falters, the rhythm of their attacks increasingly sluggish. The obliteration of the Puppet Master Brigade has dramatically altered their mindset, delivering a severe blow to their morale. Initially, they believed victory was assured with the involvement of the Sand Spider and the Puppet Master Brigade. Yet, the unimaginable outcome is that they have been decimated by a mere 10-year-old child. This undoubtedly constitutes a cataclysmic blow to their spirits. Soon, Sunagakure's first line of defense is breached by Konohagakure. Ling Feng approaches Tsunade, his demeanor tranquil, his heart steady, and his breathing extraordinarily calm. "How goes the battle?" Tsunade inquires. Yet the serene presence of Ling Feng inexplicably sends a chill down her spine. Is this truly a child of 10 years? How can he harbor the malevolence of one who has extinguished countless lives? It is as if life is merely an object to him, requiring no profound contemplation. To take a life appears as simple and commonplace as plucking a flower. Not bad, especially after the extermination of the Puppet Master Brigade. Enemy morale is in disarray while ours soars, Tsunade remarks. Ling Feng nods and responds. "Let us pursue relentlessly, driving them back until they are within 3 kilometers of our borders." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a degree of astonishment. Are we to pursue them all the way into the borders of Sunagakure? In doing so, do we not become the invaders ourselves? Ling Feng, however, cast a cool glance at Tsunade in response. The chill in his gaze made her involuntarily shudder. This is a battlefield. You must understand that if the war continues to escalate, both sides will inevitably suffer greater casualties. I can heal most of the wounded, but you must realize that those who perish cannot be revived. Therefore, we must strike directly into their territory, demonstrating our strength as a preliminary warning. Should they refuse to heed this, we shall continue to kill until they surrender. If you cannot comprehend this, then I believe you are unfit to command this battle. For your cowardice will only exacerbate the casualties on both sides. It could be the shinobi of Sunagakure or those of Konohagakure who fall. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? Ling Feng articulated each word with precision, observing the way Tsunade's gaze faltered. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's heart was thrown into turmoil. Internally, she screamed, "Why do I feel guilt and shame over the words of a mere child?" Such feelings were indeed terrifying. Although Tsunade was reluctant to be lectured by someone so young, she could not deny that Ling Feng's arguments held merit. It was true that entering enemy territory could be perceived as an act of aggression, warranting a retreat. Yet, Ling Feng perceived this as a sign of weakness. granting the enemy an opportunity to regroup. Once they regained their strength, they would undoubtedly retaliate, prolonging the war. One side advocated for a measured approach, while the other insisted on a swift and violent resolution. Both strategies had been employed on the battlefield, yet Tsunade found it difficult to fathom that the most brutal approach could emanate from Ling Feng's lips. For a moment, Tsunade felt disoriented, as if she were not confronting a mere 10-year-old child, but rather an experienced strategist well-versed in the art of war. Noticing Tsunade's dazed expression, Ling Feng's tone softened unexpectedly. Of course, you are the supreme commander of this battlefield. How you choose to direct operations rests in your capable hands. I trust you will make the right decision. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Tsunade's heart sank further. This child seemed to have her completely figured out, exuding a confidence that surpassed even that of the third Hokage. In her astonishment, Tsunade realized she could no longer afford to remain silent. Who knew what further shocking pronouncements might escape Ling Feng's lips if she did? Indeed, you are correct. To bring an end to this war, we must be resolute, instilling fear in our enemies so they seek peace. Ling Feng's face brightened at her response. You are right. Senior Tsunade, please issue the command. Soon, orders for a relentless pursuit were disseminated to every shinobi of Konohagakure. As the Konoha forces erupted in exuberant shouts, brandishing their weapons, they charged towards the fleeing ninjas of Sunagakure. This moment marked the long-suppressed release of their pent-up resentment. For far too long, they had been oppressed by the sheer numbers of Sunagakure, and it was only due to the formidable strength of the Konoha ninjas that they had managed to endure for so long. Yet, despite their perseverance, they ultimately found themselves in a precarious situation. Had it not been for Ling Feng's timely support and healing provisions, the defenses of Konoha would have surely crumbled by now. The ninjas of Konoha, having faced despair, yearned ardently for victory in this war. They longed to conclude the conflict swiftly and return to peace, to reunite with their families in the village. Everyone understood that breaching the borders of Sunagakure would signify the near end of the war. Even if Sunagakure were to struggle further, it would merely be a final act of defiance. Thus, the command to pursue the victory was undeniably the most prudent course of action. Observing the jubilant Konoha ninjas, Tsunade found herself momentarily dazed. Realizing yet again that Ling Feng had made an astute decision, it dawned on her that the ninjas of Konoha harbored such deep-seated animosity within. As the supreme commander of the war, Tsunade remained at the headquarters, rarely engaging at the front lines, and thus remained oblivious to the profound hatred these ninjas felt towards Sunagakure. Stealing a glance at Ling Feng, she felt a twinge of inadequacy, realizing that her grasp on the war was eclipsed by that of a mere 10-year-old boy. Devoid of a spiritual anchor, the ninjas of Sunagakure became disoriented, fleeing blindly and trampling many in their wake. They were relentlessly pursued by the Konoha ninjas, and the scene was utterly harrowing. Initially, they had planned to breach Konoha's defenses in one fell swoop, but instead, they found themselves outmaneuvered and their own defenses shattered. This battle would likely be remembered as one of the most ludicrous in the annals of the ninja world. However, as the Konoha ninjas approached 3 kilometers into the territory of Sunagakure, they ceased their pursuit. The reason was simple. They had vented their inner fury, and the distance from their home was now considerable. To advance recklessly would only plunge them into peril. Should a hidden ace from Sunagakure launch a surprise attack from behind, it could lead to their complete annihilation. As the Konoha forces withdrew, the ninjas of Sunagakure finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they were left in a state of confusion, sitting on the ground and exchanging glances. The tides of fortune had turned. What was once a significant advantage had swiftly morphed into a grave disadvantage, leaving the ninjas of Sunagakure bewildered and unable to comprehend the reasons behind this upheaval. Nevertheless, the battle of the day had drawn to a tentative close. Soon after, reports of the battle reached the highest echelons of each village. The first to arrive was the intelligence report to the higher-ups of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, a member of the Umbu, tasked with delivering the intelligence, burst in urgently, panting heavily before the third Hokage, completely shedding the usual composed demeanor of the Umbu. Upon witnessing this scene, the third Hokage was instantly incensed, as the recent warfare had yielded scarcely any joyful tidings. Already in a state of vexation, the sight of his subordinates behaving in such a manner only deepened his discontent. What a disgraceful display! How could you, a veteran of the Umbu, act so unseemly? He reprimanded without reservation. Yet, the Umbu members present seemed utterly unfazed. Instead, one of them raised the intelligence scroll high and proclaimed with fervor, "We have achieved victory on the battlefield against Sunagakure." Upon hearing the words of the Umbu member before him, The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, abruptly rose from his seat, his excitement palpable. What did you say? There is good news from our battlefront against Sunagakure? Quickly, show me. The Umbu member nodded and replied, Indeed, we have triumphed over the ninja forces of Sunagakure. Lord Ling Feng not only vanquished the Sand Spider, but also obliterated the Puppet Master's army. He then handed the intelligence scroll to Hiruzen. As Hiruzen grasped the scroll, he swiftly began to read its contents. Soon, his countenance transformed into one of sheer exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with joy. Holding the scroll aloft, he could not contain himself. Bursting into laughter, I knew I was right. This young man has never let me down. Splendid. Truly splendid. Witnessing Hiruzen's uncharacteristic display of emotion, his subordinates understood the gravity of the situation. Recently, Konoha had engaged in numerous battles, depleting the village's manpower and resources in preparation for an all-out war. Yet there had been no victories reported until Ling Feng brought them this momentous news. Perhaps realizing his lack of composure, Hiruzen quickly regained his demeanor and commanded, Now that the war has concluded, let Ling Feng replace Tsunade as the commander and adjust the border defense plans. We must ensure the safety of our borders while minimizing the station personnel, allowing us to support other battlefronts. Yes, Lord Third. As his subordinates departed, Hiruzen turned to gaze out the window, a smile still gracing his lips. He sensed that Ling Feng might very well be the harbinger of peace in this ninja world war. At the same time, a new thought emerged in his mind. The next Hokage could very well be determined in a contest between Minato and Ling Feng. In the original narrative, Minato ultimately became the fourth Hokage, handpicked by the third, inheriting the will of fire and donning the Hokage cloak. However, with Ling Feng's emergence, Minato's prominence had been overshadowed. Although the third acknowledged Minato's leadership in the success of Kakashi's team, compared to Ling Feng's accomplishments, they seemed trivial, for Ling Feng single-handedly resolved significant issues at the border. Hiruzen had a profound understanding of the current situation. Konoha's predicament stemmed largely from a critical shortage of personnel. However, now that Ling Feng had addressed the issues at the border with Sunagakure, as long as they could ensure that hostilities did not resume, they could confidently reassign personnel to assist other battlefronts, thereby alleviating much of the pressure. Glancing once more at the contents of the intelligence scroll, Hiruzen recognized Ling Feng's capabilities and was assured that he would adeptly manage the affairs of the Sunagakure front. At such a young age, to possess such a clear foresight regarding the course of battle, what an extraordinary genius. The audacity to advance 3 kilometers into Sunagakure's territory before retreating is truly admirable. As Hokage, Hiruzen had always approached matters with caution, which had inadvertently contributed to Konoha's crises. Conservatism often invites bullying, a truth that Shimura Danzo understands all too well, which is why he has consistently advocated for violence. Unfortunately, the third Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi, not Shimura Danzo. The ultimate authority in Konoha resides solely in Hiruzen's hands. However, how could you possibly comprehend Danzo? He has always lurked in the shadows of Konoha, and when you caution me about him, what precisely do you mean? At the conclusion of the intelligence scroll, there lies a sealing technique. Naturally, Hiruzen, with his prowess, could easily uncover it. Once his subordinates had departed, Hiruzen revealed the contents inside, which were penned by Ling Feng himself. Esteemed third Hokage, Konoha requires only one assassination organization. The existence of Root is unnecessary. If possible, please deal with Shimura Danzo. This simple statement is laden with multifaceted implications. Even Hiruzen cannot fully grasp its entirety. Ling Feng's assertions are unfounded, yet seem to serve as a warning to himself. Why, then, does he refrain from elucidating the reasons? Is there something more profound at play? Despite Hiruzen's perplexity, Ling Feng is currently far beyond the borders, rendering direct communication impossible. Yet, even if Hiruzen were to locate Ling Feng, the latter would likely not provide clarity, as doing so could alter the narrative's trajectory. Thus, Ling Feng's words merely serve as a caution. How to proceed rests solely upon Hiruzen's choices. After all, when the day arrives for Ling Feng to ascend, those individuals must perish. Meanwhile, far at the border of Konoha, Ling Feng stands atop a ridge, surveying a small squad of over 10 individuals making their way toward Konoha's stronghold. They finally arrived, and rather swiftly, Ling Feng remarked with a faint smile. Tsunade approached from behind, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed into the distance. I can't believe they truly sent someone. After suffering such losses, including a costly puppet master battalion, are they genuinely willing to concede? Ling Feng shook his head and replied, Even if they are unwilling to surrender, they have no recourse, for they lack the strength to continue waging war. Indeed, it seems our formidable invasion that day made them realize our capability to penetrate their territory. However, are they truly coming to negotiate peace? I suspect they may harbor some reluctance and could propose alternative conditions. This does not appear to be a mere negotiation, Tsunade mused, rubbing her temples. As long as we can conclude this war, I believe neither party has reason to refuse. For further conflict would only lead to greater losses for Iwagakure, while we would merely be prolonging our presence in this battleground. Let us return. Since they have initiated the negotiations, we must present ourselves as victors. We cannot personally greet them. With that, Ling Feng turned and strode back toward the military camp. Tsunade paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook her head, realizing how adept Ling Feng was at managing the details. In comparison, she felt quite inadequate. Upon returning to the military camp, tables had been arranged on both sides, signaling readiness for negotiations. It wasn't long before the delegation from Sunagakure arrived. As they entered the camp, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange, inevitable sparks igniting between them. However, when they met Ling Feng's gaze, they suddenly froze, an overwhelming wave of fear swelling within them. Noticing the Sunagakure delegation momentarily paralyzed, Tsunade realized that something was amiss. Hey, Ling Feng, what have you done to them? They are the envoys representing Sunagakure, she exclaimed. Is it an illusion? You must dispel it quickly. Tsunade quickly deduced that they had likely fallen victim to an illusion, leaving them rooted in place, and urged Ling Feng to release it. Previously, she had personally experienced the potency of Ling Feng's illusions, which were indeed formidable. If he did not dispel it, these individuals might perish within the confines of the illusion. Their reactions, pupils wide with panic and trepidation, clearly indicated they were confronting a terrifying monster within their minds. Indeed, Ling Feng had ensnared them in an illusion. A mere handful of Chnin dare to be arrogant here? I am merely imparting a lesson to them, hoping they comprehend that this land is not to be trifled with. Ling Feng spoke coldly. What transpired within the illusion was known only to the Chnin of Sunagakure. If one were to ponder what Sunagakure feared most, it would undoubtedly be the rampage of a tailed beast. In this world, tailed beasts are the most dreadful of calamities, for they cannot be slain, only sealed, hence the existence of Jinchuriki. The devastation wrought by the Nine Tails nearly obliterated Konohagakure, and Sunagakure had similarly suffered greatly due to the rampage of the One Tail. This explains why ninjas in this world harbor an intrinsic disdain for Jinchuriki, not out of animosity towards the individuals, but rather towards the tailed beast within them, often referred to as monsters. At this moment, the Chnin from Sunagakure were experiencing the terror of the One Tail. Eventually, one could no longer withstand the illusion and collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. They wished to flee, yet escape was impossible within the illusion. Only Ling Feng had the authority to dictate the scenes unfolding. Should he choose, they would be relentlessly pursued by the One Tail until utterly exhausted. Enough is enough, Ling Feng, Tsunade cried anxiously upon witnessing someone fall. After all, they had come seeking peace, not war. Was this not excessive? Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed. If it ensures these individuals remain compliant, then it is not excessive. With that, he dispelled the illusion, and the delegates immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly unconcerned with their dignified envoy appearance. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade was left in utter astonishment. What manner of sorcery had Ling Feng employed, and when had he released it? Why had she been completely oblivious? Have you rested enough? If you wish for comfort, I can arrange for more suitable accommodations, he remarked. The visitor is a guest. For the time being, a truce has been established, and I shall not treat you, my esteemed guests, poorly. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them, Ling Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, the envoys from the sand-hidden village hastily rose, awkwardly brushing off the dust from their garments. Yet, the moment they lifted their gazes to meet Ling Feng's, they immediately recoiled, their eyes darting, too intimidated to meet his gaze for long. Despite being Chunin, they were all acutely aware of the formidable power of Genjutsu. From the moment they entered, a simmering resentment brewed within them. For Ling Feng's arrival had been the catalyst for their defeat in this war. Hence, they harbored defiance, casting him hostile glances. However, they unwittingly fell victim to his Genjutsu, which served as a testament to the vast disparity in strength between them and Ling Feng. It was rather disheartening for these Chunin to find themselves defenseless against Genjutsu, leaving them bewildered, akin to being struck without knowledge of the assailant. Indeed, after experiencing Genjutsu. These envoys quickly adopted a more subdued demeanor, sitting quietly at the table prepared for them, motionless. Observing the sand-hidden village envoys' newfound reticence, Tsunade was taken aback. They must have encountered an exceedingly terrifying sight. I must say, your sand-hidden village does not seem to regard this negotiation with much importance. I expected at least a Jonin to be dispatched, yet here I find a mere assembly of Chunin. Does this imply a lack of respect for us? To speak candidly, should we choose to, we could advance into your borders today, even by 5 or 10 kilometers. Just as Tsunade pondered how to initiate the conversation, Ling Feng interjected. True to his nature, he did not shy away from shocking revelations, causing the sand-hidden village ninjas to feel an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth. Simultaneously, they were struck by a sense of fear. They had come for negotiations, yet if they were to be met with a breach of their borders, they would be rendered eternal pariahs. Hence, the representative hastily stood, a wry smile adorning his face. Lord Ling Feng, it is not that we underestimate your esteemed nation. Rather, the more powerful among us suffered significant injuries in this war, and thus, we were left without suitable representatives to send, which is why we have come in their stead. Although our strength is modest, we are authorized by the higher-ups of the sand-hidden village to represent all decisions and sincerely hope that Lord Ling Feng will not hold this against us. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled gently. Ah, I see now. It seems I misjudged you. Please, have a seat and share your intentions for this negotiation. The representative nodded earnestly and continued. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Ling Feng. We have come to seek peace with your nation, but what? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. You have slain Chiyo-sama's eldest disciple, Sand Spider. She is exceedingly enraged and is preparing to reignite the war. However, our higher-ups have vehemently intervened. Nonetheless, she wishes to meet with you to resolve this grievance. Otherwise, she may personally march upon Konoha, despite our utmost efforts to dissuade her. The elder's resolve remains unwavering, placing us in a rather difficult predicament, the representative of Sunagakure remarked. Hearing this, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, inquiring, Oh, are you suggesting that? While this request may seem somewhat excessive, I implore you to meet with Granny Chiyo to resolve this lingering enmity and foster a peaceful resolution for both parties, the representative of Sunagakure cautiously proposed. Upon hearing this, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, How is that even possible? To send our people alone to confront their adversaries? If a meeting must occur, then our ninja corps shall escort them. Otherwise, the discussion is null and void. Lord Ling Feng, we are currently in a ceasefire. Sending the ninja corps as escorts would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? The representative of Sunagakure replied, visibly troubled. Leaning back in his chair, Ling Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. I understand. The intention is for me to go alone to resolve the grievances with Chiyo and promote a peaceful conclusion. Is that correct? The representative nodded vigorously. Very well. I shall consent to your request. Ling Feng affirmed. What? Ling Feng, are you jesting? Although we are in a ceasefire, the peace talks remain uncompleted. As long as no agreement is signed, we are still in a state of war. To venture to Sunagakure without any military escort is tantamount to seeking death. Tsunade exclaimed, nearly dropping her cup in surprise at Ling Feng's unwavering agreement. It is no exaggeration to declare that Ling Feng is the linchpin of Konohagakure. The ninja of Konoha are unified around Ling Feng, believing that as long as he stands, they are invincible. Thus, at this critical juncture, Ling Feng cannot afford to encounter any misfortune, not even the slightest ailment. He must continue to embody invincibility before the Konoha ninjas, for in the eyes of those who have faced despair, Ling Feng is akin to a deity. Yet now, this deity intends to venture alone to Sunagakure. Who would consent to such an endeavor? Even though Ling Feng possesses formidable strength, capable of single-handedly confronting the Sand Spiders and the puppet masters of the 100-man army, could he truly contend against the entirety of Sunagakure? Observing Tsunade's agitated demeanor, Ling Feng could not help but chuckle, noting, they have stated that resolving the conflict with Chiyo would bring an end to this war. What is there to fear? Tsunade shook her head vigorously, responding, It is not a matter of my fear. It is that we cannot place our trust in them under the current circumstances. What if they suddenly turn hostile? We would be unable to provide support. Moreover, how can we know the nature of their internal discussions? With that, Tsunade turned to the representative of Sunagakure and sternly declared, Are you deliberately seeking trouble? If you truly desire peace talks, why not allow that old woman to come here herself? The Sunagakure ninjas were taken aback by her words, surprised that after finally calming Ling Feng, Tsunade's fury had ignited once more. Though they held a deep-seated fear of Ling Feng, they dared not provoke the enraged Tsunade further. Before Ling Feng's arrival, they had always been engaged in combat with Tsunade, well aware that this woman of extraordinary strength was not to be trifled with. With their status as Ch. Facing Ling Feng would undoubtedly lead to their demise, yet confronting Tsunade would likely yield no better outcome. After all, she is one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. A fact that is not to be taken lightly. Observing the Sand Village representative's predicament, Ling Feng remarked with an air of detachment, "I understand your concerns. Chiyo's demise has left her first apprentice in a state of grief. If she were to come here personally, she might act against me, which is what you fear. Am I correct?" The representative of the Sand Village wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding vigorously, "Indeed, indeed. Our higher-ups have deliberated this matter, fearing that if Chiyo were to arrive, we would be unable to control her emotions. However, if we were to go to the Sand Village, we would find a way to restrain her and ensure your safety." Nonsense. If there were a true opportunity to eliminate Ling Feng, you would be unable to intervene, and instead, you would assist in the attempt. Tsunade bellowed, smashing the table into splinters. The ninjas from the Sand Village trembled in fear, huddling together. Ling Feng, witnessing this, smiled gently. "It's all right. I can accompany you. Tsunade-senpai is merely concerned for my safety. Ling Feng, do not act recklessly. Do not take advantage of the 3rd Hokage's protection to behave foolishly. Let me remind you, this is still my territory, and I am the commander here. I will not permit you to go," Tsunade asserted in a grave tone. Realizing that her words seemed to hold little weight with Ling Feng, she intensified her tone, hoping he would grasp her seriousness. "Lord Ling Feng, if you do not go, how shall we address the conflict with Lady Chiyo? We in the Sand Village hope for a lasting peace with Konoha, and if this discord remains unaddressed, it could become a future threat," the representative of the Sand Village said timidly. "Silence. If you continue to speak of taking Ling Feng away, I shall tear your mouths apart," Tsunade shouted. The representatives of the Sand Village immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Tsunade fixed her gaze on Ling Feng, seeking a satisfactory response from him. As long as he did not go to the Sand Village, even if war were to persist, it would matter little. At least Konoha would remain in a position of power. However, if anything were to happen to Ling Feng during his visit, or if his life were used as leverage, Konoha would surely face ruin. A mere 10-year-old child, capable of single-handedly vanquishing the Sand Spider and dismantling an army of puppeteers numbering over 100, possessed strength nearing that of a Kage, and this was certainly not the peak of Ling Feng's abilities. Moreover, he had countless opportunities for further growth. Faced with such an unparalleled genius brimming with potential, Tsunade resolved to safeguard Ling Feng, even at the cost of her own life. "Tsunade-senpai, for the sake of peace, I am willing to make the journey," Ling Feng declared. "Are you truly intent on going?" Tsunade's brow furrowed tightly, and she slowly rose to her feet. "You are underestimating the gravity of the situation. This is an entire village we are discussing. I hope you can temper your impetuousness and consider the well-being of the village." Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly, expressing that if they were concerned about the presence of formidable puppet masters in Sunagakure, such apprehension was unwarranted. Frankly, he was well acquainted with the combat techniques of puppet masters. The only distinction lay in the number of puppets at their disposal. Upon hearing this, the representatives from Sunagakure appeared visibly distressed, their expressions akin to having consumed something repugnant. How could someone of such high esteem as a puppet master be deemed so ordinary and devoid of threat by Ling Feng? The undeniable truth remained that he single-handedly vanquished the Sand Spider and obliterated the Puppet Master Legion. In response to Ling Feng's confidence, Tsunade's irritation intensified. "Ling Feng, do you intend to defy my orders?" she queried. Ling Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and replied, "If your assertions hold merit, I shall heed them. However, your concerns are baseless and may jeopardize our negotiations. Thus, why should I comply? Tread carefully, Ling Feng. Do not compel me to take action." Tsunade stepped forward, her aura surging dramatically. "Do you wish to impede my progress? To be frank, 3 or 4 years ago, you might have had a chance, but now, it is impossible." Faced with Tsunade's readiness to engage, Ling Feng exhibited no fear. Over the past 3 years, he had diligently trained in the ninjutsu he had already mastered, including the 100 healings technique and immense strength. In a direct comparison, these 2 abilities alone could allow him to match Tsunade. Not to mention the additional trump cards he possessed. Tsunade's frustration at Ling Feng's audacious response was palpable, and she declared with a fierce tone, "Very well. I have long yearned for a serious confrontation with you. Let us commence. If I emerge victorious, you shall remain compliant. What if I win? Ling Feng stepped forward, responding coolly. If you triumph, then you may choose your own path. Tsunade retorted, her fists cracking ominously. Agreed, it is settled. Ling Feng nodded. Witnessing the escalating tension between the two titans, the representatives of Sunagakure trembled in fear, seeking refuge behind the table, wishing for a means to conceal themselves. Perhaps Tsunade's recent mood swings were to blame for her sudden volatility. Ling Feng understood that Tsunade's intentions were rooted in her concern for him. Yet the current priority was to negotiate with Sunagakure, as this would afford him the opportunity to allocate time to other war zones. The Third Shinobi World War had only just commenced, with expectations for its conclusion within 2 to 3 years, though Ling Feng hoped for a swifter resolution. However, in this world, only he could glimpse the future events to unfold, for he possessed knowledge others lacked. Tsunade and the others could only perceive the immediate circumstances, rendering them incapable of comprehending Ling Feng's actions. Thus, it seemed they were destined to settle the matter through sheer strength. Ling Feng acted without the need for explanations, and should anyone attempt to obstruct him, he would clear the path, even if it meant confronting his own allies. Realizing Ling Feng had no intention of retreat, Tsunade acknowledged that a confrontation was inevitable. Despite her inability to comprehend his actions, she would not permit Ling Feng to take risks for the future of Konoha. Then let it be so. I shall unleash my full power. Today, under no circumstances shall I allow you to leave this military camp. As Tsunade concluded her words, her aura surged dramatically, reaching its zenith in an instant, while dark patterns began to manifest on her forehead, signaling the imminent release of the 100 Healings technique. It was astonishing that Tsunade, in her determination to thwart Ling Feng, chose to unleash her ultimate move right from the outset. While it was true that Tsunade possessed innate superhuman strength, her prowess would be magnified exponentially upon activating the 100 Healings technique. The Ch-nin of Sunagakure, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered pale with fear. It was the 100 Healings technique. Was Tsunade truly intending to engage in earnest? How terrifying. Why was the exit so far away? This was dire. They had to find a way to shield themselves. Should they be struck by a single blow, it seemed unlikely they would see the sun rise again. As Tsunade prepared herself, Ling Feng offered a subtle smile, then raised both hands, commencing a slow series of hand seals. Indeed, Ling Feng wished for Tsunade to witness the ninjutsu he was about to unleash. Soon, Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, her face a mask of astonishment. What? You too can wield the 100 Healings technique. Indeed, Ling Feng was also invoking the 100 Healings technique, eager to discern whose version would prevail. At this revelation, the representatives of Sunagakure were utterly flabbergasted, gazing in disbelief as both combatants activated the 100 Healings technique, their hearts racing wildly. Could it be that Ling Feng also commanded such formidable abilities? The power of Konoha was truly terrifying. Was Ling Feng himself not a source of dread? Would they perish in this place? The system notification chimed. Ding. Earned 120 points. Ling Feng grinned, sensing that this confrontation would yield yet another opportunity to accumulate points. Come, if you wish to fight me, then let it be as you desire. He beckoned nonchalantly. Tsunade gritted her teeth and charged forward. As a ninja specializing in medical ninjutsu, she relied solely on her extraordinary strength in battle. In the face of overwhelming power, any showy tactics were rendered inconsequential, which was precisely why Tsunade had ascended to the ranks of the legendary Sannin. However, Ling Feng was entirely different, possessing the same superhuman strength and the 100 Healings technique. He was also well-versed in numerous martial arts, such as the 8 Gates and Bagua Zhang. Thus, when the battle commenced, an overwhelming dynamic quickly unfolded. Tsunade, who appeared fierce, found herself striking air more often than not, while Ling Feng's seemingly slow and casual assaults landed with pinpoint accuracy on Tsunade's vital points. Before long, Tsunade was panting heavily, utterly fatigued, while Ling Feng maintained a serene demeanor, his breath steady. It was evident who held the advantage. Yet, the clash of superhuman strength was inherently tumultuous. The once spacious military encampment now felt constricted and crowded. Countless fragments of stone were effortlessly hurled about, debris flying in all directions, the ground cracking beneath the mayhem, and the thunderous sounds echoing as if a storm were raging. The ninjas of Sunagakure fled in disarray, trembling with fear and helplessness, each one on the brink of tears, lamenting the misfortune that had brought them so far only to suffer such tribulation. Finally, the battle came to a halt. Konoha Tsunade sat partially on the ground, gasping for breath. Her Byakugan technique dissipated, leaving her seemingly devoid of strength. In contrast, Ling Feng had also relinquished his Byakugan technique. Yet he merely experienced a slight increase in breath rate before swiftly returning to his usual state, as if the fierce battle had scarcely affected him, merely serving as a warm-up. Observing the calmness etched on Ling Feng's face, Tsunade let out a resigned sigh, acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between them. "I concede," she said, her reluctance palpable. Although this was the truth, she was nearing 30, while Ling Feng was merely 10. The disparity in their ages was one thing, but the fact that he could effortlessly overpower her was utterly astonishing. "According to the rules, I have the right to choose whether to go or not. And you can no longer impede me," Ling Feng asserted. Tsunade nodded, recognizing the validity of his words. "However, I hope you will consider your own safety. Even if you feel indifferent, I urge you to think of yourself and the village," she added as she rose to her feet. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng fell silent. Meanwhile, the representatives from Sunagakure, who had narrowly escaped disaster, were no longer preoccupied with their own miraculous survival. Their sole purpose for visiting was to persuade Ling Feng to accompany them to Sunagakure, and they were now exceedingly anxious, fearing he might decline. "Very well, I shall ensure my own safety," Ling Feng replied, striding towards the representatives of Sunagakure. They immediately stood at attention, like soldiers awaiting inspection, not daring to make the slightest move in the presence of the extraordinarily powerful Ling Feng. "How old is Gaara from your village?" he inquired. The representatives were momentarily taken aback, but promptly answered, "He is 1.5 years old, yet still unable to walk." "I know, for he is sealed with the one-tailed beast within him," Ling Feng stated nonchalantly. Instantly, the faces of the Sunagakure representatives turned pale with shock. Tsunade's eyes widened as well. How had he come by such knowledge? This is a secret of our village. How did you find out?" The representatives voiced their confusion. Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed. "You need not inquire how I know. If I am to go to your village, I require that you hand over Gaara to me upon entering your borders. He must remain with me at all times." The representatives of Sunagakure were left astounded by Ling Feng's demands, their anxiety mounting. They were utterly perplexed as to how Ling Feng had acquired such information, considering that the sealing of the one-tailed beast within Gaara had occurred only 6 months prior. Executed personally by Chiyo, a fact known only to the upper echelons of Sunagakure. While the villagers had gradually become aware of some information, it was inconceivable that someone from Konoha would be privy to it. Moreover, while Ling Feng's request seemed to be a mere bargaining chip, it undoubtedly raised suspicions within Sunagakure. They had ample reason to suspect that his true intention was to undermine their Jinchuriki and release the one-tailed beast, thus posing a significant threat to their village. They could comprehend why Tsunade hesitated to allow Ling Feng to journey alone to Sunagakure, yet they too harbored concerns that once he acquired Gaara, he might resort to extreme measures. Observing the representatives of Sunagakure lost in thought, Ling Feng remained unperturbed, returning to his seat and casually remarked, "There is no need for haste in your response. I permit you to return to your village for consultation, granting you 3 days. If you agree, I shall proceed. However, should you fail to return within 3 days, I shall assume your silence indicates refusal, and thus, I will not go. Consequently, this negotiation will conclude without resolution. As for the repercussions, I leave that for you to ponder. I am a man of my word, having pledged to Tsunade. I must secure a weighty bargaining chip before venturing to Sunagakure. Now, let us conclude today's discussions. You may take your leave, or if you prefer, you may reside in the accommodations we provide and deliberate at your leisure." With that, Ling Feng issued a dismissal. Once the representatives of Sunagakure departed, Tsunade approached Ling Feng. Her brow furrowed. "How did you ascertain that the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure would be Gaara? Are you questioning my integrity, or do you wish to interrogate me thoroughly?" Leaning back in his chair, Ling Feng replied at a measured pace. Tsunade shook her head repeatedly. "No, I am merely curious. I have never encountered this information before. Nor has the third Hokage ever mentioned it. That is precisely because such knowledge bears no relevance to the war, so why should it be disclosed? Moreover, that is their tailed beast, their Jinchuriki. Any aspirations we might harbor could ignite the flames of war, which the third Hokage would undoubtedly oppose. So, what else would you like to know?" Ling Feng said with a faint smile. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, gazing intently into Ling Feng's eyes, as if seeking to uncover something profound. Sighing, she finally spoke, "I possess little interest in this secret, and you are correct. It is their tailed beast, They're Jinchuriki, which has no bearing on us. However, I am eager to learn how you came by this information if it was not disclosed by the third Hokage. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at Tsunade's probing inquiry. He could not very well reveal that he possessed an intricate understanding of the future trajectories of this world, for that would surely raise suspicions. Thus, he concocted a casual explanation. Very well, since you were so keen to know, I shall enlighten you. Do you recall the puppeteer squad from Sunagakure that I intercepted prior to my arrival here? Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. That squad comprised 30 individuals, led by one of Sunagakure's higher-ups. Given the significance of this mission to them, only elite jonin were dispatched. After defeating them, I refrained from immediate execution and instead interrogated them one by one. Naturally, if anyone lacked rank or status within Sunagakure, I disposed of them without hesitation. It was from the higher-up that I gleaned this information. Ling Feng elucidated, deliberately embellishing the details to lend an air of credibility to his account. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade's brow unfurled, and she felt a sense of relief. So it was, no wonder you possess such knowledge of this secret. What else do you know? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. The only other thing is their operational plans for the war, but since I annihilated that squad, any combat strategy has become mere illusion, devoid of significance. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the war concluded, those plans had lost their relevance. So, do you believe keeping Gaara by your side is the greatest assurance? Indeed, Ling Feng affirmed. The tailed beasts are secrets passed down through generations in various villages, seldom deployed lightly, and they are exceedingly difficult to control. As long as I maintain control over Gaara, they will not dare to act against me. Otherwise, I would swiftly eliminate Gaara and unleash a tailed beast. Before they find another suitable vessel, the chaos wrought by the tailed beast would undoubtedly result in catastrophic devastation. Ling Feng elaborated. Your words remind me of a tale my grandfather once shared. One about the rampage of a tailed beast that nearly obliterated the village. Tsunade instantly recalled a story from her childhood. Ling Feng remained silent, internally musing that, according to the narrative, the Nine Tails incident was not far off, likely to erupt within the next year or two. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing Tsunade would press him for explanations he could not provide. Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest. We will discuss matters further once the Sand Village provides their response. With that, Ling Feng rose to depart. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, choosing not to speak further. Since Ling Feng had promised to secure a sufficiently safe bargaining chip before visiting the Sand Village, she would let him be. Tsunade understood that Ling Feng's purpose in going to the Sand Village was to resolve the war definitively. The following day, Ling Feng awoke to prepare for his morning training. Due to the war, he had been unable to practice for nearly a month. Shortly after concluding his morning exercises, he received a message from Tsunade's envoy, stating that the representatives from the Sand Village had departed under the cover of night to return to their village, presumably to confer with their higher-ups. Ling Feng was not surprised by this news and instructed the messenger to inform Tsunade that they would surely return. It would then be his time to depart. This statement was straightforward. The Sand Village would undoubtedly acquiesce to his demands. Within the military camp, upon learning of Ling Feng's response, Tsunade felt perplexed and wished to inquire directly. However, the myriad of military affairs left her with no time to spare. While Ling Feng preferred to dedicate his hours to training rather than managing the annoyances of bureaucracy, Tsunade had even intended to offer him a general's position. After completing his morning training, Ling Feng returned to the camp for a sumptuous meal before resuming his practice. This left Tsunade, filled with questions. Frustrated when she sought Ling Feng for clarity, only to find him absent. Enraged, she reprimanded her subordinates fiercely. How infuriating. The next time Ling Feng returns, you must notify me immediately. If I have to make another fruitless trip, you shall be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately straightened his posture and repeatedly bowed in apology. If he truly were to be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder, he would certainly not survive until the following morning. Thus, when Ling Feng completed his cultivation and returned to his tent, he found Tsunade waiting at the entrance. Shouldn't you be quite busy? Why have you come to my tent again? Ling Feng questioned, perplexed by Tsunade's unexpected visit. Tsunade, however, was unceremonious and simply entered the tent, nonchalantly taking a seat on a nearby stool. I'm busy, true, but not as much as you. You vanish all day long except for 3 meals. I hardly have the chance to speak with you, and I even had to send someone to keep watch. In the end, it seems you are busier than I am. Tsunade remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ling Feng responded with a smile. Your busyness pertains to significant matters, while I am merely preoccupied with trivial personal affairs. Hardly worth mentioning. At this, Tsunade could not help but give a thumbs up, having heard from the third Hokage about how thick-skinned this young man was for his age. Now, she was witnessing it firsthand. So what brings you to me? Speak your mind, Ling Feng urged. Tsunade sat up straight and inquired. It's already the second day, and tomorrow is the agreed-upon date. How can you be so certain they will come? Honestly, won't you know the answer when they arrive? Asking me is less effective than directly inquiring with them. To be frank, I dislike providing too many explanations, Ling Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was incensed, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing she could spar with Ling Feng. However, recalling that she would likely lose, she decided against it. All right. Consider this a plea for me. I've been unable to think clearly these past 2 days, and my sleep has been restless because I want to understand the basis for your judgment, she confessed. Tsunade had recently sensed that discussions regarding Ling Feng within the military were growing increasingly fervent, indicating that his standing was surpassing hers. This left her, who had worked tirelessly on the front lines, quite dissatisfied. Having been in the military 2 months longer than Ling Feng, she had led the troops to victory in several crucial battles and had maintained the border for an extended period. How could it be that within just a month of his arrival, he had eclipsed her? Moreover, Tsunade found herself utterly baffled by Ling Feng's thoughts and judgments. Without his explanations, she would have been unable to comprehend his reasoning. Although they both aimed for the betterment of Konoha, Tsunade was unwilling to let her hard work go to waste. After all, war was the quickest path to fame. As a descendant of Konoha's founders, to claim she did not desire recognition would be disingenuous. To assert that she was uninterested in vying for the position of Hokage would also be untrue. Thus, Tsunade had volunteered to oversee the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure, aiming to win the war, gain renown, and lay a solid foundation for her future aspirations for the Hokage title. However, the current trend clearly indicated that her status was being overshadowed by this 10-year-old boy. Ling Feng. Given his prowess, Tsunade found herself compelled to acknowledge his superiority. However, the analyses of the situation and the decision-making approaches of both parties differ significantly. Thus, Tsunade seeks to comprehend the rationale behind Ling Feng's choices. Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Ling Feng smiled faintly and replied, "The reason is quite simple. As I mentioned before, if we continue this confrontation, Sunagakure will undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. Moreover, having lost their primary strength, they will likely struggle to contend with assaults from other villages in the future. Then there is Chido's wrath. The death of her beloved disciple is a grievance that cannot be dismissed with mere words. She will surely leverage her influence to demand that Sunagakure fulfill her desire for vengeance against me. Thus, in light of the prevailing circumstances and Chiyo's fury, even if it means risking Gaara's life, I will be compelled to negotiate with Sunagakure. On one hand, we will sign a ceasefire agreement. On the other, we must resolve this personal vendetta with Chiyo." After Ling Feng's thorough explanation, Tsunade felt a sense of relief. "I see now. I understand. Your analytical prowess is truly impressive. I admire it. I had only considered the first aspect and overlooked the second. Your considerations are far more comprehensive than mine, unlike me, who bears no burdens alone." Ling Feng smiled in response. "All right, I understand now. We have one final day. What if they do not arrive?" Tsunade inquired. Despite knowing that Ling Feng was confident they would come, she preferred to be thoroughly prepared, for as long as the possibility of war loomed, she, as the commander, must be ready. Ling Feng replied with a calm smile. "Do not worry. They will certainly come tomorrow. My dinner has arrived. After I finish, I must continue my training." "Excuse me." With that, Ling Feng stood up just as the attendant entered with his meal. Tsunade silently observed Ling Feng enjoying his dinner for a moment before rising and departing. On the third day, Tsunade arrived early at an observation point, gazing towards the direction of Sunagakure. Although Ling Feng's explanation was flawless and well-considered, Tsunade remained reluctant to believe that his judgment could be infallibly accurate. Regrettably, the people of Sunagakure did indeed arrive. It was the same group as before. Perhaps Sunagakure believed that sending familiar faces would put the Konoha representatives at ease. However, this time, Tsunade did not extend any semblance of goodwill, leaving the Sunagakure representatives bewildered as to why they had once again inadvertently provoked her ire. In truth, Ling Feng had once again proven his judgment to be correct, which only fueled Tsunade's frustration. The party entered the tent where the previous negotiations had taken place and took their seats. Ling Feng wasted no time and directly inquired, Have you all come to a decision? I hope your visit today is to provide me with a response, rather than merely to pay a social call. Lord Ling Feng. The representative from Sunagakure began. To speak candidly, your demands place us in a precarious situation. Regardless of the choice we make, one side will inevitably bear a certain degree of risk. After thorough deliberation, we have resolved to substitute Gaara with his two siblings, Tamari and Kankuro. They are the offspring of the fourth Kazekage, and we trust that their presence as hostages would not differ significantly in value. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng shook his head in outright refusal. Unless it is Gaara, I will entertain no further discussions. The rationale for this is clear to you all. No number of hostages can compare to the worth of a Jinchuriki. Faced with Ling Feng's unwavering stance, the ninjas of Sunagakure found themselves in a quandary. As this was evidently one of their assigned tasks, they contemplated the possibility of further negotiations, but the moment they beheld Ling Feng's impassive visage, their hearts raced with trepidation, fearing that prolonged discussion might result in dire consequences. What should we do? I scarcely dare to speak, one murmured. Indeed, we should acquiesce to Lord Ling Feng's demands. I worry that we may not return home, another chimed in. Yes, regarding the village's stipulations, we can address those later. Let us allow them to devise a solution upon our return, they whispered among themselves. Before long, one representative cleared his throat and spoke. Lord Ling Feng, since you remain unsatisfied, we shall comply with your wishes. We agree to surrender Gaara to you. As these words reached Ling Feng's ears, he prepared to nod in acknowledgement, but Tsunade interjected sternly. You must be jesting. Just a moment ago you were making demands, and now you suddenly acquiesce. There is certainly something amiss. Her outburst nearly caused the representatives from Sunagakure to topple from their seats. Lady Tsunade, you misunderstand. The village indeed consents to Lord Ling Feng's terms. However, they merely wish for a moment to recalibrate. Since Lord Ling Feng has declined, we shall naturally proceed according to his wishes, one of the representatives hastily explained. Tsunade, scrutinizing the Sunagakure representatives with furrowed brows and widened eyes, seemed intent on discerning their true intentions. Just as the atmosphere reached a palpable tension, Ling Feng spoke up. Tsunade, let us not burden them further. A mere few Chunin possess little authority to make decisions. They are merely executing the directives of their village. At these words, Tsunade turned to Ling Feng, inquiring, are you suggesting we truly accompany them? Certainly. As previously agreed, provided they hand over Gaara to me, I shall proceed, Ling Feng affirmed. Rising to his feet, come now, let us not linger. I desire to partake in the exquisite delicacies of Sunagakure by noon. Would that be agreeable? The representatives of Sunagakure nodded vigorously. Of course, we shall ensure your visit is most hospitable. Very well, let us be on our way, Ling Feng declared. Stepping out of the tent, Tsunade followed closely behind, voicing her concern. Ling Feng, are you certain this is wise? They appear to lack sincerity. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my own capabilities. Until I have the target in hand, I shall not follow them, regardless of any ambush. They will never succeed in capturing me. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, turning away without a glance back. Tsunade watched Ling Feng depart, her teeth biting into her crimson lips, as if grappling with some inner turmoil. Her assistant, Ingzi, approached Tsunade's side, following her gaze and clicking her tongue in disapproval. What are you doing? Tsunade suddenly realized, her face flushing with embarrassment. Lady Tsunade, are you concerned for Lord Ling Feng's safety? If it weren't for your duty to command the army, you would surely accompany him, Ingzi remarked. At this, Tsunade snapped back sharply, nonsense. Attend to your own matters. With that, she swiftly turned and left, prompting Ingzi to chuckle behind her. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was already preparing to leave the borders of the Land of Fire. Due to the standoff, the opposing factions were in close proximity. However, ever since Ling Feng led the Konoha ninja army deep into enemy territory, the opposing forces had been compelled to retreat several kilometers to avoid another surprise attack. Nonetheless, with both sides planning for negotiations, Sunagakure had relocated its camp to the front lines to facilitate Ling Feng's arrival. Upon entering the Sunagakure camp, Ling Feng could instantly sense the heightened vigilance directed at him. This was hardly surprising, as he had single-handedly annihilated Sunagakure's most formidable elite forces, leaving no room for doubt regarding his immense strength, which they had all witnessed firsthand. In stark contrast to the anxieties of the Sunagakure ninjas, Ling Feng appeared utterly unfazed, strolling through the camp with an air of nonchalance, occasionally glancing around as if he were perusing a museum, regarding everything as mere exhibits, including the Sunagakure ninjas themselves. Of course, while some were fearful, others harbored discontent. A few disgruntled individuals, unwilling to accept Ling Feng's dominance, plotted to teach him a lesson. Concealed within the crowd, they seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind as Ling Feng passed by. However, in an instant, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, intercepting their shurikens entirely. The sudden turn of events startled the representatives from Sunagakure, who immediately began scolding the assailants. They knew that provoking the god of death could lead to dire consequences for them all. Ling Feng halted his stride, nonchalantly stating, "Out of respect for the representatives of Sunagakure, I shall overlook this incident. However, should such behavior persist, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he continued on his way. The surrounding enemy ninjas were left in a state of shock. What had just transpired? How had Ling Feng reacted so swiftly in such a critical moment? Did he even perform any hand seals? Ding! You have earned 600 points. Amidst their astonishment, Ling Feng had inadvertently gained points. A subtle smile graced his lips. No matter how many times they attempted to ambush him, their inferior strength posed no threat whatsoever. Though many on the battlefield have witnessed his formidable prowess, a portion remains oblivious to his true capabilities. Thus, Ling Feng does not hesitate to demonstrate his strength, allowing them to comprehend the source of his might. Moreover, he seizes this opportunity to accrue additional points. Despite his prior warnings, there are still those with obstinate resolve who attempt to confront him. These individuals have never witnessed Ling Feng in action. Those who have understand the wisdom in remaining docile and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Once again, an assailant strikes, but Ling Feng does not even glance back. With a swift motion, he unleashes a water release technique, sending both the attacker and the earth tumbling into the sandy terrain, transforming it into quicksand. Just as the unfortunate soul teeters on the brink of being engulfed, a nearby ally reacts swiftly, pulling him to safety. Yet, more challengers emerge, all of whom Ling Feng effortlessly dispatches. Throughout the encounter, not a speck of dust sullies his person. Their attacks fail to even breach the 3-meter radius surrounding him, thwarted or neutralized before they can make contact. At long last, the ninjas of Sunagakure come to the realization that Ling Feng's strength far exceeds their expectations. They grasp that had he chosen to persist in his assault, they would have possessed no means of defense. Witnessing Ling Feng effortlessly dispatch those with ill intentions, the representatives of Sunagakure break into a cold sweat, for these ambushers have committed a grave affront to Ling Feng. Despite their status as vanquished foes, they persist in their defiance, resorting to underhanded tactics that ignite outrage. Ling Feng has made it abundantly clear that further provocations will not be tolerated, indicating his displeasure with the situation. However, these representatives, while tasked with negotiating on behalf of their village, possess mere CH-9-level abilities. Their experience and political acumen have earned them their roles, but in the theater of war, their voices carry little weight. They are simply fodder on the front lines. Consequently, the representatives find themselves in a state of anxiety. They cannot entirely restrain the obstinate challengers, nor can they gauge the extent of Ling Feng's ire towards them. Should he reach a breaking point, the consequences could be dire, as they have observed his responses growing increasingly severe. The final wave of attackers finds themselves buried beneath the sands, a dozen individuals laboring in vain to unearth them, with no knowledge of how deeply they are ensnared or if they can ever be rescued. Yet, fortune smiles upon them as they finally navigate the main road leading to the military camp. Lord Ling Feng, ahead lies the envoy sent by the village to receive you. Please proceed, the representatives say with utmost respect, all the while wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Given the current position on the front lines, reaching the village would likely take an entire afternoon. Thus, it is imperative to address the matter of lunch here, as we cannot allow Ling Feng to go hungry. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, but I hope everything is prepared. I cannot endure further waiting. To be candid, this journey has been quite displeasing, yet I have strived to maintain my composure." This remark was directed at the Ironhead Brigade. Although their attacks were of little consequence to Ling Feng, one cannot tolerate a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly around oneself. How vexatious! Were it not for the considerable points awarded to him by these Ironheads, Ling Feng would have resorted to violence long ago. Given his current prowess, even if he were to eliminate a few, Sunagakure would hardly dare retaliate, considering they were the aggressors. Rest assured, my Lord Ling Feng, we have prepared a selection of culinary delights unique to Sunagakure for your enjoyment. Following your meal, we shall proceed with the handover of the hostages. The representative hastily assured him. Ling Feng acknowledged with a brief sound of assent and entered the tent. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. indicative of the delectable feast that awaited him. Inside the tent, he noticed several individuals seated, their attire suggesting they were esteemed figures from the village, those who abstained from combat, instead focusing on policy and strategic planning. In simpler terms, they were politicians. Ling Feng harbored no fondness for politicians. Thus, after exchanging a few courteous pleasantries, he took his seat. Upon noticing that a mere 10-year-old boy had entered, the politicians began to whisper among themselves, their tone and expressions clearly exhibiting disdain. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed, for the individuals he sought to meet were not these self-important politicians. He soon observed that the representatives intended to leave following his seating, prompting him to inquire, "Where are you going?" The representatives turned to him and explained, "Our task was to bring you here. The subsequent handover ceremony is not our responsibility." Ling Feng shook his head in response, stating, "No, you will remain here to assist with the handover ceremony. I have developed a favorable impression of you over the past few days. When the time comes, you shall speak on behalf of your group. As for the others, I may find their presence irksome and resort to violence." With that, Ling Feng began to eat with his utensils. The representatives exchanged glances, their expressions filled with trepidation. Yet they dared not refuse him outright. "My lord Ling Feng, please eat first. We shall report to our superiors," they offered, caught in a dilemma. Shortly thereafter, one representative returned, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "My lord Ling Feng, according to protocol, our involvement here has concluded." However, in the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Ling Feng. "I have made myself clear. You will stay. Otherwise, everyone here shall perish." Ling Feng's voice was cold and resolute. Instantly, the tent fell into a profound silence, each face reflecting sheer terror. They are merely politicians, with the highest among them being nothing more than nominally esteemed individuals, their true prowess barely surpassing that of a mid-tier ninja. How could they have encountered such a terrifying adversary? Consequently, they promptly acquiesced to Ling Feng's demands, allowing the representatives to remain by his side to facilitate the hostage exchange. Yet, deep down, they understood that everyone within the tent, as well as those ninjas from Sunagakure outside, had effectively become Ling Feng's hostages. Under the overwhelming force exerted by Ling Feng, they possessed no means of resistance. Having satisfied his hunger, Ling Feng contentedly wiped his mouth and inquired, "Well, have you brought the person I requested?" "Yes," the representative replied, gesturing grandly as someone entered the tent carrying a bamboo basket. Upon lifting the lid, Ling Feng glanced at the sleeping Gaara within the basket, confirming his identity before nodding and stating, "Good, I will accompany you to the village." The politicians in the tent were taken aback, marveling at Ling Feng's ability to recognize Gaara. Although they had entertained the notion that any random infant could substitute for Gaara, Ling Feng's demonstrated strength dispelled such thoughts. Still, they harbored doubts. How could Ling Feng, having never encountered the real Gaara, be so certain of his identity? However, it was evident that Ling Feng had indeed verified Gaara's identity before consenting to travel with them to the village. This indicated that Ling Feng not only acknowledged the existence of Gaara, the Jinchuriki, but could also effortlessly identify him. Thus, did this not imply that Ling Feng possessed an intimate understanding of Sunagakure's secrets? Panic ensued among the politicians, as they were left to ponder the extent of Ling Feng's knowledge regarding Sunagakure's hidden truths. After confirming Gaara's identity, Ling Feng agreed to proceed to Sunagakure to engage in negotiations. The initial envoys who communicated with Ling Feng accompanied him, while he categorically refused the presence of any outsiders. Despite the discontent among Sunagakure's higher-ups, they found themselves powerless, compelled to comply with Ling Feng's wishes, fearful of provoking him and inciting undesirable consequences. They had learned of Ling Feng's formidable strength from the envoys dispatched to Konoha for negotiations, and having witnessed his prowess firsthand only deepened their trepidation. Thus, they discreetly cautioned the envoys to keep a vigilant eye on Gaara, ensuring that nothing untoward occurred. Should Ling Feng turn against Gaara, it was well understood that the ceiling would fail, and the One Tail would inevitably wreak havoc. Presently, Sunagakure found itself in a leaderless state. Not only had the third Kazekage perished, but the fourth Kazekage had also met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. Although definitive evidence was lacking, the higher-ups of Sunagakure firmly believed that Konoha was behind these events. Consequently, should the One Tail emerge, the crisis facing Sunagakure would be nearly insurmountable, leading to potentially catastrophic losses. All of this remained a closely guarded secret within the Sand-Hidden Village, preventing any outsiders from gaining knowledge of it. This secrecy provided them with the audacity to feign strength in the presence of Ling Feng. They believed that if Ling Feng were to discover that the sand-hidden village currently lacked the capability to contend with the One Tail, he would undoubtedly devise a plan to release it. If that were to occur, how could they engage in negotiations? Everything would fall under Ling Feng's meticulous control. However, what the people of the sand-hidden village were oblivious to was that no one understood their current situation better than Ling Feng. Not even the higher-ups of the village could fathom the depths of his knowledge. Due to Ling Feng's orders, only a select few envoys accompanied him, while the rest were required to maintain a distance of 100 meters. This distance ensured that, should any unexpected events arise, Ling Feng could react promptly. Lord Ling Feng, we have prepared a luxurious carriage for you, accompanied by beautiful maidens. Although you are still young, surely it is better than being surrounded by us middle-aged men, one of the envoys suggested. Throughout the journey, Ling Feng remained aloof, refraining from initiating conversation, which left the envoys, eager to forge a connection, in a predicament. After a brief discussion, they encouraged one bolder envoy to speak up. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. The maidens of your village are indeed appealing. I encountered a few along the way, presumably your medical ninjas. However, I dare not approach them, for it is said that women are akin to poison, a sentiment you, at your age, should understand better than I. The envoy found himself momentarily speechless, thinking, you're merely 10 years old. Why do you speak like an old man? As if you possess all the wisdom of the world? Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that Ling Feng, at just 10, held no interest in women whatsoever. But traveling in a luxurious carriage is far more comfortable than walking, the envoy tried again. Unnecessary, Ling Feng replied coolly. The geographical conditions of your sand-hidden village are already quite poor, with scarcely any flat roads. Even if I were to ride in a carriage, I suspect I would find myself dismounting shortly thereafter. The envoy was taken aback. Was this truly Ling Feng's first visit to the sand-hidden village? How could he possess such profound understanding? We hold lowly positions, and being by your side, we can hardly engage in meaningful conversation. Your purpose in visiting the sand-hidden village is for negotiations. Surely you wish to inquire about some deeper political matters? If we had higher-ranking individuals with us, perhaps they could engage in a more fruitful discussion, allowing you to gain further insight before arriving at the negotiation site. Yet, this time, Ling Feng did not even glance back. He merely waved his hand dismissively. Unnecessary. Negotiations boil down to whether or not we will continue to fight, nothing more. I need not inquire further. The outcome is already clear. You will undoubtedly lose if conflict arises. Such audacity left the envoys in a state of bewilderment. With such an attitude, who would believe that Ling Feng came in good faith for negotiations? It felt more like a veiled threat to cease hostilities. Frustrated yet resigned, the envoy sighed, acknowledging his powerlessness. The other two envoys, witnessing the situation, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. However, the helplessness reflected in their eyes spoke volumes. They were utterly at a loss when it came to Ling Feng. The child before them was merely 10 years old. Yet the three individuals combined were nearing the age of 120, and despite this disparity, they had failed to inflict even the slightest hardship upon Ling Feng. Instead, within just a few days, they had undergone a whirlwind of extraordinary experiences, truly grasping the essence of life. As they journeyed, they arrived at a rest stop, specifically prepared for Ling Feng. Of course, had he opted for a carriage ride, the stop would have catered to the horses. For the challenging terrain demanded significant exertion from the steeds, necessitating timely rest and sustenance. Let us merely grab a bite and continue, Ling Feng suggested. Upon entering the rest stop, he furrowed his brow, sipped a glass of water, and promptly made his way to the exit. This left the envoys in a state of bewilderment. Lord Ling Feng, this establishment offers unique delicacies from Sand-Hidden Village. Would you not care to sample them? One of the envoys inquired. Ling Feng replied coolly, I have no interest. Could you hasten your pace? Sensing his indifference and realizing he was somewhat displeased, the envoys lost their appetite and merely drank a few cups of water before following Ling Feng onward. The urgency of their departure puzzled them. But Ling Feng was acutely aware, having perceived through his keen instincts that ninjas from Sand-Hidden Village were covertly observing the rest area. While it could not be definitively stated that they intended to strike, it was evident they harbored ill intentions, prompting Ling Feng to refrain from lingering. This served as a warning to those lurking in the shadows, a reminder that he was fully aware of their machinations. To be candid, one might assume you have numerous questions, such as why I insist on keeping you by my side despite your ignorance. Your assignment to negotiate with us stems solely from your insignificant status. Should anything go awry, it would matter little. Nevertheless, I chose you. This journey has indeed been somewhat tedious. I had anticipated that you would seize this final opportunity to act against me, yet you did not, which has left me somewhat disenchanted. Or perhaps your ambush lies within Sand-Hidden Village itself. If that is the case, I advise you to withdraw those individuals as soon as we arrive. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Ling Feng glanced at the envoys, who were still whispering among themselves, and suddenly spoke up. Faced with his inquiry, the envoys were at a loss, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, increasingly so as their anxiety mounted. It was evident that their tension was palpable. They were somewhat aware of the ambush set within the village, as they had been coerced into accompanying Ling Feng due to his proposal, which compelled the higher-ups of Sand-Hidden Village to divulge certain details to prevent any delays in their plans. Thus, they knew that the leaders of Sand-Hidden Village had indeed orchestrated an ambush, with Chiyo at the helm. The rationale was straightforward. Chiyo's eldest disciple had fallen victim to Ling Feng's hand, and therefore, Chiyo would not hold back. Should she succeed in eliminating Ling Feng, they would have a chance to turn the tide of battle. However, what was unexpected was that Ling Feng had already anticipated it. What should be done now? They were on the verge of entering the village, yet they had no opportunity to inform anyone of this matter beforehand. The envoys exchanged anxious glances, their eyes wide with alarm, and ultimately, they could only signal one another with their eyes, deciding to report once they reached the village. As for the present, they dared not admit that the village had devised an ambush plan. Lord Ling Feng, you are overly concerned. We invited you here for peaceful negotiations. How could we possibly set an ambush against you? One envoy forced a smile as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng cast a cold glance in his direction, causing the envoy to avert his gaze, lacking even the courage to meet Ling Feng's eyes, instinctively lowering his head. Humph. Do they think they can deceive me with such lowly tactics? They truly underestimate my intelligence. The initial intention of Sunagakure was rather clever. They sent a few inconsequential representatives, believing that even if the negotiations failed and they were killed, it would be of little consequence. However, they did not foresee that Ling Feng would insist on having these individuals, who were entirely outside the plan, remain by his side. This severely disrupted Sunagakure's series of plans and strategies. Whether there is an ambush or not, you are more aware than I am. How to resolve this is your problem. I have already stated that if anything occurs after entering the village, the consequences will be dire. Ling Feng chuckled coldly a few times before continuing to stride forward. Despite the strong winds and sand in the air, Ling Feng summoned a small-scale wind release, creating a barrier around himself to shield against the disturbances. The envoys, however, were not so fortunate, having to shield their heads while gasping for breath, desperately trailing behind Ling Feng, fearful of losing sight of him. After several hours of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. Observing the barren landscape devoid of any greenery, Ling Feng did not exhibit any surprise or disdain, for he was already well aware of what this village would resemble. Lord Ling Feng, please this way. The higher-ups in the village are already prepared and awaiting your arrival. One envoy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having been restless throughout the journey, and now, at the village entrance, nervousness gripped him so tightly that his voice trembled. Ling Feng, however, remained unperturbed. After all, Gaara was in his hands. Should any unusual events arise, he would promptly crush Gaara's head. This most sanguine and violent method was also the most direct and effective way to break the seal. As Ling Feng approached the conference room, the envoys hastily conferred in hushed tones, and one of them quickly departed to inform the higher-ups. This was an exceedingly grave and urgent situation. If Sunagakure proceeded with their plans, the consequences could be unimaginable. Even though Sunagakure had formulated a meticulously detailed and rigorous plan, if Ling Feng could anticipate their actions, it was certain he had already prepared countermeasures. In this critical moment, Sunagakure must immediately make a judgment. Should the assassination plan be executed or not? Following the guide, Ling Feng traversed an uninhabited street, glancing around to find the surroundings eerily desolate, resembling a forsaken pathway. There were no pedestrians nor any signs of life, flanked by towering walls that isolated this place from the outside world, indicating it was a forbidden zone where entry was strictly prohibited. Should this location serve as the site for action, it would indeed be advantageous, with sufficient swiftness. One could proceed unnoticed, ensuring that even if a skirmish ensued, it would not draw the attention of the villagers. Ling Feng followed leisurely behind, his mind racing with calculations on how to handle any unforeseen circumstances. As long as he thoroughly investigated and analyzed the environment, he had little to fear. Moreover, with Gaara still in his grasp, should Sunagakure insist on taking action, he would not allow them to escape unscathed. Gradually, as he continued with the guide, Ling Feng noticed they were straying further from the village, revealing an obscure path, thereby affirming his suspicions. Eventually, the guide came to a halt. Ling Feng too ceased his movement, surveying the area to find himself in an open terrain. Is it about to begin? He thought, narrowing his eyes as he cautiously observed his surroundings, activating both his Byakugan and Sharingan in preparation for any eventualities. The guide quietly retreated to the side, offering no words. A clear indication that an assault was imminent. Regardless, as confrontation was inevitable, pretense seemed superfluous, underscoring Sunagakure's determination to eliminate Ling Feng. In the face of such circumstances, Ling Feng remained composed. He recognized that the most formidable force within Sunagakure was likely Chiyo, for both the third and fourth Kazekage had perished. Had they still been alive? Ling Feng would never have dared to venture here, for the reason was simple. He could not defeat them. The third, renowned as a genius of Sunagakure, possessed formidable strength. Had he not underestimated the abilities of the Scorpion, he would not have met his untimely demise at the latter's ambush. As for the fourth, he too fell victim to arrogance, indirectly slain by Orochimaru. These secrets of Sunagakure's upper echelons remained unknown to them, yet Ling Feng was fully aware. If action were to be taken, he wished for it to occur swiftly. He had no time to squander. However, after waiting for a while, he realized the anticipated ambush had not occurred and could not help but voice a reminder. But in the next moment, the guide departed and several envoys arrived. Upon seeing those familiar faces, Ling Feng understood that the adversaries had called off their intentions. Lord Ling Feng, what are you saying? We were slightly delayed due to some matters we needed to address, and we hope for your understanding. The envoys approached, forcing smiles upon their faces. Ling Feng, however, responded with a cold smile, acknowledging their cleverness in reporting ahead. Otherwise, Sunagakure would have faced obliteration today. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the envoys could not help but shudder slightly. Although they were unaware of the source of Ling Feng's confidence or what strategies he had devised, they harbored no doubts regarding the likelihood of such events occurring. Clearly, Ling Feng had prepared for this eventuality. Consequently, the envoys breathed a sigh of relief, for the fears that haunted them had been averted. As long as Ling Feng remained unharmed and unassailed, all would be well. Master Ling Feng, please follow us, as we have unexpectedly altered the meeting location and did not have time to inform you. We sincerely apologize for this, one envoy explained, stepping forward. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this, replying, "Oh, is that so? Indeed, it is our fault." The envoy felt a twinge of anxiety. He could not fathom why he felt so tense in Ling Feng's presence, especially when he had remained composed before Lord Chiyo. Unbeknownst to him, the days spent in Ling Feng's company had instilled a growing sense of dread within the envoys. Reluctantly, they acknowledged this truth. It was not merely them, but the entire ninja army of Sunagakure, who held Ling Feng in profound apprehension. The image of Ling Feng single-handedly annihilating Sunagakure's elite forces would likely be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Regarding the envoy's deception, Ling Feng merely smiled, choosing not to expose it, for the envoy had indeed refrained from any hostile action. Thus, insisting on the contrary would serve no purpose. Following the envoy, Ling Feng and his companions exited through a secret passage and re-emerged onto the bustling streets of Sunagakure. While no one openly admitted to lying in wait for Ling Feng, the path they traversed clearly indicated that their original plan likely involved an attack against him. Their verbal camouflage was pathetically inadequate, perhaps due to their guilty consciences. The envoys remained silent during their journey, in stark contrast to their previous attempts to engage Ling Feng in conversation. Presently, however, Ling Feng was disinclined to concern himself with their unease. His primary interest lay in discerning Sunagakure's next course of action. Would they send Chiyo to confront him directly, or would they continue to delay? Ling Feng surmised that Sunagakure's audacity in confronting him stemmed from Chiyo's presence. As a surviving elder puppet master of Sunagakure, Chiyo's reputation extended far beyond the village, earning her a place of prominence throughout the ninja world. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Chiyo was among the pinnacle of puppet masters. Currently, she stood at the zenith of puppet mastery. Even the previous generation's prodigious puppet master, Sasori, had ultimately been vanquished by Chiyo. This fact was already known to Ling Feng. Throughout the journey, Ling Feng pondered how he might confront Chiyo. For an ordinary individual, Chiyo's terrifying prowess lay in her unparalleled control over puppets. which had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. From Ling Feng's perspective, her skills had ascended to that of a Kage. The only drawback was Chido's advanced age, which likely diminished her physical stamina. This was a distinct advantage for Ling Feng. With the assistance of celestial beings, coupled with the formidable 100 treasures technique and the chakra elixirs as his support, Ling Feng never harbored concerns regarding his physical stamina or chakra reserves. As for Chiyo's puppet technique, Ling Feng had contemplated countering it with his lava release. Yet Chiyo had seldom revealed her capabilities. Thus, his understanding of her remained rather limited. The crux of the matter was that Ling Feng yearned to defeat Chiyo with a profoundly shocking conclusion. After all, this was the arena of Sunagakure. He had to establish a show of strength to make them comprehend that his prowess was far beyond their reach or comparison. To ensure Sunagakure's compliance, it was imperative to present an overwhelmingly potent display of power. Ling Feng was reluctant to undertake this journey, only to encounter numerous perils without achieving significant results. "Lord Ling Feng, we have arrived. Please proceed," the envoys announced as they halted before a grand edifice constructed from yellow sand and rare earth. "Are you not coming inside?" Ling Feng inquired. The envoys exchanged hesitant smiles before responding, "Lord Ling Feng, this is the true heart of Sunagakure. We lack the qualifications to enter and cannot accompany you further." Ling Feng nodded in understanding. "Very well, you may depart. What I am about to discuss is indeed not for the ears of ordinary individuals." Having uttered this, Ling Feng entered the building alone. The envoy stood bewildered by his words, perpetually unable to fathom his intentions. It seemed he had something of great importance to convey. "Who knows?" one remarked, "regardless. We have accompanied him for quite some time, fulfilling our mission. Just now, I nearly lost my composure. If a confrontation ensues, we would undoubtedly bear the consequences." Another expressed his lingering fear. "Indeed, this Konoha brat is truly terrifying. I can hardly believe he is merely 10 years old." Upon entering the building, Ling Feng was promptly met by an individual whose stride was steady, posture erect, and physique robust, indicative of considerable strength. Following closely behind, Ling Feng activated his Byakugan to observe. Discovering that this person possessed an abundance of chakra, likely at least of elite J-nin caliber, it appeared the previous statements were accurate. This was indeed the core of Sunagakure. While it was not the Hokage's office, it bore resemblance to a place akin to Konoha's Umbu. As he accompanied this person into a chamber, Ling Feng observed a large table already occupied by numerous individuals, with a seat near the entrance conspicuously vacated, clearly reserved for him. "Lord Ling Feng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," a portly man exclaimed with delight as he rose. "My name is Kazekage, and I am the representative for this negotiation. On behalf of Sunagakure, I extend a warm welcome to you." Ling Feng offered a faint smile. "I too am pleased to be here to engage in dialogue with you, Mr. Kazekage." He then took his seat, officially commencing the meeting. As everyone scrutinized one another, Ling Feng cast but a single glance at Kazekage. With Chiyo's absence, his focus was solely on the individual who wielded authority in the room. As Ling Feng took his seat, the individuals from Sunagakure scrutinized him, each harboring a sense of bewilderment. Could it be true that Konohagakure had dispatched a mere 10-year-old child? Was this not a jest? This perception stemmed from the fact that these high-ranking officials had never graced the battlefield nor witnessed Ling Feng's formidable prowess. Had they done so, they would not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Their gazes soon converged on the bamboo basket beside Ling Feng, where Gaara lay quietly. In the face of their scrutiny, Ling Feng remained composed, fully aware of what Gaara represented to Sunagakure. He was their lifeblood. The tailed beasts had been allocated during the first 5 Kage summit, although perilous and notoriously difficult to control. There was no denying that tailed beasts served as secret weapons even more potent than shadow-level shinobi. They were a symbol of strength. There existed only 9 such beasts, and smaller nations and villages lacked the capacity to acquire them. Even if they were granted one, they would be incapable of managing its power. Yet now, the most formidable trump card of Sunagakure rested firmly in Ling Feng's grasp, which understandably incited concern among the village's elite. "Mr. Ling Feng, since you have arrived at the final meeting venue, you must be able to sense our sincerity. Why not return Gaara to us first? And then we can proceed to sign the peace agreement?" Kazekage Fuma looked at Ling Feng with a congenial smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "If your village truly desires peace, then it would be prudent to sign the peace agreement first. Once I have safely exited the village, you may reclaim Gaara." At these words, Fuma's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. Yet Ling Feng observed this shift with keen awareness. Mr. Ling Feng, your words seem a tad excessive. We have never contemplated taking action against you. Since we have invited you here, it is evident that we wish to finalize this peace agreement. However, both sides are currently in a state of truce, and we have not launched any further attacks. Given that you have arrived at the final meeting venue, is it not overly cautious to hold onto the hostage? Fuma endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though the slight increase in his pace of speech betrayed his anxiety. Ling Feng reclined leisurely against his chair, gripping Gaara firmly. This scene caused palpable tension among those present, who feared for Gaara's safety. To be frank, I find your conduct rather unsatisfactory. Having resolved to engage in negotiations, there should be no need for underhanded tactics against me. Had I not possessed Gaara today, perhaps you would have already made your move, Ling Feng stated coolly. His words rendered the expressions of everyone in the room momentarily rigid. Mr. Ling Feng, your comments may be a bit harsh. We have never contemplated taking action against you, Fuma replied, his smile faltering. However, Ling Feng shook his head gently, tapping the bamboo basket as he spoke. Whether you acknowledge it or not is of little consequence. I have already discerned your intentions. Given the slightest opportunity, you would strike, which indicates that you remain unwilling to relinquish this battlefield. Therefore, I have resolved that after the agreement is signed and I have successfully departed from Sunagakure, I shall return Gaara to you. Otherwise, I could simply take Gaara back to Konohagakure at this very moment. Faced with Ling Feng's resolute demeanor, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure were left in a state of bewilderment. They had not anticipated that Ling Feng would completely deny them the chance for discussion, making a decision outright. Mr. Ling Feng, to be frank, I do not quite understand why you are so fixated on Gaara as a hostage. Even if he is a Jinchuriki, do you truly believe that releasing him would spare you from danger? Kazekage F. Mukahara furrowed his brow as he spoke. He prided himself on his patience, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, upon encountering this 10-year-old boy, his composure had become exceedingly agitated. He could not concentrate on the matter at hand, constantly preoccupied with the urgency to reclaim Gaara. Yet this child was merely 10 years old. What was he truly afraid of? F. Mukahara himself could not fathom it. Is it not clear that he is indeed a Jinchuriki? Or are you incapable of distinguishing which one is the Jinchuriki? Ling Feng cast a displeased glance at F. Mukahara. At this juncture, are you still attempting to obfuscate the truth? Seeing Ling Feng's expression, F. Mukahara had no choice but to concede. Very well. Gaara is indeed the Jinchuriki. Since you are aware of this, you must also recognize the peril that accompanies his release. I trust you would not act recklessly. Of course, as long as you cooperate and amicably sign the peace treaty with me, there shall be no issues, Ling Feng replied with a serene smile. At that moment, a brash individual interjected, Ling Feng, I do not comprehend why Konoha would dispatch a mere child such as yourself. But I am curious to know the foundation of your audacity to threaten us. Even if you were to release the tailed beast and achieve your objectives, you would still meet your demise. No one survives before a tailed beast, unless they are of the strength of a Kage. At that point, our Kazekage would subdue the tailed beast, and your life would be forfeit. Does that seem worthwhile to you? Indeed. I recall the reports stating that you single-handedly opposed our entire puppet master army, and we are all astounded by your prowess. Thus, your demise would also represent a loss for Konoha, would it not? Another voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged smug glances, reveling in their perceived advantage over Ling Feng. They believed they possessed ample trump cards to negotiate with him, doubting that he would be unafraid of death. Yet, Ling Feng began to laugh, and his laughter grew increasingly boisterous. Witnessing this, the others exchanged displeased glances, convinced that Ling Feng did not take their words seriously. It was a mockery, a derision. Mr. Ling Feng, this is a formal meeting. F. Mukahara could no longer contain himself and interjected to halt the proceedings. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng retracted his smile and extended his hand, stating, I apologize for my lapse in decorum. It was merely that your jokes were exceedingly humorous, and I could not contain myself. Jokes. Mr. Ling Feng's actions resemble a farce. Feng Muyuan felt quite uncomfortable with this inscrutable young lad. Indeed, I speak of the word joke, and I am referring to you. As for the Wind Shadow, I cannot help but expose the truth. Currently, your village's elite Jonin count has dwindled to less than 2/3, as the majority have perished in battle, including a significant portion of the elite puppet masters. Furthermore, the highest combat strength remaining in your village likely rests with Elder Chio, while the Wind Shadow, I fear, has already met his demise. As Ling Feng's words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room, each breath distinctly audible. Every individual gazed at Ling Feng with wide eyes, as if to inquire how he knew such things. Aware that if he remained silent, they would inevitably attribute the Wind Shadow's death to Konoha's actions, Ling Feng added. If the Wind Shadow were present, you would have no cause for concern regarding Gaara's safety with me, would you? Indeed, upon hearing this, their expressions sobered considerably, though they remained visibly shaken, struggling to comprehend how a mere 10-year-old could deduce so much. It is because the Wind Shadow is away on business that he is not here. Feng Mu Yuan finally broke the silence. Ling Feng glanced at him and chuckled softly. This group of high-ranking officials from Sunagakure truly cherished their pride, refusing to acknowledge the situation even in the face of such evidence. However, Ling Feng chose not to expose them, as continuing to speak could arouse their suspicion. Since this was merely conjecture, how could he assert such certainty? In any case, Ling Feng's objective had been achieved, and further elaboration was unnecessary. This is of no concern to me, since the Wind Shadow is currently absent from the village. As long as I have Gaara under my control, you shall remain compliant. To claim one is unafraid of death is a falsehood. Everyone fears death, including myself. Thus, I must keep Gaara safe. Does anyone have any objections? Ling Feng addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. No one dared to respond, as all understood that both agreement and dissent would bear consequences. Beads of sweat began to trickle down their foreheads, a palpable fear gripping their hearts. This 10-year-old lad possessed an intimidating aura. Each of the high-ranking officials from Sunagakure had weathered countless storms, having participated in several power struggles within the village, witnessing numerous deaths, and devising countless schemes. Yet this very assembly found it impossible to resist Ling Feng's influence. They even began to suspect that Ling Feng held a trump card, one that pertained to Sunagakure's secrets. So, you are gambling, Feng Mu Yuan observed, gazing intently at Ling Feng, his teeth clenched. You may view it as such, but I will undoubtedly choose to bet on the side with the greater odds of victory, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Even in a gamble, Ling Feng is destined to triumph. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Feng Mu Yuan conceded. Very well, I admit you have won the wager, Lord Ling Feng. May I ask if you could represent Konoha in signing this agreement? Ling Feng nodded and replied, certainly. I possess the peace treaty representing Konoha. Please take a look. With that, he produced a handwritten document and handed it to Feng Mu Yuan. This treaty, crafted by Tsunade herself, was legitimate, as she held the authority as the commander of the military to draft such a document. As Feng Mu Yuan began to read it swiftly, his expression darkened with each line. Upon finishing, his fingers turned pale from tension. Lord Ling Feng, I believe this agreement is utterly devoid of significance, he declared. Someone, bring forth the agreement we drafted for this esteemed gentleman. At Feng Mu Yuan's command, the Sand Village presented their own treaty. In truth, Ling Feng could have easily dismissed it, asserting that he would only sign based on Konoha's terms, yet he opted to extend a modicum of respect towards the Sand Village, recognizing that a public dispute would be unbecoming and difficult to resolve. In such sensitive times, caution was paramount. Thus, Ling Feng perused the document symbolically, noting that its terms were heavily biased in favor of the Sand Village. However, he maintained a stoic facade, leaving the Sand Village representatives none the wiser. Setting the treaty down, Feng Mu Yuan hastily remarked, Lord Ling Feng, if we proceed according to our agreement, we can sign immediately. Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, saying, I trust you understand that the advantage currently lies with us, not you. In other words, you are the defeated party, and we, as the victors, are showing you a measure of mercy by offering this opportunity. Of course, you retain the right to choose. I shall only sign the document I have brought. Whether to sign or not is entirely up to you. With that, Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, his demeanor icy, making it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Hearing this, the members of the Sand Village seethed with anger. This insolent youth was utterly outrageous. Just as tempers flared, Feng Mu Yuan recognized the need to avert an escalation and quickly interjected, Lord Ling Feng, I must deliberate this matter thoroughly. I hope you can grant us some time. Ling Feng coldly nodded, of course, take your time. Subsequently, the representatives of the Sand Village retreated to the background. This brat is insufferably arrogant, one exclaimed as soon as they were behind closed doors. Indeed, he openly declared us the defeated party. I cannot tolerate this indignity. We should have ambushed him on the road instead of waiting until now. Listening to his subordinates' grievances, Feng Mu Yuan felt a twinge of helplessness. For their initial strategy had indeed been to strike against Ling Feng. Yet, on the other hand, Chiyo had fervently insisted that she personally eliminate him. On the other hand, Ling Feng had long suspected an ambush within the village, thus failing to execute the planned surprise attack. Now that events have unfolded to this point, further discussion would be futile. The audacity of this young imp stems from the support he possesses. Gaara, as the Jinchuriki, must not be compromised. For Lady Chiyo is currently unable to employ the sealing technique again in a short span of time. Kazekage spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing these words, the others displayed expressions of discontent. My lord, are we truly to acquiesce to Ling Feng's demands? Upon hearing this, Feng Muyen sighed and said, there is no alternative. If we do not acquiesce and the agreement remains unsigned, it is likely that Konoha will indeed come. This is a burden we cannot bear. Yet, we cannot simply release Ling Feng without a second thought. It was precisely due to the involvement of this impish character that our defeat was brought about. One person remarked, indeed, Lord Yuan, why don't we take action now? Although it is quite perilous, as long as we eliminate Ling Feng, we shall be able to launch another offensive. Another suggestion was put forth, yet the cacophony of voices only served to amplify Feng Mu Yuan's headache. He too yearned for Sunagakure to retaliate and emerge victorious in the war. However, he was acutely aware that a subsequent failure would yield dire consequences. Sunagakure could not shoulder such a perilous risk. Reflecting on the words once spoken to him by Chiyo, Feng Mu Yuan raised his head and addressed the assembly. I have decided to endorse the agreement, adhering to the terms brought forth by Ling Feng. What? Are you truly serious, Your Excellency? Everyone was astonished, unable to believe their ears. Feng Mu nodded and replied, indeed. For Lord Chiyo once stated that when a resolution eludes us, we should entrust the matter to her. I shall add an additional stipulation to the agreement. Upon hearing Feng Mu Yuan's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. They understood and decided to follow his instructions. In an instant, there was no dissent. Everyone expressed their concurrence. Feng Mu Yuan returned the nod to the assembly and resumed his seat at the conference table. Observing everyone settling back into their places, Ling Feng remained silent, confident that Feng Mu Yuan would provide him with a response. Honorable Ling Feng, after our deliberations, we have resolved to respect the agreement with your village. We consent to sign according to your terms, but we do have a condition, Feng Mu Yuan stated. His gaze fixed on Ling Feng as he sought to discern any emotional fluctuations in his eyes, hoping to ascertain whether agreeing to the terms aligned with Ling Feng's intentions. Unfortunately, he could glean nothing of value from Ling Feng's expression, which remained utterly indifferent. As if the prospect of Sunagakure agreeing to the treaty held little significance for him, Ling Feng's only response was a slight nod. What is your demand? Because you have slain the sand spider, his master is quite enraged. We wish to prevent this personal vendetta from escalating into a conflict between our nations, which is why we have refrained from allowing Lady Chiyo to meet with you. However, despite our persistent objections, she insists on a duel with you. We wonder if you might acquiesce, for the sake of peace between our two villages, Feng Mu Yuan elaborated. At this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Is that all you seek? The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Their discussions had concluded that Ling Feng was destined to perish, not at their hands, but rather at Chiyo's. Given that he had killed the sand spider, it was a perfectly reasonable demand for Chiyo to seek vengeance upon him. Yet, they were concerned that Ling Feng might refuse, prompting them to leverage the peace between their villages as a bargaining chip. However, they had not anticipated Ling Feng's unwavering composure, as though this matter bore no weight upon him. Or perhaps, he did not fear Chiyo's challenge. Damn it, Lady Chiyo is our village's ace puppeteer, they thought to themselves in silent frustration. Yet, Ling Feng dismissed such concerns, firmly believing that he could never lose against Chiyo. Will Lord Ling Feng acquiesce to a demand? Feng Mu Yuan pondered, watching Ling Feng's calm demeanor, beginning to question whether his request was overly ordinary. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that Ling Feng was facing none other than Chiyo, the most formidable puppeteer of the age, without exception. It boggled his mind how Ling Feng maintained such serenity. Despite any specialized training, was he not merely a 10-year-old child? Of course, since this is for the peace of both our villages, I have no reason to refuse. However, I wish to know the stipulations of the challenge. Is it to the death, or merely a demonstration? Ling Feng replied with an aloof tone. At these words, the assembly gasped in astonishment, as if Ling Feng harbored some assurance of being able to vanquish Chiyo. One might question who in the entire ninja world could guarantee the death of Chiyo. Few would dare to claim such a certainty. Apart from the formidable masters of the major villages, who else would dare to confront Chiyo directly? Thus, many pondered in their hearts, this Ling Feng. so audacious merely for having slain Chiyo's esteemed apprentice, truly seems oblivious to the harsh realities of life. In truth, Feng Muyan yearned to declare a death match. Yet doing so would merely transform it into a blatant act of vengeance. Therefore, in the interest of preserving dignity, Feng Muyan opted for a more measured challenge, primarily to resolve the animosity between both parties. He wished to avoid harboring such personal grudges that could one day ignite into open conflict, which would contravene the very essence of the agreement we signed. Ling Feng scoffed inwardly. Their professed desire for peace belied an ulterior motive behind this challenge. He understood and would adhere to the stipulation of keeping it within reasonable bounds. At that moment, someone could no longer contain themselves and was about to rise and berate Ling Feng, questioning how a mere 10-year-old could be so presumptuous in the face of the most formidable puppet master of Sunigakure and the entire shinobi world. Yet, an elderly voice preemptively resonated. The youth of today are indeed exceedingly arrogant. I had anticipated that those from Konoha would exhibit some semblance of decorum. Yet they have proven to be utterly discourteous. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng slowly turned to face the source. By then, the members of Sunigakure had respectfully bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Lady Chiyo, it is an honor to meet you." Ling Feng refrained from bowing, instead offering a polite acknowledgement. Though Chiyo's reputation was formidable, it was primarily confined to Sunigakure. As a ninja of Konoha, Ling Feng felt no obligation to show her undue reverence. Moreover, given Chiyo's intent to seek his demise due to the death of her apprentice, he deemed it unnecessary to grant her any favors. Death on the battlefield is a commonplace occurrence. Your apprentice perished simply due to a lack of skill. How then could the victors be held accountable for such misfortunes? If Sunigakure refrained from initiating conflict, would there not be peace? Humph. I have no need for the admiration of such an insolent child. Chiyo huffed, stepping closer to Ling Feng. Since we have resolved to sign the agreement, let us proceed swiftly. I eagerly anticipate battling with you, young one. Ling Feng, however, merely smiled lightly. You wish to uncover how your esteemed apprentice was defeated, do you not? At this, Chiyo's expression darkened considerably. You shall pay dearly for your insolence, she retorted through clenched teeth, though she had already been suppressing her murderous intent in meeting Ling Feng. His provocative demeanor only served to inflame her anger further, leading her down a path of self-destruction. The other high-ranking members of Sunigakure cast looks of profound pity, believing that Ling Feng's actions were tantamount to courting disaster. Nevertheless, Ling Feng maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, indicating that he was entirely unfazed. Chiyo, I recall you once mentioned that our challenges should remain merely a formality, correct? Ling Feng gazed at Chiyo, breaking into a smile. The sight of Ling Feng's grin only intensified the fury on Chiyo's face, her wrinkles quivering with agitation. Were it not for her physical resilience, she might have fainted from rage. The higher-ups of Sunigakure swiftly gathered around Chiyo, prepared to assist her should the need arise. However, with a dismissive wave of her hand, she shoved them aside and coldly commanded, "Prepare the agreement," and hastened to sign it. Those present were well aware of Chiyo's temperament. Her tone signaled that she was thoroughly incensed. Thus, Kazekage quickly took action, arranging the agreement and signing it before personally presenting it to Ling Feng. In that moment, all eyes were on Ling Feng, hoping he would promptly affix his signature. Their eagerness stemmed not from a sincere desire for peace, but rather from a morbid curiosity to witness Ling Feng suffer under Chiyo's wrath. Although they professed that their conflict was merely a formality, who could predict the outcome should a real fight ensue? Not a single person from Sunigakure harbored any fondness for Ling Feng's demeanor. Deep down, they believed the village had never been defeated, attributing their losses entirely to Ling Feng's presence. They naively assumed that eliminating Ling Feng would allow them to reignite the war and triumph over Konoha. Little did they realize that without the Puppet Master Corps, Sunigakure stood no chance against the might of Konoha's shinobi. Their misplaced confidence stemmed from ignorance, and Ling Feng had little desire to engage with the oblivious. Regardless, he was prepared to confront Chiyo. After reviewing the agreement and confirming the terms, he took up his pen and boldly signed his name. The agreement was now officially in effect, with 2 copies made, one for each party. Kazekage took one for himself, leaving the other for Ling Feng. Subsequently, the members of Sunigakure rose and stepped aside, indicating that the ensuing matters were no longer their concern. Ling Feng leisurely stowed away the agreement, still accompanied by Gaara, and turned his gaze toward the watchful Chiyo. Upon noticing the basket beside Ling Feng, Chiyo's eyelids fluttered in alarm, for she had personally set the seal. She was acutely aware of what this child represented for Sunigakure. Now that the agreement was signed, what purpose did he have in retaining him? Chiyo voiced her dissatisfaction. Ling Feng replied with a faint smile, "The agreement may be concluded, but I have yet to depart from Sunagakure." Upon hearing this, Chiyo's brows knitted tighter. "Are you implying that you doubt our integrity?" Ling Feng shrugged. "You should be more aware than anyone of your own credibility. Were it not for Gar's presence, perhaps I would have already engaged you in combat." Chiyo's expression darkened at his words, and she turned to Kazekage and the others, who promptly lowered their heads. Unable to meet her gaze, Ling Feng observed this interaction. It seemed the plot to ambush him had indeed been conceived by Kazekage and his allies. "Rest assured, once I depart from Sand Hidden Village, I shall return Gara to you, and then we can commence our long-standing feud." Ling Feng, aware of Chiyo's unease, spoke up. Chiyo, resigned to the situation, recognized that Gara was currently in Ling Feng's possession, thus granting him the upper hand in their discourse. Consequently, Chiyo could only send someone to escort Ling Feng out of the village. "Now, let the bystanders take their leave," Ling Feng declared. The escorting party halted their advance and retreated back into the village, leaving only Chiyo to accompany Ling Feng outside. Ling Feng then gestured, and the original messenger reappeared. "Take him away. I no longer require his presence," Ling Feng instructed, handing Gara back to the messenger before turning to face Chiyo. Upon seeing Gara return to the village, a slight relief washed over Chiyo's countenance. "I anticipated you would use Gara as leverage against me, making your return to Konoha seamless," Chiyo remarked, eyeing Ling Feng. Ling Feng responded with a calm smile. "There is no necessity for that. I can return safely without this hostage. I merely wish to avoid frequent disturbances in an unfamiliar place. Humph. I have encountered countless arrogant youths, yet none exhibit such nonchalance as you. Were it not for your appearance, I might question whether you are truly only 10 years of age," Chiyo stated with a grave tone. Ling Feng shrugged. "Indeed, I am 10 years old, without a doubt. Now, with no one to interrupt us, let us begin. Show me what skills you possess that could vanquish my most exceptional disciple." With that, Chiyo casually unfastened her shoulder strap, revealing the prepared puppet box. Observing this, Ling Feng recognized that Chiyo's combat experience far surpassed that of the sand spider. Acknowledging his own age, Chiyo did not overestimate herself and promptly chose to deploy her puppets. "Very well then, I shall not hold back," Ling Feng declared. "Unleash your true abilities. I am not of the same caliber as the sand spider," Chiyo shouted, activating the puppet box. In response, Ling Feng also shouted, "All right, then allow me to show you the strength of the one who has defeated your disciple." He immediately initiated lava release, chakra coating. In an instant, Chiyo sensed a shift in Ling Feng's chakra, her expression turning serious. "Is this the technique that led to the demise of my disciple?" Ling Feng nodded slightly. "Indeed, your disciple excelled in controlling puppets, yet regrettably, he was overly complacent. I possess lava release, which can effortlessly dissolve his puppets, hence his defeat." After a moment of silence, Chiyo replied, "Indeed, his puppets cannot withstand the erosion of lava release. But I am different. I hope you possess even greater abilities." With that, Chiyo commanded her puppets to charge at Ling Feng, simultaneously unleashing a ninjutsu that enveloped the puppets in a layer of chakra armor. With the piercing gaze of his Byakugan, Ling Feng effortlessly discerned that the puppet was enveloped by a layer of chakra armor. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the strongest puppet master, who had mastered puppet manipulation to an extraordinary degree, while also exhibiting remarkable proficiency in ninjutsu and chakra perception. For the average individual, not only is it a challenge to cover a puppet with chakra, but even to cloak oneself in it is an insurmountable task. The act of releasing chakra threads to control a puppet is already a formidable endeavor, and maintaining the chakra armor on the puppet's surface elevates the difficulty to new heights. It would not be an exaggeration to state that this is the most formidable opponent Ling Feng has encountered thus far. Consequently, he unleashed his full power without hesitation or reservation. Only an adversary like Chiyo could rekindle the thrill of battle within him. While Chiyo could shroud her puppet in chakra armor, Ling Feng too could prepare chakra armor for himself. Albeit without Chiyo's Byakugan, she was oblivious to his preparations. Under Chiyo's adept control, the puppet surged towards Ling Feng with astonishing speed, its agility rivaling that of a living being, a testament to Chiyo's exceptional skill. Ling Feng did not lag behind, activating both his Sharingan and Byakugan. He meticulously monitored the chakra threads and anticipated the puppet's next move. The battle was on the precipice of eruption. Within mere breaths, the puppet-wielding Kanai lunged at Ling Feng. He swiftly retaliated, The clash was intense, producing a sharp sound as their weapons collided. Simultaneously, sparks flew as the kunai scraped against each other, neither side yielding an inch. The immense force transmitted from the puppet took Ling Feng by surprise. He had not anticipated that, at Chiyo's age, her puppet could wield such formidable strength, even surpassing the likes of the sand spider. Indeed, age brings wisdom. This revelation filled Ling Feng with anticipation for the ensuing combat. With a resounding boom, a powerful shockwave erupted, propelling Ling Feng and the puppet apart, both kunai shattering upon impact. Remarkable! I never imagined you would possess such terrifying strength at your age. Though Chiyo did not confront Ling Feng directly, through the chakra threads, she could distinctly sense that his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Ling Feng chuckled. This is merely the beginning. Very well, let me witness your abilities. With that, Chiyo once again commanded the puppet to charge at Ling Feng, initiating a series of hand seals mid-air. Indeed, Chiyo was performing hand seals through the puppet. This was an unfathomable feat for most puppet masters. If a human could form seals, could a puppet truly do the same? Onlookers from Sunagakure erupted in cheers at this spectacle. In their hearts, Chiyo represented the final bastion of hope for Sunagakure and was regarded as the most powerful puppet master in history. Although there have been puppet masters with greater renown in the annals of history, only Chiyo could save Sunagakure in this moment. Thus, in their eyes, she was the strongest. There was no other way to console their wounded spirits but to cling to this belief. The puppet legion has been utterly annihilated. The sand spider lies lifeless. The third Kazekage has vanished without a trace, and the death of the fourth Kazekage has been unequivocally confirmed, with his remains on the way back. Without a doubt, Chiyo has become the last beacon of hope for Sunagakure. Relying on the dual enhancement of his Sharingan and Byakugan, Ling Feng has precisely analyzed the jutsu that Chiyo is about to unleash. It is the wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. This is a large-scale offensive technique that generates hundreds, if not thousands, of miniature wind blades in a short span. Though each individual blade may not possess significant power, the collective onslaught can leave a person battered and bloodied, riddled with wounds. Yet another expansive attack. Do puppet masters have a penchant for such tactics? Ling Feng remarked coldly. What is the matter? Unable to counter it. Then I shall not hold back. Chiyo cackled ominously and hurled the assembled thousands of wind blades fiercely towards Ling Feng. As the whistling wind blades approached, Ling Feng merely smiled. Would he be afraid? What a joke. He then raised his hand, commencing the hand seals. However, his speed in forming the seals was astonishingly rapid. So much so that even Chiyo, with her keen eyes, could not discern it. She could not even ascertain the nature of the jutsu. This boy's speed in forming seals is truly heart-stopping. Wind release, wind repulsion. With a fierce shout, an invisible barrier formed before him, composed of condensed wind chakra. At this proclamation, Chiyo's pupils constricted in shock. What? This boy can also perform wind release, and its wind repulsion, while an ordinary person might remain oblivious. Chiyo understood all too well. This is a defensive technique that does more than merely block an attack. It can rebound it. As hundreds of wind blades were about to strike Ling Feng, the wall of wind intervened, sending the incoming blades hurtling back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind blades, originally aimed at Ling Feng, reversed direction and charged towards the puppets. In response, Chiyo quickly cast another jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. However, the ground was laden with loose sand, devoid of substantial earth. Thus, Chiyo was left with no choice but to substitute the sand. Although it appeared fragile, she had no alternative but to attempt it. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp wind blades crashed into the sand with a dull thud, while some of the blades were deflected. The sand ultimately proved insufficient to withstand the assault. The remaining blades broke through, continuing their relentless advance towards Ling Feng. With no means left to defend, Chiyo had to maneuver her puppet to absorb the impact of the wind blades. At last, the final wind blade vanished. Yet, the puppet bore countless unsightly marks. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from Sunagakure were left utterly dumbfounded. In their memories, Chiyo was an invincible figure, never having faced defeat, let alone being challenged by a mere 10-year-old child. Yet, the damage on the puppet spoke volumes about the reality of the situation. In this round of combat, it was Ling Feng who emerged victorious. Ding! He received 360 points. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Ling Feng effortlessly acquired these points. With this addition, his total points reached the remarkable figure of 10,000. Previously, accumulating points had been a laborious and slow endeavor, where amassing a few thousand was already commendable. Yet this time, thanks to the substantial points gained from defeating the Puppet Master Legion, followed by nearly 4,000 points taken from the ninja forces of Sunagakure, and some additional points accrued during the subsequent conference at Sunagakure. He finally managed to reach the coveted 10,000 mark. How should he utilize these points? Ling Feng knew that Chiyo's abilities were far from ordinary, and thus he needed to devise a strategy. Observing the injuries inflicted upon his puppet, Chiyo's expression darkened considerably. This puppet had accompanied her throughout her journey, rendering it an invaluable treasure to her. As the warm-up concluded, she remarked, "Your prowess indeed astonishes me. But my puppet possesses capabilities that far exceed this level." With that, Chiyo swiftly performed hand seals and executed a summoning technique, astonishingly conjuring a brand new puppet. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed at the sight of this new creation. Through his Byakugan, he discerned numerous chakra threads and an abundance of weaponry embedded within. It appeared this was Chiyo's true ace in the hole. Perhaps she had not anticipated needing it, for the surface of this puppet had yet to be refined, allowing Ling Feng to scrutinize its material with clarity. It was an alloy, remarkably resilient, impervious even to lava release. Thus, Ling Feng had to consider an alternative approach, lest he find himself at a disadvantage. A puppet that was unscathed by lava release and equipped with countless weapons posed a formidable challenge for Ling Feng. You must have an ace as well. Are you concealing it? Or have you reached your limit? After summoning her trump card, Chiyo cast a challenging gaze at Ling Feng. Due to Ling Feng's exceptional performance, Chiyo regarded the 10-year-old boy with increasing admiration and curiosity regarding the extent of his limits. The Sand Spider's defeat at Ling Feng's hands had stemmed from his unanticipated use of lava release. Given the Sand Spider's puppet's durability, it might withstand conventional fire techniques. But it was utterly incapable of withstanding lava release, a bloodline limit that was entirely unpredictable and immutable. Within the ninja world, alongside the more commonplace chakra attributes, there exists a unique category known as bloodline limits, such as wood release, lava release, and magnet release, which, due to their distinct nature, often yield unexpected power. Furthermore, bloodline limits cannot be replicated or learned. They are exclusively inherited through one's lineage. This explains why Orochimaru was so fervently conducting human experiments to obtain wood release, a bloodline limit that could prolong his life. However, Chiyo exhibited no fear of Ling Feng's lava release. Initially, even though Ling Feng had already released the lava release chakra in advance, he was unable to inflict any substantial damage upon Chiyo's puppet. This was due to Chiyo having specially treated her puppet. Its body was crafted from unique materials. For an elderly woman who had long exhausted her vitality, this was well-deserved, as she had dedicated her entire life to creating a puppet capable of standing atop the ninja world. Faced with such a formidable puppet, Ling Feng found himself in quite a quandary. However, he had also made preparations. As Chiyo summoned her puppet, Ling Feng activated his system marketplace, holding over 10,000 points. It would be a waste not to utilize them. He disregarded all ninjutsu, as they were nearly ineffective against puppets, unless he could directly obliterate the puppet. The destructive level ninjutsu required a minimum of 100,000 points, which was far beyond Ling Feng's current balance. Therefore, he continued to browse until his gaze settled upon the weaponry section of the marketplace. Here lay an array of powerful blades, ranging from the small to the grand. Renowned swords of the ninja world and legendary weapons could be found among them, though most were grayed out, a simple reflection of insufficient points. However, the exorbitant blades were not within Ling Feng's reach. He merely sought a weapon capable of contending with Chiyo's puppet. Ultimately, he fixated on a particular target. This too was a puppet, one that possessed the ability to harness chakra of all attributes. This meant that when the user released different elemental chakras, the puppet could not only inherit them, but also amplify their power. Most importantly, this puppet's durability was comparable to Chiyo's. With such a resilient puppet at his disposal, Ling Feng felt confident in challenging Chiyo to a puppeteer's duel. Although the price was set at 10,000 points, he chose to redeem it without hesitation. Ding! Successfully exchanged 10,000 points for a puppet. In the next moment, Ling Feng felt a summoning scroll materialize in his hand. Upon opening it, he saw a seal emblazoned in the center, followed by the unsealing of a ninjutsu, causing a puppet box to appear in his grasp. Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng smiled broadly. The show was about to begin. Meanwhile, Chiyo and the shinobi of Sunagakure were nearly dumbfounded. They were certainly not blind and instantly recognized the box containing the puppet. This is impossible. How could you possibly control a puppet? You are from Konoha. How could you be a puppeteer? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chiyo exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Ling Feng, hearing her words, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Is the art of puppetry solely the domain of Sunagakure? If I possess such talent, is it truly impossible for me to be self-taught?" Observing Ling Feng's confident smile, Chiyo realized her outburst and quickly reined in her excitement. Though her gaze towards Ling Feng remained rife with skepticism, although Ling Feng's words held a semblance of reason, Chiyo had never heard of a puppeteer who could attain mastery through self-study. Regardless of innate talent, without a mentor to guide one through the fundamentals, the ability to control puppets, let alone create them, seemed far-fetched. Yet, despite Chiyo's reluctance to accept this notion, the puppet box in Ling Feng's possession was undeniably real. Perhaps sensing her skepticism, Ling Feng wasted no time and opened the puppet box without hesitation. With a series of crisp clicks, the box sprang open, releasing a puppet that drifted silently before Ling Feng. The atmosphere grew hushed as the puppet materialized, all eyes fixated on the scene before them. A collective shock resonating in the air. The puppet's emergence was an undeniable reality. How could one possibly doubt its existence? This was indeed true. Fengmu Yuan stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, finally managing to utter a single incredulous statement. Chiyo remained silent. Yet the cold sweat on her forehead betrayed her apprehension. Could it be that Ling Feng was indeed a puppeteer? His audacity to confront her with a puppet suggested he possessed some form of assurance. Chiyo understood that her intention to confront Ling Feng stemmed from the unfortunate demise of her eldest apprentice, yet should a confrontation ensue, victory was imperative. At that moment, she represented not only her fallen disciple but the entirety of Sunagakure. Should she falter, the morale of Sunagakure's forces would undoubtedly shatter, rendering any hope of resurgence futile. If their morale crumbled, no one would believe they could triumph over Konoha, even if Ling Feng were no longer present. The more Chiyo pondered, the more her anxiety intensified. She even began to regret her impulsive decisions. Was it not wiser to have concluded the agreement amicably and allowed Ling Feng to depart unchallenged? However, it was too late for regrets. Chiyo recognized that revealing her trump card signified the duel with Ling Feng had entered its final stage. "I did not anticipate you were also a puppeteer. Although I harbor doubts and uncertainties, I am willing to accept your identity as a puppeteer," Chiyo declared. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. "Though I may lack your experience in puppetry, I am confident that I can match your skills. I only hope that you, Senior Chiyo, will treat this duel with the utmost seriousness and do not underestimate me merely due to my youth." Such audacious words caused Chiyo's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, yet she nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall remember your words. Now, unleash your true abilities, and let us engage in a duel between puppeteers." With that, Chiyo directed her puppet to soar into the sky. Ling Feng understood that this signified Chiyo's intention to activate the puppet's mechanisms, not one to be outdone. He maneuvered his own puppet to ascend, facing off against Chiyo's creation. Chiyo lacked the Sharingan or Byakugan, preventing her from discerning Ling Feng's intentions with clarity. Yet Ling Feng was different. Endowed with two forms of ocular prowess, he could distinctly perceive the myriad mechanisms concealed within Chiyo's puppet. As long as Chiyo activates a certain mechanism by transmitting chakra, Ling Feng can observe through his Byakugan and swiftly retaliate or defend himself. Witnessing Ling Feng's audacity to directly control a puppet against himself, Chiyo's temper flared. Truly, the youth of today are utterly oblivious to the world. It is imperative to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, Chiyo activated the mechanism. This time, a flurry of shuriken was launched simultaneously. To outsiders, it may have appeared to be a mere test, yet Ling Feng was acutely aware that each shuriken was laced with explosive tags. Just as the shuriken were about to make contact with Ling Feng's puppet, Chiyo quickly maneuvered his puppet to retreat. The explosive force of several tags could easily send a person flying. The resultant shockwave could also adversely affect some mechanisms of the puppet, prompting Chiyo to withdraw, eager to ascertain the defensive capabilities of Ling Feng's puppet. However, as the thick smoke dissipated, Chiyo's jaw nearly dropped at the sight before him. Ling Feng's puppet was not only unscathed but was also performing hand seals. Impossible. These explosive tags clearly detonated. Why is your puppet entirely unharmed? Showing not even a hint of damage? Unable to contain his astonishment, Chiyo inquired. In response, Ling Feng merely chuckled. Do not think that your puppet is the only one capable of performing hand seals. With that, Ling Feng's puppet completed the seals for a combined ninjutsu. Water release, great water wave. Lightning release, 1,000 birds flow. Sizzling with electricity, the torrent of water surged towards Chiyo. Upon witnessing this scene, Chiyo was so startled that goosebumps erupted across his skin. This boy is utilizing wind release, earth release, and now water release and lightning release. How utterly monstrous. If it were merely one type of chakra attribute, Chiyo could easily direct his puppet to withstand it. However, he had not anticipated that Ling Feng would unleash a combined ninjutsu, maximizing the power of the thousand birds flow through the water's dispersive nature, inundating the area around Chiyo. If Chiyo did not act swiftly, both he and his puppet would be severely electrocuted by the thousand birds flow. Faced with such an urgent situation, Chiyo had no time to employ wind release through his puppet. After all, while puppets are impervious to electricity, a human is not. Thus, Chiyo abandoned the puppet and swiftly performed the hand seals himself. Wind release, peacock whirlwind. A mighty whirlwind erupted from the ground, encasing Chiyo at its center, while the electrified water waves were thwarted from entering. Observing Chiyo's rapid response, Ling Feng could not help but cast an admiring glance. Indeed, a formidable opponent. One who knew to relinquish the puppet in a critical moment. As the water receded, Chiyo dispelled the peacock whirlwind. Well done, young man. I did not expect you to possess such an array of skills. Chiyo scoffed, clearly unwilling to concede. But I am no pushover. Prepare yourself. After dodging Ling Feng's attack, Chiyo immediately commanded his puppet to counterattack. Subsequently, Chiyo commenced an uninterrupted release of ninjutsu while skillfully manipulating her puppets to activate their mechanisms. The reason puppets instill fear is their indifference to death and fatigue. They can not only withstand the onslaught of ninjutsu but also continuously trigger their mechanisms. This is the inherent advantage of puppetry, allowing one to engage in a war of attrition. However, on Ling Feng's side, there exists a puppet of considerable resilience, equipped with formidable defenses and numerous mechanisms, rendering it nearly equivalent to Chiyo's. Chiyo quickly discerned this fact. Initially, it posed little concern. But as the battle progressed without yielding any tangible results, anxiety and urgency began to gnaw at her. After all, puppetry was Chiyo's forte. Yet if her puppet became entangled with the opponents, she found herself at a loss for a breakthrough. Furthermore, Chiyo uncovered a rather grave issue. When both sides unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously, Ling Feng's puppet consistently maximized the potency of its techniques. Even when employing ninjutsu of the same nature, Ling Feng's displays were invariably more powerful than those of Chiyo. As the confrontation wore on, Chiyo began to question her very existence. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Sunagakure were drenched in cold sweat, perplexed by Chiyo's predicament and her inability to contend with Ling Feng. They understood all too well that should Chiyo falter, Sunagakure would suffer a devastating blow. Boom. Another fierce clash erupted, with the ensuing explosion whipping up vast clouds of yellow sand, forcing both combatants to retreat momentarily. Chiyo was already panting, despite possessing a substantial chakra reserve, facing Ling Feng. A veritable anomaly with seemingly inexhaustible chakra rendered her efforts futile. Ling Feng even felt confident enough to compare his chakra levels to those of the first and second Hokage, assured that with chakra potions at his disposal, he could replenish his reserves instantly without concern. Brat, just how much chakra do you possess? You unleash numerous ninjutsu, yet you appear utterly unfazed. Chiyo could not suppress her inquiry. Ling Feng flashed a grin. I certainly have my methods for chakra recovery, but I cannot divulge them. Damn it. At this rate, how long until we determine a victor? Chiyo was in a state of desperation, utterly unsure of how to proceed. In contrast, Ling Feng remained composed, as he awaited the system's notification of earned points. For Ling Feng, restraining Chiyo was a trivial matter, since neither puppet could decisively claim victory in the short term. And with Ling Feng's nearly limitless chakra reserves, the outcome was inevitable. Ling Feng would emerge triumphant. This was under the assumption he chose to prolong the engagement. If he desired victory, he could simply compel Chiyo to expend vast amounts of chakra in combat. Yet, Ling Feng refrained from this course of action, as he aimed to accumulate points. Thus, as the confrontation dragged on, Ling Feng's points amassed to nearly 3,000. The longer the battle continued, the greater the fear and concern among the people of Sunagakure. Ling Feng had long since discerned their thoughts, and he was resolutely determined not to let Sunagakure prevail. At last, his accumulated points had surpassed 4,000. However, the points he received began to plummet dramatically, dwindling from several hundred to merely a handful. After several more rounds of delay, his score fell to single digits. Ling Feng realized that prolonging this battle was futile. Were it not for the points, he would have sought to conclude the fight long ago. And he would not have waited until this moment. Ling Feng understood that Chiyo's strength had been fully displayed, with her trump card being the newly summoned puppet. And she had not concealed any of her abilities. In this contest, Chiyo was undoubtedly more eager to win than Ling Feng. On one hand, it was for her beloved apprentice, Sasori. On the other, it was for the honor and prestige of Sunagakure. While others could afford to lose, Chiyo could not. She was the last bastion of Sunagakure's reputation. Should she fall to Ling Feng, a mere 10-year-old child, how would the world perceive Sunagakure? From the outset, Sunagakure had been labeled the weakest among the 5 great shinobi countries, relegated to the bottom of the hierarchy. Despite their relentless efforts to dispel this rumor, opportunities had been scarce. After all, during peacetime, the only interaction among the villages occurred during the Chunin exams, with no other social engagements. In those exams, Konohagakure consistently ranked at the top, while the other villages contested for the lower positions. However, Sunagakure, having endured a long existence in the desert, was woefully unfamiliar with forested environments, which hindered their ability to achieve commendable results. Thus, when the Great Ninja War erupted, Sunagakure acted decisively to validate their strength. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for Ling Feng, who decimated them without mercy. Now, they were cornered, their last hope in disarray. How could Chiyo not feel anxious? Had there been a Kazekage present, Chiyo would not have needed to exert herself so diligently, as any mishap could have been attributed to the Kazekage. But now, Sunagakure was a headless entity, relying solely on Chiyo's resilience. Yet, it appeared that even she was struggling to withstand the pressure. Chiyo-senpai, I believe it might be wise for you to concede. Continuing this fight will lead to your inevitable defeat, Ling Feng said, observing the panting Chiyo before him. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's expression darkened. You insolent brat, do you truly believe victory is assured? The battle is not yet concluded, and the outcome remains undetermined. Ling Feng shook his head gently and replied, Chiyo-senpai, you are undoubtedly more aware of Sunagakure's current predicament than I am. If the final result is your defeat, Sunagakure's standing will plummet, and you may find yourself supplanted by other villages. At this proclamation, Chiyo's brow furrowed, and her countenance twitched. Indeed, this was the very concern that haunted Chiyo and the higher echelons of Sunagakure. The reason Sunagakure has secured its place among the 5 great villages lies in the magnet release Kekkei Genkai of the Kazekage. However, with one Kazekage missing and another deceased, they can no longer instill fear in their adversaries. Although the 4th Kazekage left behind 3 young children, they are far too immature to shoulder such responsibilities, let alone protect the village. Observing Chiyo lost in contemplation, Ling Feng remained patient, awaiting her response. After all, should the conflict persist, Ling Feng would inevitably face defeat. Even if a resolution was not reached immediately, prolonged stalling would ultimately lead to Chiyo's exhaustion. Ling Feng believed that since they were here for negotiations, it would be unwise to let Sunagakure lose too much face. Should they suffer a complete humiliation, provoking their wrath and forcing a desperate struggle against Konohagakure, it would only create complications for both sides. Given the current situation, Konohagakure had other battlefronts to contend with, and could not afford to send reinforcements in the near term. Child, though I know Sunagakure cannot afford another defeat, I refuse to be commanded by one so young. Chiyo finally spoke through gritted teeth after a lengthy silence. Ling Feng nodded, understanding her position. I comprehend your sentiments. Thus, if you wish to continue fighting, I am prepared to engage, but only after the war concludes. Humph, I have made it clear. I will not be commanded by a mere child. Chiyo retorted. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. What is it you intend to do? He recognized that Chiyo had reached the end of her rope. Her only recourse was to muster her remaining strength for a final confrontation. However, such a course would yield dire consequences, leaving her defenseless and vulnerable, as it would deplete all her chakra and stamina. Furthermore, Chiyo possessed no resources left to prolong the battle against Ling Feng. In stark contrast to her singular choice, Ling Feng enjoyed a plethora of options. He could continue to bide his time or exchange for new resources to secure victory. Yet, he was reluctant to squander his points on a battle he could not afford to lose. Let us engage one last time, and I shall witness your prowess far surpassing mine. As for this old woman, I have no regrets in this life. After having come to know you, I realized that Sunagakure's downfall was not mere happenstance. Though I mourn the loss of my disciple, this is the battlefield, and death is a common occurrence. Even my own apprentice was not granted immunity from it. Setting aside our grievances, I implore you to treat this final strike with the utmost seriousness. Whatever the consequences, You need not bear the burden, Chiyo declared emphatically to Ling Feng. The surrounding members of Sunagakure, witnessing the exchange, were equally affected. Their faces were etched with sorrow, for they understood that Chiyo would not utter such words unless she were utterly cornered. Chiyo-sensei, you mustn't perish. What shall we do if you are gone? The villagers cried out in desperate anguish. In Chiyo's eyes, only the wind of the spirit mattered. Her life had been a relentless endeavor to safeguard Sunagakure. To assert that she was not weary would be a falsehood, yet there was no alternative. As long as she drew breath, she was compelled to fight for her village, a poignant irony of being a ninja. Ling Feng was acutely aware of Chiyo's sentiments. She was indeed fatigued, even reluctant to ponder the possibility of her own demise. Nevertheless, Ling Feng required Chiyo to endure. Should she fall, the cycle of war would persist indefinitely. Even if he could persuade other villages to cease their hostilities against Konohagakure, he could not avert conflicts among them, ensuring that Konoha would forever remain embroiled in the fray. The so-called Ninja World War was a conflict that, once initiated, would engulf all in its wake. In the face of vested interests, conspiracies inevitably fester. How could Konoha remain a passive observer? Ling Feng did not fear war, yet he deemed senseless conflicts as superfluous. If he aspired to be the deity of the ninja realm, the foremost arbiter, he must meticulously calculate each step from this moment forth. Ling Feng yearned for the cessation of hostilities. Thus, he resolved to maintain equilibrium among the villages. If an exception were to be made, it could only pertain to Konohagakure. As for the other villages, there must exist an absolute restraint among them. For only through such measures could he ensure their compliance and deter them from instigating chaos. Therefore, Chiyo could not perish. Her demise would leave Sunagakure devoid of any semblance of strength. Even if a peace treaty were forged between Konoha and Sunagakure, rival villages would seize the opportunity to strike. Reigniting war. Ling Feng believed that Sunagakure had invested over a decade, along with substantial resources and wealth, in cultivating their puppet master army. Hence, they must bide their time for another 10 years before reclaiming their formidable forces. Throughout this decade, Chiyo remained their final trump card. Without her, Sunagakure would undoubtedly be ousted from the ranks of the 5 great villages. The world harbored numerous ninja villages, yet Ling Feng lacked the luxury to delve into each one individually. He was well acquainted with Sunagakure. The clearer the target, the more manageable it became, a notion beyond dispute. Thus, how could one prevent the outbreak of war during this 10-year span? The sole remedy lay in ensuring the survival of Sunagakure's last bastion. Ling Feng was inclined to dissuade Chiyo from acting impulsively, yet she seemed unyielding, offering him no opportunity to speak. After uttering her words, Chiyo unleashed her chakra, preparing to deliver a final blow. Sensing her frenzied chakra output, Ling Feng resigned himself to fortifying his defenses. If he were to unleash an offensive jutsu, a clash would ensue. Only techniques of equal potency could nullify one another. However, this would generate a catastrophic shockwave, equally affecting the caster. Ling Feng possessed the Sage Body and the 100 Healings technique, alleviating his concerns about chakra depletion. Yet, Chiyo held nothing back. Once she expended all her chakra, she would be rendered helpless against the ensuing shockwave, awaiting her demise. Thus, Ling Feng had no choice but to embrace the oncoming impact of Chiyo's ultimate strike. Chiyo made her move, unleashing the wind release technique. Ling Feng opted to execute a series of combined ninjutsu for defense. Wood release, advent of the tree realm. Water release, water surge wave. Earth release, earth flow wall. Although the ground was strewn with yellow sand, it became capable of cohesion with the addition of moisture, and when reinforced by trees, it resembled a wall akin to reinforced concrete. This structure proved to be significantly more resilient than the previous earth flow wall. Not far away, Chiyo, witnessing this scene, exhaled a long breath, her weary body collapsing. This boy is indeed terrifyingly strong. I never anticipated that my final strike would appear so insignificant before him. After uttering this faint remark, Chiyo slowly closed her eyes and fell upon the yellow sand. The villagers of Sunagakure, upon seeing this, disregarded their own peril and rushed forward. Chiyo-senpai, you mustn't die. Quickly, summon the medical ninjas. Chiyo-senpai. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, emboldened by the reinforced combined ninjutsu, successfully blocked Chiyo's ultimate attack. The earth flow wall dissipated, and Ling Feng emerged unscathed. Chiyo's final strike was far weaker than he had anticipated. Perhaps she had reached her limits, or perhaps it was simply that Ling Feng was remarkably powerful. Observing the chaos among the villagers of Sunagakure, Ling Feng contemplated and decided to approach. although he believed Chiyo would not be in grave danger. It was prudent to confirm her condition. After all, if Chiyo were to perish, his earlier efforts would have been for naught, even if her ultimate strike had not even grazed his clothing. Despite the villagers arriving promptly at Chiyo's side, their lack of medical ninjutsu left them in a state of anxious helplessness. Ling Feng, witnessing this, sighed in exasperation and said, "Step aside, let me handle this." Upon hearing this, Kazumukura immediately stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Ling Feng. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Chiyo-senpai wouldn't have fainted." Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the childish tone. "Oh, so I should have struck with all my might instead, which would have eliminated Chiyo and spared you the fuss of shouting here." Kazumukura was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing Ling Feng's reminder, he understood that had Ling Feng not held back, Chiyo would have perished long before this moment. "Step aside, if you truly wish for Chiyo-senpai to survive," Ling Feng said calmly. This time, Kazumukura hesitated no longer, quickly clearing a path, with the others hastily following suit, fearful of jeopardizing Chiyo's life. Ling Feng crouched down to examine Chiyo, discovering that her condition was merely due to excessive chakra exhaustion. He promptly retrieved a vial of chakra potion and administered it to her. Shortly thereafter, Chiyo regained consciousness. Although the small chakra potion had minimal effect on her, it was sufficient to ensure she awoke from her faint state. Upon witnessing Chiyo awaken, the villagers of Sunagakure erupted in joyous cheers, their faces beaming with delight. However, Ling Feng, seeing this, resolved to take his leave, having already exited the village. He felt no need to be concerned about any devious schemes. Yet, Chiyo called out weakly from behind him. Though her voice was faint, it carried on the wind, reaching Ling Feng's ears. Turning around, he saw that Chiyo had been helped to her feet by the villagers. "You are Ling Feng, correct?" Chiyo said feebly. Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. "You are indeed formidable. I concede defeat with full respect. I assure you, from this day forth, Sunagakure shall not inflict any harm upon Konoha for any reason. At least not while I still draw breath." Chiyo spoke with great effort. In response, Ling Feng smiled lightly and said, "Very well. I wish for you to live for several more decades." With that, he turned and departed. Observing Ling Feng's receding figure, Chiyo coughed heavily a few times before murmuring, "This boy is far more astute than you realize. He has spared this old woman while stabilizing the situation in Sunagakure, allowing the village to maintain its standing in the ninja world. Remember this well. Do not provoke this person in the future. He is truly terrifying." As dusk approached, Tsunade stood atop a high platform, gazing towards the direction of Sunagakure. The sky was awash with crimson hues, the evening glow adorning the heavens, merging beautifully with the golden sands. Yet, Tsunade's expression was laden with concern. She had no heart for admiring such beauty, for Ling Feng had not yet returned. "My lady Tsunade, it is getting chilly. You should return now," her assistant, Eiko, suggested from behind. Although there had been no warfare in recent days, Tsunade remained exceptionally busy, tasked with tallying battlefield casualties, compiling detailed reports to relay to the village, and devising new defensive strategies. After all, once a peace agreement with Sunagakure was signed, there would be no need to station so many shinobi. Tsunade had also heard tidings from other battlefields, thanks to the village's timely intelligence updates, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had personally written to her, promising immediate support once the war concluded. Yet, all of this depended on Ling Feng's safe return. "I am fine. My injuries have fully healed. Such discomfort cannot faze me. I am not so fragile," Tsunade asserted, shaking her head in refusal. Returning was out of the question. She needed to see Ling Feng safe before she could feel at ease. Even if the negotiations failed, ensuring Ling Feng's safe return was paramount. Otherwise, Sunagakure would surely rise again. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Feng was the cornerstone of Konoha, the anchor of Tsunade's resolve. Peace talks could falter, and war could reignite. But Ling Feng must not come to harm. Konoha had never feared conflict, nor did Tsunade, but the thought of the most vital individual facing peril was daunting. This was akin to Sunagakure. The disappearance and disillusionment of the Kazekage would throw them into disarray, with Chiyo representing their final bastion of hope. Thus, Ling Feng's choices would ultimately dictate the fate of Sunagakure. Ultimately, Ling Feng chose to remain in Sunagakure. As the sky grew increasingly dark and the last slivers of golden-red light vanished, night descended upon them. "Lady Tsunade, please put on your coat," urged her assistant, Eiko, glancing anxiously into the distance. She was well aware of Tsunade's concerns, which echoed the collective apprehension of the entire Konoha contingent. Everyone understood that Ling Feng had ventured alone to Sunagakure in pursuit of peace, and naturally, they all hoped he would return with good news. Gradually, the moon ascended to its celestial throne, casting a serene silence over the land. Just as Tsunade could no longer bear the weight and prepared to set out for Sunagakure in search of Ling Feng, a sudden commotion erupted. Tsunade, poised to admonish the ruckus, paused when she heard their excited shouts. Lord Ling Feng has returned. Upon hearing this, Tsunade hurriedly descended from her platform and made her way to another watchtower. Peering into the distance, indeed, a familiar figure was making his way towards them. Ling Feng had returned. As he approached the gates, he was greeted by a throng of enthusiastic onlookers waving their arms. At this sight, Ling Feng's face broke into a smile of contentment. His efforts had proven worthwhile. Tsunade, too, dashed forward, weaving through the crowd to stand at the forefront and welcome Ling Feng's arrival. Why is everyone up so late? Ling Feng inquired playfully as he reached the gathered crowd. Tsunade stepped closer, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you unscathed? She asked. Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Ling Feng replied, somewhat taken aback. Lady Tsunade has been worried about you, waiting since dusk. Eiko chimed in, walking up beside them with a suppressed giggle. Tsunade's cheeks flushed at this revelation. Is that so? Has Senior Tsunade been so concerned for me? Ling Feng glanced at her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Seeing Ling Feng's smile made Tsunade feel bashful, especially with so many eyes upon them, causing her face to redden further. After all, you represent Konoha and when alone, it's only natural for us, as villagers, to care about your well-being, Tsunade stammered, her explanation somewhat disjointed. Though she stood tall, the laughter in the eyes around her was unmistakable. Perhaps due to the conclusion of the war, the atmosphere among the troops had lightened considerably. Then I shall express my gratitude for your concern, Senior Tsunade, Ling Feng said, choosing not to expose her embarrassment, lest the formidable Tsunade unleash her wrath upon the onlookers. No need for thanks. So, how did your negotiations fare? Tsunade swiftly shifted the topic, aware that prolonging this discussion would lead to her discomfort. Ling Feng nodded, producing a scroll from his possession. The negotiations were successful. We signed according to our terms. Henceforth, if Sunagakure attacks us again, they will be obligated to compensate us according to the agreement, and they must cede land to us. Moreover, Konoha will station personnel within Sunagakure to monitor their every move, and the terms shall remain in effect perpetually. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd erupted into exuberant cheers. The significance of signing such a clause meant that Sunagakure could never again lay a hand on Konohagakure. Otherwise, they would be demoted from one of the 5 great shinobi villages to a mere subordinate village of Konoha, having ceded their land. How could they still consider themselves among the 5 great ninja villages? Wouldn't that be a source of mockery for outsiders? Long live Lord Ling Feng. Lord Ling Feng is truly remarkable. Under the protection of Lord Ling Feng, Konohagakure is destined to become the preeminent village in the shinobi world. Listening to the cheers of those around him, Ling Feng responded to the crowd with a smile. Tsunade gazed at Ling Feng with admiration, her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, no one was paying attention at that moment, or she would have surely felt embarrassed. That night, the ninjas of Konoha's military camp were in high spirits. As the news of the successful peace talks had spread throughout the camp, they understood that the conflict with Sunagakure had come to a definitive end and would not recur. Seeing her subordinates so elated, Tsunade waved her hand, permitting all but the essential guard to relax and celebrate, which made the atmosphere in the camp even more vibrant. Tsunade also opened a fine jar of sake and shared a drink with Ling Feng. Ultimately, the night culminated in Tsunade becoming intoxicated. After all, Ling Feng could drink endlessly without becoming inebriated, and when he finally put Tsunade under the table, he didn't even flush. Since elevating his sage body to an intermediate level, Ling Feng had experienced a significant enhancement in his resistance. Drinking was merely a trivial matter for him. The next day, Ling Feng rose early to commence his training, for he needed to continue strengthening himself in preparation for the new battlefield ahead. Upon returning at noon, he found Tsunade had prepared a lavish lunch awaiting him. Ling Feng, after this meal, we must return to the village, Tsunade stated. Really? Are we heading back? Ling Feng replied, his expression calm as he nodded, seemingly having anticipated this. However, there were no specific directives from above yet, so he remained uncertain about their destination. Tsunade continued, regardless of where we go, I shall not refuse. I will follow the village's arrangements. Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly and then sat down, beginning to eat heartily. Observing this scene, Tsunade fell silent, lost in her thoughts. How much longer do you think the war will last? She suddenly inquired. Ling Feng was taken aback for a moment before recalling that Tsunade had been reviewing casualty reports recently, thus understanding the source of her distracted demeanor. After all, Orochimaru had developed a profound fear of death following the conclusion of this ninja world war, leading him to conduct living experiments and even choose defection, all in pursuit of immortality. No one is free from the fear of death. Not even the top-tier shinobi like Uchiha Madara, who relentlessly sought methods for eternal life. It will be soon, Ling Feng replied softly before returning his focus to his meal. However, Tsunade clearly had little appetite. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, she continued to inquire, "How can you be so certain?" The intelligence reports indicate that other battlefields are equally brutal, with casualties numbering in the countless. If you are to fret so excessively, you may find yourself consumed by melancholy. Such is the nature of war. Death, even in times of peace, is commonplace. The cycle of life and death is an unavoidable fate for humanity, merely differing in timing. Ling Feng shook his head and cleared the last morsel of food before him. "You are merely a 10-year-old child, yet you speak as if you were a century-old sage." Tsunade remarked helplessly. "Is that so? It appears I must live for 1,000 years, Ling Feng retorted. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. "Well then, when are we preparing to depart?" Ling Feng wiped his mouth and inquired. "In an hour, the new defense system will be fully deployed. We will return to the village with the surplus personnel," Tsunade replied. "Very well, please have someone notify me when it's time to assemble." With that, Ling Feng rose and departed. He needed rest, for the intense training of the morning had left him somewhat fatigued, and he wished to reflect on his training outcomes to glean insights for more effective future practice. Watching Ling Feng's retreating figure, Tsunade felt a wave of emotion. At merely 10 years of age, his discipline was remarkable, and his future seemed boundless. An hour later, Assistant Eiko knocked on Ling Feng's door. "Come in." The door creaked open, and Eiko was taken aback to find Ling Feng sitting on the edge of his bed in meditation. She quickly composed herself and said, "Lord Ling Feng, it's time to prepare for departure." "Understood. I will be there shortly," Ling Feng replied, slowly opening his eyes. During his rest, he contemplated the events that were soon to unfold. According to the original storyline, while he dealt with Sunagakure, Awagakure was plotting an attack on Konohagakure. However, they would certainly not anticipate his swift resolution of the conflict with Sunagakure, allowing him to return just in time to confront Awagakure. What followed would be the incident involving Minato Namikaze's team. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi found themselves trapped, and the gravely injured Obito entrusted his eyes to Kakashi, hoping he would safeguard Rin. Yet, Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara, who began to manipulate him. Meanwhile, Madara orchestrated events behind the scenes, leading to Rin's death at the hands of Kakashi, something Obito witnessed firsthand. Thus, Obito succumbed to darkness, and the grand scheme of the main antagonist commenced, the Eye of the Moon plan and the Infinite Tsukuyomi. However, having concluded the conflict with Sunagakure prematurely, Ling Feng was uncertain about the timing of Kakashi's team's misfortune. After much contemplation, he found it difficult to ascertain. Ultimately, he resolved to return and face the situation as it arose, believing that even if he were to rescue Rin in time, it would likely be futile in altering Madara's influence over Obito. Indeed, Uchiha Madara's scheme was meticulously devised from the outset, while Uchiha Obito remained a fool, easily manipulated by others. Nevertheless, pondering this as futile, it is time to focus on the final outcome. With this thought, Ling Feng rose and made his way to the door. By then, Tsunade had assembled everyone. Due to the peace talks with Sunagakure, she had withdrawn nearly half of the military forces back to the village, a decision that had been confirmed by Ling Feng. "Everyone is present. Let us set forth," Tsunade announced upon seeing Ling Feng. He nodded slightly and glanced at the large contingent. "In fact, you could take half of the remaining forces with you. Sunagakure will not act against us again." However, Tsunade shook her head in response, stating, "No, this is sufficient. I lack your audacity and constantly worry about potential uncertainties, especially since the ninja world war has not yet concluded, and anything could happen." Ling Feng understood that he could not assuage her concerns with mere words, so he refrained from further discussion. After ensuring that the new defensive formation was flawless, the group set off in a grand procession. Simultaneously, a message was dispatched back to the village by scouts, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to prepare in advance. Otherwise, the sudden return of nearly 5,000 individuals would attract undue attention, leading to misconceptions of a defeat at the front lines. Due to the sheer number of people, rapid progress was unattainable. Initially, Ling Feng could have reached Konohagakure in roughly 3 days, but now it would take a week, even under the most strenuous conditions. This delay was largely due to the presence of many lower-ranking ninjas, as even the Chunin could not match Ling Feng's speed. Only the Jounin could barely keep pace with him. Reluctantly, they extended their estimated arrival date. However, Ling Feng utilized the journey to practice diligently, thus not entirely wasting time. Finally, after 7 days, the large contingent arrived at the village, where they were met by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself at the entrance. Behind him stood a multitude of villagers from Konohagakure, the families of the returning ninjas. Upon learning of their loved one's impending return, the villagers were filled with excitement and came out to greet them. During the war, there had been countless casualties, and every villager waiting at home harbored concerns for their families. Each death signified the shattering of a household. This welcoming did not erupt into cheers, yet the faces of the gathered were radiant with fervor, more exhilarating than news of a victorious battle. For they were to be reunited. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a respectful nod to the returning ninjas before approaching Ling Feng and Tsunade. You both have worked tirelessly. I have arranged a welcome feast to honor your return. The banquet was set in a secluded courtyard, mindful of the ongoing war, as excessive display could provoke dissatisfaction among outsiders. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to convey his heartfelt gratitude and concern for their safe return. In addition to Ling Feng and Tsunade, there were several high-ranking officials from the military, all of whom had made remarkable contributions to the ongoing war. Before Ling Feng's arrival, Tsunade had sustained serious injuries, and it was these individuals who had shouldered the immense pressure during that time. At the banquet, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared remarkably relaxed, even refraining from mentioning any matters pertaining to the battlefield. In his own words, he insisted that they should focus solely on feasting and not on the war. Ling Feng understood that this was meant to reassure his subordinates that everything was progressing positively. However, it was also comprehensible that any bad news would be deliberately withheld, as stability and morale was essential to instill hope within the village. Thus, Hiruzen only conveyed good news, avoiding any mention of distressing developments. As the banquet drew to a close, everyone was quite inebriated, yet both Ling Feng and Hiruzen maintained a calm demeanor. One was impervious to intoxication, while the other had abstained from alcohol entirely. Noticing Hiruzen's continual glances in his direction, Ling Feng realized that he had something he wished to discuss. Nevertheless, Ling Feng chose to feign ignorance, continuing to eat and drink. Ling Feng-kun, are you satisfied with the meal? Finally, Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. He had always prided himself on being composed and patient, yet in the presence of Ling Feng, he found himself unable to resist speaking first. Despite his frustration with his own impulsiveness, he could not change this habit. In truth, he was unaware that Ling Feng was fully cognizant of the temperaments and habits of all those around him, and that it would be remarkably easy to suppress them merely through verbal expression. Upon hearing Hiruzen's inquiry, Ling Feng slowly set down his utensils for the first time during the meal and finally regarded Hiruzen directly. To Lord Third, I must say, I have thoroughly enjoyed the meal and am quite satisfied with the drink. You have truly put thought into this splendid welcome banquet. Ling Feng replied with a smile. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. As Hokage, he naturally appreciated hearing praise from his subordinates, especially from someone as significant to him as Ling Feng. Well, since we are well fed, shall we take a stroll? Hiruzen extended the invitation to Ling Feng. Ling Feng was well aware that this was Hiruzen's way of wanting to share his innermost thoughts or perhaps to test him. Given Ling Feng's performance in the military, he was destined to achieve great renown within the shinobi world and would undoubtedly hold a high position and popularity in Konoha. The third Hokage, being advanced in years, would inevitably consider stepping down to allow a new leader to emerge. Thus, Hiruzen needed to begin assessing and probing several promising candidates, seeking someone who could genuinely protect the village while being obedient. This was the very reason he ultimately chose Minato Namikaze. After all, having been closely associated with him, Hiruzen had a profound understanding of Minato, which led him to prefer him over the legendary Sannin. However, Ling Feng's current performance had exceeded his expectations and brought him great joy. Although still young, Ling Feng's contributions were sufficient to position him as a contender for the title of Hokage. Moreover, regardless of future developments, the mere fact that Ling Feng had independently resolved the conflict with Sunagakure was enough to warrant his candidacy for the esteemed position of Hokage. But the strength of an individual is undoubtedly significant, yet loyalty to the village holds equal importance. However, what is paramount is the necessity of obedience. Ling Feng harbored a profound understanding of the third Hokage's thoughts. While Ling Feng aspired to ascend to the position of Hokage, he resolutely refused to comply obediently with the third's commands. If it meant becoming merely a puppet emperor, he would rather forego the title altogether. Nevertheless, for the time being, the third remained the most powerful figure. Given this, Ling Feng decided to indulge the third in a semblance of cooperation. After all, once he firmly secured the Hokage title, the third would have little leverage over him. With his strength and popularity, it sufficed to gain the trust of the people of Konohagakure. As for others, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself, knowing that once he ascended, a thorough cleansing of the village's upper echelons would undoubtedly ensue. The two strolled into the courtyard, engaging in leisurely conversation. Ling Feng, I have heard of your solitary venture to Sunagakure for negotiations. Although the outcome was satisfactory, your actions were rather reckless. What if they had laid a trap for you? I hope you refrain from such foolishness in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished after a moment's contemplation. Ling Feng was not surprised. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still the third Hokage, the authoritative figure, and it was natural for him to assert his dominance over Ling Feng. Besides, Ling Feng had never made things easy for the third, often provoking his ire while remaining beyond his grasp. Lord Third, the opposing side insisted on my solitary presence for the negotiations. Considering the devastation that war inflicts upon both parties, I believed it necessary to take that risk. Ling Feng responded, the war will come to an end, but if something were to happen to you, who would come to your aid? One must always consider the long term, not merely the immediate, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied earnestly. Ling Feng discerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to groom him as a successor. In light of this, he decided to grant him some respect. Nodding in understanding, he continued, however, my willingness to take risks is also for the sake of long-term benefits. If we can swiftly resolve the conflict with Sunagakure, we can then send reinforcements to other battlefronts, thereby minimizing the losses to our village. With every village embroiled in war, if we can ensure our involvement is minimal, our losses will naturally be reduced. Ultimately, even if we are not the victors, we can preserve our strength. While those who engage in prolonged conflicts will inevitably suffer great depletion, allowing victory to ultimately belong to us. Ling Feng articulated his reasoning. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze softened with approval. I had thought you a mere hothead, but it seems you possess the mind of a strategist. Ah, the youth are indeed formidable, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter. Ling Feng found this reaction somewhat puzzling, as he had always perceived Sarutobi Hiruzen as a conservative and cautious individual. One who preferred to deliberate on the safest options, thereby avoiding significant events worth remembering or emulating. Thus, Ling Feng presumed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would solemnly admonish him. However, in reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor seemed to align with Ling Feng's perspective. Could it be that Ling Feng's exceptional performance had indeed altered the old man's disposition? This was quite remarkable. At the very least, his audacious endeavor had ensured a prolonged period of peace, safeguarding the village from any form of aggression from Sunagakure. Otherwise, they would inevitably pay the price of ceding territory. Perhaps that arid expanse held little worth fighting over, yet territorial concession was a matter of pride. Sunagakure could very well risk exclusion from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages, an outcome they could scarcely tolerate, thus making it unlikely for them to seek further conflict. Ling Feng remarked. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, expressing his agreement. I must admit, I would not have permitted such actions in the past, but it appears you are indeed correct. Perhaps my age has rendered me incapable of adapting to this era. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued onward, while Ling Feng trailed behind, somewhat bewildered. Was it truly the case that having resolved the troubles with Sunagakure had garnered Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval? This shift was rather abrupt, leaving Ling Feng momentarily disoriented. The two then engaged in casual conversation about village affairs and battlefield developments. Ling Feng observed that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to harbor no secrets from him. Given his understanding of the trajectory of the Third Shinobi World War, he could discern the veracity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's disclosures. It appeared that his resolution of the Sunagakure matter had significantly bolstered Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in him. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a positive development, indicating that he held a relatively significant position in Sarutobi Hiruzen's esteem. Otherwise, the elder would not divulge so many military secrets. Once their conversation concluded, the two returned to the banquet, where most attendees had succumbed to inebriation, including Tsunade. In the military camp, she could hardly indulge in revelry. But now back in the village, she felt free to relax. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured grandly, and immediately, attendants arrived to tidy up the aftermath. Ling Feng bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen and returned to his residence. Upon learning of his master's return, Huazi had already ensured the estate was impeccably clean, ready to welcome Ling Feng. Satisfied with the orderly and pristine state of his abode, Ling Feng felt content. As a gift from the esteemed lord of the Land of Fire, this residence and all within it were beyond reproach. No one dared to interfere, for all expenses were directly covered by the lord himself. Thus, regardless of the amount spent, no one could challenge it. Here, Ling Feng could essentially enjoy a treatment akin to royalty. His status was comparable to that of a prince. Within the village, no one dared to harbor any ulterior motives toward Ling Feng, not even to utter a provocation, for if the lord were to learn of such actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely face dire consequences. Beneath the radiant halo of the glorious light, Ling Feng strode through the village with an air of dominance. With the esteemed recognition and protection of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he no longer harbored concerns about the Uchiha clan's animosity towards him. Moreover, the Uchiha clan found themselves in a predicament. As the war erupted, they were compelled to the battlefield, yet their higher-ups deemed Konoha's demands excessive and refused to comply with orders, unilaterally deciding to have their forces sent to aid in combat. This insubordination incited Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire, who then issued a strict command for the Uchiha to relocate to the outskirts of Konoha, to a desolate area. Originally, Ling Feng's participation in the war would have rendered the Uchiha powerless to exact their vengeance upon him. However, with his return, they contemplated confronting him, believing that he was the source of discord between their clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, considering Ling Feng's current stature within the village and the protection of the glorious light, they dared not act rashly. With no one targeting him, Ling Feng relished his leisure, taking 2 days to recuperate and enjoying the professional services of Hanako's team. After a thoroughly refreshing break, he resumed his intensive training. His recent experience at the battlefield of Sunagakure proved to be immensely rewarding, as he not only gained a wealth of practical combat experience but also acquired a plethora of ninjutsu techniques and methods. However, as he grappled with these newly acquired skills, he found himself lacking in proficiency, necessitating a swift enhancement of his skills before his next engagement to bolster his combat effectiveness. Concurrently, Ling Feng remained vigilant, keenly observing the current state of affairs within the ninja world, analyzing and forecasting potential developments. Having concluded his involvement in the battlefield of Sunagakure prematurely, he could only speculate on subsequent events. Yet, it was certain that the next move would be an assault from a Wagakure on Konoha, though the precise timing remained uncertain. Ling Feng refrained from sharing his thoughts with Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he possessed no concrete evidence, merely recalling an impression of an ambush, which seemed negligible. One day, after completing his training, Ling Feng took a moment to rest when Tsunade arrived. "Tsunade-senpai?" Ling Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow at her presence. In the original narrative, Tsunade had limited involvement during the Third Great Ninja War, leaving Ling Feng unaware of subsequent events. In truth, Tsunade should not have even been at the battlefield of Sunagakure. Perhaps his arrival in this world had subtly altered the course of the original storyline. "I must take my leave. The village has assigned me a new mission, and I came to bid you farewell," Tsunade stated. Ling Feng nodded in understanding. "Please take care on your journey. Should any peril arise, prioritize your safety above all else. As a medical ninja, you should be well aware of your responsibilities." To Ling Feng's mild admonition, Tsunade displayed no signs of impatience. Instead, she felt a warmth in her heart. Ling Feng's words undoubtedly stemmed from a place of concern for himself. Furthermore, there is another matter at hand, the return of Minato Namikaze. While I cannot speak for others, I am acutely aware that the next Hokage may well be chosen between the two of you, Tsunade remarked, gazing intently at Ling Feng. Minato's return is expected. It is entirely natural for him to report back to the village upon the completion of his mission. As for the title of Hokage, I have not given it much thought. My sole desire at present is to swiftly bring an end to this war, Ling Feng replied with a faint smile. Before resuming his training, observing Ling Feng's retreating figure, Tsunade's gaze lingered, waited with contemplation, before she inhaled deeply and turned to leave, her destination set towards the Hokage office. Once Tsunade departed, Ling Feng glanced back at the spot where she had stood, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen truly delights in orchestrating schemes from the shadows. Despite having worked alongside Tsunade for some time, and sensing a delicate emotional connection, it hardly warranted her making a special trip just to greet him upon her return from a mission. Tsunade, with her character, would be shy even in conversation. How could she possibly engage in a tender, romantic overture? Such behavior, typical of a young girl, might be somewhat plausible for Rin or Kurenai. Yet it is utterly inconceivable for Tsunade, a woman approaching her 30s. Additionally, her parting words were clearly an attempt at probing, seeking to ascertain Ling Feng's ambitions regarding the Hokage position. After all, it is commendable that a 10-year-old child would prioritize hastening the end of the war to preserve the village's strength, yet it also invites deeper reflection. Thus, Ling Feng quickly surmised that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been suspicious and highly vigilant. Regrettably, Hiruzen has chosen poorly. Though Tsunade possesses considerable strength, she lacks the profound wisdom required. Otherwise, the village of Konoha would not have been left in such a dire state, necessitating her ascent to the crucial role of Hokage. If there had been any more suitable candidates, Tsunade would not have been the one to assume that position. This underscores the extent of Konoha's decline following the Third Shinobi World War. However, since Ling Feng has arrived in this world, he is determined that such a fate shall not repeat itself. After all, Konoha shall ultimately belong to him. The village is destined to thrive and endure in the shinobi world. This ambition is one of the reasons Ling Feng wishes to conclude the war expeditiously. Safeguarding the village's overall strength equates to preserving his own. After Tsunade's departure, she arrived at the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window as usual, gazing out over the entirety of Konoha with a grave expression, as if lost in thought. Upon hearing a knock, he did not turn, instead inquiring, what was the outcome? Ling Feng desires nothing more than to end the war and continue his training. As for the position of Hokage, that is a matter for you to ponder. Tsunade replied candidly. Upon hearing her response, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly before turning to face her. The reason he sent Tsunade to inquire was due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in her. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she naturally shares a profound bond with the village of Konoha, thereby eliminating any potential for deceit or collusion with Ling Feng. Is that not so? Although Ling Feng is somewhat headstrong and unruly, he fundamentally prioritizes the village above all else. It is hardly surprising, having lost his parents at a tender age. The village became his sole refuge. Hence, it is entirely understandable that he harbors such sentiments. Nevertheless, the village requires individuals like him, those who are wholeheartedly devoted to its welfare. I am certain that Ling Feng possesses no ulterior motives, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile. In response to his assessment, Tsunade nodded slowly, expressing her sentiment that for the sake of the village, he would even risk his life. A remarkable awareness for one so young, merely 10 years of age. At that time, I desperately attempted to dissuade him, but he remained resolute, insisting that the rare opportunity for peace with Sunagakure must not be squandered. Indeed, he is an exceptionally rare child. And I have heard he is proficient in medical ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Absolutely. I was severely injured, pierced by the poison needles of a puppeteer, with many ninjas in our ranks suffering grave wounds as well. Yet, upon Ling Feng's arrival, he managed to heal the majority of the injured within mere days. Initially, I chastised him for the village's failure to send reinforcements, only to later realize he believed that sending additional support could jeopardize our positions on other fronts. Moreover, the lives he saved compensated for our lacking combat strength. Tsunade affirmed. I never anticipated that in this era, Konoha would witness the emergence of such a prodigious ninja. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ling Feng maintains this trajectory of progress, he may very well surpass the founders of Konoha in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen's excitement grew. Originally troubled by the challenges facing Konoha, Ling Feng's prowess now offered a glimmer of hope, undoubtedly a momentous boon for the village in need of renewed strength. By the way, the peace agreement with Sunagakure was signed by Ling Feng, was it not? I heard he was also responsible for drafting most of its terms. After a moment of exhilaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled something and asked. Yes, I prepared the initial terms, and Ling Feng took it upon himself to revise them. I had assumed Sunagakure would refuse to sign. Yet to my astonishment, they ultimately did. Tsunade replied. Let me see that agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest was piqued immediately. Tsunade then handed over the peace accord. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to peruse it eagerly. Before long, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. This young lad, capable of devising such terms, has he not cornered Sunagakure? I am genuinely curious about the courage that fueled him. It is a pity I was not present. I would have loved to witness the events of his visit to Sunagakure. And he returned unscathed with such terms? Tsunade nodded earnestly. Indeed, I too was astonished. Yet Ling Feng accomplished it. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into hearty laughter. Aha! It seems that the hidden sand village will have to swallow their pride. Not only have they lost the war, but they are also compelled to sign such humiliating terms. Truly pitiful. However, I find it rather puzzling that the Kazekage of the Sand Village has not made an appearance. Even if the third Kazekage has gone missing, they should hasten to elect a new one, should they not? How can they continue this war otherwise? As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, utterly bewildered by the actions of the Sand Village. If they must surrender, they should at least strive to safeguard their rights. According to Ling Feng's terms, the Sand Village will be relegated to a subordinate position beneath Konoha, enduring blows without the ability to retaliate. Otherwise, they face territorial concessions and reparations. No village could withstand such a fate. Well, I have made up my mind. You may go now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Tsunade. She nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Subsequently, there was a knock at the office door. Third Hokage, I have returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, his expression calm as he slightly inclined his head. Yes, come in. The visitor was none other than Minato Namikaze, Ling Feng's rival. As he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato endeavored to mask his exhaustion from the journey with a semblance of a smile. Having rushed from the battlefield to this place, he had scarcely rested. All to report back to the village as swiftly as possible. The moment he stepped into the village, a long-lost sense of familiarity washed over him. This sensation intensified upon entering the Hokage building. Once inside the Hokage's office, Minato felt as though he had returned home. However, what struck him as strange was the almost impassive expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face when he looked at him. Despite his curiosity, Minato refrained from voicing his thoughts. Third Hokage, the mission has been accomplished. I have dismantled the enemy's intelligence network without any losses, he reported, standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his tone unperturbed. I see. You have worked hard on this mission. Now go rest well. I will inform you of new tasks in a couple of days. I do not require rest. The war is not yet over. Please inform me of any areas that need support, Minato insisted. He had already learned on his way here that Ling Feng had single-handedly defeated the Sand Village and brought back the peace treaty, effectively resolving all issues on the battlefield. Before leaving the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hinted to Minato that he should strive to gain recognition. The implication was clear, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato was a candidate for the next Hokage, yet still lacked sufficient strength and renown. Thus, Minato was fervently seeking glory on the battlefield. However, he had not anticipated that despite his tireless efforts, traversing the battlefield with his team through perilous situations, he would be overshadowed by Ling Feng, this mere 10-year-old boy. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anger, but what could he do? On the surface, there was no contest, leaving only the attitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen to be assessed. With a glimmer of hope, Minato Namikaze hurried back at the fastest pace he could muster. He had anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be somewhat pleased to see him return, yet such a demeanor left Minato feeling considerably disheartened. Please take a proper rest. For the sake of the village, it is imperative that you maintain your health. I would not wish for you to compromise your well-being due to fatigue, as that would be a tremendous loss for Konoha. The seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of Minato's intentions to continue fighting. Thus, he swiftly altered his expression and spoke in a gentle tone. Hearing that familiar cadence, Minato's spirits were notably lifted. Yes, third Hokage, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Observing Minato's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in mild frustration. He had been so preoccupied with nurturing Kaze's potential that he had overlooked Minato. In earlier years, Hiruzen had deemed Minato a promising talent, which is why he had kept him close for mentorship. Having trained under Jiraiya, Hiruzen had faith in Minato's abilities. However, to be an effective leader, one must possess keen judgment and analytical skills to make sound decisions. Regrettably, Hiruzen had habitually regarded Minato as merely his assistant, leading to his inadvertent neglect of him. The brilliance of Kaze had overshadowed Minato, causing Hiruzen to forget the diligent student who had been quietly learning by his side. Within the entire Konoha village, only the legendary Sannin and Minato had caught Hiruzen's discerning eye. Minato was the most suitable candidate in Hiruzen's estimation, which is why even when Shimura Danzo sought to recruit individuals, Hiruzen firmly declined. This illustrates Minato's esteemed position in Hiruzen's heart. However, with Kaze's emergence, everything had shifted. This abrupt change was unforeseen even by Hiruzen himself. Despite feeling somewhat remorseful for Minato's efforts over time, Hiruzen's primary concern remained the village of Konoha. One Hokage is sufficient. While Hiruzen had developed a bias toward Kaze, considering both individuals to be exceptional, he resolved to grant them both additional opportunities. 2 days later, Hiruzen summoned both Kaze and Minato to the Hokage's office. Upon hearing the summons from Hiruzen, Minato wasted no time and rushed to the office. In contrast, Kaze remained unfazed, ensuring he completed his training before leisurely making his way there. However, given that Hiruzen was already aware of Kaze's training schedule, he had strategically chosen a moment for the meeting. Otherwise, he was certain Kaze would have delayed his arrival until the very end of his training. As had often been the case, any individual of sound mind would regard the Hokage's directives as sacred decrees. For executing tasks proficiently could very well result in the Hokage's favor and a subsequent promotion. However, for Ling Feng, the scenario was quite different. He prioritized his own affairs above all else, provided the matter at hand did not pertain to the village's destruction. Initially, this behavior displeased Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet, as time passed, he found himself adapting to it, believing that Ling Feng harbored no ambitions to vie for his favor and lacked ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng had discerned Hiruzen's thoughts and was acutely aware of his reactions. The more eager Hiruzen was to showcase his capabilities, the less inclined he became to utilize Ling Feng. Conversely, when he feigned indifference, Hiruzen began to perceive Ling Feng as a malleable talent. Upon entering the office, Ling Feng greeted Hiruzen with a casual bow and inquired, "Lord Third, what brings me here?" Hiruzen gestured toward 2 chairs, instructing, "I summoned you to discuss an important matter. Please, have a seat." Ling Feng nodded and settled down, only to notice that the demeanor of Minato Namikaze beside him was marked by evident hostility, or perhaps a hint of jealousy. This left Ling Feng somewhat bewildered. What was the cause of this animosity? Was it merely because he had taken a seat first? Or perhaps, the realization soon dawned on him, it was likely due to his habitual tardiness, which Hiruzen had refrained from mentioning. Previously, Hiruzen would make a token comment about Ling Feng's lateness, especially in contrast to the punctual Minato. However, this time, Hiruzen remained silent about Ling Feng's delay, which was conspicuous to all, indicating a burgeoning favoritism towards him. Faced with Hiruzen's overt bias, Minato found himself unable to voice his grievances, causing him to seethe in frustration. There was little he could do. Expressing his irritation would only serve to make him appear petty. This, in turn, elucidated why Minato regarded Ling Feng with hostility subconsciously. He had come to view Ling Feng as his sole rival. Regaining his rightful place in Hiruzen's esteem was paramount, for the position of Hokage was tantalizingly within reach. Yet, Ling Feng was acutely aware that his presence signaled the end of Minato's aspirations. Thus, confronting Minato's hostility, Ling Feng chose to disregard it entirely. The two were never on the same level. One was reliant on mere guesswork, while the other effortlessly commanded the situation. In a true contest, it would be a matter of overwhelming dominance. There was no competition to speak of. Upon witnessing the two taking their seats, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and spoke. Although the battlefield of Sunagakure has concluded, other fronts still present considerable challenges. You two are currently the most promising individuals in the village and are pivotal to leading Konohagakure towards victory. I have decided to entrust this heavy responsibility to you, with the hope that you will continue to guide the village towards everlasting prosperity. At these words, Minato Namikaze instantly straightened his posture, his eyes sparkling with determination. It seemed that the selection of the next Hokage was about to commence, which was something he had long anticipated. Conversely, Ling Feng maintained an expression of calm indifference, appearing ever ready to receive orders. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he began to observe the reactions of the two, and in that moment, he found himself increasingly fond of Ling Feng's composed demeanor. As you are aware, I have reached an advanced age, and it is evident that Konohagakure requires a younger leader to take the helm. This is a task that has been the duty of all Hokages throughout the ages, to seek out a worthy successor. You two are my chosen candidates. However, only one can occupy the position of Hokage, thus a contest must be held between you. To be candid, both of you are exceptional, and I am uncertain whom to choose. Therefore, I intend to have the villagers serve as judges in this contest. The specifics will be that post-war. The individual who garners the greatest support will become the next Hokage. Do you both understand? Minato Namikaze and Ling Feng nodded in unison, affirming their comprehension. Very well. Then I would like each of you to share your thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen prompted. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression turned serious as he pondered how to impress Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Ling Feng could not help but inwardly muse. This seasoned veteran wishes to probe me again. Minato, having been at my side for quite some time, you may begin. Saratobi Hiruzen directed him. Yes, third Hokage. I intend to actively engage in all battlefield missions, doing my utmost to assist our comrades at the front in securing victory. Minato Namikaze replied earnestly. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Indeed, as Hokage, one must be deeply concerned for the populace, ensuring that every individual is accounted for. No one from Konohagakure should be left behind. After offering a few symbolic praises, Saratobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Ling Feng, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He was eager to discern how Ling Feng would respond now that the issue of the Hokage's succession was laid bare. Ling Feng met Saratobi Hiruzen's gaze and replied in a calm tone, "In the past few days since my return, I have observed the village's defenses and noticed that the majority of our Chunin and above have been dispatched to undertake missions or engage on the battlefield, leaving our defensive strength alarmingly thin. This poses a grave risk. Should another village launch a surprise attack, we could suffer catastrophic losses." In conclusion, Ling Feng referenced the initial assault by Sunagakure against their village. At this, Saratobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. "So your intent is to prioritize the safeguarding of the village?" "Indeed. I believe the key to winning this arduous battle lies in first safeguarding the village, and then devising a long-term strategy," Ling Feng remarked. "I understand. There is a mission available at the battlefield of Yunin village. Who among you is willing to undertake it?" Saratobi Hiruzen inquired. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze immediately volunteered. "Lord Third, I shall go. I have been executing missions outside, and am quite familiar with the process. Ling Feng is heading to the front lines, so I believe I would be more suitable for this task." Minato's assertion was indeed valid. He was renowned for his flying thunder god technique, and his swift speed rendered him nearly invincible, with no failures in assassination or intelligence-gathering endeavors. Thus, in terms of mission execution, Minato's experience surpassed that of Ling Feng. However, what was most crucial was Minato's desire to turn the tide of the war through a multitude of missions, ultimately becoming a pivotal figure in the victory, deserving of the villagers' attention and support. "Ling Feng, do you have any thoughts?" Saratobi Hiruzen did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze towards Ling Feng. In his heart, he preferred to offer this opportunity to Ling Feng, but it was essential for Ling Feng to agree. Otherwise, Minato would undoubtedly harbor discontent. Yet, Ling Feng was acutely aware that an imminent ambush from Iwagakure against Konohagakure was approaching, and he needed to remain behind. Otherwise, the situation would become dire. After all, in the original narrative, Konohagakure was meant to win against Sunagakure and then return to support, but now Tsunade had departed with the returning villagers to a new battlefield, making timely reinforcement impossible. Thus, Ling Feng felt compelled to remain, just in case. He shook his head and stated, "I believe Konohagakure's defenses are not yet sufficient. Therefore, I choose to stay and join the defense corps. I will only depart for the battlefield once our defensive capabilities are adequately bolstered." "Very well. Then the mission shall be entrusted to you, Minato. You must see it through," Saratobi Hiruzen emphasized, recognizing the importance of the task for their comrades on the front lines. Seeing that Ling Feng had made a decision, Saratobi Hiruzen understood further persuasion was futile and consented to let Minato take on the mission. After all, the war would not conclude swiftly, and Ling Feng would still have opportunities ahead. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Ling Feng was already at a significant advantage. Upon hearing Saratobi Hiruzen's approval, Minato joyfully stood up and proclaimed, "Yes, I promise to accomplish the task." With that, he prepared to depart. However, Ling Feng called out to him, "Minato-senpai, is Kakashi's team accompanying you as well?" Minato paused, then nodded. "Yes, why do you ask?" "Please be vigilant regarding their safety. After all, they are still quite young." Ling Feng replied calmly. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Wave Wind Minato was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Ling Feng, then at Saratobi Hiruzen, and his expression gradually shifted to one of displeasure. To Wave Wind Minato, Ling Feng's statement was undoubtedly a challenge to his leadership abilities in front of Saratobi Hiruzen. Since Kakashi's team graduated from the Ninja Academy, they had been under Minato's guidance. He was responsible for every mission, including this current venture. Although Minato occasionally ventured alone for the sake of efficiency, it was ultimately to ensure the swift completion of their missions. Indeed, as Ling Feng articulated, these young individuals were still quite inexperienced. Despite their commendable strength, they were overly naive for the perilous world of ninjas, especially Uchiha Obito. However, how could Minato possibly acquiesce to Ling Feng's assertions? Upon learning that they were to compete for the position of Hokage, Minato had secretly regarded Ling Feng as his adversary. Thus, When Ling Feng dared to remind him in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato perceived it as a provocation, a challenge to his authority. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng's intention was a sincere warning. Had Minato heeded it, he might have been able to prevent Uchiha Obito from becoming a pawn of Uchiha Madara. Yet, it was evident that Minato had not absorbed Ling Feng's counsel. Do you presume that after leading this team for so long, I am less familiar with them than you? An outsider? Minato retorted, his brow furrowed. Indeed, they are young, but just like you, they possess the potential to excel. Furthermore, they are a trio united in purpose. This is a battlefield, not a training ground. If they lack the requisite awareness, they are unworthy of engaging in combat. Let me reiterate, Kakashi's team is mine, not yours. I hope you refrain from making further useless comments. Observing Minato's reaction, Ling Feng sighed. It was clear that his words fell on deaf ears. He had merely intended to offer a reminder, devoid of any intention to offend. Kakashi's team indeed harbored immense potential, deserving protection to contribute significantly to the future of Konohagakure. That is all I wish to convey, Ling Feng remarked, shrugging slightly. Minato's countenance darkened further upon hearing this. Yet war serves as the finest training, does it not? Ling Feng responded coolly, taken aback by how Sarutobi Hiruzen had thrust them into opposition. Minato's demeanor had shifted dramatically, revealing a less benevolent nature than he had previously projected. Clearly, the thirst for power dwelled within every heart. As tensions escalated between them, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally interjected, "Very well. Ling Feng's concerns are indeed for the sake of Konohagakure. I understand that the missions you lead often tread in shadows, fraught with danger. Thus, it is wise to exercise caution. However, I must speak on behalf of Minato. War is inherently brutal, and should any unforeseen calamity arise, it is simply the fate of those involved. Yet, should they endure, they shall experience profound growth." Faced with two promising individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not wish for animosity or discord to arise between them. He is reluctant to witness one become Hokage while the other, in a fit of resentment, departs. Such a scenario would be a loss for the village of Konoha. Yes, third Hokage, I admit my verbosity. Minato-sensei, I apologize for my presumptuousness. As Minato did not seem to appreciate the apology, Ling Feng chose to refrain from further comments. He had already expressed his contrition and did not wish to be perceived as petty. Ling Feng understood that Minato had misconstrued his intentions, and thus it was imperative to clarify matters in person, lest prolonged misunderstanding complicate the situation further. After all, Minato is a commendable talent, and the misapprehension arose from his ignorance of the narrative. This served as a poignant lesson for Ling Feng, although he possesses knowledge of the storyline. He ought not to divulge excessive information to the inhabitants of this world, for such revelations could incite unnecessary complications, and they would likely dismiss his words. As the established timeline is immutable, unless the one to effect change is none other than Ling Feng himself. In light of this, he must await the moment when he can intervene. In truth, Ling Feng is not particularly concerned for the safety of Uchiha Obito, rather. He is apprehensive about allowing Team Kakashi to develop freely, culminating in the tragic demise of Rin at the hands of Kakashi himself. This is intolerable. Ling Feng is determined to prevent it. Nonetheless, this particular plotline has yet to unfold, and for now, his priority is to ensure the safety of Konoha, as Iwagakure is poised to attack. After Minato's departure, upon hearing Ling Feng's apology, he felt compelled to temper his expression. To display anger towards a mere 10-year-old would be unbecoming. Even if he had emerged victorious in their confrontation, Sarutobi would likely find fault with him. Thus, Minato nodded in acknowledgement of the misunderstanding and decided to let it go. Very well, you may leave. Minato, I shall provide you with the specific mission directive shortly. Ling Feng, you should return to rest. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the captain of the Konoha Guard to meet with you. Sarutobi observed the reconciliation between the two, regardless of its authenticity, and spoke up. Ling Feng and Minato each nodded and turned to depart. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Ling Feng made his way back to his residence, intending to resume his training as there were no immediate tasks at hand. However, Minato called out to him from behind, which irritated Ling Feng, for he sensed that Minato's intent was to engage in trivial conversation. Ling Feng, I trust you desire the recognition of the third Hokage, do you not? Yet, I hope that our relationship is built upon fair competition rather than superfluous dialogue. Sarutobi is a man of great wisdom. He will not be swayed by your futile tricks. Minato stated earnestly. Yet, Ling Feng maintained an expression of indifference, while internally reflecting on the irony of his situation. His well-intentioned warning had garnered no gratitude. Instead, the individual had come to him to utter meaningless drivel. Did he truly expect Ling Feng to malign him in front of the third generation? Why would he resort to underhanded tactics when victory could be achieved with honor? It was rather amusing to discover that Namake's Minato harbored such arrogance and self-importance. Ling Feng resolved to engage in fair competition. With a subtle response, he turned and departed. As he observed Ling Feng's graceful retreat, Minato was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? He had declared war with utmost seriousness, yet Ling Feng exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Was he afraid? Indeed, Ling Feng must be fearful, which is why he chose to remain hidden within the village, publicly proclaiming the need to ensure its safety while secretly dreading the brutalities of war. After all, if he had expressed such sentiments in the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was a clear indication of his cowardice. With this thought in mind, Minato felt a swell of satisfaction. While Ling Feng feared death, he himself did not. By achieving greater accomplishments than Ling Feng, he could earn the support of the villagers of Konohagakure. Consequently, Minato felt a newfound sense of ease. What he had initially perceived as a significant obstacle now seemed rather trivial. Ling Feng had never taken Minato's hostility to heart, which allowed him to completely forget the words exchanged as he turned away. Glancing at the sky, he noted that only a few hours remained until dusk. Time was of the essence. He needed to hasten his training, or else today's training objectives would be postponed, ultimately affecting tomorrow's schedule. With a few murmured thoughts, he quickened his pace and returned to the training grounds to continue the exercises left unfinished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hanako arrived with her servants, delivering meals to the training site, as per Ling Feng's request. With the frontline battle concluded, the next confrontation was some time away. After fulfilling his duty to protect Konohagakure, Ling Feng intended to prepare for the rescue of Haruno Sakura. Therefore, he anticipated spending most of his time in the woods. He decided to conduct a portion of his training at night, selecting the forest as his venue. After a simple dinner, Ling Feng instructed Hanako and the others to leave, allowing himself a brief respite before commencing his nocturnal training. If he could acclimate to combat in the woods during the night, he would be far more adept during the day. He practiced until the late hours, gazing at the moon high in the sky. Realizing that dawn was only a few hours away, reluctantly, he concluded his session and returned to rest, primarily because he had an appointment with the captain of the Konoha Guard the following day. Otherwise, he might have considered staying up all night or even sleeping in the woods. Fortunately, Hanako would reliably handle the daily meals, delivering them punctually, alleviating any concerns Ling Feng might have. Due to the exhaustive training, Ling Feng enjoyed a profound quality of sleep. Despite having only slumbered for 4 to 5 hours, Ling Feng felt invigorated and full of energy. Thus, before the arrival of the captain of the Konoha Guard, he seized the opportunity to complete a morning training session. Upon returning to his residence, drenched in sweat, Hanako hurriedly approached him, saying, "Master, there is someone waiting outside, claiming to be the captain of the Konoha Guard, named Michimura Yawaki. Since you were out for training, I have arranged for him to wait in the hall." "Understood. I shall take a quick shower and join him shortly. Please prepare a pot of fine tea for our guest. Do not neglect the hospitality," Ling Feng replied, nodding. He then turned and made his way to the bathhouse. Hanako acknowledged his request and promptly departed to attend to Michimura Yawaki. Although Ling Feng recognized that it was somewhat inconsiderate to keep the visitor waiting, he felt that presenting himself drenched in sweat would be rather impolite. Moreover, he was uncertain how long the captain would remain, and he did not wish to squander his precious training time. Thus, he entrusted Hanako with the task of ensuring the guest was treated with respect, affording Michimura Yawaki the courtesy he deserved. Ling Feng did not take long. Within minutes of Hanako serving tea to Michimura Yawaki, he arrived. "My apologies for the delay, Michimura-senpai. The morning air was quite pleasant, and I took the opportunity to train," he said with a smile, extending his hand. "Humph. I thought you had overslept and were still in bed," Michimura Yawaki retorted coldly, glaring at Ling Feng, remaining motionless and leaving Ling Feng's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in the air. However, Ling Feng shrugged it off nonchalantly and found a chair to sit down. "Lord Ling Feng, if there is something to discuss, please be direct. As the captain of the Konoha Guard, I have many important matters to attend to. Although I am uncertain why the third Hokage sent me to find you, I hope you will not waste my time," Michimura Yawaki remarked disdainfully. Despite being merely the captain of the Konoha Guard, he was a seasoned jonin and a frontline warrior. Upon learning of Ling Feng's exceptional achievements, he felt a twinge of envy. as he could clearly sense the surge of admiration and affection the villagers held for Ling Feng. However, as the captain of the Konoha Guard, he was confined to the village, deprived of opportunities to engage in frontline battles, and thus unable to claim any victories of his own. This jealousy and envy rendered him rather unkind towards the 10-year-old child, especially since the boy had already amassed commendable achievements, while he had not. The fact that the third Hokage had summoned him to meet this child based on Ling Feng's mere words only fueled his ire further. Why should he, a Jonin, personally visit a mere 10-year-old brat? Moreover, upon arriving at Ling Feng's opulent residence, he was taken aback by its lavish beauty, which heightened his feelings of jealousy to an extreme degree. A plethora of questions flooded his mind. Why, among the ninjas of Konoha, was there such a disparity in treatment? While Mei Village Yi was seething with indignation, Ling Feng had yet to return. This only served to deepen her disdain for him. What was he but a fortunate 10-year-old boy who had stumbled into glory on the battlefield? How could he possibly deserve such lavish rewards and exhibit such arrogance? It was utterly unjust. Witnessing Mei Village Yi's disdainful demeanor, Huazi could no longer contain himself and felt compelled to suggest that she leave. As Ling Feng's steward, his foremost responsibility was to safeguard his master's reputation and dignity, ensuring that no disrespect was shown. If such disrespect occurred, it was imperative to intervene immediately and expel the offender. However, Ling Feng raised his hand to quell Huazi's restless thoughts. He understood precisely what was brewing in Mei Village Yi's mind. Her jealousy was palpable. How trivial. Ling Feng would not stoop to banishing her over such minor grievances. That would be beneath him, especially since he aspired to become Hokage. He could not afford to leave her with such a petty impression. Thus, he chose to disregard her scorn and indifference. For the sake of the village's safety, he remained unfazed. After all, the Konoha he was protecting would eventually become his domain. Indeed, Captain Mei Village Yi, you are correct. We must not squander time. To be forthright, I believe that the number of members in your Konoha Guard is insufficient, as many of our ninjas are away at war. The remaining members possess average strength, and given the limited number of residents in the village, we must ensure adequate numbers. This will allow us to respond swiftly in the event of an enemy attack and be prepared for emergencies, Ling Feng stated candidly. At that moment, Ling Feng viewed everything within Konoha as his own. He wished to conserve resources and, particularly, the population, which was a non-renewable resource in the short term. Each time a great ninja war occurred, villages suffered grievous losses, primarily in terms of population, which required vast amounts of time and money to recover, assuming no further conflict arose in the interim. This was why Kirigakure had the fewest inhabitants. Their village was frequently beset by turmoil, leading to countless casualties daily. However, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Mei Village Yi's expression darkened further. What did you say? Is there any doubt regarding the combat capabilities of our Konoha Guard? Yes, our numbers have diminished, but those who remain are elite. I personally train them daily, honing their combat skills. I assure you, should our guard engage, no enemy assault could possibly succeed. Ling Feng felt a twinge of frustration at Mei Village Yi's fervor. Were the people of this world truly so arrogant? While it is understandable that Namikaze Minato harbors a sense of pride, especially given his formidable capabilities, it is perplexing why a mere captain of the security team would exhibit such arrogance. True, he may hold the rank of Jonin, but does he not possess a modicum of self-awareness? If a confrontation were to ensue between Makura Yek and Ling Feng is confident he could incapacitate Makura within 3 moves. The reason for this 3-move allowance is merely to preserve some semblance of dignity for Makura. Otherwise, a swift body flicker followed by a close-range fireball would incinerate him on the spot. Captain Makura, perhaps you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. While your security team dutifully maintains their posts, the enemy, when intent on assaulting the village, will not simply approach through the front gate. They will exploit vulnerabilities. And by the time you muster your forces for support, it may be far too late, Ling Feng articulated with measured patience. However, Makura displayed a distinct lack of patience. Abruptly slamming his hand on the table, rising to bellow, if you've come to criticize my work ethic, there is no need for further discussion. Should anything occur, I will take responsibility. With that, Makura turned on his heel and departed. Witnessing this, Ling Feng shook his head, realizing that further discourse would be futile, and he chose not to engage in any more superfluous conversation. Master, this Makura is insufferably arrogant. We ought to show him his place, Hako, who stood behind Ling Feng, remarked. Ling Feng chuckled at this notion, pondering why he should be agitated by a dim-witted, overconfident individual. If he refuses to heed my warnings, then so be it. When calamity strikes, his position will be rendered untenable. Very well, having concluded my meeting, I shall return to my training. Please ensure that lunch and dinner are prepared. Today, I shall increase my training regimen, Ling Feng instructed, and Hako nodded in agreement. Ling Feng drained his cup of tea, donned his training attire, and stepped outside. The following day, Ling Feng completed his morning exercises with alacrity and resolved to pay a visit to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After deliberation, he deemed it prudent to apprise Hiruzen of his situation with Makura. Since Makura was unwilling to listen to him, perhaps Hiruzen's intervention would yield better results. After all, according to the narrative, the security team ultimately dwindled to a mere 4 members, a rather dismal fate. Ling Feng contemplated that since these individuals would serve his future endeavors, saving even one would be worthwhile. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage's office, Ling Feng was met with the familiar sound of Makura's voice emanating from within. To his surprise, Makura had preemptively sought out Sarutobi. Was he about to lodge a complaint against him? Ling Feng shook his head in exasperation. It was almost comical that Makura would resort to such petty grievances. Once he ascended to a position of authority, he vowed to replace such individuals. Utterly unreliable and imbued with an overbearing sense of superiority, they were bound to cause trouble. Moreover, the volume of the rotund captain's voice was increasing, suggesting he believed his perspective to be entirely unblemished, while dismissing Ling Feng's cautions as mere contempt. It is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling somewhat troubled, which is why he remained silent, allowing the rotund man to ramble on. Perhaps he believed that once this man had finished his incessant chatter, he would depart in good time. Ling Feng shrugged his shoulders and leaned against the wall, choosing to wait rather than engage in futile conversation with the man. After all, when the attack from a Wagakure commenced, the truth would reveal itself. Before long, the voices within the Hokage's office ceased, indicating that the man had finally finished speaking. Subsequently, with a creak, the office door swung open, revealing a flushed and agitated Mei Murakami as she stepped out. Remarkably, she passed right by Ling Feng without acknowledging his presence, which startled him. Her perceptiveness is rather lacking, isn't it? How could she fail to notice a living person standing right beside her? It is no wonder she has been cornered by a Wagakure. With even a modicum of awareness, she might have managed to keep more of her subordinates alive. This man truly seems to rely solely on his arrogance. Ling Feng then entered the office. Upon seeing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously stoic face immediately broke into a genuine smile, devoid of pretense. Ling Feng, you have arrived. I was just about to seek you out, he said warmly. Ling Feng nodded, inquiring, what is it, Lord Third? What else could it be but matters concerning you? Mei Murakami sought you out yesterday, did she not? It seems your conversation did not go particularly well, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. It appears he remains oblivious to the fact that Ling Feng had overheard their entire exchange at the door. Otherwise, he would have directly asked for Ling Feng's thoughts on the matter. Clearly, Ling Feng's prowess has been steadily increasing, especially his control over his own chakra, which has reached an extraordinary level. Even a mere wall apart, Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to detect Ling Feng's presence. This was largely due to Ling Feng's rigorous night training in the woods over the past few days. Only by mastering his ability to conceal his chakra could he achieve true stealth in the darkness. Now, Ling Feng felt confident in challenging Minato Namikaze in the pitch-black woods, a battlefield that had previously favored Minato's speed and mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, rendering him nearly invincible. However, with Ling Feng's newfound ability to maximize the concealment of his chakra, combined with his incredibly swift body flicker technique that incurs no cooldown, even Minato would find himself in a precarious position. I suggested increasing the number of personnel in the guard unit, but Captain Mei Murakami evidently disagreed and left abruptly, which made it difficult for me to continue expressing my thoughts, Ling Feng stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response. I understand your concerns. With a significant reduction in numbers, you fear a repeat of the previous ambush, correct? Indeed, Ling Feng affirmed. However, you are aware of the current situation in the village. Most of the ninjas have been dispatched, leaving only a small number who have returned to report. Yet, it will not be long before they are sent out once more. They cannot be incorporated into the Konoha Guard unit, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. Upon hearing those words, Ling Feng began to grasp the essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's message. In essence, it implied that Ling Feng's aspirations were unattainable due to insufficient manpower. Rubbing his temples, he felt a twinge of frustration. It would have been one thing if Meitsu and Yezwan failed to comprehend, but why was Sarutobi Hiruzen also unable to understand? Lord Third, Ling Feng stated, his tone earnest. I apologize if my words may sound harsh, but in these times, information is ubiquitous. We can scavenge for intelligence from other villages. Yet our adversaries can equally intercept our secrets. If there are indeed foes intent on troubling us, they will undoubtedly observe our village's defensive measures. And should they find an opportunity, they will not hesitate to exploit it. While other villages benefit from natural geographical advantages, making them easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Our surroundings consist mainly of dense forests, which, conversely, provide an ideal concealment for enemies. Hence, I believe it is crucial to remain vigilant to prevent unforeseen complications. Ling Feng regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious expression. Understanding the gravity of Ling Feng's concern, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated before responding. Ling Feng, I appreciate your dedication to our village. But we are indeed facing a severe shortage of personnel. Even if I were to assign individuals to the Konoha Guard at this moment, they would soon be reassigned. Failing to address the root of the issue. Without a long-term station force, we cannot conduct proper drills or formations, thereby rendering our defenses ineffective. Ling Feng shook his head gently. Lord Third, you misunderstand my intentions. I am not suggesting that these transient personnel join the Konoha Guard. Rather, I hope for reinforcements at the lookout positions. I am aware that manpower is our most scarce resource, and I do not intend to draw from other battlefronts. However, we have several lower-ranked ninjas and retired ones who are injured and incapable of engaging in efficient combat. They may not be suited for battle, but they can serve as our eyes, remaining alert and ready to issue warnings at the first sign of an enemy attack. Otherwise, we may only realize the gravity of our situation after suffering significant losses. Ling Feng articulated his points with clarity, hoping to impress upon Sarutobi Hiruzen the importance of his concerns. Unfortunately, it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not fully endorse Ling Feng's perspective. Your arguments hold merit, but I believe other villages are also entrenched in fierce battles and unlikely to send their forces to trouble us. As for your suggestion, I find it rather imprudent. Those injured ninjas should focus on recuperating at home rather than engaging in perilous tasks. Even as sentries, the risks remain considerable, a fact you must recognize. Ling Feng sighed in response. Very well, I understand. I hope you will take responsibility for whatever may transpire in the future. With that, he rose and departed. Since Sarutobi Hizashi does not agree, any further discussion would be mere idle chatter. After departing from the Hokage building, Ling Feng strolled along the street, taking the rare opportunity to appreciate the scenery. He felt somewhat restless, as he had begun contemplating how to preserve resources and manpower for his future dominion. However, it was evident that the predetermined narrative was challenging to alter from the outside, and he could only intervene when the events unfolded. Thus, Ling Feng's little schemes were rendered futile. He hoped to minimize losses when a Wagakure launched their attack. With a sigh, he pondered. At that moment, a group of children spotted Ling Feng and immediately greeted him with utmost respect, calling him Lord Ling Feng. He responded with a warm smile. He encountered several adults who similarly addressed him with courtesy. Ling Feng reciprocated their smiles, as these individuals were his admirers. His exceptional performance had allowed most families to maintain stability, and they were sincerely grateful to him. As he passed by some small shops, the owners enthusiastically invited him in, offering complimentary food and small gifts. However, Ling Feng graciously declined, aware that indulging in such gestures might lead to unwarranted gossip. From this stroll, Ling Feng gauged the villagers' support for him, estimating it to be at least 50%. Although it appeared to be on par with Namake's Minato, his support had been rising rapidly. Minato had gained fame earlier and contributed significantly to the village, while Ling Feng's notoriety only began with the CHNIN exams. Achieving such a level of support in such a short time was commendable. Ling Feng was confident that after thwarting a Wagakure's offensive, he would experience another qualitative leap in recognition. After wandering around Konoha and understanding the populace's support, Ling Feng returned to his estate for lunch, followed by a brief rest, before embarking on a new round of training. Uncertain of the enemy's impending assault, Ling Feng could not afford to remain idle in the village, as it would squander precious training time, something he found intolerable. Thus began 3 consecutive days of relentless training. To ensure the effectiveness of his regimen, Ling Feng set up camp in the woods. With regular meals delivered by a kind-hearted vendor, he had no need to worry about sustenance. As the enemy delayed their arrival, Ling Feng relished the tranquility, confident that they would eventually come. It would not be an exaggeration to say that during this ninja world war, Ling Feng remained the most composed individual, with no exceptions. If there were to be another contender, it would be Uchiha Madara, lurking in the shadows. scheming for the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, Ling Feng was wise enough not to provoke him prematurely. As the dawn of a new day broke, Ling Feng hastily consumed a modest breakfast before embarking on another round of training. His intention was to solidify the ninjutsu combinations he had already mastered while also exploring new ones. However, before he could practice a few, he was startled by a thunderous commotion emanating from the direction of Kanahagakure. Reacting swiftly, Ling Feng leapt onto the branches of a towering tree to survey the scene. Have they arrived? In the eastern woods, the distance seemed considerable. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. The direction of the attack was indeed eastern, directly opposite to his current position. Even with his utmost speed, it would take him approximately 15 minutes to reach the site. Yet, hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. He swiftly exchanged for chakra potions from the System's marketplace and set off towards the eastern forest without a moment's pause. As he navigated the path, the sound of multiple explosions reached his ears, some near, some distant. This signified one alarming truth. The number of assailants targeting Kanahagakure was exceedingly vast, far beyond Ling Feng's initial estimations. The enemy's numbers had swelled to at least threefold compared to the original narrative, with the cacophony of explosions suggesting the presence of no fewer than 10 distinct groups engaging in coordinated attacks. The sheer magnitude of the explosions indicated the use of integrated detonation tags, implying that a substantial quantity of these tags had been stacked together to create a massive explosion, a feat that necessitated meticulous prior planning. This revelation underscored that the enemy had been well prepared, exploiting the inadequacies of the Kanahagakure's security forces, which had failed to maintain adequate patrols, thus allowing the invaders to infiltrate undetected. What could be done? Clearly, the defense forces of Kanahagakure were insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. The enemy's ranks had swelled by 300 in comparison to Ling Feng's recollections, while the village's security forces remained unchanged from the original storyline. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the complete annihilation of the Kanahagakure's guards seemed inevitable. Consequently, Ling Feng was compelled to alter his strategy, devising a means to neutralize the nearest enemy contingent. This would serve as a means to alleviate the pressure on his comrades. Since the disturbances were first noted in the eastern forest, it was evident that all members of the Kanahagakure's guard had mobilized to provide support, resulting in weakened defenses at other locations, thereby granting the enemy an opportunity to strike. Ling Feng had previously warned them that the current state of the Kanahagakure's defensive measures was fraught with issues, yet Mei Murakami and Saratobi Hizashi had dismissed his concerns, believing he was overthinking the situation. Ignoring the counsel of those with experience, they were now facing the consequences of their negligence. Adjusting his course towards the nearest explosion site, Ling Feng soon encountered a 12-member squad. Activating his Byakugan, he assessed their chakra levels and discerned that they were led by A.J. Nin, accompanied by 4 Ch Nin and 7 Genin. While their overall strength was not particularly formidable against the inadequately defended Kanahagakure guards, the might of this small squad would be overwhelming. Any contingent from the Kanahagakure's guard that chanced upon these 12 adversaries would undoubtedly face a grueling battle. Unless it was a squad led by Mei Murakami, as 4 of its members were J-Nin and could potentially hold their ground. Other squads encountered certain death. Even if they fought with all their might, they could only manage to survive for a fleeting moment. However, for Ling Feng, this was mere child's play. Unless faced with an elite jonin, no one could withstand even a single strike from him. In fact, when Ling Feng stealthily approached from behind to launch his surprise attack, they were utterly oblivious. It was only when their throats were slit that they realized they had been ambushed, but by then, it was far too late. With swift precision, Ling Feng dispatched that jonin in an instant, then unleashed 11 shurikens in rapid succession, each one striking true to the enemy's heart, resulting in immediate kills. Thus, a 12-man squad was silently eliminated within mere breaths, their faces never once beholding Ling Feng before their demise. Afterward, Ling Feng began to search the jonin's body in hopes of uncovering useful intelligence. He chose not to interrogate them due to the pressing urgency of time and the certainty that they would be on guard. Those bold enough to attack a village were undoubtedly prepared for death. The more urgency one displayed, the less likely they were to extract valuable information. Even if they spoke, could one truly trust their words? They might say anything to mislead, capitalizing on the interrogator's anxiety, and Ling Feng had no time to ponder the veracity of their claims. Therefore, interrogation must occur in a tranquil environment, where the enemy perceives no urgency, allowing ample time to extract the desired information. Before long, Ling Feng indeed discovered several mission scrolls. Although sealed with special seals, his strength allowed him to easily unravel them without damaging their contents. Soon, he deciphered the scrolls, gaining a clearer understanding of their plan to attack the village. Despite the 12-man squad's attempts to conceal their identities by changing their attire and removing their forehead protectors, Ling Feng had already found an Iwagakure forehead protector in their pockets, and the mission scrolls clearly indicated that these individuals hailed from Iwagakure. This revelation confirmed that the assault was initiated by Iwagakure. Furthermore, Ling Feng learned from the scrolls that the reason for such a simultaneous attack on Kanahigakure was due to Tsunade leading a team to the Iwagakure battlefield for support, which had placed immense pressure on Iwagakure. In desperation, they resorted to this roundabout tactic, dispatching a large number of operatives to covertly instigate chaos in Kanahigakure in hopes of alleviating the pressure on the front lines.